Clearly I awakened as a 3S class professional mechanic. Yet 1.4 billion people at school ridiculed it as a trash profession. Even my girlfriend Lu Ruyan despised me as useless. Simply because ordinary mechanics are professions with strong bursts. But they instantly become exhausted once the ammunition runs out. But what they don't know is that I didn't awaken as an ordinary mechanic. While other mechanics are still worrying about money for ammunition, I already have unlimited ammunition. It's all because when I successfully awakened as a mechanic, I also gained the ability to acquire a talent every 10 levels. Not only possessing the eye of God, but also capable of providing air support to catch the enemy off guard. At this moment, seeing the exclusive talent unlimited ammunition appear in my mind, I was thrilled. But now I have just awakened and my skill is limited to a small Glock pistol. I still need to become stronger to acquire more powerful weapons. Thinking of this, I could no longer contain my excitement and turned to walk outside, ready to bring my girlfriend along to experience what unlimited firepower is. Upon entering the hall, I immediately saw my girlfriend Duga Yen standing beside the awakening platform. I was about to approach her when I suddenly saw a blonde youth with an arrogant face next to Duga Yen, which made me frown instantly. That was Yuan Ting, who seemed to have also awakened as the phantom god of the night and had pursued Duga Yen. Seeing me approach, Duga Yan's expression changed. She discreetly glanced at Yuan Ting next to her and her smiling face immediately turned cold. She then said, "Li Hao Yan, I told you the day before yesterday we are over, don't bother me anymore." Hearing this, the surprise on my face slowly faded and I stared intently at Duga Yen. Duga Yen felt slightly panicked under my gaze, but she forcibly maintained a calm demeanor. Seeing this, I roughly understood the situation, then I slowly asked, "Are you sure?" Hearing my question, Duga Yen seemed relieved and then said, "Over this past year I've realized that our personalities don't really match. It might be better to break up sooner rather than later." I looked deeply at Duga Yen. "It seems you know that I've awakened as a mechanic." Duga Yan's gaze flickered briefly and she responded indifferently, "I know." Upon hearing this, a mocking smile appeared on my face. I hadn't expected that just as I was about to share good news with Duga Yen, she would reveal such a realistic and ruthless side. Yuan Ting, standing nearby with a smug look, said, "I don't know what those old stubborn members of the professional guild are thinking, considering a mechanic like you a mere man worthy of being called a phantom god." Hearing this, I smiled and replied, "Let's see who laughs last then," and then I turned and walked away. Yuan Ting's heart began to burn with a dark fire. "Without the halo of a genius, what right do you have to be arrogant? Just don't let me find an opportunity." I left the awakening hall and, after a brief thought, turned towards the direction of the instance transfer hall. Soon I appeared at the entrance of a sparse forest. Indistinctly, I saw several huge creatures, each over 2 meters tall, wandering in the dark forest. Seeing this, a silver Glock pistol appeared in my hand with a flash of white light. Time is precious, I dared not delay and continued to summon Glock pistols. In the blink of an eye, 10 Glock pistols appeared in front of me. 10 Glock pistols, each existing for 1 minute, consuming 10 spirit points. My spirit value is 200, but it's enough. Li Haotian's eyes showed excitement as he walked into the dark forest. Suddenly a 3-meter-tall minotaur appeared in front of me. Seeing this, I fired simultaneously and a burst of dense gunfire erupted, causing a cloud of blood mist to explode from the minotaur's body. The minotaur had just turned around and hadn't even taken a step before it collapsed under my concentrated fire. Seeing this, I couldn't help but laugh out loud, saying this is the right way to use a mechanic. After gaining a rough understanding of the Minotaur's defense and his own attack capabilities, Li Haotian felt more at ease. He maintained a distance of about 20 meters from the Minotaur and focused his gunfire. Within a mere 2 seconds, the Minotaur would pass away peacefully like a sieve. Fortunately, the monsters in the dungeon had their own aggro mechanism. Unless one invaded their 5-meter perimeter, they wouldn't attack even if they heard noises, surrounded by 10 Glock handguns. Li Haotian made his way deeper into the gloomy forest. Along the way he encountered 2 elite minotaurs, but under the relentless barrage of unlimited ammunition, the elite minotaurs only managed to move once more and take an extra step before they too succumbed peacefully, each contributing 20 experience points, double that of a regular minotaur. The gloomy forest was a beginner-level dungeon comprising 1 boss, 2 elites and 47 regular minotaurs. Under the overwhelming firepower of Li Haotian's unlimited ammo, it only took him 10 minutes to traverse the forest path and reach the deepest part of the gloomy forest. Near a campfire ahead, a massive minotaur over 3 meters tall paced back and forth, clad in shining silver armor emitting a fierce aura. Upon seeing the final boss, Li Haotian didn't hesitate with a thought. His 10 Glock handguns began furiously spewing bullets. Meanwhile, the Minotaur boss, with twice the defense of the elite beasts, only managed to take 3 steps towards him before collapsing with a thud. Killing the Minotaur boss earned him 50 experience points. Ding dong, clearing. The Gloomy Forest earned him 100 experience points. Ding dong. Congratulations on setting a new record time for clearing the Gloomy Forest, earning an additional 200 experience points. Seeing the dungeon prompts flashing before his eyes, Li Haotian's eyes lit up. The rewards for refreshing the record time were so generous. Ding dong. Congratulations on leveling up to level 11, leveling up already. Indeed, soloing a dungeon to enjoy all the experience was fast. This was much quicker than competing with a crowd outside the city fighting for monsters. Li Haotian quickly opened his character panel, seeing his spirit points replenished by the level up. Not only that, but the panel also displayed an additional 5 free potential points to be allocated at will. Without a second thought, Li Haotian added them all to his spirit points. With the 5 basic attribute points given by the level increase, his spirit points now totaled 210, allowing him to summon an additional Glock handgun for 10 minutes. Just then Li Haotian noticed a purple flash before his eyes and an item resembling armor dropped beside the Minotaur King. Li Haotian paused for a moment, then quickly realized what it was, his face lighting up with surprise. No way, a common dungeon actually dropped a purple item. Li Haotian hurried over and picked up the equipment. Name: Minotaur King's Shining Silver Breastplate, Unbound. Type: Light Armor. Attributes: plus 14 strength, plus 14 spirit. Li Haotian's face fell slightly as he sighed looking at the equipment. Light armor. What a pity, it's not suitable for me. In this world, there are 5 types of armor: cloth, leather, light, heavy, and plate. Magic-based professions typically wear cloth or leather. Those who dual-wield magic and weapons usually opt for light armor, while physical professions mostly wear heavy or plate armor. As for Li Haotian's mechanist profession, it is actually a type of magic profession limited to wearing leather armor. Of course, it's not that one can't wear other types of armor, but if it doesn't suit one's profession, not only will the attributes not align properly, but one would also lose the defensive bonus from armor mastery. Forcing a mismatch results in losses outweighing gains, so professionals seldom do this. Jewelry type equipment, however, is universal across professions as long as the attributes fit. As for the levels of equipment, they range from the lowest quality, which are common white items, to normal green items, fine blue items, rare purple items, artifact level pink items, legendary orange items, and golden epic items. White items are ubiquitous and can be bought for just a few silver coins. Normal green items are likely to drop from minor outdoor creatures or ordinary dungeon creatures, and at auction they can fetch at least a gold coin each. Blue items are only produced by elite creatures with dungeon bosses guaranteed to drop them, and their auction prices can reach dozens of gold coins. Rare purple items are only dropped by bosses and have a lower drop rate of about 10%. If one wishes to purchase a purple item at the auction house, it would cost at least several hundred gold coins, a sum that ordinary professionals might save for a long time, hence their rarity. Although Li Haotian cannot use this particular purple item, he can sell it at the auction house, and just this one item can bring in several hundred gold coins. As for the artifact level pink items, while every dungeon boss and elite creature might drop them, the chance is extremely low. With a drop rate of only 1%, one must be incredibly lucky to obtain one. However, if one does manage to get an artifact, especially one with exceptional attributes, it can be exceedingly valuable and sought after, worth thousands of gold coins. Besides this armor, the Minotaur King as a boss also dropped a blue item, the Minotaur King's leather waistband. Conveniently, Li Haotian could use this item, so he promptly equipped it, increasing his spirit by 11 points. Now, having cleared all the creatures in the dark forest, Li Haotian, who had been busy fighting and hadn't gathered items earlier, excitedly packed up the purple item and began his journey back, collecting other spoils of battle along the way. 2 elite minotaurs contributed 2 blue items, and the other ordinary minotaurs dropped about 20 green items. In addition, there were minotaur teeth, leather, and iron fragments among various other dungeon materials. These materials might be somewhat useful for ordinary mechanists, as they provide blueprints for super weapons that require gathering materials for crafting. However, for Li Haotian they were of no use, he could sell them all for gold coins. Li Haotian quickly calculated that even excluding the purple gear, just by selling these items at the auction house, he could make about 200 gold coins. And the entry ticket to the Gloomy Forest only cost 100 gold coins. That meant someone like Li Haotian, who soloed the dungeon, could not only grind experience crazily but could also make a huge profit. With this thought, Li Haotian didn't want to waste any time and immediately activated the teleportation crystal. 3 seconds later his figure reappeared in the dungeon lobby. Then with an excited expression Li Haotian walked outside, his destination, the auction house, the staff seeing. Li Haotian's expression was initially puzzled, then subconsciously glanced at the clock nearby. How did this guy come out so quickly? From his look, could it be that he got some loot? Could it be a blue gear? No, impossible. The first elite minotaur in the gloomy forest would require killing more than a dozen regular minotaurs to encounter, and he, a newly advanced mechanic, how could he possibly kill more than a dozen minotaurs in 10 minutes? The staff chuckled and shook their head, but just then the display panel above the entrance to the gloomy forest suddenly updated a message. Fastest clear record of gloomy forest, 25 minutes 12 seconds, cleared by Li Haotian. The staff member was stunned for a moment and immediately stood up. With a crash, the chair behind fell to the ground. He rubbed his eyes vigorously, incredulously looking again. He exclaimed in shock, "You should know the previous fastest record was 1 hour, and that was achieved by a team of 4. Li Haotian was alone and a newly advanced mechanic. How did he clear it in under half an hour? It couldn't be that the minotaurs in the dungeon collectively sacrificed themselves." The staff member quickly shook his head, dismissing this foolish thought. Those minotaurs, though reckless, weren't brainless. How could they possibly have committed collective sacrifice? What the staff member didn't know was that the real time Li Haotian spent clearing the dungeon was actually only 10 minutes. The remaining time was spent going back to collect materials. There was no helping it, collecting materials alone was indeed less efficient. Could it be that the kid found some kind of bug exploiting technique? The staff member was bewildered. He just couldn't understand how a newly advanced mechanic could solo the gloomy forest. To facilitate the buying and selling of equipment for professionals, the auction house was located right next to the dungeon teleportation hall. Li Haotian entered the auction house and found an available window, taking out all the items he was prepared to sell. The trading rules at the auction house were simple. Sellers take out the materials or equipment they want to sell, and then the auction house staff would give a suggested selling price based on the current market rate. If the seller agrees with this suggested price, they could directly list the item for sale in the auction house. If they find the price unsuitable, they could also adjust it based on the suggested price, either increasing or decreasing it before listing it for sale. When your items are sold at the auction house, a certain percentage is taken as a brokerage fee and the remainder is directly deposited into the seller's account. When the teller at the window saw the Minotaur King's bright silver armor that Li Haotian brought out, a hint of surprise flickered in her eyes. "Well, you're quite lucky, young man, to have exploded such an item," she remarked. Li Haotian, somewhat expectant, asked, "What's the market price for this item?" The teller quickly checked and said with a smile, "There are many newly awakened professionals these days, and the Minotaur King's bright silver armor is just right for light armor professions. The last piece was just bought by someone else for 500 gold coins. 500 gold coins. Li Haotian mused for a moment and then asked, "Was the last piece of Minotaur King's bright silver armor just put up recently?" The teller nodded. "Yes, it was only listed a couple of days ago and was snapped up immediately." Li Haotian pondered briefly and decisively said, "Listed for 600 gold coins." The teller glanced at him with a look that seemed to appreciate his shrewdness. "You really know how to seize an opportunity, young man." "All right, I understand. Hand over the equipment to me." Li Haotian chuckled and handed over the armor, which glowed faintly with a purple light. Recently, many new professionals had awakened, and items like this purple gear were always the first choice among the children of big families who liked to spend heavily. After all, artifact-level pink equipment was too expensive, and since the leveling speed of professionals in the early stages is not slow, buying pink equipment would be too extravagant and would soon need updating. Blue equipment provides less attribute enhancement and wearing it might seem less prestigious, so the children of major families don't favor it much. But purple equipment is more appropriate in comparison. A few hundred gold coins per piece is somewhat expensive, but the attribute bonuses are good and it wouldn't bring too much financial burden on the family, perfectly suitable for showing off. Having listed the purple armor, Li Haotian also sold the other blue and green items he had scavenged from the dungeon along with various materials. The auction house would directly purchase these ordinary items, so Li Haotian didn't have to list them himself. After clearing out all the loot from this dungeon run, Li Haotian's account was credited with an additional 223 gold coins, enough for him to buy 2 more dungeon tickets. With this money, Li Haotian promptly left the auction house and headed back to the dungeon teleportation hall. On the other side of the auction house, a young man with triangular eyes watched as Li Haotian left. Took out his mobile phone and made a call. Outside the city, Yuan Ting lay half reclining under the shade of a tree, holding Duge Yan's slender waist and occasionally caressing her smooth thighs, enjoying the envious looks of others as he watched the security guards sent by his family fervently grinding monsters. These guards were not very high level, all being between level 18 and 19 professionals, but they were still much faster at dealing with the level 11 and 12 wild boars around them. Even with the experience divided among the team faster than if he were fighting alone. Just then Yuan Ting's phone suddenly rang at his waist. He picked it up and saw that it was a call from his lackey stationed at the auction house. "Hello," Yuan Ting answered nonchalantly. "Hello brother Yuan, the last piece of light armor has also been bought. All the equipment you wanted is now complete." Yuan Ting's eyes lit up. "Unable to wait," he said. "If it's all bought, then bring it over to me now." Upon hearing Yuan Ting's unapologetic retort, Go Leg suddenly lowered his voice. "Brother Yuan, I'm calling to report something to you. Do you know who listed that Bull King armor last?" Yuan Ting replied impatiently. "What the hell does it have to do with me? It's going to end up in my hands anyway." "It was Li Haotian. I saw with my own eyes. Li Haotian brought out a bunch of materials to sell, including that Bull King armor. I said I don't care." "Huh, wait, who did you say listed it?" Yuan Ting, caught off guard, suddenly straightened up and asked again. "Li Haotian." Yuan Ting's brow furrowed instantly. "Li Haotian, a newly awakened mechanic, and someone is willing to team up with him for dungeon raids?" "No brother Yuan, I just followed Li Haotian to the dungeon teleportation hall and I saw him buy a ticket and teleport into the dark forest. This guy didn't team up, he's actually solo raiding the dungeon." Go Leg's voice turned to astonishment. Yuan Ting's eyes widened. He stood up abruptly, incredulously saying, "What did you say? Say it again for me." "Li Haotian went into the dungeon alone." Go Leg still spoke in disbelief. Yuan Ting was completely stunned. "That's impossible. A newly awakened mechanic, even if he made a super weapon, couldn't possibly solo the dark forest. What's going on?" Yuan Ting couldn't help but mutter to himself. Moments later he instructed on the phone, "Keep a close watch there and inform me the moment Li Haotian successfully clears the dungeon." "Yes, brother Yuan." Yuan Ting hung up the phone. His previously leisurely mood completely vanished. Duge Yan, who was beside him, also overheard the conversation. Her rosy lips slightly parted in astonishment. About 20 minutes later Yuan Ting's phone rang again. "Brother Yuan, that guy came out, 22 minutes and 36 seconds. He even set a new speedrun record." Yuan Ting's pupils shrank instantly, exclaiming in disbelief. "What did you say? 22 minutes? He set a record alone? That guy just teleported into a new dungeon, Thunder Ruins, and he's still alone." Duge Yan covered her mouth in shock. "Thunder Ruins? Isn't that a dungeon that requires level 12 to enter? He's level 12 already?" Yuan Ting's face fluctuated, quickly calculating in his mind, if Li Haotian really soloed the dungeons he could monopolize all the monster experience inside. The monsters in the dark forest were at least level 10 plus the dungeon's bonus experience, which is significantly more than the minor monsters outdoors, coupled with the experience from clearing the dungeon. If he soloed twice the experience would indeed be just enough to reach level 12. But how could a mere mechanic solo dungeons? Yuan Ting, skeptical and defiant, gritted his teeth. "Let's go to the dungeon teleportation hall." 10 minutes later Yuan Ting, along with Duge Yan and a group of security guards, stormed into the dungeon hall, his eyes immediately landing on a young man with triangular eyes near the teleportation portal to Thunder Ruins, quickly walking towards him. "Is that kid still in the instance?" Yuan Ting asked through clenched teeth. "Yes, I've been watching. He hasn't come out yet." Yuan Ting nodded slightly with a grim face and turned to glance at the display panel above the dark forest not far away. It showed a line of glaring red text with the latest clearance time of the dark forest and the name Li Haotian prominently displayed. By now the commotion here had attracted the attention of many onlookers. As everyone noticed the new record on the dark forest leaderboard, there was a burst of exclamations and discussions that instantly flooded the area. Soloing the dark forest, and even setting a new record. How did he manage that? Li Haotian, strange, why does that name sound familiar? Nonsense, of course it's familiar. Isn't he that unprecedented full spirit power expert? Him? No way. I heard from a friend that he awakened as a mechanic. Although mechanics are listed as a phantom god class, everyone knows what they're really like. How could a newly class changed mechanic possibly solo the dark forest? Could it be he found some trick to clear the instance, maybe exploiting a bug. Hearing the crowd's discussions, Yuan Ting's eyes lit up. Li Haotian found a trick to exploit a bug in the instance. Yes, that had to be it, otherwise how could a newly class-changed so-called trash mechanic truly solo an instance? But then Yuan Ting's brow furrowed. He had previously mocked Li Haotian. Even if Li Haotian had discovered some bug-exploiting trick, he surely wouldn't share it with him. What to do now? Meanwhile, while the outside world was still hotly debating how Li Haotian might be exploiting bugs, he was making rapid progress in the Thunder Ruins. The Thunder Ruins, a level 13 instance, was populated by Dark Thunder Rhinos. These creatures had better defense and attack than Minotaurs but moved even slower. For Li Haotian, these slow-moving, high-defense, high-attack creatures were perfect for showcasing his abilities. After 2 solo runs of the Dark Forest, Li Haotian was now very confident in his firepower. To increase his speed in pushing through enemies, Li Haotian had spent a fortune on a full set of green cloth armor, including accessories, spending over 10 gold coins. Although his specialization in leather armor meant wearing cloth would drastically reduce his defense in front of 20 Groth handguns, did Li Haotian even need defense? Not at all. Now his spirit power had been boosted to over 300. Even using 20 Groth handguns simultaneously, he could sustain for 15 minutes. Despite the Thunder Ruins having 30 more monsters than the Dark Forest, totaling 80 against the relentless barrage of Groth handguns. With infinite ammunition, the tough-skinned Dark Thunder Rhinos had no chance to resist. The sound of bullets pouring wildly echoed throughout the ruins, and the over 4-meter-long Dark Thunder Rhino leader let out a mournful roar before collapsing thunderously to the ground. Even the majestic, solitary horn on its forehead was battered and nearly broken by Li Haotian's powerful strikes. As 2 flashes of blue light passed, 2 pieces of blue gear appeared beside the Dark Thunder Rhino leader. Li Haotian approached for a closer look and his eyes immediately lit up. Wow, it was a piece of leather armor, not bad at all. It added 20 points to his spirit power, making it a top-notch blue gear. He decided to wear it for now. Although his firepower was already sufficient, having a bit more spirit power couldn't hurt. Besides, wearing blue gear wouldn't bind it to him, so he could always sell it at the auction house once it became obsolete. Li Haotian then made his way back the way he came, expertly gathering materials. The Dark Thunder Rhino's horn and hide were far more valuable than the materials dropped by the Minotaurs. After clearing the battlefield, Li Haotian sighted his experience bar, which was disappointingly only 60% full. The higher the level, the harder it is to level up, he thought. Even with solo dungeon runs, well, at least I'm not short on entry fee money. I can always run it a few more times if needed. Shaking his head, Li Haotian crushed a teleportation crystal and exited the dungeon. He's out, he's out. In 21 minutes, the crowd erupted in noisy exclamations as Li Haotian stepped out. He's even found a speedrun bug in the Thunder Ruins. My goodness, is this the special talent of a mechanic born with full spirit power, to detect dungeon bugs? Startled by the sudden crowd, Li Haotian looked around at the envious and jealous eyes surrounding him and glanced up at the display above the Thunder Ruins. Fastest clear record for Thunder Ruins, 21 minutes and 21 seconds by Li Haotian. Seeing the updated information, Li Haotian realized what had happened. News of his solo speedrun had spread. Great God, how did you exploit the bug? I'll pay 100 gold coins for the secret. 100 gold coins. Do you think Master Li needs your money? I'll offer 1,000 gold coins. Great God, please let me join. Li Haotian couldn't help but twitch his lips as he observed a blue-haired girl twisting her waist energetically, trying to appear enticing. A naga. With all those fish scales, no amount of moisture can make that appealing. Misunderstanding the situation, Li Haotian addressed the crowd. Folks, there was no bug exploitation. I cleared it on my own strength. Stop looking for shortcuts and level up the honest way. As he earnestly advised the crowd, he made his way towards the auction house, muttering under his breath, exploit bugs, as if I myself am the bug. Having used up the 2 entry tickets he had bought earlier, Li Haotian was now off to process his gathered materials into gold coins to continue grinding. For experience, watching his departing figure, the crowd's faces showed a resigned disappointment. It wasn't that dungeon bugs hadn't been discovered before, but those who found them never shared, keeping them as their personal channels for earning money through dungeon runs and gear farming. As for what Li Haotian said about soloing the game with his own skills, only a fool would believe that. You, a newly transferred garbage mechanic, what skills do you have? Just as Li Haotian was about to step out the door, a lovely figure suddenly blocked his path. Li Haotian looked up and immediately raised an eyebrow. "Dugayen, you're in my way." A flicker of embarrassment crossed Dugayen's face, but thinking of the experience and benefits Li Haotian could gain from soloing dungeons, she quickly suppressed it. Instead, a slight heat rose in her heart. "Haotian, I was just joking before. Let's make up. I'm recognized as the campus beauty at Chang Mountain Academy, and you're the most talented genius here. Everyone always says we're a perfect match, plus mechanics are known for their weak defense, and I, as a newly awakened holy priest, am a top-notch supporter. I can buff defense and heal wounds, it's like a match made in heaven." The more Dugayen talked, the brighter her eyes shone, as if it were all true. Listening to Dugayen praising herself, a mocking smile appeared on Li Haotian's face. "No need, I think you were right before. Our personalities don't mesh well. It's better for us to part ways so we won't hold each other back." Li Haotian emphasized the word hold back, making Dugayen's bright smile stiffen slightly. After speaking, Li Haotian didn't even glance at Dugayen, pushed past her and walked outside. Don't mention that Dugayen's holy priest is just a first-tier profession. Even if it was a fantasy god support role, Li Haotian wouldn't spare it another glance now. Once the false mask of a pick girl is torn off, who knows whether this kind of woman would betray him again in times of danger. Keeping such a potential threat by his side is simply courting death. Moreover, once Li Haotian levels up, he won't even need any support classes. With unlimited firepower by his side and high-level defensive superweapons available later, it would be extremely difficult for anyone to harm him. Who needs healing then? Watching Li Haotian enter the nearby auction house, Dugayen stood with her mouth slightly open, her face full of disappointment and embarrassment under the strange looks of the onlookers. Nearby, Yuan Ting walked out with a stern face, glaring fiercely at the surrounding rubberneckers, and scolded, "What are you looking at? A bunch of bumpkins, not minding your own business, just here for the excitement. Do you want to challenge me?" Seeing the resentment in people's eyes, but considering Yuan Ting's powerful status in purple gear and his family's influence in the Four Symbols City, they really didn't dare to provoke him. The excitement was over, and since Li Haotian wasn't revealing any bug exploits, there was no point for the crowd to stay. They all dispersed like birds and beasts. Once everyone had left, Yuan Ting looked towards the auction house with envy and muttered bitterly, "What a pity that poor kid Li Haotian didn't fall for it. If he had agreed to take you through a dungeon just once, I could have learned his bug using tricks." Damn, a glint of regret flashed in Dugayen's eyes. Yuan Ting was unaware that if Li Haotian had truly been willing to take her back just moments ago, Dugayen would have turned her act into reality. She would have stuck with Li Haotian for real, never returning to Yuan Ting's side, nor would she have followed the original plan to disclose the bug-exploiting tactics to Yuan Ting. Initially, her swift decision to ditch both Li Haotian and Yuan Ting was driven by her desire to leverage the Yuan family's power for a quick upgrade and to acquire equipment that would help her stand out in the university selection happening in 3 days. She aimed to enter one of the top super-ability higher education institutions in the Eastern Dragon Empire. However, if Li Haotian's talent lay in discovering dungeon bugs and completing them swiftly solo, then teaming up with him in dungeons, even with shared experience, would certainly be faster than grinding wild monsters with Yuan Ting. Additionally, with just the two of them, the equipment would only need to be split between them while the entry fee remained the same, making the dungeon's rewards well worth the cost. It would be equivalent to her leveling up at an incredible pace by running unlimited dungeons with Li Haotian over these 3 days. It's worth noting that due to the dungeon's level restrictions, even if the Yuan family agreed to bring 2 professionals under level 15 into the dungeon, it wouldn't be much faster than a regular team, and the experience would have to be shared more broadly, actually reducing efficiency compared to continuously grinding monsters outside. Unlike Li Haotian, who could enter a dungeon solo and level up to 12 in just 2 or 3 runs, a speed that was practically faster than a rocket. Li Haotian went to the auction house, where he sold all the materials and unwanted equipment he had gathered from the last 2 dungeon runs. He then reclaimed the gold coins from the sale of the Minotaur King's armor, which had been instantly bought by Yuan Ting. After deducting the auction house's service fee, he had earned over 1,200 gold coins in total. Li Haotian didn't use these coins to buy any equipment but headed straight to the dungeon hall. He had made up his mind to rush to level 20 within 3 days because reaching level 20 would unlock the second stage of talent and grant him 2 additional skills. With these advancements, he would be fully confident when entering the high school selection, every new professional in the Eastern Dragon Empire. Dreams of entering the top educational institutions Tsinghua Academy and Beidao Academy, because only by entering these top institutions does one get the chance to join a high-level guild, and it's well known that high-level dungeons are mostly controlled by these elite guilds. Without the backing of a guild, it would be easy to become cannon fodder in the more challenging high-level abyss dungeons, large group dungeons, faction against faction dungeons, and even international slaughter dungeons. Back in the dungeon hall, Li Haotian bought 8 tickets for the Thunder Ruins in one go. As his level increased, so did the experience needed for the next level up. Li Haotian roughly calculated that with the rate of increase he might need to run Thunder Ruins 8 times just to reach level 15. Additionally, as the dungeon levels increased, so did the ticket prices. While the Dark Forest ticket cost only 100 gold coins, Thunder Ruins tickets were 120 gold coins each, totaling 960 gold coins for 8 tickets. For the average professional with no special background, this was definitely a fortune. Fortunately, Li Haotian was soloing, owning all the loot from the dungeon himself, so he didn't have any financial pressure. From afternoon to evening, Li Haotian tirelessly entered and exited the Thunder Ruins to the point where even the staff at the dungeon's teleportation hall had grown numb to his presence. After who knows how long, Li Haotian used his last ticket and entered the Thunder Ruins again. With practiced ease, he summoned 20 Groth handguns, encircling himself with them, and then advanced steadily, crushing his way to the boss area. With a final burst of crazy firepower, the Thunder Rhinoceros boss fell once again, its health reduced to 0. Ding dong, congratulations on reaching level 15. Seeing this sudden level up notification, Li Haotian's eyes shone brightly. He didn't even bother to check the loot and immediately opened his attribute panel. Reaching level 15 meant he could unlock a new skill. He ignored the steadily increasing attributes, too lazy to even glance at them, and added all 5 points of the level up reward directly to his spiritual power. Then, unable to wait, he clicked on the last column of talents and looked into the skills section. In the empty skill slot under the silvery Groth handguns hovered a black weapon several times larger, a super weapon. Skill: Gatling rotating machine gun. Skill description: summon a Gatling rotating machine gun which consumes 2 points of spiritual power per minute it exists. Note: when spiritual power returns to 0, the Gatling rotating machine gun will automatically retract. Seeing this, Li Haotian couldn't help but have his eyes light up, shaking with excitement. I thought I'd only unlock an automatic rifle at level 15-inch, but it turned out to be a Gatling. As a top student, the moment Li Haotian saw these words, he immediately recalled the relevant knowledge he had learned. The Gatling rotating machine gun, equipped with 6 14.7mm caliber barrels arranged in a circle, could fire over 1,000 bullets per minute. This rate of fire was even fiercer than his 20 Groth handguns combined, even though it consumed twice the spiritual power per minute. Compared to the Groth handguns, its density of firepower was incomparable. After reaching level 15 plus the spiritual power boost from his equipment, Li Haotian now had over 400 spiritual power points. What did 400 plus spiritual power mean? It meant that Li Haotian could summon and use 20 Gatling rotating machine guns simultaneously for 10 minutes. With the talent of unlimited ammunition, his Gatling guns could maintain the highest rate of fire without needing to reload. 20 Gatlings meant over 20,000 bullets per minute. Moreover, super weapons wouldn't suffer from firepower decay or barrel overheating. This meant that Li Haotian's barrage wouldn't have any downtime. Such intense firepower, not to mention monsters of level 10 or so, even those of levels 20 or 30 couldn't withstand it. From now on, his efficiency in pushing through the copies would see exponential growth. With that thought, Li Haotian didn't hesitate and immediately summoned 20 all-black Gatling rotary machine guns. The dark muzzles, like the eyes of demons, fiercely stared ahead. Li Haotian excitedly licked his lips, his gaze sweeping around before settling on a giant rock nearby. As his mind willed it, the 20 Gatlings fired simultaneously. The boulder, as tall as 2 men, was instantly bombarded with a torrent of debris. In just a few seconds, the massive rock was reduced to powder by the ferocious firepower. Even though he was somewhat prepared, even Li Haotian, the perpetrator, couldn't help but inhale sharply at the sight before him. It was wildly violent. Satisfied, Li Haotian retracted the Gatling guns, his eyes gleaming with frenzy. The firepower was sufficient. Now what he needed most was to stack up his spiritual power. Exiting the professional panel, Li Haotian suddenly noticed a purple glow beside the boss, and with a slight start he exclaimed with delight, "Hup, lucky me, another epic item dropped." Li Haotian hurried over to check the item's attributes. Name: Rhino Bracelet, Unbound. type, accessory attributes, speed increased by 10 points, spiritual power increased by 40 points, nice, a bracelet and just what I can use. Li Haotian nodded in satisfaction and equipped the item right away, leaving the Thunder Ruins. Li Haotian immediately went to the nearby auction house, selling all the materials and equipment he had gathered from running copies, exchanging them for more than 2,500 gold coins. With that, he left contentedly to go to sleep. The next day, as dawn was just breaking, Li Haotian couldn't wait to get to the copy transfer hall. What he hadn't expected was that Yuan Ting and De Guyen were also there. Besides them, 2 security guards followed behind Yuan Ting, seeing Li Haotian. Yuan Ting's expression changed slightly. Now at level 15, Li Haotian was in high spirits, remembering Yuan Ting's mockery from the day before. His eyes shifted slightly as he approached them. Oh, isn't this the mighty nocturnal god, young Master Yuan? What's up, not hunting wild monsters today and decided to mix it up in the copies instead? Li Haotian said with a mocking tone. Beside him, De Guyen looked at Li Haotian with complex emotions. Her heart felt bitter because, from the moment Li Haotian approached, he hadn't looked her in the eye, treating her as if she were just a passerby not worth a second glance. Yuan Ting's face darkened. Li Haotian, don't get too cocky, it's just that a blind cat ran into a dead rat and found a bug-abusing trick. You're just messing around in the Thunder Ruins. Your kind of trash profession is bound to remain useless in the future. Oh, is that so? We'll just wait and see then. Li Haotian chuckled, unconcerned, and walked towards the ticket counter. Seeing Li Haotian's smug look, Yuan Ting snorted angrily and headed towards the Thunder Ruins. After grinding wild monsters all day yesterday, he had finally leveled up to 13. Today he deliberately brought 2 level 15 security guards ready to try their luck at the Thunder Ruins. He couldn't believe it. If Li Haotian could discover a bug in the dungeon, his powerful night wanderer should be able to find it too. He wasn't the only one. Several groups of people who had reached level 12 had already formed teams and ventured in, all harboring the hope of finding a bug that would allow them to quickly clear the Thunder Ruins. Li Haotian approached the ticket counter and handed over 700 gold coins to the attendant. Give me 5 tickets to the Grat Gorge first. Grat Gorge was a higher level dungeon, naturally making the tickets more expensive, priced at 140 gold coins each. The attendant, who had watched Li Haotian solo the dungeon crazily the day before, looked at Li Haotian's handsome face somewhat numbly. Oh, 5 tickets for Thunder Ruins, right? Burp. What, the Grat Gorge? Since Li Haotian had spent almost all of yesterday in the Thunder Ruins, the attendant subconsciously thought he was going for the same one, but he was only halfway through his sentence when he suddenly realized and couldn't help exclaiming, Grat Gorge, that was a dungeon requiring level 15 to enter. He's already level 15, what kind of leveling speed is this? The attendant's exclamation drew the attention of many in the hall. Yuan Ting was just about to activate his ticket when he heard the words Grat Gorge and froze, turning to look over. Li Haotian smiled lightly. Yes, Grat Gorge, 5 tickets. Li Haotian took the tickets for Grat Gorge from the bewildered attendant and headed towards the teleportation area. Grat Gorge was a notch higher than Thunder Ruins, and its teleportation area was right next to that of the Thunder Ruins. Passing by Yuan Ting, Li Haotian winked and chuckled mischievously. Strong Master Yuan, good luck, if you keep dawdling. Maybe I'll find the bug in Grat Gorge too. Hearing Li Haotian's sarcastic tone, Yuan Ting's face turned as red as a liver. After the taunt, Li Haotian laughed heartily and walked into the teleportation area of Grat Gorge, disappearing in a flash. Seeing Li Haotian teleport into Grat Gorge alone again, many others in the dungeon's teleportation hall halted their steps, turning to gather around this spectacle. He's going into the dungeon alone again. Hey, do you think he'll encounter a dungeon bug this time? Nonsense, would he go in alone if he wasn't confident? I'm so jealous. Is this what it means to be fully empowered? That's just too exaggerated. I've never heard of any mechanic leveling up so fast. Forget about mechanics, he must be the fastest leveling character among all classes, reaching level 15 in just one day. What a beast. The murmuring of the crowd rose like a tide, and the once quiet dungeon teleportation hall suddenly became lively. Yuan Ting clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. Grat Gorge has a simple terrain with a total of 150 monsters, almost double the number in Thunder Ruins, and the monsters are more densely packed. Li Haotian chuckled softly, bending slightly at the waist. Then with a fierce stomp of his right foot on the ground, he instantly dashed into the valley. At the same time, the densely packed Gatling rotary machine guns before him opened fire simultaneously. The piercing screech of ammunition being fired from the barrels resounded through the heavens and earth. Thanks to his talent for unlimited ammunition, Li Haotian didn't have to worry about running out of bullets at all. The dense bullets, like countless plows, ravaged the ground mercilessly. Unlike the Glock pistols, the Gatling rotary machine gun had an effective range of 1,000 meters. Li Haotian didn't even need to look under the deluge of bullets from 20 machine guns. The frost goblins within 1,000 meters ahead were instantly torn into shreds of flesh, with not even a whole bone visible. In an instant, blood surged wildly. 5 minutes. In just a mere 5 minutes, Li Haotian had rushed to the boss area, where the Frost Goblin King resided. He didn't even get a clear look at the boss before the deluge of bullets turned it into a pile of minced meat. Killing the Frost Goblin earned him 30 experience points. Killing the Frost Goblin earned him 30 experience points. Killing the Elite Frost Goblin earned him 50 experience points. Killing the Frost Goblin King earned him 100 experience points. Ding dong. Completing the Glaret Canyon earned him 300 experience points. Ding dong. Congratulations on setting the fastest clearance time for Glaret Canyon, earning you 500 experience points. A series of notifications flashed rapidly before Li Haotian's eyes like a crazy barrage in a live stream with a million fans. Li Haotian stopped in his tracks, took a deep breath, and turned to look back at the canyon behind him, his eyes revealing a sense of exhilaration. Haha, thrilling, truly exhilarating. This is what being a mechanic is all about. A true mechanic where firepower reigns supreme and one stands against hundreds. Looking at the results of his 5-minute battle, Li Haotian's eyes sparkled with brilliance. With the dungeon difficulty significantly increased, Li Haotian's clearance speed was even faster. The Gatling rotary machine gun truly lives up to its reputation. 20 Gatling guns firing simultaneously with unlimited bullets and a pouring rate of 20,000 bullets per minute. The final result was a complete sweep. Now Li Haotian was even certain that with his current firepower, even if he entered a level 20 plus dungeon, he could absolutely crush his way through. These low-level monsters had no chance of resisting at all. Li Haotian's heart was ablaze with excitement, and he immediately began to clean up the battlefield, collecting materials and equipment dropped by the monsters, and then left the dungeon. The crowd outside was still chatting idly when suddenly they saw a burst of white light in the Glaret Canyon's teleportation area. They glanced over, subconsciously preparing to move their gaze away. Since Li Haotian entered the dungeon, only 15 minutes had passed. Everyone knew that the difficulty of Glaret Canyon was a significant step up from the Thunder Ruins. Li Haotian had previously sped through the Thunder Ruins in over 20 minutes, and to clear the more challenging Glaret Canyon, even if he found a bug in the dungeon, it would still take at least half an hour, right? However, when their eyes fell upon the person who appeared, the area suddenly fell into a deathly silence. Li Haotian, how had he come out already? Could it be that he failed to exploit a bug? Everyone's eyes revealed a look of shock and disbelief, but then the display board above the Grat Gorge updated with a message that shoved all their wild speculations back down their throats. Grat Gorge fastest clearance record, 15 minutes and 21 seconds, cleared by Li Haotian. As they read this line in bold red letters, there was a moment of silence around, and then the place exploded. Are my eyes deceiving me? A 15-minute solo run of Grat Gorge? Could this guy be the Frost Goblin Prince? Yuan Ting's body shook violently, his eyes blankly staring at the display board above the dungeon, looking as if he had seen a ghost. Duguyan's mouth gaped open in an O shape, her tiny tongue visible above her throat, completely stupefied. Although she believed Li Haotian could solo Grat Gorge, she had never imagined that Li Haotian could speed through it in such a short time. That was a total of 150 monsters, including 5 elite monsters and 1 boss. Did Li Haotian just rush to the boss area? Did he not bother to loot the spoils of war? This definitely wasn't him exploiting a bug, but the dungeon itself must have glitched. Duguyan wasn't the only one who harbored such thoughts. Several people in the crowd began to look speculative. Some of the more decisive individuals even rushed to the ticket counter and bought a ticket to Grat Gorge, heading straight for the teleportation area without even forming a team. Seeing some figures disappear into Grat Gorge, Yuan Ting finally snapped out of his daze. With a look of disbelief, he stared intensely at Li Haotian for a long while, and upon seeing Li Haotian activate another entry ticket without hesitation and disappear into the teleportation area of Grat Gorge, he could no longer sit still. He grabbed Duguyan and with gritted teeth rushed to the ticket window. A guard, looking dumbfounded, watched his master buy another ticket and head towards Grat Gorge. After hesitating, he asked, "Master, what are you doing?" "What nonsense, of course I'm going to try Grat Gorge." didn't you see everyone else has already teleported in? Yuan Ting snapped. The guard became even more puzzled. But master, those people have already reached level 15 and you are only level 13, Yuan Ting's steps halted, his body stiffening. Damn, I almost forgot about that. That kid really muddled my mind. Yuan Ting cursed inwardly, embarrassed, and quickly turned towards the Thunder Ruins. An hour later, Yuan Ting returned to the dungeon teleportation hall with a dark expression, accompanied by Duga Yen and 2 guards. With 2 level 15 guards helping to kill monsters, their dungeon efficiency was naturally not low. However, they took a whole hour to come out, mainly because Yuan Ting was determined, spending a lot of time inside trying various experiments to figure out how Li Haotian might have exploited a bug. The result of course speaks for itself. The bug that Li Haotian was exploiting was none other than his own unique ability. Unless Yuan Ting could join him in the dungeon, there was no way he could replicate Li Haotian's bug exploiting skills. When Yuan Ting emerged, he overheard from the surrounding chatter that Li Haotian had entered the Grat Valley for the 5th time, exploiting bugs like a pro. At this point, even if Yuan Ting looked down on Li Haotian's mechanic class, he had to admit that Li Haotian's maxed out spirit of 100 seemed to endow him with a unique talent. At least in dungeon strategy, Yuan Ting couldn't hope to catch up with Li Haotian. Thinking this, Yuan Ting, who considered his own talents no less than Li Haotian's, was infuriated and stomped out with Duga Yen. Since he couldn't rely on dungeons to quickly level up through experience farming, he would have to resort to grinding in the wild. With the help of security guards at home, at least he could make steady progress. Oh, and he needed to get the security to bring out the new large tent he had bought. You like soloing dungeons, Li Haotian? Well, I'll solo your girl to blow off some steam. Over the next 2 days, aside from eating and sleeping, Li Haotian spent all his time grinding in dungeons. With the overwhelming firepower of 20 Gatling guns, Li Haotian's efficiency in solo dungeon runs was so astonishing that even he was amazed. By evening, he had already reached level 18, unlocking the next more challenging dungeon deep within Grat Valley. The next morning, amid many shocked and envious gazes, Li Haotian sold all the materials and equipment he had gathered from the dungeons at the auction house, earning tens of thousands of gold coins. He then used all these coins to buy entry tickets to the deeper parts of Grat Valley. It might seem that moving from level 18 to 20 is just 2 levels, but as the level increases, the experience required to level up grows almost exponentially. The experience needed for these 2 levels was probably dozens or even hundreds of times more than what Li Haotian needed when he first started leveling up. Tirelessly, Li Haotian kept teleporting into the depths of Grat Valley under the numb gaze of the ticket seller. The relentless gunfire echoed from deep within the valley, and the boss there, the Flame Goblin King, was once again turned into mincemeat. Ding dong. Congratulations on reaching level 20, seeing the sudden leveling up notification, Li Haotian was thrilled, his eyes gleaming with ecstasy. Level 20 finally achieved. Li Haotian was so excited that he didn't even bother to check the equipment dropped by the boss, but immediately opened his attribute panel to review his stats. He then allocated 5 points of free potential to his spirit value and scrolled down to the bottom of the panel to click on the talent section. Seeing the newly appeared skills in the talent section, Li Haotian's expression froze in surprise. 2 skills. According to his past knowledge, normally a character would unlock 1 new skill every 5 levels. Thus, at level 20, he should have only gained 1 new skill. However, Li Haotian had gained 2. Li Haotian quickly became curious and started to check out the details. Skill: rocket launcher. Skill description: summon a rocket launcher to strike the enemies with great force. The rocket launcher consumes 4 spirit points per minute it exists. Note: when the spirit points drop to 0, the rocket launcher will automatically retract. Li Haotian's eyes sparkled with excitement. At last he had acquired a powerful area of effect weapon. Although the spirit points consumption had doubled, the attacking power of the rocket launcher made it absolutely worth it. With the talent of unlimited ammunition, Li Haotian's rocket launcher didn't need to worry about running out of ammo. With this device combined with the Gatling rotary machine gun, one for breaching and the other for sweeping, he could create a sufficient fire suppression network in small-scale combat. This power made him virtually unbeatable in low-level dungeons. Li Haotian took a deep breath and shifted his gaze to another newly unlocked skill. Achievement reward skill: exoskeleton armor. Skill description: summon exoskeleton armor to significantly increase the user's strength, defense and speed. The exoskeleton armor consumes 4 spirit points per minute it exists. Note: when the spirit points drop to 0, the exoskeleton armor will automatically retract. Seeing the first line, Li Haotian was momentarily stunned. Achievement reward? What achievement? It wasn't mentioned in the textbooks. Do professionals even get such things? But soon he was thoroughly impressed by the effects of the skill. Ordinary mechanics had two major disadvantages. One was the lack of endurance, which for Li Haotian was already solved by his talent for unlimited ammunition. The second was the mechanic's weak self-defense capability. When facing sudden enemy attacks or opponents with tricky abilities, mechanics could easily be overpowered. But with the exoskeleton armor, Li Haotian could somewhat compensate for this vulnerability. At least it wouldn't be so easy for enemies to take him down with a sneak attack. Moreover, the exoskeleton armor had another significant advantage for Li Haotian: it increased his speed when navigating maps. With his current firepower, ordinary dungeons were basically a breeze for him. It even led to a ludicrous situation where his travel speed couldn't keep up with his dungeon clearing speed. Given that the effective range of the Gatling rotary machine gun was up to 1,000 meters, Li Haotian could essentially hit targets as soon as he saw them, making his map traversal efficiency lag behind. But the exoskeleton armor not only greatly enhanced his movement speed, it also featured 6 spider-like mechanical tendrils that helped him quickly traverse rugged terrains. In other words, while the device didn't significantly boost his attack power, its defensive and auxiliary functionalities were much stronger, making it an extremely practical superweapon. After reviewing these two newly unlocked skills, Li Haotian, filled with anticipation, turned his attention to the right side of his talents. On the original column icon, besides the topmost unlimited ammunition, another icon had lit up: Mechanics Exclusive Talent Second Stage, God's Perspective. Note 1. Construct a 360-degree holographic image perspective in your mind where you can freely zoom in on any point. Note 2. The initial range of the God's Eye view is a 100-meter diameter centered on oneself. For every enemy killed, the range of God's Eye expands by 1 meter. Note 3. Unlock the third stage exclusive talent at level 30. Li Haotian was momentarily stunned, then quickly snapped back to reality. A 360-degree holographic image, and you can freely zoom in on the view? Plus every enemy killed expands the God's Eye. Isn't this just like having an incredibly large range of vision? SSS, Li Haotian gasped in astonishment. This isn't just a talent, it's practically cheating. Mechanics are already known for their attack range, but with God's Eye, wouldn't that make them invincible? By late game, high-level professionals looking to advance would need to slay hundreds of thousands of monsters. If those monsters translate into God's Eye's range, he would be able to control hundreds and thousands of square kilometers centered on himself at any time. Not a single rustle of wind or sway of grass could escape his sight. This is essentially standing on invincible ground from the start. Enemies couldn't even think about ambushing him. Thinking of this, Li Haotian was somewhat dazed. This talent was more heaven-defying than the next. Li Haotian took several deep breaths to suppress the unparalleled excitement in his heart. He began to think about something else. Tomorrow is the selection conference held jointly by major universities. Should he grind a few more instances to expand the range of God's Eye a bit more? After a while, Li Haotian slowly shook his head. No, let's not waste money for now. The current range of God's Eye is 100 meters in diameter, and based on past selections at the universities, other professionals are probably at most around level 15. For these low-level professionals, a 100-meter alert range is already more than enough. Moreover, he has the Gatling rotating machine gun and rocket launchers, forming a firepower network, both of which have a range of up to 1,000 meters. Even without God's Eye, his direct bombardment could eliminate all enemies just by relying on sight. Compared to God's Eye, what he really lacks now is spiritual power. As long as he has enough spiritual power with unlimited ammunition, his firepower can be maintained indefinitely. Having made up his mind, Li Haotian no longer delayed and immediately began to clean up the battlefield. A purple item dropped? Li Haotian picked it up in surprise, found it was a piece of leather armor that fit him perfectly, and didn't hesitate to replace the trashy green armor he was wearing. After making sure he had picked up all the equipment and materials, Li Haotian left the instance and walked briskly towards the nearby auction house. He sold everything he had farmed during this period, exchanging them for over 10,000 gold coins. Then, under the astonished gaze of the auctioneer, he swept through multiple pieces of purple equipment, upgrading from basic to noble purple. He opened his attribute panel again, looked at his spiritual power value, and finally nodded in satisfaction. 630 points. With this level of spiritual power, he could summon 10 Gatling rotating machine guns and 10 rocket launchers, all firing at full capacity for 10 minutes. Li Haotian was certain that with his current firepower, not to mention the Phantom class, even if you combined all the new professionals in this session, none could match him. "Do you not want a weapon?" the auctioneer asked, noticing that Li Haotian had purchased a full set of purple gear but had notably omitted the most crucial item for a professional, a weapon. He kindly reminded him, "There's a purple weapon that just came in this morning, an AK-47, you know. It comes with a fire enchantment that can add a fire attribute to any skill when activated, providing stable output, and it's not prone to jamming. Would you like to take a look?" Li Haotian was momentarily stunned, suddenly remembering the weapon. With so many super weapons at his disposal, he had forgotten about the essential weapon for most professionals. Generally speaking, the best weapons for mechanics are various types of firearms. And the AK-47, not only popular among mechanics, is often purchased by other professions. For self-defense, although their mastery of firearms is far inferior to that of mechanics, the firepower of an AK-47 can still play a significant role in battles among lower-level professionals. The only downside is that if the weapon is not suited to one's own profession, the consumption of spiritual power would more than double and the weapon's durability would decrease significantly. Wait a second, Li Haotian suddenly had a bright idea. If a weapon is to be effective, it needs to be activated by the professional using it as a medium to cast skills. But if the weapon is locked, simply equipped but not used, then it essentially becomes an accessory, only providing basic attributes without any actual effects. This would be a significant issue for ordinary professionals. For example, a top-quality magic staff not only reduces the consumption of spiritual power and increases the power of spells for a mage but also speeds up the casting time. But for Li Haotian, the added effects of a weapon seemed utterly unimportant. Since all his attacks came from skills summoning super weapons, he didn't need the weapon effects at all. This meant that Li Haotian didn't necessarily have to use a weapon suited to him. Even using weapons from other professions wouldn't significantly affect him. For him, the most important thing was just 1 point: spiritual power. If he could get a weapon with high spiritual power, even if he just locked it and didn't use it, it could still provide a substantial amount of spiritual power for Li Haotian. Thinking this, Li Haotian immediately asked the auctioneer, "Do you have any top-quality magic staves?" The auctioneer replied, "Aren't you a mechanic? You want a staff instead of a firearm? What are you planning?" "Yes, but we have them. However, my friend, a staff might not suit you. Are you sure you want to look at staves?" the auctioneer asked, still trying to be helpful. Li Haotian firmly nodded. "Yes, I want a staff." "Well, okay then." The auctioneer had no choice but to open the search bar for staves for Li Haotian to see. A legendary grade pink magic staff, and just at level 20. The sight of that noble pink in the search results instantly brightened Li Haotian's eyes. The sluggish goblin staff spirit power increased by 150. Price: 2,000 gold coins. Such a bargain. Seeing the price of this staff, Li Haotian couldn't help but exclaim. Generally speaking, the price of legendary grade pink gear would at least be around 4,000 or 5,000 gold coins. 2,000 is practically a steal. Weapon effect: spell power doubled, skill cooldown time increased by 50%, casting time increased by 50%. Note: you can't have your cake and eat it too. 50% plus 50% equals 1. This is a fair trade. However, as soon as he saw the weapon effects of this staff, the corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily. What kind of ridiculous effect is this? Fair my foot, doubling the power is indeed nice, but increasing skill cooldown by 50%? Mages already don't have great endurance, and you're increasing the skill cooldown by another 50%. What's the point of playing then? As for increasing the casting time by 50%, that's even more problematic. Mages are already prone to being interrupted during casting, leading to failed spells, and you're giving the enemy more opportunities by increasing the time by 50%. No wonder nobody wants this thing even at such a low price. The negative effects are too severe. The higher the level of the equipment, the stronger the additional effects. However, not all additional effects are positive, and sometimes negative effects appear. The balance of these effects needs to be weighed by the professionals themselves. Clearly no sane mage would want to use this thing with such detrimental effects. It's simply not worth it. But then, this staff does have a whopping 150 points of spirit power boost. Goodness, truly worthy of being pink grade and also the strongest spirit power enhancing staff. this item might indeed be a mere trinket for mages, but for Li Haotian it is definitely a true artifact. With this staff, Li Haotian's spirit power could instantly surge to over 800 points. With such a high spirit power, disregarding the natural recovery effects, he could already summon 20 Gatling rotary guns and 10 rocket launchers, unleashing firepower for a full 10 minutes. As for the negative effects produced when using the artifact, they are not a problem for Li Haotian at all. Because he never planned to use this thing, as it was intended merely as an item to boost base attributes. Once he equipped the staff, he would just lock it in place, using it as a walking stick, completely not affecting his use of the mechanic's skills. This item, it's as if it was tailor-made for Li Haotian. He didn't hesitate and said, "I'll take it." The auctioneer looked at him in astonishment. "Are you sure?" Although legendary grade pink gear is precious, the staff is not suitable for your use, especially with such strong negative effects. Li Haotian waved his hand grandly and 2,000 gold coins clattered out, even somewhat impatiently. Sure, let's make the transaction quick." The auctioneer, having no choice, had to use the teleportation device to transfer the pink gear from the warehouse and complete the transaction. Upon receiving the weapon, Li Haotian didn't hesitate to equip it and lock it in place. His spiritual power read 805. Thrilled, Li Haotian turned and left, fully equipped and ready for action. Tomorrow's university selection at the high school was something he looked forward to with great anticipation. At the same time, in the capital of the Eastern Dragon Empire, Tianjing City, in a suburban villa garden, a luxurious villa spread over 500 square meters stood, surrounded by spacious courtyards and decorated magnificently. On the third floor of the villa, there was a bedroom dominated by shades of pink. The sound of water in the large bathroom ceased, and moments later, a tall and statuesque girl opened the frosted glass door and stepped out. Wrapped in a thick soft towel, her impressive chest and shapely hips were still discernible, her long legs mostly concealed, though the exposed calves shone bright white. Ding dong, a notification sound came from her phone. She picked it up, a look of surprise crossing her face. "Huh, the goblin staff I put up for auction got bought?" Curiosity sparkled in her lively eyes as she shook her head slightly. "Interesting, I wonder which newbie mage dares to use this." After speaking, the girl casually tossed her phone back onto the bed, deciding to dry her hair first. Just then, a deep male voice called from outside the room, We're heading to Xizang City tomorrow for the selection conference. Is your luggage ready?" The girl replied crisply, "All set, Dad. You're representing our academy, so make sure to show some spirit and don't embarrass Dad." The girl giggled, "Don't worry, Daddy. I'm a level 29 element controller, the most outstanding talent Xinghua Academy has seen in a century. How could I possibly let you down, you little rascal?" The deep voice sounded somewhat helpless but did not counter the girl's boast. The next morning, brilliant sunlight fell from the sky, bathing all of Xizang City. As one of the largest urban strongholds of the Eastern Dragon Empire, the city played a crucial role in the annual university selection conference. At this time, the vast Xizang Square was already filled with professionals, including those from the surrounding 10 satellite cities. Li Haotian's academy, Qingshan Academy, under the guidance of their teachers, occupied one area of the square. On one side of the square, a huge stage had already been constructed where the recruitment officials and leaders from various top universities of the Eastern Dragon Empire had gradually taken their places. In the very center of the stage, 2 large tables were particularly conspicuous. Behind the table on the left sat a dignified middle-aged man with a straight nose and a handsome face, his expression mild yet commanding. Standing behind him was a statuesque young girl, her long, straight legs seeming to make up half her body. Her features were striking, her chest formidable like mountain ranges, and her ponytail stood high behind her head, her demeanor lively yet confident. Behind the table on the right stood a middle-aged woman with a serious expression. Her eyebrows were straight, her cheekbones slightly high, and her lips tightly pressed together, giving her an austere appearance. Behind her stood a young girl who seemed to be cast from the same mold as the middle-aged woman. Her eyes slightly upturned at the corners, her posture proud, and she carried a long spear on her back, her expression indifferent but her gaze haughty. These 2 were the recruitment officers from the 2 most prestigious higher education institutions in the Eastern Dragon Empire, the Tsinghua Academy and the Beidao Academy. As the representatives from various academies took their places, the host of the University Selection Conference stepped forward respectfully and said, "Lords Jiang and Yun, all the students participating in this University Selection Conference have arrived. Please oversee the proceedings." both Tsinghua Academy and Beida Academy hold exalted positions within the Eastern Dragon Empire, producing many powerful professionals. Since these academies' teachers all hold military ranks, the host addressed them as lords. The stern-faced woman nodded slightly and turned to a man beside her, saying, "Teacher Jiangjin, it seems everyone is nearly here. Shall we begin, Jiang?" Jin smiled faintly. The last university selection conference was hosted by our Tsinghua Academy. This time, it's teacher Yun Miao's turn. Yun Miao, unsurprised, nodded her head. It has always been customary for Tsinghua Academy and Beida Academy to alternate hosting the event, and this time it was Beida Academy's turn. Yun Miao stood up and walked to the front of the platform. Her stern gaze swept across the new professionals gathered below, and she announced, "I am Yun Miao, the recruitment officer from Beida Academy. I hereby declare the commencement of this university selection conference." Yun Miao's speech was blunt and straightforward, with no unnecessary embellishments. "Representatives of each academy, please step forward and space yourselves 2 meters apart on the ground below," she directed, pointing to the space below the platform. As her voice fell, a student emerged from behind each recruitment officer and moved towards the designated area. Jiang Jin turned with a smile to the young girl behind him and said cheerfully, "You go ahead." The girl giggled and replied, "Okay." Once everyone was positioned below, Yun Miao reached into the air and grasped, summoning a golden gleaming staff into her hand. The sight of the gold sparked a murmur of awe among the new professionals below. Gold, the mark of an epic quality. Li Haotian from Tsinghua Academy couldn't help but click his tongue softly, murmuring as expected of a teacher from Beida Academy, starting with an epic, truly impressive. It was known that epic-level weapons were only likely to be produced in large raid instances, and each such weapon could cause a storm of bloodshed in these raids. Once an epic weapon leaves the raid, it binds to the professional who claimed it, making it unusable by others. Thus, obtaining epic gear necessitates fierce competition in raids. With the weapon in hand, a deep chant quickly began to emanate from Yun Miao's lips. Then Yun Miao uttered sharply, "Refraction mirror." With a wave of her staff, a burst of dazzling golden light shot forth, landing on the student representatives from various academies on the open ground. Subsequently, the bodies of these students trembled slightly, and golden spectral images resembling their clones stepped out from within them, standing before them. Yun Miao waved her staff again, and another layer of golden light enveloped them. Under this illumination, the golden shadows slowly melted and expanded, forming a large semi-transparent light mirror. Within the mirrors, vague human figures could be faintly discerned. Scanning these light mirrors, Yun Miao declared in a deep voice, "Now I announce the rules of this selection conference." Hearing Yun Miao's voice, Li Haotian's expression grew more serious. He knew that, although the college selection conference was held annually, the rules varied each time. Yun Miao surveyed the newcomers below, her voice calm but clearly audible to everyone. "The students before you represent the cream of the crop from last year's freshmen across various academies. In front of them, these light mirrors contain projections of themselves, which can utilize all their abilities, though the overall strength is only half of the original. Each of you has 3 opportunities to choose to enter the light mirror and withstand the projections attacks for 3 minutes to earn the admission rights to the academy represented by that student." Pausing slightly, she continued, "I must remind you that the representatives from different academies vary greatly in their levels and strengths. The numbers on the nameplates on each academy representative's chest indicate their current level, therefore, consider carefully before making your choice. Otherwise, if you choose an opponent beyond your capability, it would be akin to wasting an opportunity. And if you fail all 3 challenges, it means you are eliminated from this selection conference and must wait until next year to try again. This selection conference will continue until midnight. Those who have not completed their challenges by 12 o'clock will also be considered eliminated. Let us begin." After speaking, Yun Miao turned and walked back to her seat. Jiang Jin frowned slightly and looked at Yun Miao. "Teacher Yun Miao, the rules you've set seem simple and direct, but they are quite challenging for the newcomers." Yun Miao glanced at him and said solemnly, "Are you referring to the asymmetry of information?" Jiang Jin nodded. "The student representatives are naturally talented and have been studying in their respective academies for a year. Although the newcomers can roughly gauge the representative strength levels through the nameplates and the professional marks on their foreheads, the apparent levels and actual combat capabilities are completely different matters. Choosing a suitable academy and opponent for themselves is not an easy task." Yun Miao's expression remained calm. "That's why I gave them 3 chances to choose. If they are not brainless fools, they should make a conservative choice first, at least ensuring they are not immediately eliminated." Based on this, they can then strive for a better, more suitable academy for themselves. Jiang Jin pondered for a moment, then shook his head gently. While that may be true, there aren't many at their age and experience who could achieve what they have. Yun Miao's expression hardened and his tone grew cold. Teacher Jiang Jin, have you forgotten about the last world instance? This. Jiang Jin's face showed a look of helplessness. As professionals, talent alone is insufficient for growth and development. If they only rely on their talent and brute force, they might enjoy some success at lower levels, but what about at higher levels? Large group instances, slaughter instances, world instances. In these high-level instances, a single misstep can lead to death. How many so-called geniuses has our Eastern Dragon Empire lost in the recent world instances? Not to mention many, just last time, half of them died. The Yin-Yang masters and ninjas from the Cherry Blossom country and those from the Eagle country, aren't they all eyeing us covetously? Yun Miao snorted coldly. Over the years, our empire has produced too many embroidered pillows, all show and no substance, a complete waste of national resources. What we need are not just professionals with outstanding talents or even more powerful phantom gods, but real elites with wisdom and courage who dare to think and act. If they can't even make such basic self-assessments and choices, even if they grow up, they'll just be cannon fodder sent to die. We don't need such students in beta. Jiang Jin looked at Yun Miao's stern face, shook his head and sighed without saying more. In recent years it indeed seemed that the Eastern Dragon Empire was lacking in successors. On the square, due to Yun Miao's words, all the students participating in the university selection conference began chattering and discussing noisily. Really, the rules of this selection conference are too crude. Although each profession's skills are fixed, those student representatives have already studied in the academy for a year. They are definitely far superior to us in skill mastery and development. To let us choose like this clearly shows they don't want us to pass. What can we do? I looked around just now, and those student representatives are at least frontline professionals, some even phantom god professionals, and their professional levels are at least 24 or above. Even if that phantom can only exert half of its strength, it's still not easy to deal with. Amidst the surrounding murmurs and complaints, Li Haotian approached the student representatives and looked towards the two in the middle. Jiang Wuyo, a level 29 element controller, and Yun Lan, a level 29 combat mage. Li Haotian looked around. Apart from this young lady, the other academy representatives peaked at level 27, a clear gap. Observing the two distinctly different young ladies, Li Haotian muttered softly, worthy representatives of Qinghua and Beta. Not only are they phantom god professionals, but their levels are also clearly superior to those from other academies. Li Haotian hesitated for a moment. Xinhua and Beta were among the best academies in the Eastern Dragon Empire, both in terms of teaching quality and the number of strong individuals they had nurtured. They were neck and neck. For ordinary people, being admitted to either of these two academies would be a tremendous fortune. Had Li Haotian looking at you, could it be that you're also aiming for Qinghua Academy and Beta Academy? Just as Li Haotian was hesitating, a mocking voice came from beside him. Turning his head, Li Haotian saw it was Yuan Ting and Duge Yan. Yuan Ting's face wore a scornful expression. Li Haotian, this is the college selection conference where real skills matter. You might find loopholes and bugs to exploit in the subquests, but do you think you can do that here? Li Haotian sneered back. What's it to you whether I exploit bugs or not? Just the other day, wasn't someone trying to imitate me? Sadly, they didn't have the brains to pull it off and missed their chance. Yuan Ting was instantly enraged. Stubborn fool, Li Haotian, today I'll show you what a true phantom god profession is. Compared to my night traveler god, your junk mechanic might only be good for exploiting bugs, nothing more. Saying this, Yuan Ting walked proudly towards the illusion mirror in front of Yun Lan. Xingshan Academy. Yuan Ting, level 16 night traveler god, challenges Beta Academy. Standing beside the illusion mirror, Yun Lan looked at Yuan Ting with surprise in her eyes. Level 16 Night Traveler God, Yuan Ting, glowing in purple light, showcased his rare grade equipment to everyone, nodding modestly. Exactly, Yun Lan nodded slightly, a smile appearing on her face. Not bad, go ahead. Hearing Yun Lan's praise, the surrounding rookie professionals all showed envious expressions. After all, she was a representative of the elite students from Beta Academy, the pride of the heavens. And those who could represent Beta Academy at the college selection conference were the cream of the crop among their peers. Getting a not bad from her hinted at something significant. Yuan Ting was very likely to pass Beta Academy's assessment. Yes, senior. Yuan Ting was secretly delighted, shamelessly replying as if he had already passed the assessment and secured his admission into Beta Academy. Li Haotian watched with an amused expression, not in a hurry to choose, as he watched Yuan Ting step into the illusion mirror of Beida Academy. The assessment required resisting the attacks of the Academy representative's illusions for 3 minutes, and it was still early in the evening. With Li Haotian's skills, he was naturally in no rush. Meanwhile, many of the impatient new professionals had already chosen their targets and started their first attempts in the various academies' illusion mirrors, yet many were still watching, observing those who challenged the same targets, hoping to glean some techniques from the experiences of others that might help them pass the assessment. Unfortunately, the world inside the illusion mirror seemed like a solo quest, not to mention the spectators, even the illusion's real bodies. The elite student representatives from various academies couldn't know the state of the battles inside. Time flew by, and the students who first entered the illusion mirrors for the challenge began to come out one after another. While a few had joy on their faces, most looked dejected. Clearly, their judgment did not match their abilities. At the forefront of Northreach Academy and Tsinghua Academy, all eyes were focused on the illusion mirror of Northreach Academy. Everyone was eager to find out whether Yuan Ting could pass the Northreach Academy's assessment. 2.5 minutes had already passed, and it seemed he might just make it. Tisk truly worthy of being a night wanderer, a middle to upper tier class in the realm of phantom professions. His combat strength is indeed formidable, managing to hold on until now. Just look at him, decked out in all purple gear, definitely a scion of some major family. The boost that gear gives him alone is already quite exaggerated. As time went on, the surrounding murmurs grew louder, even attracting many nearby who were drawn by the activity. Isn't that the mechanic who exploits bugs? What's he doing here? He's not thinking about challenging Northreach and Tsinghua Academy too, is he? That's hilarious. An illusion mirror challenge is not like grinding dungeons, there's just one big boss inside. Does he really expect to exploit bugs in the illusion mirror? The mechanic, I've heard of him, isn't he the only student from Cheng Mountain Academy with full spirit power? What bad luck, such a strong talent, yet awakened to the most useless of professions, the mechanic. Exactly, what's the use of leveling up fast, even if he can outpace us early on? After level 20, a trash mechanic is probably less useful than a second-tier profession. These mocking comments occasionally reached Li Haotian's ears. Li Haotian maintained a calm demeanor, completely unaffected. If he were just an ordinary mechanic, hearing these remarks might have saddened him, but his version of a mechanic was entirely different from those who had to slowly accumulate resources to build super weapons. He didn't need to gather materials himself, and he also had the advantage of unlimited ammunition and a god's eye view. A mechanic with infinite firepower, not only could he crush peers of the same phantom profession level, but even those 1 or 2 levels higher could only kneel under his relentless power. Just then, a spectator sarcastically shouted, 3 minutes have passed, he really did pass the Northreach Academy's assessment. The crowd was in an uproar. Following that, next to Yun Lan, the illusion mirror flashed brightly, and Yuan Ting, disheveled and ragged, reappeared, gasping heavily. Despite his disheveled appearance, his pride was even more apparent than before as he looked at Yun Lan and said, Senior Yun Lan, truly worthy of being the most outstanding student of the previous batch at Northreach Academy, you are indeed formidable. Even a phantom with only half strength is so powerful. Luckily, the assessment was just to hold on for 3 minutes. Had it been even a minute longer, I might have been killed by the spear of the senior. Yunlan chuckled lightly and shook her head slightly. This freshman sure knew how to speak, his words clearly flattering. The refracting illusion mirror was one of her teacher's unique skills, and the rules set by her teacher naturally wouldn't result in killing the opponent. At most, they would just be beaten up and thrown out. You're not bad yourself to achieve this level just 3 days after your professional awakening. Truly worthy of being a night wanderer. Stand behind me, Yunlan said softly, and once the assessment is over, we will take you back to Beide Academy together. You will officially become a member of Beide. On the high platform, Yun Miao's stern face relaxed slightly, nodding in approval. Zhang Jin congratulated with a smile. Congratulations, teacher Yun, for Beide Academy being the first to open. Yun Miao glanced at him and replied with a faint smile, a level 16 night wanderer god is indeed not bad. Looking at his equipment, he must be from a major family in the Four Symbols City. His overall quality is certainly much stronger than those from humble origins. Hearing this, Zhang Jin's brow furrowed slightly, feeling somewhat displeased. Coming from humble beginnings himself, he knew the immense effort it took to achieve his current status, enduring countless dismissals before finally establishing himself in Tianjing City. Jiang Zhen's voice grew colder. Descendants of great families indeed have better initial conditions than ordinary people, but whether one can become a strong warrior still depends on the individual. Talent and equipment are important, but they merely set one on the path to becoming a strong warrior. How far one can go largely depends on one's character and wisdom. Yun Miao's lips curved into a faint sneer. Professionals are different from ordinary people. A professional with poor talent and lack of resources, no matter how hard they try, how effective can their efforts be? As he spoke, Yun Miao's gaze shifted to Li Haotian in the crowd. Take this student for example. Although he is of the illusion god profession, his practical effectiveness might not even match that of a second-tier profession. Remember the grassroots mechanic nurtured by Marshal Li at great cost, despite opposition, 10 years of effort yet destroyed effortlessly by a mere ninja, all the resources Qinghua spent only to achieve this? Yun Miao shook his head. In recent years, Marshal Li has indeed become somewhat senile. At the mention of Marshal Li, Jiang Zhen's expression immediately darkened. Marshal Li, a native of Qinghua, was the pride of all Qinghua students. However, since the mechanic's assassination by a spy from Sakura country, Marshal Li's prestige had suffered greatly, especially since Beide Academy, a competitor of Qinghua Academy, had been suppressed by Qinghua for decades because of Marshal Li's rise. Taking this incident as an opportunity, criticism from Beide Academy surged, yet the people from Qinghua Academy could hardly rebut. They had almost guaranteed the mechanic's safety, yet somehow the assassin from Sakura country had managed to infiltrate Tianjing city and succeed in his mission. A truly bizarre occurrence. Faced with Yun Miao's inappropriate remarks about Marshal Li, although Jiang Zhen felt indignant, he could only endure and remain silent. Below the platform, Yuan Ting, who had successfully passed the Beide Academy's assessment, smoothed his disheveled hair and looked proudly at Li Haotian. Li Haotian, see, this is a true illusion god profession, unlike your trash pseudo-illusion god profession. The gap is clear. Yuan Ting's eyes and nostrils tilted downward at a 45-degree angle, his expression filled with disdain as if he had already reached the pinnacle of his career. You might exploit a bug in a dungeon temporarily, but can you exploit it forever? After reaching level 30 in the competitive dungeons, do you really think you can make your enemies hold back their attacks? Accept your fate, you're just a trash mechanic akin to a pseudo-god from the sewers. The onlookers stared at Li Haotian with a look that seemed to enjoy the drama, seemingly waiting to see him flee in humiliation. However, facing Yuan Ting, who appeared like a protagonist fated by destiny, a deep scorn flashed in Li Haotian's eyes. He slowly stepped forward, approaching the phantom mirror at North D Academy, and sneered, "Tisk tisk, look at that mediocre appearance of yours. You've only passed an exam, and yet those who don't know better might think you're already a level 100 god." Seeing Li Haotian still daring to talk back, Yuan Ting's face darkened instantly. He was about to retort when Yun Lan, standing in front of him, spoke first. Yun Lan's gaze swept over the goblin staff of divine artifact level on Li Haotian's back, her face showing a trace of disdain. "Just passed an exam? You, a mechanic wielding a staff, where did you get the courage to speak like this?" A newly transitioned mechanic, the most useless of the phantom god professions, with such strong vanity yet dares to arbitrarily comment on others. Li Haotian narrowed his eyes and looked at Yun Lan. Yun Lan raised her eyebrows, scolding, "What are you looking at? The declining international status of our East Dragon Empire in recent years is because of more and more impractical people like you. Do you think a divine artifact level staff is something rare? Carrying a pink outfit to catch the eye? After 6 years of superpower compulsory education, you still don't understand the consequences of cross-professional weapon usage. What a fool! People like you, once accidentally involved in a deep abyss dungeon or a competitive dungeon, would probably be doomed in minutes, a pure waste of the Empire's resources." Behind Yun Lan, Yuan Ting felt secretly thrilled. He hadn't expected that this seemingly aloof senior sister Yun Lan would be so sharp-tongued, almost stabbing straight into his heart. "Yun Lan, don't say that. This Li Haotian in front of you is the perennial top scholar of Qingshan Academy, also the unprecedented full spirit power value of 100. Maybe this staff of his has some great use." Yuan Ting sarcastically defended Li Haotian from the side. Li Haotian gave him a weird look, muttering to himself, "Hey, is this guy's professional passive called accidentally hit the mark? Well, guess it's quite accurate." Yun Lan turned back and glanced at Yuan Ting, a trace of surprise flashing in her eyes, but then she disdainfully said, "Full spirit power value, so what? Awakening as a mechanic, not to mention your full spirit power value. Even if your spirit power value doubles, it's still a trash profession. A mechanic playing with a staff. What, you want to practice hitting dogs with sticks too? With your stuff, don't say you can withstand 3 minutes under my phantom attack. Not even half a minute and you'd be thrown out. Li Haotian's eyes flashed with a cold light, looking at Yunlan playfully. Not even half a minute? Are you sure? Yunlan proudly smiled. A trash profession, half a minute is already flattering you. Li Haotian laughed loudly, reached behind to take his staff, and walked boldly towards the phantom mirror in front of Yunlan. With a flash, he vanished into the illusion mirror, leaving behind only a defiant laugh. You're nothing but a frog in a well who knows nothing. The power of my enchanted staff is enough to smash your head. Amidst the uproar caused by Li Haotian's declaration, the crowd was stunned. Yunlan's face turned red with anger and her delicate body trembled slightly. A novice who had just awakened to his profession 3 days ago dared to call her, the representative of Beidao Academy, a frog in a well. What an outrageous claim! Grinding her teeth, she muttered, "Ignorant fool, wait until my illusion knocks you down, then we'll see if you can still put on airs." Beside Yunlan, Jiangwu, with her breathtakingly beautiful face, flashed a look of curiosity and solemnity. She had checked the transaction records yesterday. The staff she had listed at the auction house had been bought in Siziang City just yesterday. The slow goblin staff, despite its potent effects, also had significant drawbacks. She hardly believed in such a coincidence that there would be 2 buyers for such a staff in Siziang City. She was almost 99% sure that it was this mechanic named Li Haotian who had bought her staff. A mechanic wielding a staff, absurd of course, but here's the thing, the goblin staff was a level 20 piece of equipment. This meant that Li Haotian had reached level 20. The people around had been too busy mocking him to realize, for a mechanic awakened for just 3 days, to reach level 20 was nothing short of miraculous. Of course, it might also be due to the slow goblin staff being an underwhelming piece of gear with a very low drop rate. Everyone knew it was enchanted gear but didn't realize it was a level 20 divine artifact. As Jiang Wu pondered Li Haotian's calm demeanor amid the mockery, a premonition struck her. This mechanic was not like the others. With these thoughts in mind, her gaze was fixed intently on the illusion mirror in front of Yunlan, as if expecting some kind of miracle to occur. When Li Haotian stepped into the illusion mirror, he felt as though he had been transported to an arena-like setting. Standing about 50 meters in front of him was a girl who looked exactly like Yunlan, except her eyes were lifeless. Suddenly a prompt appeared before Li Haotian. Preparation time 10 seconds. The countdown began. 10, 9, 8. Li Haotian was not surprised by this. He had already heard about the conditions inside the illusion mirror from others who had taken the assessment. It was normal, after all, the participants were all novices. Without any preparation time, if they were immediately subjected to the ferocious attacks of elite students upon entering, it would indeed be too harsh. Yunlan's illusion stood still while Li Haotian quickly activated his exoskeleton armor, enhancing his defense first. This also significantly boosted his strength, speed and other attributes. Then 20 black Gatling guns and 10 rocket launchers quickly appeared, their dark muzzles all aimed at Yunlan's illusion, covering the surrounding area in their attack range. For 3, 2, 1, the battle begins. 20 Gatling rotary machine guns fire simultaneously, not aiming at Yunlan but sealing off a 10-meter perimeter around her. The remaining 10 rocket launchers focus their firepower on Yunlan. Li Haotian's mouth curls slightly as he mutters, "Battle mage, the outlier among mages, fast with strong close combat skills and sharp attacks. But as long as I block all your escape routes and bombard you with rocket launchers, even if your close combat is strong, can you really run out while under my barrage?" Indeed, just as Yunlan's illusion prepares to make a move, facing the overwhelming hail of bullets, she is instantly dumbfounded, standing there not knowing how to react. Yunlan's illusion, created through the refracting magic mirror, not only inherits 50% of the original's strength but also possesses 100% of the original's combat experience. However, the problem is, even though Yunlan was among the top students in her last term, she has never encountered someone like Li Haotian who just hangs in there. At level 20, facing such a degree of firepower suppression is hopeless. Boom, 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 huge explosions resonate. In the blink of an eye, Yunlan's illusion is blasted into a myriad of light fragments, disappearing without a trace. Li Haotian grins. Is this the power of a phantom god profession? Nothing much. As Yunlan's illusion disappears, a strong sense of distortion sweeps over Li Haotian, just like when he had teleported in. Li Haotian has a thought and immediately disables all skills. The Gatling rotary machine guns, rocket launchers, and his exoskeleton armor in mid-air vanish instantly. Outside on the high platform of the square, Yun Miao's body trembles slightly, her pupils instantly constrict. This. Next to her, Jiangjin senses Yun Miao's anomaly, turns his head in surprise and wonders what has gotten into this arrogant lady. Yun Miao suddenly stands up, takes a few steps forward, her eyes fixed dead ahead of Yunlan, her face filled with shock. For just now she felt that one of the illusions she created had disappeared. Moreover, this illusion was her proud disciple Yunlan. No, this can't be possible, just a mere mechanic. Disbelief fills Yun Miao's eyes as she murmurs, the disappearance of the illusion only has two possibilities. 1. And she actively dispelled it. 2. It was blasted apart. But with Yunlan's strength, even if this illusion had only half the strength of her original form, it should not have been blasted apart by a mechanic who had just changed his job 3 days ago. As Li Haotian's words before entering the magic mirror continue to cause unrest below, the crowd looks at Yunlan's uncomfortable expression, still discussing the mechanic who dared to talk tough to a top student of Northreach Academy. Just then, a flash of light passes and Li Haotian's figure reappears in front of everyone. Seeing him appear, Yuan Ting's eyes suddenly light up. He laughs loudly, ha 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 ha. True to form for a useless mechanic, couldn't even last 20 seconds before getting knocked out. Li Haotian, are you still pretending? Are you still putting on an act for me? Now tell me, who is the frog at the bottom of the well? Weren't you going to use that broken divine staff to smash in Shuejia's head? Trash that's tough as a dead duck. You think you're worthy? Ah! Yuan Ting seemed desperate to attract the attention of everyone in the square, his voice so loud he was practically screaming. The crowd around burst into laughter, quickly following with their own jeers. This is hilarious. From just now to now, it's only been about 10 seconds, right? Truly the 3-second real man, so quick. Maybe he has already smashed the smart head of Beta in such a short time. This voice was full of sarcasm. Beside Yunlan, Jiangwu was slightly startled when he saw Li Haotian reappear, but as she focused, the confusion on her face slowly turned into surprise and disbelief, because she noticed a detail. The reappeared Li Haotian looked exactly the same as before he went in. If he had really been thrown out by Yunlan's illusion, it wouldn't be possible for his clothes to be unwrinkled and his hair perfectly in place. Could it be that he really smashed Yunlan's illusion in such a short time? Just as this unbelievable thought rose in Jiangwu's mind, a series of cracking sounds suddenly came from the illusion mirror in front of Yunlan. Then, under the shocked and puzzled gazes of everyone, there was a soft bang and it shattered into nothingness. Truly a rubbish mechanic, I had really overestimated you, not even lasting 20 seconds. Meanwhile, Yunlan was still sarcastically targeting Li Haotian, but her words stopped abruptly halfway. She stared blankly at the disappearing illusion mirror, a trace of confusion flashing in her eyes. The illusion mirror shattered. What happened? Why did the teacher suddenly dismiss my refractive illusion mirror? Yunlan instinctively looked back at the platform. Then she saw Yun Miao standing at the edge of the platform, her face filled with disbelief, staring in this direction. What's wrong with the teacher? Why does she look like that? As Yunlan thought this to herself, she suddenly stiffened, then followed Yun Miao's gaze to look behind her, because she realized Yun Miao wasn't looking at her but at Li Haotian behind her. Yunlan's eyes suddenly widened, her mouth slightly open, a face full of shock, looking towards Li Haotian. The teacher's expression had already told her that the refractive illusion mirror was not actively dismissed by the teacher. That means Yunlan abruptly turned her head, her eyes fixated on Li Haotian, but she couldn't finish her words. The crowd that was still mocking seemed to also realize something was amiss, the sounds of discussion slowly subsiding, puzzled looks moving between Yunlan, Li Haotian and Yun Miao on the platform. Watching the shocked expressions on Yunlan and Yun Miao's faces, they felt a jolt in their hearts, suddenly rising to an unbelievable thought. Li Haotian looked around at everyone, gently waved the staff in his hand, and a smile slowly spread across his face. Mission accomplished, my staff can indeed smash your head. With a loud bang, the scene exploded. A chorus of incredulous gasps burst from everyone's mouths. The mechanic wielding his staff had actually shattered the illusion of a top student from Beta. Impossible. How did he do it? Could this be a bug exploit? Is a legendary staff really that powerful? Truly it is. Shock was written all over Jiang Wuyo's face. This guy, did he really just smash Yunlan's illusion? A mechanic using a staff, could there be some hidden effects or extra bonuses? curiosity, and intrigue sparkled in Jiang Wuyo's expressive eyes as she looked at Li Haotian. Yunlan, with a grim expression, stared at Li Haotian and demanded, "A mere mechanic could never defeat my illusion. What trick did you use inside?" The refraction mirror is a skill innate to the Yumio light refraction staff, typically used by Yumio to train junior disciples, but even Yumiya the caster couldn't perceive the specifics of what happened within the mirror. That is to say, neither Yumiya nor Yunlan could see Li Haotian's fight within the mirror. Thus, they were clueless about how exactly Li Haotian managed to shatter Yunlan's illusion. Seeing Yunlan still putting on airs, Li Haotian scoffed, "What's the matter? Can't handle seeing your illusion shattered by a mechanic you look down upon? Does your assessment even include narrating the battle process?" Yunlan was so angry that her chest heaved. "Enough, Yunlan," Yumiya suddenly interrupted from the high platform, her eyes flashing with astonishment as she looked at the staff in Li Haotian's hands. Having heard earlier that Li Haotian was a mechanic, she hadn't paid much attention to this newcomer. She hadn't noticed that the legendary staff behind Li Haotian was the level 20 delaying goblin staff. This mechanic had soared to level 20 within just 3 days of his professional awakening. How did he do it? She had heard the discussions below. Was it really just exploiting dungeon bugs? But the thing is, getting from level 10 to 20 involves more than just one dungeon. Could he really have exploited a bug in every single one? Yumio felt something was off. "You're Li Haotian, right? Although I don't know how you did it. Since you defeated Lanner's illusion, you passed the assessment." "Stand behind Lanner and we'll take you back to Beta Academy after the assessment," Yumio said gravely. Li Haotian raised an eyebrow, glanced at Yumiya, then at Yuan Ting, who was grinding his teeth with a sullen face, and suddenly revealed a strange smile. "I don't remember saying I wanted to join Beta Academy." Yumiya's expression changed, a bad premonition rising in her heart. "What do you mean?" Li Haotian chuckled. "If I remember correctly, you said the rules of the assessment give each person 3 chances to challenge, but there was no rule saying that passing the mirror assessment obligates one to join that academy, right?" Yumiya's face showed disbelief. "Getting into Beta Academy is the dream of every new professional. Are you really not willing?" Haotian Li sneered. "The Eastern Dragon Empire's top institution is not limited to Beta Academy alone." After speaking, he did not even glance at Yunlan, instead turning to walk toward the slowly approaching Jiang Wuyo. Facing her surprised and bewildered gaze, Haotian Li gave a slight smile and said, "A new mechanic, Haotian Li, might I challenge Tsinghua Academy?" "Oh, of course." Jiang Wuyo finally snapped back from the recent series of events and excitedly responded, "With unprecedented full mana values, being a mechanic yet carrying a staff and leveling up to 20 in just 3 days." Haotian Li was indeed a mystery. On the high platform, Jiangjin finally came to his senses, quickly stood up and stared intensely at Haotian Li. Li nodded slightly, mockingly glanced at Yunlan and Yuan Ting, and stepped forward into the illusion mirror in front of Jiang Wuyo. Just like before, the illusion mirror still displayed an arena-like space, and not far off stood Jiang Wuyo's illusion. The 10-second countdown appeared again. Haotian Li repeated his old trick, first equipping his exoskeleton armor, then summoning 20 Gatling guns and 10 rocket launchers arrayed densely in front of him. As the countdown ended, a fierce barrage of firepower erupted once again. Jiang Wuyo, a master of elemental control, couldn't even finish her spell and was overwhelmed by the barrage, exploding into a shower of light particles. The familiar sense of distortion descended once again as Haotian Li deactivated his skills and vanished from sight. Silence fell over the surroundings. No one dared to mock Haotian Li now. Everyone's eyes were wide open, staring fixedly at the illusion mirror in front of Jiang Wuyo. Yunlan's pupils contracted slightly, his body stiffened once more. After more than 10 seconds, Jiang Wuyo's illusion was also blasted apart. Haotian Li reappeared before everyone, still not a hint of red on his face nor out of breath, as if he had merely taken a leisurely walk with not even his clothes or hair out of place. The illusion mirror in front of Jiang Wuyo cracked again, and then the next moment it explosively shattered. Although Jiang Wuyo had anticipated such an outcome, she was still filled with shock when her illusion was also effortlessly destroyed by Haotian Li. Yunlan was a close combat battle mage with immense strength, and she herself was a powerful long-range elemental controller. Could this Haotian Li really be fearless in both close and long-range combat? Even though he had leveled up to 20, he had only changed professions 3 days ago. How could he possibly have accumulated such powerful weapons capable of instantly annihilating both her and Yunlan's illusions? It was truly inconceivable. Hao Tianli smiled, looking at Jiang Wuyo, whose lips parted slightly in a dazed expression, and asked, "Senior, have I passed the Tsinghua Academy's selection test?" Before Jiang Wuyo could respond, Zhang Jin on the high platform excitedly exclaimed, "Of course, Hao Tianli, you have more than passed the assessment. Tsinghua Academy is honored to invite you to join." With these words, the surroundings fell silent for a moment. Then various sounds of envy and amazement filled the air. My goodness, he actually passed the assessment at Tsinghua Academy too, and he was personally invited to enroll by a teacher from Tsinghua Academy. How did he manage that? Could it be that there's some hidden attribute bonus for a mechanic wielding a staff? Beside him, representing Beta Academy, Yunlan's face also wore an expression of disbelief, her fists clenched and teeth tightly gritted. Behind her, Yuan Ting's eyes were red with jealousy, staring fixedly at Li Haotian. Compared to his embarrassing performance just now during the Beta Academy's assessment, Li Haotian seemed calm and composed, as if he was rubbing it in their faces. What's more outrageous is that he only lasted 3 minutes under Yunlan's illusion attack, while Li Haotian blew up both Yunlan and Jiang Wuyo's illusions in just 20 seconds. How on earth did that little rascal do it? If it weren't for Yunlan's disrespectful remarks towards Li Haotian earlier, Yuan Ting might even suspect that Beta Academy and Tsinghua Academy were putting on a show with Li Haotian. On the high platform, Yun Miao also had a grim expression. Li Haotian's actions were a blatant slap in the face to Beta Academy. Silence. Watching the noisy discussions below, Yun Miao was furious and roared. As the crowd below quieted down, she glared hatefully at Li Haotian, who stood behind Jiang Wuyo, and shouted loudly, "The selection continues. Anyone who causes a disturbance again will be disqualified from the selection." Amidst the peculiar looks from the new professionals, she grabbed her staff again and swung a burst of golden light towards Yunlan and Jiang Wuyo, conjuring a new refracting illusion mirror in front of them. After completing all this, Yunlan returned to her seat with a serious face, her eyes flickering uncertainly, occasionally glancing at the young man behind Jiang Wuyo. The high school selection continued. Jiang Wuyo, having nothing else to do, turned her head curiously towards Li Haotian and asked crisply, "Li Haotian, how exactly did you defeat mine and Yunlan's illusionary doubles?" Li Haotian smiled and winked at her. "I'm a mechanic, of course I relied on super weapons." Jiang Wuyo's rosy lips twitched slightly. "Humph, if you don't want to say, then forget it, you're not being honest." As a top student of Tsinghua Academy, Jiang Wuyo was quite familiar with the initial combat capabilities of mechanics. Given that Li Haotian had only awakened his abilities 3 days ago, she did not believe that her illusion could be destroyed in less than 20 seconds unless Li Haotian had some other tricks up his sleeve, which he did not want to share. Li Haotian innocently shrugged his shoulders. He really hadn't lied, he did indeed rely on super weapons to defeat the illusions. It's just that he might have used slightly more than a few super weapons. As time passed, the daylight gradually dimmed and the sun slowly set behind the mountains. As the deadline for the selection at 12 o'clock drew near, those new professionals, still hesitating, had no choice but to grit their teeth and choose a representative academy for the assessment, some passing while others were eliminated. Cheers, regrets, and cries of despair rose and fell in waves. Dugu Yen sat behind the representative of Tinguang Academy with a grim expression, but her gaze constantly swept towards Tsinghua Academy, towards that calm-faced young man quietly meditating. As a frontline holy priest, her talents were certainly noteworthy. Driven by her cautious nature, Dugu Yen initially chose to be assessed at the Skylight Academy, renowned for fostering support professions. Utilizing the holy priest's shield of light, she successfully endured for 3 minutes and passed the assessment. She then challenged the Northreach Academy and Tsinghua Academy. However, facing the attacks from Yunlan and Jiang Wuyo's phantoms, she struggled mightily but only lasted 2 minutes, ultimately failing. At this moment, Dugu Yen was overwhelmed with various emotions: regret, anger, resentment, lost, defiance. Had she not broken up with Li Haotian, she could have followed him in dungeon raids over these 3 days, possibly reaching level 17 or even 18 rather than just barely making it to level 15. Moreover, to get Yuan Ting to gift her purple gear, she had forced herself to stay up late with him for several nights. Yet even so, Yuan Ting had only given her 3 or 4 pieces of purple gear. If she had stayed with Li Haotian with his dungeon loot, she would already be fully equipped with purple gear and likely passed the selections at Northreach and Tsinghua Academies. Instead, she could only enter the second-tier Skylight Academy. Li Haotian, you heartless idiot, you've ruined my future, you deserve to die. Dugu Yen clenched her fists, her eyes brimming with resentment. On the high platform, Yun Miao glanced at the time and stood up. She raised her staff and waved it through the air. A brilliant golden light shone through the night, extremely dazzling, and the translucent light mirrors in front of all the academy representatives vanished instantly. A few mirrors still had students being assessed and they were abruptly ejected. Yun Miao declared in a solemn voice, "Time is up. This year's college selection has come to an end. Those who didn't pass, try again next year." At her words, the sound of crying below grew louder. For these budding professionals, failing to enter a college meant a year of self-study which would definitely slow their progress compared to college students, widening the gap with their peers over time. Yun Miao glanced disdainfully at the weeping failures below, then turned to look at Yunlan and the more than 10 new students behind him who had passed the assessment, saying coldly, "From Northreach Academy, follow me." "Yes, Teacher Yun." The group behind Yunlan responded in unison, their eyes filled with pride. Having passed the Northreach Academy's assessment, they indeed had reason to be proud. Only Yuan Ting was looking coldly towards Tsinghua Academy. Like Northreach, Jiang Wuyo also had more than 10 new students behind him who had passed the assessment, but overall, these new students looked much more disheveled. This was not because Jiang Wuyo's phantoms were weaker than Yunlan's, but because most of these new professionals lacked sufficient purple gear, making it much harder to fend off the phantom attacks. Tsinghua Academy was colloquially known as the Academy of the Common Folk, while Northreach Academy was referred to as the Noble School. Though they are both from the highest institutions of the East Dragon Empire, the backgrounds and focuses of these two academies are evident from their names alone. Jiangjin, who came from humble beginnings, looked down at the excited and eager faces of the new students below, as if seeing himself decades earlier. He smiled warmly and said, "Little ones, congratulations. From today onwards you truly start your journey as professionals." "Yes, Teacher Jiang," the new students from Tsinghua Academy replied excitedly. Jiang Wu, with his stunningly beautiful face, also smiled and said, "Congratulations to all the younger brothers and sisters for passing the assessment. You have one night to go back and pack your things. Tomorrow morning we will meet here again and use the city's teleportation array to return directly to Tianjing City." As the two top academies, Tsinghua Academy and Beida Academy, are both located in Tianjing City, everyone answered in unison and left to pack their belongings, under the watchful eyes of Jiangjin and Jiang Wu. Li Haotian also followed the crowd. Late at night, in a villa at Lianhua Villa in Xizheng City, Yuan Ting sat on a leather sofa with a gloomy expression in a splendidly decorated hall. Across from him was a middle-aged man in a meticulously tailored suit, combing his hair back. The man held a cigar as thick as an adult finger, his brow slightly furrowed, seemingly deep in thought. After a while, he slowly spoke. "You mean to say that Kid Li Haotian has a secret hidden within him?" Yuan Ting nodded and said, "Dad, I've fought against that illusion of Yunlan, and I'm certain if Li Haotian didn't have some other tricks up his sleeve, he couldn't possibly have defeated Yunlan's illusion in 20 seconds. Yunlan herself is a phantom god class, a battle mage whose attack power is even stronger than my night traveler god. Moreover, Yunlan is a level 29 battle mage. Even though the illusion only has half the strength of Yunlan herself, it shouldn't be something a mechanic who just changed his job 3 days ago could contend with. Don't forget, Yunlan has been studying at Beida Academy for a year, and being a student representative of Beida, her skills are definitely among the elite, yet her illusion couldn't even last 20 seconds against Li Haotian, which is completely abnormal. This disparity in strength, doesn't it imply that even Yunlan herself is no match for Li Haotian? How is this possible?" Hearing Yuan Ting's words, the middle-aged man nodded, slightly acknowledging his son's point. "So what do you think is the secret he's hiding?" Yuan Ting frowned, thought for a long time, and shook his head helplessly. "I'm not sure, but I have a feeling that Li Haotian's ability to continuously exploit dungeon bugs and solo dungeons quickly must be related to the secret he harbors. If I could know his secret, perhaps I could become as strong as him too." Besides, Yuan Ting's eyes sparkled. "Dad, don't you want to know Li Haotian's method for exploiting dungeon bugs? He has been exploiting bugs from level 10 to 20. Doesn't this mean that even if he levels up, he could still exploit bugs in dungeons? Dad, if we could grasp his secret, then we would never lack dungeon resources again, and we could significantly accelerate our family's development." "Copy resources?" the middle-aged man repeated softly, seemingly still hesitant. "But now he is a student at Tsinghua Academy, and if we are to deal with him, we must ensure this secret does not get leaked. Otherwise, offending Tsinghua Academy would bring big trouble," Yuan Ting said sinisterly. "I know, Dad, you arrange the manpower first. I'll keep an eye on Li Haotian's movements, and once the opportunity arises, we will." Yuan Ting made a throat-slitting gesture. Just then suddenly a glaring red light shot in from outside the window. Yuan Ting and the middle-aged man immediately sensed the anomaly and quickly went outside to check. What is this? The middle-aged man stared in astonishment at the red column of light outside the city that seemed to pierce through heaven and earth, his face full of shock. Random abyss copy. Li Haotian had just returned home, finished putting away his things and was about to sleep, but he too was drawn to the red light outside his window, looking at the red column in surprise. Level limit 30. Seeing the 3 stripes faintly visible within the light column, Li Haotian muttered to himself. As a top student, knowledge about the abyss copy instantly surfaced in Li Haotian's mind. Abyss copies are divided into random abyss copies and directed abyss copies, and aside from large group copies and world copies, they are the highest yielding type. As the name implies, random abyss copies can appear randomly anywhere in the world, their most distinctive feature being the red column of light that seems to pierce the heavens and the earth. The location of the red column is the teleportation portal for the random abyss copy. The number of stripes in the column indicates the level limit for entering the random abyss copy. As for the other type, the directed abyss copy entry can only be achieved using an abyss token produced within a random abyss copy. Regardless of the type, each abyss copy represents a trove of abyss materials and experience, and any abyss monster has a chance to drop epic and legendary gear with drop rates 10 times that of regular copies. More importantly, abyss copies are the only copies that can produce legendary orange gear, aside from the golden epic gear, which only appears in large group copies accessible only to professionals level 50 and above. The legendary orange gear from abyss copies is the best equipment available to lower level professionals. Ding ding ding. At that moment a series of notifications rang out on Li Haotian's phone. He opened it to find a message from Jiangjin in the newly formed freshman group. Jiangjin, at everyone, a random abyss copy has appeared in Xixiang City. During the appearance of the random abyss copy, all city teleportation arrays within 100 miles will be sealed. Our return trip tomorrow morning is cancelled. We will head back to Tianjing City after the random abyss copy has been cleared. Li Haotian was not surprised at all. Due to the characteristic sealed area of the random abyss copy, he had learned about it before in his textbooks. Once a random abyss copy appears within 100 miles, all professionals can only enter, not leave, effectively being forcibly sealed off, whereas ordinary people without awakened professions are not affected. Moreover, this abyssal dungeon not only restricts exit but also imposes a level cap. For instance, the current abyss that has appeared is limited to adventurers of level 30, and thus the enforced lockdown also applies to those within 100 miles of level 30. All professionals above level 30 are unable to enter. A shrill alarm sound emanates from the central mansion of the Four Symbols City. Accompanied by the alarm, the authoritative voice of the city lord rings out. Adventurers of Four Symbols City, the abyss dungeon that has emerged is restricted to level 30. Those below level may 30th proceed to the teleportation entrance to challenge the abyss. This abyss dungeon challenge will last 3 days. I wish you all smooth sailing in your adventure. Upon hearing this, a serious expression appears on the faces of all professionals in the city, for they know that random abysses always come with a time limit. With each 10-level increment in the entry requirement, the time allowed for the challenge increases by 1 day. For a level 30 abyss, the time is 3 days. If it were a level 50 abyss, the time would be 5 days. Should the lord within the abyss not be defeated within the allotted time, the abyss will release a fog that engulfs everything within 100 miles, transforming all living beings into mindless, murderous abyssal creatures and absorbing them into the abyss. Thus, the emergence of a random abyss dungeon poses a life-or-death crisis for all local professionals. Unlike the grave expressions of others, Li Haotian is filled with excitement, because he knows that the number of monsters in the abyss dungeon is far greater than in ordinary dungeons, making it the best place to increase his scope of divine vision through monster slaying. Thinking this, Li Haotian quickly gathers some water and food at home, preparing to head to the area where the pillar of light is located. At that moment his phone buzzes with a new message. Jiangjin, all personnel gather at the abyss entrance. Your levels are too low, entry is not allowed. Do not attempt to enter the abyss dungeon. Clearly Jiangjin is imposing a collective control, fearing these fearless novices might sneak into the abyss dungeon and meet their demise. Li Haotian raises an eyebrow at his phone and heads out towards the city outskirts. At Lianhua Villa, in a certain mansion, Yuan Ting looks at the red pillar piercing the sky and suddenly turns to his father excitedly, saying, "Dad, our opportunity has arrived." The middle-aged man's eyes sparkle, instantly grasping his son's meaning. Tinger, you think that Li Haotian will also enter the Abyss Dungeon and you want to deal with him there? Yuan Ting nods firmly. Exactly, knowing Li Haotian, he harbors secrets that allowed him to handle Yinlan and Jian Wu Yu's illusions in 20 seconds. Thus, there's a high probability he'll choose to risk entering the Abyss Dungeon. Although the Abyss is dangerous, it also represents a tremendous opportunity for adventurers. Whether it's the high experience from Abyss monsters or the superior quality equipment, Li Haotian will definitely not pass it up. The middle-aged man ponders briefly, then decisively says, "Good." I immediately assembled a team, sending level 30 professionals into the Abyss Dungeon to confront Li Haotian and force him to reveal the secrets of exploiting the dungeon bug. Yuan Ting pondered for a moment and said, "Father, Li Haotian is stubborn. Merely interrogating him might not unveil his hidden secrets. I must go too. Once we capture him, I can use the Night Wanderer's soul-devouring skill to forcibly read his memory. Then, no matter how tough he acts, he won't be able to keep his secrets, and it will also prevent him from deceiving us with lies." The middle-aged man was startled and looked at him worriedly. "But son, you are only level 16, even the weakest monster in the level 30 Abyss Dungeon is above level 27, this." Yuan Ting smiled confidently. "Dad, if I remember correctly, our family still has an Abyss contract, right? With the Abyss contract, our people can be teleported together without being randomly separated. With level 30 bodyguards accompanying me, even if we encounter danger, they can cover me for 5 seconds. By then, I just need to activate the Abyss contract to be forcibly teleported out. There shouldn't be a big problem regarding safety." Hearing this, the middle-aged man's expression relaxed slightly, and he patted his son's shoulder with a look of admiration, exclaiming, "Tinger, you've grown up. With you, our Yuan family has a promising future." Yuan Ting grinned proudly. Li Haotian headed straight for the area where the Abyss column was located. Although it was already late at night, the path was bustling and extremely lively. These were all people rushing to the Abyss portal to watch. The emergence of the Abyss Dungeon was a matter of life and death for all professionals in the area. Although professionals above level 30 could not enter the Abyss or see the strategies inside the dungeon, they obviously couldn't just sit at home and wait. Once out of the Four Symbols City, the wild monsters outside the city had already disappeared. Consciously retreating hundreds of miles away, they had already sensed the aura of the Abyss and automatically stayed clear. Li Haotian arrived not far from the west of the city. A huge red column over 10 meters in diameter stood there, silent yet eerily thrilling. By this time, quite a few people had already gathered around the column. In the very center were the teachers and student representatives from various colleges who had come for the high school selection competition. Li Haotian spotted Jiang Jin and Yun Miao leading the group. He blended into the crowd behind them. Yun Miao glanced at the representatives of the various colleges. Her expression was serious, but not overly worried. She spoke in a cold voice, "All right, all the representatives for this high school selection are here. I will go over some precautions and then you may enter the Abyss Dungeon to start your strategy." First, the transmission into the random Abyss Dungeon is also random, meaning that after you enter you will be randomly teleported to any area of the dungeon, but never directly to the core area where the Abyss Lord resides. Second, the monsters in the Abyss Dungeon are endless. As long as the Lord is alive, the Abyss altar he guards will continuously spawn Abyss monsters. Therefore, regarding these 2 points, the longer you drag out the battle in the Abyss Dungeon, the more disadvantageous it becomes for you. Additionally, if the professionals raiding the dungeon are not strong enough and the speed of killing monsters is too slow, the number of Abyss monsters will accumulate in the later stages, making it difficult to conquer the dungeon. At this point, Yun Miao paused slightly and swept her gaze over the student representatives from various universities. "However, this time we are quite lucky because, due to the university selection, all of you are elite students under level 30 from various academies and most of you are above level 25. Coupled with the local professionals of Xisheng City, as long as you group up quickly after entering and then charge together, leveraging the strength of everyone, there should be no big problem in conquering this Abyss Dungeon." "Alright, I have said everything that needs to be said. Time is precious, go ahead." The representatives from other universities all had serious expressions, their eyes flickering with both excitement and nervousness, and they responded in unison, "Yes." After speaking, they walked one by one into the deep red column of light, their figures flashing and disappearing. Li Haotian also followed behind the crowd, heading towards the column of light. Suddenly a stern shout came from behind Li Haotian, "Stop, you, a level 20 mechanist, dare to go in and seek death?" Hearing this scolding, Li Haotian raised his eyebrows and turned around emotionlessly to look. he saw Yun Miao at the forefront of the crowd, her expression already stern now, with her eyebrows raised high, staring intently at Li Haotian. Li Haotian glanced at her indifferently, his gaze slightly cold. He had originally planned not to meet with Jiang Jin and the others and quietly sneak in, but he didn't expect to have his movements exposed by this woman, moreover as a recruitment teacher. From Beta, Yun Miao's tone was indeed somewhat condescending, which made him uncomfortable. The level 27 abyss monsters, although higher in level, lack intelligence and possess only the instinct to kill, and their abilities are simplistic. All things considered, their true strength is only equivalent to a level 20-something ordinary professional. Li Haotian's mouth curved slightly. If comparing with the elite students from your academy like Yun Lan, he might not be much stronger than her. Illusion, this level of strength is not enough to deem me as seeking death. Li Haotian's expression remained calm, facing Yun Miao's piercing gaze without any intention of backing down. You ignorant boy, do you think the Abyss Dungeon is the same as the university selection? The illusions I create are not meant to kill, but the Abyss monsters will not hold back. Yun Miao rebuked with a dark face. Facing the endless Abyss monsters, how many bullets can you, a newly transitioned mechanist, withstand? You can't even accurately assess your own abilities. The Donglong Empire is becoming weaker and weaker because of blind, overconfident fools like you. Beside them, Jiang Jin's face darkened immediately. Ms. Yun Miao, mind your status. That was too much. Yun Miao snorted coldly and disdainfully glanced at Li Haotian. A mere spark also dreams of being the bright moon. Since you wish to go and court death, let's let you see the difference between a trash phantom god profession and a real phantom god profession. Don't think you're something special just because you used some clever trick to get through the college selection. In front of us elites from the northern reach, you're still nothing. Yin Miao looked towards Yin Lan, who was about to step into the beam of light, and shouted loudly, Yin Lan, I give you 1 day to lead everyone to conquer this abyss dungeon. Yes, teacher. Yin Lan glared fiercely at Li Haotian, then strode into the beam of light and disappeared. On the other side, Li Haotian was pulled aside by Jiang Wu Yuyu next to Jiang Jin. Jiang Jin looked deeply at Li Haotian, not blaming him for his earlier actions, but instead whispered, Li Haotian, are you sure you want to go in? Li Haotian nodded seriously. Teacher Jiang, rest assured, if I dare to go in, I am confident in my ability to protect myself. I wouldn't joke with my own life. Jiang Jin's eyes twinkled, and after a long moment he bit his lip hard, took out a parchment radiating a faint white light, and said in a deep voice, this is the Abyss contract. Yuyu has won too. It will ensure that you're not separated when you teleport in. If you encounter danger in the Abyss dungeon, you can activate the Abyss contract. It will allow you to forcefully leave the Abyss and teleport out. Li Haotian looked at Jiang Jin in surprise. He was well aware of the Abyss contract in the auction house. It was a rare item worth 100,000 gold coins and virtually priceless. He hadn't expected Jiang Jin to give him such an item as a lifeline. His emotion shifted slightly as he took it seriously, saying, thank you, Teacher Jiang. I will remember this favor. Sensing the sincerity in Li Haotian's eyes, Jiang Jin nodded in relief and said to Jiang Wu Yuyu, after you enter the dungeon, you two must look after each other and must not separate. I understand, Daddy. Jiang Wu Yuyu looked curiously at Li Haotian and crisply agreed. She knew that Jiang Jin was actually instructing her to take good care of Li Haotian in the Abyss dungeon, although he phrased it more subtly. After speaking, the two turned and walked towards the beam, hand in hand. Stepping into it, Jiang Jin watched their disappearing figures and murmured, to level up to 20 within 3 days of class change and to solve Yin Lan and Yuyu's phantom in 10 seconds. There's an old saying in the Eastern Dragon Empire, special people have their special ways. Li Haotian, don't let me down. On the other side of the beam, Yuan Ting and several sturdy men hid among the crowd, watching Li Haotian and Jiang Wu Yuyu teleport into the Abyss dungeon. A fierce light flashed in Yuan Ting's eyes as he whispered, he really went in. Let's go too. This time he can't escape even if he grows wings. Yes, young master. Stepping into the beam, Li Haotian only felt a slight dizziness in his brain. Then the scene before him changed, and he found himself in a desolate wilderness surrounded by withered trees. The air carried a faint scent of sulfur. Li Haotian looked around and all he could see was the same desolate scenery. Far ahead of them, there was a massive mountain stretching across the horizon, black as if it had grown out of hell itself. The mountaintop flickered with crimson bloodlight, and from there came the faint roars of demons. On this side of the mountain, there was a huge sloping hillside winding downwards, connecting to the dark forest filled with withered trees below. On either side of the slope, towering rocks loomed, making the hillside look like a water channel that extended from the mountaintop downwards. At that moment, towering figures were moving down the slope. Jiang Wuyo observed the scene before her, her stunningly beautiful face turning serious. The Abyssal Lord has summoned quite a number of abyssal creatures already, she said. Li Haotian, gazing at the winding terrain down the slope, had his eyes light up as an idea suddenly struck him. This terrain seemed perfect for a trap. An idea for farming these creatures efficiently popped into his head. Let's go check it out, he said, unable to hide his eagerness. Jiang Wuyo looked at him in surprise. Go there, just the two of us? Yes, what's the problem? Li Haotian asked, puzzled. Jiang Wuyo, her face expressing disbelief, pointed at the shadows below. Haven't you seen? There might already be nearly 200 abyssal creatures gathered at the foot of the slope, and with those on the slope, the number could well be over 500. Are we going there to get ourselves killed? Despite being a level 29 elemental controller and a top student from Xinhua Academy, abyssal creatures were tough-skinned and highly resistant. Even her expertise in AoE damage would at best take down only dozens before her mana was exhausted. Even with mana potions, they wouldn't be able to withstand an assault from over 500 abyssal creatures, not to mention that the Abyssal Lord at the summit was continuously summoning more. Li Haotian chuckled, don't worry, I'm not going to lead us into a death trap, trust me, let's go. As he spoke, a flash of light enveloped him and he was quickly clad in a sleek, mechanically aesthetic exoskeleton. He pushed forward with his legs, and with a robust mechanical roar, Li Haotian swiftly moved towards the slope. The abyssal dungeon raid had begun. Watching Li Haotian speed away like an iron warrior, Jiang Wuyo covered her mouth in shock. An exoskeleton armor? Wasn't that a level 30 mechanist blueprint? How did Li Haotian have it already? Hey, wait for me. As Li Haotian got farther away, Jiang Wuyo finally snapped out of her daze and hurriedly summoned the power of the wind element to chase after him. As an elemental controller, a divine profession, she had a natural affinity for various elemental properties and could master the mysteries of multiple elements. The two quickly approached the lower part of the mountain range, and as they got closer, Li Haotian finally saw the abyssal creatures clearly. They were nearly 2.5 meters tall, robust and muscular, with pitch-black skin, two curved thick demonic horns on their heads, protruding sharp teeth, and amber-colored vertical pupils giving them a fearsome appearance. More astonishingly, their bodies were enveloped in a faint red flame emitting a strong scent of sulfur. Jiang Wuyo spoke solemnly, these are fire demons. Leaning towards the warrior type, strong in strength and defense. We must not get too close during the fight, or the hellfire burning on their bodies will scorch us. She looked around, a trace of dread in her eyes. Li Haotian, we need to retreat. There are too many fire demons gathered at the foot of the slope, we can't handle them. Li Haotian glanced briefly at the fire demons rushing down the hillside, quickly calculated his firepower and muttered to himself, about 200 or more, no big issue. Then, narrowing his eyes towards the hillside to assess the terrain, he turned to Jiang Wuyo and said, the terrain down here is open, I'll handle these fire demons. Wait until later when we block the path on the hillside, then I'll help you level up. Jiang Wuyo looked at him, baffled. You're going to handle it? There are more than 200 fire demons below, how are you going to do that? Before she could further inquire, her eyes widened in shock. Li Haotian had made his move. Facing these thick-skinned, highly defensive fire demons, he summoned 20 rocket launchers, not even bothering with the Gatling guns. Given the area damage, the rocket launchers were obviously more powerful than Gatling guns, more suitable for aerial bombings. Although lacking the Gatling gun might reduce the density of the firepower network, he wasn't soloing a dungeon now. He had a level 29 element controller by his side. With a godlike overview of the surroundings and Jiang Wuyo's support, Li Haotian could bomb relentlessly. With the speed of these fire demons, they definitely couldn't reach him quickly enough to pose a threat. In the blink of an eye, 20 rocket launchers were neatly lined up in front of Li Haotian. Then, in the next instant, the crazy bombardment began non-stop. Boom! Two fire demons not far in front of Li Haotian spotted the duo and roared as they prepared to pounce. But in a moment, these two big guys were blasted into pieces. Fire demon killed, 150 experience points gained. Fire demon killed, 150 experience points gained. Watching the killing notifications float up, Li Haotian's eyes brightened. Truly, the experience from an abyssal dungeon was much higher than a regular one. Without further delay, Li Haotian activated his exoskeleton armor and headed towards the fire demon group, shouting, "Start the harvest, Senior Jiang, follow me." Amidst Jiang Wuyo's stunned gaze, Li Haotian charged forward, bombing wildly. The intense explosions erupted one after another, and the limbs and fragments of fire demons burst like bloody fireworks on the dark earth. Witnessing this shocking scene, Zhang Wuyo finally understood how this guy had managed to kill her and Yunlan's phantoms. With such firepower, not just their phantoms with only 50% of their real strength, even they themselves wouldn't last 3 seconds, she gasped. Li Haotian's mechanic class has no ammo limit. From the beginning until now those rocket launchers hadn't stopped firing. No wonder this guy could level up to 20 in just 3 days. A mechanic with infinite ammo in dungeons was simply unstoppable. Those people still claimed he exploited bugs, but this guy was a bug in himself. In just 5 short minutes, Li Haotian had cleared all the fire demons at the foot of the hillside, leaving only chaos behind. Ding dong, congratulations on advancing to level 21. As the level up notification appeared before him, a look of surprise spread across Li Haotian's face. What? A jackpot with that experience gain. Indeed, the Abyss Dungeon is the best place for leveling up. Furthermore, after slaying those 200 monsters, Li Haotian's God's Eye talent had expanded to a range of 300 meters. This significantly enhanced the precision of his bombings. Opening his attribute panel, Li Haotian saw the free potential points awarded by the level up and exclaimed excitedly, "After reaching level 20, each level up now increases my free potential from 5 points to 10. My endurance will improve again and my mana is fully restored." Closing the panel, Li Haotian turned his gaze towards the fire demons still swarming down the hillside, and with a laugh he charged forward. "Experience points, here I come." Amidst the clanking sounds of mechanical friction, Li Haotian in his exoskeleton armor sprinted up the slope. The high rock walls on either side of the slope funneled the fire demons down the path. This dense formation was perfect for Li Haotian's rocket launcher, equipped with unlimited ammo. With the aid of God's Eye, from 300 meters away he could control the rocket launcher to precisely bombard the targets, ensuring that no fire demon was missed. Compared to the open terrain below, Li Haotian's killing efficiency on the slopes was even higher. In just a few minutes he had almost reached the peak. Looking at the last 40 or so fire demons, Li Haotian finally stopped the relentless bombing and turned to Zhang Wuyo, who stood next to him, shocked into numbness. "Sister Jiang, in the Abyss Dungeon, monsters are counted based on individual kills, there's no team experience distribution. You take down the rest," he said. Zhang Wuyo finally snapped back to reality. She glanced behind her subconsciously. Over 500 fire demons had been slaughtered in just a few short minutes, wiping out all that had emerged. "Okay, I got it," she replied, taking a deep breath to suppress her astonishment, pulled out a purple wand and began the final cleanup. Fireball, lightning strike, windblade barrage. As Zhang Wuyo chanted her spells, various magical attacks streaked across the sky, striking the remaining 40 or so fire demons. When her mana was about 20% remaining, she finally killed all the fire demons, reaping a large amount of experience points. Observing Zhang Wuyo's magical prowess, Li Haotian nodded to himself in approval. Elemental controllers, a truly divine class, indeed have impressive AoE damage. A look of excitement appeared on Zhang Wuyo's face. She hadn't expected to end up protecting Li Haotian, but instead it was Li Haotian who had boosted her. Had Li Haotian not bottlenecked those fire demons on the slope, she wouldn't have killed them so easily. Although the experience she gained paled in comparison to Li Haotian's, she had no complaints. In a place like the Abyss Dungeon, depleting all one's mana was foolish. Should any unexpected situations arise while one was powerless, it could spell doom. And that 20% of spiritual power is the reserve mana needed to prevent any unexpected occurrences. Hence Li Haotian meticulously estimated the number of monsters, leaving around 40 for Zhang Wuyo to defeat, just the right amount for her to handle. Once Zhang Wuyo had eradicated the remaining 40 or so fire demons, Li Haotian, controlling his exoskeleton armor, stepped over the strewn limbs on the ground and moved forward. He saw a giant crater at the center of the mountain top. In the middle of this crater was a massive 6-pointed star formation resembling an altar. Atop this altar, a giant fire demon standing 5 meters tall roared ferociously. Every minute 10 more fire demons would emerge from the altar. Clearly this was the Abyssal Lord. Upon seeing the final boss, Zhang Wuyo excitedly pointed downwards. "Li Haotian, there's the Abyssal Lord. Kill it, and we'll have conquered this abyssal dungeon. The barrier outside will also be lifted." Li Haotian's lips curled into a smile. "The Lord is so cute, how could I kill it?" He then laughed loudly. "Just kidding. Why do you look so shocked?" Zhang Wuyo breathed a sigh of relief and said impatiently, "Stop joking around, let's finish it off and get out of here." "Hey, with your performance just now, even if you add up everyone else including Yunlan, they wouldn't have killed as many monsters as you did. Once we get out, I'd like to see if that old lady Beta would dare to boast again." Jiang Wuyo puffed her cheeks looking like a steamed bun. Over the years, the rivalry between Beide and Tsinghua had become increasingly fierce. As a top performer from the previous cohort of Tsinghua, Jiang Wuyo had often been the target of sarcastic remarks from Beida's students, just like they had done to her father before. Li Haotian, however, shook his head lightly, his eyes twinkling with a gleam. The abyssal dungeon has just begun and we have a full 3 days. How can we end such a great opportunity to earn experience so soon? Jiang Wuyo paused, then understanding dawned on her as she glanced at the remnants of fire demons behind her. Li Haotian nodded emphatically, grinning. Exactly. Let's keep the abyssal lord alive, let it continuously summon fire demons. Free experience, how can we miss that? Jiang Wuyo instinctively said, but if we drag it out, the abyssal dungeon will become increasingly difficult. Her words trailed off, but her eyes suddenly lit up. The reason why the abyssal dungeon becomes harder the longer it is dragged out is because the abyssal lord doesn't stop summoning abyssal demons. By the later stages, the number of abyssal demons may even fill the entire dungeon, making it impossible for adventurers of the same level to handle the overwhelming swarms of abyssal demons, leading to certain death. But the thing is, Li Haotian was here. With his infinite ammunition firepower, he could easily clear out newly summoned abyssal demons periodically. Thus, the number of abyssal demons would never become overwhelming but would instead become souls under Li Haotian's guns, contributing to his experience points. Realizing this, Jiang Wuyo's broad chest began to heave dramatically. That's really over the top, like blocking someone at their crystal gate to get kills. Seeing the fervor in Jiang Wuyo's eyes, Li Haotian knew she had grasped his plan. He turned and pointed to the winding slope descending below, smilingly said to Jiang Wuyo, Senior Jiang, please use your earth wall technique at each turn on the slope to block the path, then we'll wait below for the abyssal lord to summon the fire demons. Cleaning them up once an hour should do. Jiang Wuyo asked in confusion, why should we block each turn with the earth wall technique? Li Haotian explained, the appearance of the fire demons is continuous. If we don't block them with the earth wall technique, we'll have to clear them constantly, leaving us no time to rest and recover our spiritual power. If there's an earth wall blocking them every distance, the fire demons will have to spend time breaking through. With your level 29 earth wall's defensive power, setting up a dozen or two should be enough to delay them for an hour. Then, well, you know what's next. Li Haotian winked at her innocently. Jiang Wuyo immediately caught on looking at Li Haotian with admiration. You always think things through. Observing the rakishly handsome young man before her, her eyes sparkled with intrigue. This guy is not only powerful but also quite brainy, she thought to herself with silent praise. Then the two proceeded to clear the battlefield, collecting spoils of war as they continued to cast earth wall technique and move downward. When they had gathered all the materials, they excitedly began to divide the loot. Jackpot, 2 legendary orange armors, 5 artifact level pink gears, and hundreds of blue gears. If we farm like this for 3 days, I'd walk out a rich second generation, Li Haotian exclaimed excitedly, looking at the equipment scattered around. Beside him, Jiang Wuyo couldn't help but gulp as she stared at the glowing orange staff. Li Haotian chuckled, without hesitation handed the legendary orange staff to Jiang Wuyo. We're really lucky, Senior Jiang, this legendary staff suits your class perfectly. Although it's only level 30, with its legendary quality, it should be sufficient for you until you reach level 50 and awaken. Jiang Wuyo looked at him in surprise. This is a legendary piece of equipment, are you sure you want to give it to me? As she spoke, her eyes involuntarily glanced at the pink staff behind Li Haotian. Staves are only suitable for magical classes, and other classes would suffer a great cost using them, but Li Haotian was the exception. She had thought that Li Haotian would keep the legendary staff for himself. Li Haotian smiled slightly. Senior Jiang, I can feel the sincerity you and teacher Jiang have shown me. As the saying goes, a favor returned. Please take the staff. Jiang Wuyo looked deeply at him, her face suddenly blooming into a bright smile. Thank you. Also, we're about the same age, so stop calling me Senior Jiang. It sounds so formal, just call me Wuyo. Seeing the genuine smile on Jiang Wuyo's face, Li Haotian was slightly taken aback, feeling an unusual emotion stirring within him, and responded with a smile. All right then. Jiang Wuyo joyfully accepted the staff and said to Li Haotian, you can take the rest of the stuff. With this staff, my gains from entering the Abyss instance this time are already sufficient, the rest are yours. Li Haotian smiled and nodded, not standing on ceremony. He changed into a piece of leather armor from the loot and stored the rest in his inventory. The other orange tier item was a large sword, which he couldn't use at the moment, so he temporarily stowed it away, planning to swap it for something more suitable when he met up with others. Later, Afterwards, the two rested on the spot to recover their spiritual power, waiting for the next wave of monsters. 2 hours passed and Li Haotian dispatched the last fire demon. Jiang Wu Yu used her earth wall technique on the hillside again to continue farming monsters. After 2 more waves, Li Haotian had leveled up to 22. Low-level professionals receive a bonus for fighting higher-level monsters, which made Jiang Wu Yu quite envious since she was on the opposite end, being level 29. She got less experience from level 27 monsters. Moreover, the experience she needed to level up was much higher than Li Haotian's, making level 30 seem very distant. Li Haotian finished sorting through the loot and furrowed his brows, looking behind him, puzzled. Strange, it's been over 2 hours since we entered, and the 30-level limited abyss instance shouldn't be this enormous, should it? Besides us, why haven't we seen anyone else? Hearing this, Jiang Wu Yu also showed a puzzled expression. Yeah, theoretically, even if they teleported far from here, 2 hours should have been enough for them to gather forces and come over. How come we still haven't seen anyone? On the other side of the mountain range, unseen by Li Haotian and Jiang Wu Yu, hundreds of professionals were gathered, launching a fierce assault towards the peak. Among them was a figure in white, proud and stern, her long spear sweeping through the air like a dragon, targeting the heads of the fire demons. Bang, bang, bang. With each light sound, the heads of the fire demons exploded like watermelons. Amazing. Since the start, Sister Yun must have killed hundreds of fire demons, right? Definitely. If it weren't for Sister Yun leading the charge, the number of fire demons might have reached thousands by now. Truly worthy of being a top student from Beta Academy. Not only is she a phantom god professional, but her combat skills are also sharp. At this rate, we should be able to reach the peak and deal with the Abyss Lord in an hour. Speaking of which, why haven't we seen Jiang Wu Yu from Tsinghua Academy? Ah, and that mechanic, I saw them teleport in together. How come we haven't seen them? Hey, do we even need to guess? That mechanic must have seen how strong the fire demons are and found a place to hide. As for that student representative from Tsinghua, maybe she's keeping the pretty boy company as his bodyguard. TSK Tsinghua Academy really hasn't been doing well these past few years. I wonder if they've been poisoned by that garbage profession of mechanics. From top to bottom, they all seem to like that kind of trash occupation. 50 minutes later, Yunlan swung her spear, severing the head of the last fire demon, her chest heaving slightly but her eyes sparkling with triumph. She looked towards the enormous fire demon in the crater at the mountain peak and thought to herself, Jiang Wu Yu, it seems you still haven't learned your lesson, only wasting your time on worthless mechanics. With a flourish of her spear, she pointed downwards energetically and shouted, everyone, charge with me. Let's annihilate the Abyssal Lord and conquer this abyssal dungeon. North Day is awesome, Lady Yun is awesome. Brothers, grab your weapons and charge, attack. As they were about to conquer the dungeon, excitement shone in everyone's eyes as they unleashed their powers, following Yunlan towards the Abyssal Lord. Take my spear, Frost Meteor Strike. Yunlan seized the moment, yelling loudly as a pale blue frosty power instantly spread along her spear, imbuing it with a frosty hue, and she fiercely hurled it. The pale blue spear's shadow flashed through the air, piercing precisely through the Abyssal Lord's eyes. With a roar, the Abyssal Lord bellowed madly in pain. Yunlan pressed her advantage, pulling the ice spear from the ground and leaping height, she cried out, meteor fall. The pale blue light plummeted down, cracking soundly as it pierced directly through the skull of the Abyssal Lord, the spear sinking deep into its body. The Abyssal Lord's screams ceased abruptly as its massive body crashed to the ground. The crowd erupted in cheers. In the back of the crowd, Yuan Ting looked on with a gloomy face as the Abyssal Lord fell, cursing, damn it, that cunning Li Haotian he hid as soon as we entered the dungeon. Now it's over. With the Abyssal Lord dead and the dungeon conquered, it won't be so easy to find him once we're teleported out. Yunlan gracefully jumped down from the Abyssal Lord's corpse, her face proud, waiting for the prompt indicating the successful conquest of the Abyssal dungeon. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Yunlan's proud expression stiffened, her eyes showing surprise. Not just her, everyone was looking around in confusion. What's going on? The Abyssal Lord is dead. Why isn't there any prompt? Where is the teleportation portal? Murmurs quickly spread among the crowd. Just then, the body of the Abyssal Lord that Yunlan had killed suddenly disappeared, and an altar covered in strange patterns lit up quickly. 2 Abyssal Lords were not killed within 10 minutes, activating the Abyssal altar. If the other Abyssal Lord is not killed within 6 hours, this Abyssal Lord will revive and be randomly teleported to any location in the Abyss. After revival, the Abyssal Lord will be unrestricted and can move freely. Seeing the prompt that appeared, Yunlan's complexion drastically changed. two abyssal lords, revived, and can move freely. And damn, this is not an ordinary random abyss, but a difficult random abyss. It's over. Our people are all over here. The other abyssal lord must have already accumulated countless abyssal monsters. This is going to be troublesome. Yunlan quickly reacted, her face darkening as she said, this is a difficult abyss. The other abyssal lord must be on the other side of the mountain. Everyone follow me immediately to find the teleportation array to the other side. We must resolve the other abyssal lord within 6 hours. At the back of the crowd, Yuan Ting wore a face of astonishment which soon turned into an epiphany. In the difficult abyss, two people would be directly teleported to another abyss lord's domain. If these two did not realize immediately and relay the message for simultaneous assaults, it would give the abyss lord time to summon a multitude of minions. That was why the difficult abyss was termed difficult. Li Haotian and his group must have been the randomly selected duo teleported to the other side of the mountain. Zhang San, you have awakened as the earth traveler. Lead us through the mountain immediately, before the others find the teleportation matrix. Take down Li Haotian. Yes. Young master, on this side of the mountain. Li Haotian and Jiang Wuyo had just cleared another wave of monsters. Li Haotian, looking at the upgrade prompt, was thrilled. Ding dong, congratulations on reaching level 22. Lucky me, this time a legendary leather armor dropped. Eagerly Li Haotian equipped the legendary armor. Seeing his spiritual power break through 1000 on the panel, he clicked his tongue. Goodness, worthy of legendary gear. This boost in spiritual power is fierce. With 1000 points of spiritual power, Li Haotian could now use 25 rocket launchers continuously for 10 minutes, significantly enhancing his firepower. Just as Jiang Wuyo was about to say something, suddenly a line of text appeared before them. The two Abyss Lords were not killed within 1 minute of each other. Abyss Lords revived, initiating their second form. Revived Abyss Lords are no longer restricted and can move freely. The two were slightly startled. Jiang Wuyo had an epiphany. No wonder no one has come for so long. This isn't just any Abyss instance but a difficult one. She looked at Li Haotian, somewhat dumbfounded, and said, "You've been clearing monsters too easily, which kept the Abyss monsters from accumulating here, so I never thought in the direction of a difficult abyss." Li Haotian felt a bit awkward and was just about to speak when suddenly his expression changed subtly and he looked to the front right. After clearing several waves of monsters, Li Haotian's divine view had expanded to a range of 2,300 meters. This special talent, akin to a passive skill, did not require any spiritual power to use. Since entering the instance, Li Haotian had always kept his divine view at maximum. 2,000 meters ahead to the front right, Li Haotian suddenly saw the ground swell into a mound. Then with a whoosh, several figures drilled out from beneath the mound. Leading them was none other than Yuan Ting. Yuan Ting cautiously looked around to ensure there were no abyss monsters before climbing out of the tunnel. Strange, isn't the other abyss lord supposed to be here? Why can't I see any abyss monsters? We've been in this abyss instance for several hours now. Logically there should be at least 2,000 abyss monsters here by now, right? Yuan Ting looked puzzled. Behind him, Zhang San and the others also showed a flicker of confusion. The fire demons are slow movers. Perhaps this area isn't where the Abyss Lord is, so they haven't found their way here yet. Yuan Ting sneered. This is perfect. Li Haotian and Jiang Wuyo are only two people. Facing the army of fire demons, they can only retreat. Maybe they are hiding nearby. Let's move quickly. We need to take down that boy Li Haotian before Yunlan and the others find the teleportation array. Li Si hesitated for a moment and asked, "Young master, Jiang Wuyo from Tsinghua Academy is probably with Li Haotian. With her there, we." Yuan Ting seemed to have already considered this issue, a fierce flash in his eyes fleeting. "What's there to fear? This is the Abyss instance. In the Abyss instance, it's not unusual for accidents to happen, even if she is a top student from Tsinghua Academy, right?" Wang Ye's eyes gleamed. "Young master, are you suggesting?" Yuan Ting said fiercely, "Li Haotian is now a student of Tsinghua. If we force Li Haotian to reveal his secrets, Jiang Wuyo will not stand by idly. In that case, let's take her down too." As he spoke, Yuan Ting gestured across his neck with his hand. Wang Ye and the others looked at each other and nodded heavily. Good. Li Haotian with his god's eye perspective saw all the actions of Yuan Ting and others. These guys actually want to kill me. Lucky I learned lip reading before. Combined with god's eye, it's perfect, Li Haotian said, a sharp light flashing in his eyes, somewhat relieved. Beside him, Jiang Wuyo paused, surprised. "Haotian, what are you talking about? Who wants to kill you? Isn't it just us two here?" Li Haotian looked at her, hesitated, and then shared about his god's eye talent. Jiang Wuyo's eyes widened suddenly, her lips parted in disbelief. What did you say? Every time you kill a monster, your gods, I can expand outwards by 1 meter. It has already expanded to over 2,000 meters in diameter. How have I never heard that professionals also have such talents? Could this be a special ability only available when one's spirit power is full? Also, Yuan Ting is so bold to dare to kill even me, Li Haotian said solemnly. True or false, we'll know once we check. We've killed too many fire demons here, which might alert Yuan Ting. Let's move a bit closer and wait for them to come to us. Saying this, Li Haotian immediately pulled Jiang Wuyo closer to where Yuan Ting and his group were. The two stealthily approached within 500 to 600 meters of Yuan Ting and his group. Li Haotian thought for a moment, then summoned 50 Gatling rotary machine guns and 20 rocket launchers, burying them in a fan shape under the dark soil ahead, ensuring every inch in front of him could be covered without dead angles. Jiang Wuyo, seeing Li Haotian's cautiousness, had a flash of appreciation in her eyes. His talent was astonishing, yet he was not arrogantly self-conceited. He thought things through carefully and prepared thoroughly. With a mechanic's control over super weapons, the moment anything went amiss, Li Haotian could launch an attack with the speed of thunder, eliminating the time needed to summon super weapons and giving no chance for a surprise attack. Having done all this, Li Haotian sneered coldly, quietly waiting. A few minutes later, Jiang Wuyo indeed saw Yuan Ting and his group cautiously approaching their direction. She glanced at Li Haotian and was already more than half convinced by what he had just said. Meanwhile, Yuan Ting and his group also noticed Li Haotian and Jiang Wuyo, who were resting on the ground. Seeing these two, Yuan Ting's eyes lit up and he exchanged glances with Zhang San and the others. Well, isn't this the top student from Tsinghua Academy? What's this hiding here to protect this ignorant mechanic? Yuan Ting said brashly. Hearing the mocking tone in Yuan Ting's voice, Jiang Wuyo's eyes flickered as she stealthily glanced at Li Haotian. Now she fully believed what Li Haotian had just said. If Yuan Ting wasn't planning to deal with her as well, he wouldn't have been so rude to her. Li Haotian instinctively stepped forward, positioning himself in front of Jiang Wuyo, which slightly startled her, but a gentle curve formed on her lips. Then he glanced at the three bodyguards who were subtly spreading out in an encircling formation and slightly curled his lips. Yuan Ting, you a mere level 10 nobody, dared to venture deep into the abyssal dungeon and still have the audacity to criticize me? What, feeling brave with your 3 bodyguards around? Yuan Ting's face instantly darkened. Still so bold at death's door? Once I consume your soul and learn the secret of the dungeon bug, I won't fear leveling up fast. Zhang San, Li Si Wang Air, catch him. As they were about to make their move, a sly expression crossed Li Haotian's face. So it's the secret of the bug you're after? You should have just said so earlier. It's simple, I'll tell you. With a whoosh, 50 Gatling guns and 20 rocket launchers suddenly emerged from the ground, their dark muzzles blocking all escape routes for Yuan Ting and his men, who froze in place. Li Haotian's smile slowly widened, his eyes growing increasingly fierce. See, this is my secret to exploiting the dungeon bug, plenty of guns and rockets. Yuan Ting, filled with shock, screamed, impossible. Absolutely impossible. You've only been in your new class for 3 days. How could you possibly have amassed so many super weapons? Li Haotian taunted. A matapool of 100, you know nothing. You've got my secret now, so you can die. Yuan Ting shrieked in terror. No, Li Haotian, you can't kill me. If you dare, our Yuan family will never let you go. Beside him, Zhang San and the others turned pale, trembling. Even though they were level 30 professionals, they stood no chance against 50 Gatling guns and 20 rocket launchers. A well-armed mechanic could indeed fight hundreds alone, Li Haotian coldly declared. He who kills must be prepared to be killed. Yuan Ting, you said it yourself, in the abyssal dungeon, death can come easily, and it's the same whether you're a top student from Tsinghua Academy or a spoiled rich kid from Xizang City. Yuan Ting's eyes widened in disbelief. Those were his own words. How did Li Haotian know? His mouth slightly open, as if he wanted to say something more, but Li Haotian didn't give him the chance and decisively controlled all the super weapons to fire simultaneously. The barrage of relentless gunfire swiftly overwhelmed Yuan Ting and his group. At only level 16-inch, Yuan Ting couldn't withstand such ferocious attacks for even a second before being shredded to pieces by the Gatling gun. Zhang San roared and instantly erected a dull yellow shield, enveloping himself, Li Si and Wang Air within it. Li Haotian raised an eyebrow and coldly said, "Ha, a geomancer? You've got a good grasp on earth element control, but it's a pity. How long can you last against my unlimited ammo?" Zhang San's eyes widened in disbelief. Unlimited ammo? With the firing rate of a Gatling gun, the magazine should be empty in 3 seconds and require a reload. However, as he counted 1, 2, 3, the gunfire didn't weaken. Despair filled Zhang San's eyes. Is it really unlimited ammo? How can there be such a monstrous mechanic? The next moment, with a loud bang, the shield was violently shattered by the relentless ammunition. Zhang San and his companions were instantly torn apart by bullets and artillery scattering their remains across the sky. Li Haotian deactivated his superweapon and turned to Jiang Wu Yu with a smile. Yu, my attack method is a bit noticeable. To avoid any accidents, please cleanse the battlefield with your flames. Jiang Wu Yu nodded and a fierce flame erupted from her hands, incinerating all the flesh and bones on the ground into ashes, merging them with the dark earth. Then the two returned to the hillside they were previously on, continuing their grand task of ambushing Crystal K players elsewhere. Yunlan and his team had finally found a hidden teleportation formation at the edge of the map and arrived here. However, the place they teleported to was far from the mountains, and it took them over 3 cautious hours to approach the Lord's area nearby. At the mountain peak, Li Haotian once again killed a fire demon, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Finally, enough experience points. Sure enough, the next moment a level up prompt appeared before Li Haotian. Ding dong, congratulations! On reaching level 25. Li Haotian eagerly opened his attribute panel to check his skill slot. At level 25 he could unlock a new skill. His eyes gleamed as he looked towards the lower part of the Gatling rotary machine gun. Skill: Barrett Sniper Rifle. Description: summon a Barrett Sniper Rifle which consumes 8 spirit points per minute. It exists. Note: when spirit points reach 0, the Barrett Sniper Rifle will automatically retract. A Barrett. If paired with the God's Eye view, it's simply invincible. Li Haotian's body trembled slightly with excitement. The Barrett Sniper Rifle, informally known as the cannon, had an effective range of 2,000 meters and a maximum range of 6,000 meters. For a normal person, using it beyond 2,000 meters would make it hard to ensure shooting accuracy. However, Li Haotian was different. His God's Eye view had already expanded to more than 4,000 meters. If he had enough Barrett rifles and combined them with the God's Eye for simultaneous firing, the thought alone was terrifying. Li Haotian forcefully calmed his excitement and exited the attribute panel. He glanced at Yunlan and others about 3 kilometers away, knowing they would soon arrive. He turned to Jiang Wu Yu. We've farmed enough experience, let's finish this. When Yunlan and her team entered Li Haotian's God's Eye view, Li Haotian had already informed Jiang Wuyo. Fortunately, after so much time spent leveling up, Jiang Wuyo had reached level 30. The two quickly discussed and decided to finish the Abyss dungeon before Yunlan's team discovered them. Clearly, Li Haotian didn't want to expose his abilities to others. Jiang Wuyo nodded in agreement. Okay. Li Haotian's excited gaze fell on the solitary Abyss Lord. He muttered to himself, perfect, let's test the power of this Barrett volley. Li Haotian stood on the edge of the pit. The altar at the bottom was over 2,000 meters away from him, but with the Barrett's range, it was not a problem. In an instant, numerous Barretts appeared in front of Li Haotian, their dark barrels all pointing at the Abyss Lord below. Through the God's Eye view, Li Haotian instantly zoomed in and controlled each Barrett perfectly with his super ability. Take this, 100 guns fire at once. Li Haotian's eyes flashed with frenzy as he controlled the hundreds of Barretts to fire simultaneously. Boom, a deep uniform roar erupted. Then Jiang Wuyo watched in shock as the body of the Abyss Lord burst into a flesh and blood firework under the barrage of gunfire. Such powerful force, Jiang Wuyo couldn't help but exclaim. The Abyss Lord was defeated. Congratulations to all professionals, you have successfully cleared the difficult level of the Abyss dungeon. The exit portal is opened, you may leave at will. As the dungeon prompt suddenly appeared before them, Yunlan and her team stopped in their tracks, their eyes dazed and mouths slowly gaping open. The Abyss Lord was killed? Confused, Yunlan turned back to see the professionals who had teleported with her were all behind her. Who then had killed this Sides Abyss Lord? Suddenly 2 figures flashed in Yunlan's mind, Jiang Wuyo and Li Haotian. Since entering the Abyss dungeon, she seemed to have not seen these two at all. Could it be that the two randomly teleported here with them? Did they take down another Abyss Lord? No, impossible. Jiang Wuyo's strength was on par with hers, and Li Haotian, although a mechanic who could fight hundreds, had only changed his job 3 days ago. How much super weaponry could he have accumulated in such a short time? Moreover, since the opening of the Abyss dungeon, over 7 or 8 hours had passed. Given the frequency at which the Abyss Lord summons monsters, there should have been at least 3,000 to 4,000 Abyss monsters on this side. How could just the two of them kill so many? Such a number, even a level 50 professional who had completed Advanced Awakening would be exhausted to death. Yunlan's heart was filled with shock and doubt. Her figure instantly burst from the spot, running swiftly towards the mountain range. With the Abyss Lord eliminated, all Abyss monsters would also perish with it. Now, she no longer needed to be cautious of her surroundings. With the speed of a battle mage, she quickly reached the place where Li Haotian and Jiang Wuyo were blocking the crystal. At this moment, the corpses of the abyssal creatures on the large slope had all vanished, turning into black dust. Yunlan looked at the teleportation portal at the center of the altar, her expression somewhat grim. Clenching her teeth, she stepped towards the portal. As her vision blurred momentarily when the scenery before Yunlan stabilized, she quickly scanned her surroundings. Then she heard Jiang Wuyu's jubilant voice. "Dad, I've reached level 30, you said before that it would take me at least a month. How about that? Isn't your daughter amazing?" Yunlan's pupils shrank, her already somber expression turning slightly livid. It was indeed Jiang Wuyu who had slain another Lord of the Abyss. She and Jiang Wuyu were both prodigies from the previous batch of students at Tsinghua and Beta, and their strengths were not far apart. Now Jiang Wuyu had reached level 30 before her, which meant that Jiang Wuyu must have killed more abyssal creatures than her. However, something else seemed amiss. If Jiang Wuyu had dealt with all those abyssal creatures, she should be at least level 31 by now, right? Could it be Li Haotian also killed quite a few? Yunlan's doubtful gaze fell on Li Haotian, who was standing next to Jiang Wuyu. Unfortunately, unless a professional voluntarily displays their level, others can only see the professional's class emblem and not their exact level. At this time, other professionals involved in conquering the abyssal dungeon were also being teleported out one after another. The blood-red columns of light had turned golden yellow, signifying that this abyssal dungeon had been successfully conquered. Watching disciples with disheveled hair and clothes covered in filth, Yun Miao wore a faint expression of pride and appreciation. Facing an abyssal dungeon of the same level would indeed be a tough battle. When Jiang Wuyu and Li Haotian had come out, Yun Miao was somewhat surprised. These two looked clean, with just slightly wrinkled clothes and hardly disheveled hair. Could it be because the abyssal creatures this time were easier to deal with? But then seeing Yunlan, who came out later, immediately dispelled her previous thoughts. Her gaze towards Jiang Wuyu and the others instantly turned sarcastic. The strengths of Jiang Wuyu and Yunlan were similar, but Yunlan and the other professionals who came out later were clearly more disheveled. This indicated that they had indeed experienced a tough fight. So why did Li Haotian and Jiang Wuyu appear so composed? The answer was simple: these two must have been slacking off at the back. But thinking about it, facing abyssal creatures of at least level 27 with Li Haotian's level 20 strength, if he didn't hide behind and rely on Jiang Wuyu's protection, he might have easily died. Humph, indeed a trash mechanic. Although she didn't know what kind of tricks he used to defeat Yunlan's phantom during the assessment, when it came to a real life or death fight, his true colors were revealed immediately. Thinking of this, Yun Miao's voice grew louder, praising, "Lana, well done, you have indeed grown a lot compared to a year ago. I heard from others that this random abyssal dungeon was even of a difficult level, although there were two slow performers dragging their feet, unable to deliver the message on time." Yun Miao glanced lightly at Jiang Wuyu and Li Haotian and continued, "But unexpectedly, your response was quite fast. Even in such circumstances, you managed to kill two abyss lords in such a short time. Well done." As soon as these words were spoken, Yunlan's face turned red. The professionals following behind her all looked at each other with strange expressions. Seeing the change in everyone's expressions, Yun Miao frowned, suddenly feeling that something was amiss. "What? Did something else happen during the process of clearing the dungeon?" Yun Miao asked gravely. Yunlan spoke softly. "Teacher, after we killed the first Abyss Lord, we discovered that there was another Abyss Lord. We immediately started searching for the teleportation array to the other side, but as we went on, we didn't encounter any Abyss creatures at all. It was only when we were nearing the mountain range where the Abyss Lord was located." Yunlan paused here, biting her lower lip and looking towards Jiang Wuyu and Li Haotian. Yun Miao inquired with confusion, and then, the Abyss Lord was eliminated and the dungeon prompt declared the strategy complete, Yunlan said through clenched teeth. Yun Miao was momentarily stunned, seemingly unable to react. After a while she spoke again. "You mean the second Abyss Lord wasn't killed by you?" Yunlan grimly nodded her head. Yun Miao seemed incredulous. "That's impossible. As you just mentioned, besides you there was no one else in the area of the other Abyss Lord." Suddenly Yun Miao shuddered as if she had just remembered something, turning her head sharply to look at Jiang Wuyu and Li Haotian. After the Abyss dungeon was cleared, these two were the first to come out. That means while Yunlan and the others had not yet arrived at the boss area, Jiang Wuyo and Li Haotian were already there. Could it be that the second Abyss Lord was killed by them? Yun Miao exclaimed in shock, her voice even turning shrill. Impossible, an elemental controller and a newly transferred mechanic. How could they possibly eliminate an Abyss Lord amidst so many Abyss creatures? Not just Yun Miao, but the professionals who appeared later were also staring at Jiang Wuyo and Li Haotian with faces full of disbelief. The noisy discussions grew louder. They were all well aware of the mechanics of the difficult Abyss dungeon, except for Jiang Wuyo and Li Haotian, who were transported to the other side from the beginning. It seemed impossible for anyone to kill the second Abyss Lord before they arrived, and during the conversation just now they had learned about Li Haotian's background and the rumors surrounding him. Could it be that this unprecedented full-spirit mechanic, whose talent really was a bug in the dungeon system, even capable of exploiting bugs in the Abyss dungeon? Otherwise, even if Jiang Wuyo was a top student from Tsinghua Academy, it would be impossible for him alone to kill so many Abyss creatures. Seeing everyone's reactions, Jiang Jin also had a face full of shock, looking towards Li Haotian. As a father, he knew very well the capabilities of his own daughter. Jiang Jin was certain that the only one who could have achieved such a feat must be Li Haotian. However, he couldn't fathom how, with Li Haotian's level, he managed to exploit such a miraculous bug to kill the Abyss Lord surrounded by numerous abyssal monsters with just 2 people. Facing the shocked and puzzled looks of the crowd, Li Haotian smiled slightly, scanned the crowd and said, "Do you want to know how we exploited a bug to kill the Abyss Lord?" The crowd nodded frantically like chicks pecking at grains. Li Haotian's playful gaze swept over to Yun Miao and said seriously, "It's simple, because my trashy illusion god class is so charming. The Abyss Lord bowed down to me as soon as he saw me, pledging loyalty and death, and then we cleared the level." As soon as he said this, the room fell silent. Yun Miao, who had been anticipating his answer, suddenly looked as gloomy as a sewer, dark and foul. This rascal was mocking her again. A crisp laugh erupted from the side. Yun Lan looked at Jiang Wu's bright, flower-like smile, almost grinding her teeth in frustration. Compared to the composed Jiang Wu and Li Haotian, her current disheveled appearance was like that of a homeless dog. The onlookers, realizing that Li Haotian was deliberately aggravating Yun Miao, wanted to laugh but restrained themselves due to Yun Miao's status. Feeling extremely uncomfortable, Jiang Jin's eyes, full of surprise, swept back and forth over Li Haotian, curious about how he had actually killed the Abyss Lord. But knowing this was not the place for such discussions, he immediately stepped forward to smooth things over. "Alright everyone, since the Abyss instance has been cleared and the spatial lock will be lifted, I need to take these freshmen back to the academy, so I will take my leave now." After speaking, Jiang Jin immediately led the people from Tsinghua Academy away. Returning to his hotel, Jiang Jin instructed the other freshmen, giving them an hour to prepare before returning here to assemble for the journey to Tianjing City. Once everyone had left, Jiang Jin kept Li Haotian behind. With a wave of his hand, a golden staff appeared in his grasp. He then slammed the staff into the ground and declared, "Barrier of the Void." A pale silver light instantly surged from the staff, forming a translucent silver barrier that enveloped the entire room. Feeling the strong magical power emanating from Jiang Jin and seeing the golden glow around the professional mark on his forehead, Li Haotian inwardly praised him. As expected of a recruitment officer from Tsinghua Academy who has completed his advancement awakening, judging by this magical power fluctuation, he's probably at least level 60 or above. Jiang Jin's eyes gleamed as he stared at Li Haotian, eagerly asking, "Li Haotian, can you tell me how you managed to kill the second Abyss Lord amidst the encirclement of abyssal monsters?" Li Haotian looked at Jiang Jin and then at the expectant eyes of Jiang Wu, smiled slightly and said, "Actually, there's nothing special about it. Yuan and I took advantage of the terrain, concentrated the abyssal monsters, and then killed them off one batch at a time." Jiang Jin looked at his daughter with a puzzled expression. Wu Yu's pretty face blushed slightly as she glared at her father. "Li Haotian and I are about the same age, what's so strange about calling him by his name, eh?" Look of understanding flashed in Jiang Jin's eyes as he turned his attention back to Li Haotian's words. "Using the terrain to concentrate and divide, killing every once in a while. But there are just 2 of you with so many abyssal monsters, even if you split them up you surely can't kill that many, right?" Jiang Jin frowned. Wu Yu looked towards Li Haotian, who smiled slightly and said to Jiang Jin, "It's okay, with the firepower of a mechanic, it's still possible to finish them off." As he spoke, Li Haotian waved his hand and a rocket launcher appeared in front of him. A rocket launcher. Jiang Jin was momentarily stunned and instinctively said, although this thing has decent power if faced with hundreds of abyssal monsters without more than 10 of these. Before Jiang Jin could finish his sentence, rocket launchers began to appear in front of Li Haotian as if they were free, filling up the space in front of him in the blink of an eye. Looking around, there were at least 50 units and they kept increasing. Seeing the continuously multiplying rocket launchers, Jiang Jin was completely dumbfounded. What the hell is this? Isn't this kid a mechanic? How can he also use illusions? Unable to help himself, Jiang Jin rubbed his eyes and reached out to touch the rocket launcher in front of him. The launcher was cold and solid, it was real. He reached out again to the side. 1, 2, 3, all were real objects. These rocket launchers, they were all real, not illusions. Jiang Jin's mouth slowly opened wide. Li Haotian, what is this? Li Haotian stopped summoning rocket launchers and said with a smile, Mr. Jiang, with these fire powers, dealing with a few hundred abyssal monsters should be enough, right? Jiang Jin was so stunned he could barely speak, as if his tongue was tied. Enough, more than enough. Regaining his composure from the shock, Jiang Jin stared intently at Li Haotian. Do you have backers supporting you? Otherwise, it's impossible to accumulate so many rocket launchers just 3 days after changing your job. Li Haotian shook his head gently. I'm an orphan, Mr. Jiang, you're in charge of admissions, you should have seen my information, right? Then these rocket launchers. Wu Yu also looked at Li Haotian with shining eyes. She had wanted to ask this question during the Abyss instance but had held back considering it involved Li Haotian's secrets. Li Haotian calmly said, maybe it's because my mana is full, my skills are different from an ordinary mechanic. They are given blueprints and need to make super weapons themselves. My skill, however, directly summons super weapons without manufacturing them. Jiang Jin's eyes widened instantly. A mechanic can do that? This is the first time I've heard of a mechanic who can use super weapons without manufacturing them and summon so many. Jiang Jin's expression changed wildly. After a long while, he muttered, no wonder you two can handle so many abyssal monsters with so many rocket launchers. The firepower is indeed sufficient. Wait a minute. It seemed like something suddenly occurred to Jiang Jin and he asked again, with so many rocket launchers, the demand for rockets is not small either. You've only changed jobs for 3 days, where did you get so many rockets? Li Haotian cracked a slight smile. Oh, that's not an issue for me. I'm a mechanic with unlimited ammo. You have unlimited ammo? Well, that changes nothing. Wait, what did you say? Say that again. Jiang Jin was halfway through his sentence when he suddenly realized what was said, almost leaping in shock. Li Haotian, still smiling, explained, I said all the super weapons I summon come with unlimited ammo, a special talent that appeared after my professional awakening. A special talent? What is that, and why don't I have it? Jiang Jin's eyes glazed over as if he was hearing a fantasy tale. Li Haotian shrugged, I don't know, it might be because my spirit power level is full. I've searched through all the data but never found anything about talents in the attribute panels of other professionals. Jiang Jin's mind was in turmoil. Being able to use super weapons without manufacturing them and having unlimited ammo, he had never heard of such an absurd thing. So far you must have unlocked more than one skill, right? Do all your super weapons come with unlimited ammo? Jiang Jin stared intently at Li Haotian. Li Haotian nodded, yes, currently all my super weapons have unlimited ammo. With a thud, Jiang Jin collapsed onto the couch. Even Jiang Wu, who had anticipated this, covered her mouth in shock upon hearing Li Haotian confirm it. So, as you level up and unlock more powerful super weapons in the future, they will also have unlimited ammo? Jiang Jin asked. As it stands, yes, Li Haotian nodded. He thought for a moment and then decided to display his attribute panel to both of them. Since we're already discussing this, might as well lay it all out. From his interactions with Jiang Jin and his daughter, Li Haotian could tell they were decent people and trustworthy. Curious, Jiang Jin and Jiang Wu immediately leaned into examine it closely. The attribute panel looked no different from other professionals at first glance, but the most distinct difference was at the very bottom, the talents section. Li Haotian opened his talents and Jiang Jin's pupils instantly contracted. No designs, just super weapons outright. Grot pistols, Gatling rotating machine guns, achievement reward skills, exoskeleton armor. What in the world? Jiang Jin couldn't help but exclaim, rocket launchers, Barrett. Wait, what? Why do you have an extra skill? Jiang Jin looked up at Li Haotian. Jiang Wu gently pulled her dad and pointed to the upper left corner of the panel, level 25. Just a few hours in the Abyss dungeon and you've jumped 5 levels. Jiang Jin couldn't help but curse. After looking at the skill column on the left, he subconsciously turned his gaze to the talents on the right. what he saw nearly gave him a brain hemorrhage. Mechanic exclusive talent first stage, unlimited ammo, limited to profession skills, summon super weapons. Note, unlock the second stage. Exclusive talent at level 20-inch mechanic exclusive talent second stage, God's View. Note 1. Construct a 360-degree holographic image perspective in the mind where any point within this view can be freely magnified. Note 2. The initial range of the God's View is a 100-meter diameter centered on oneself. For each enemy killed, the scope of God's View expands by 1 meter. Currently at 2,348 meters. Note 3. Unlock the third phase of exclusive talents at level 30. Jiang Jun's voice trembled as he spoke. Truly, it's infinite ammunition. God's View. Your talents are not just one, but they are the kind that can grow. Such heaven-defying talent effects unlocking every 10 levels. As Jiang Jun spoke, his breathing became more rapid. Next to him, Jiang Wu covered her mouth in shock, almost screaming out loud. Huff, huff. Jiang Jun gasped heavily, slapping his own face, even suspecting whether he was dreaming. After a long while, he finally regained his composure, looking at Li Haotian with eyes as if he were beholding a deity. No wonder you level up so fast, no wonder you can speed run every dungeon. With such skills and talents, how could monsters of the same level possibly stop your advance? You must be sweeping through them, only at level 25 and already so monstrous. If your level increases and more talents are unlocked later, how terrifying would your actual combat power be? Wu Jiangwu murmured as well. No wonder you could detect Yuan Ting and the others approaching. It turns out it's because of this. Such heaven-defying talent effects, even if you don't unlock more talents later, just these two are enough to crush all illusionist professions. No wonder you could instantly annihilate both me and Yunlan's illusions. With such firepower, not just illusions, even 10 of me and Yunlan wouldn't be enough for you to kill. A mechanic who can directly summon super weapons, a mechanic with infinite ammunition, a mechanic with an inherent God's View. This, we have found a treasure indeed. Jiang Jun stared fixedly at Li Haotian, excited beyond comparison. If you raise your level when you later join large-scale raids and international dungeons, won't you alone be equivalent to an army? Jiang Sheng took a deep breath and heavily patted Li Haotian's shoulder, speaking excitedly and earnestly. Li Haotian, I want to introduce you to the Marshal. Li Haotian was momentarily stunned. The Marshal Li Fuzi of our Eastern Dragon Empire. Jiang Jun nodded emphatically. Exactly. With your potential in the future, you will indeed be a phenomenal talent who can fight 1,000. No, a nation by yourself. Once your level goes up, what are these ordinary conventional dungeons and abyssal dungeons? Large-scale raids and international dungeons are your true stage. With you here, our Eastern Dragon Empire will surely be able to rise from its current predicament and become powerful once again. Li Haotian, are you willing to exert yourself for our nation? Li Haotian's body trembled, his gaze becoming solemn in an instant. Naturally willing. 30 years ago, Marshal Li led our Eastern Dragon Empire to establish a firm footing on the world stage. If given a chance, I too would like our Eastern Dragon Empire to advance further and stand proudly at the top of the world. Hearing Li Haotian's declaration, Jiang Jun's body shook, his eyes bursting with brilliance. Well said, we the men of the Eastern Dragon should indeed have such spirit. Jiang Jun approached Li Haotian, his eyes serious. Li Haotian, who else knows about your unique talent? Li Haotian shook his head. I know it's powerful, so aside from you all, I haven't told anyone else. Jiang Jun nodded in approval. Good, your talent is indeed against the heavens. Once it is exposed, other countries will see you as a thorn in their side. The fewer people who know, the better. After a pause, Jiang Jun asked Li Haotian, if there's anything you need to pack, go back and get it now. Once you're in Tianjing City, you might not be able to return for a long time. Li Haotian nodded. All right, I've already packed my stuff, I just need to go grab it. Good, then go quickly and come back quickly. You go with Li Haotian to grab his things and come straight back. Don't dawdle outside, Jiang Jun instructed. Okay Dad. Jiang Woyo chuckled, pulling Li Haotian as they headed out. After they left, Jiang Jun excitedly made a phone call. Soon the call was answered. Hello Ajun, what made you think of calling me? A warm elderly voice came through the phone. Hearing this voice, Jiang Jun's expression turned exceptionally respectful and he instinctively stood up. Teacher, I have important news to report to you. Oh, what's the important news? The elderly voice sounded surprised. It's like this, I came to Xizang City for a recruitment selection and here I encountered a new professional. Jiang Jun quickly recounted Li Haotian's situation. That's the situation. Before Jiangjin could finish, he heard the breathing on the other end suddenly become much heavier and more urgent. Infinite ammo, God's eye view. Jiangjin, you can't be joking about this, are you sure? Li Jiangjin solemnly replied, teacher, I have personally seen Li Haotian's attribute panel, there is absolutely no falsehood. The person on the other end exhaled deeply, seemingly trying to digest the shocking news. After a long pause, the elderly voice spoke again sternly, Jiangjin, once you return, bring him to see me immediately. Yes, teacher. Half an hour later, Li Haotian and Jiang Wuyo returned. Subsequently, the other new professionals also finished packing their luggage and gathered back. Once the last newcomer arrived, Jiangjin decisively said, everyone is here, let's go back to Tsinghua. Yes, the faces of the new professionals all showed excitement. Led by Jiangjin, the group headed towards the city's teleportation hall. Meanwhile, in Xizang City's Lianhua Villa, the Yuan family's mansion, Yuan Tiangang, the family head, sat in the hall with a grim expression, his fists clenched tightly. Master, we have almost questioned all the professionals who came out of the Abyss instance, and none of them have seen the young master, a man in his 30s dressed in black said. Kneeling on one knee, according to a few who have seen the young master, they were all acting together after entering the Abyss instance. Right after they killed the first Abyss Lord, the young master suddenly disappeared, and after that, they never saw him again. The man in black hesitated, then added gravely, they haven't come out yet, I'm afraid. Suddenly a loud bang resounded. Clang! Yuan Tiangang, in a fit of rage, swept the coffee table aside, shattering the expensive cups and saucers into pieces across the floor. Seeing their master enraged, the man dressed in black dared not even breathe. You may leave, Yuan Tiangang said in a low voice. But what about the young master? The man in black hesitated. Yuan Tiangong's expression darkened. No need to ask, just call everyone back. Yes, master, the man in black stuttered, bowing and retreating. After he left, the vast hall was left with only Yuan Tiangang. His expression gradually turned ferocious, his eyes flickering with a mad rage. He growled lowly, Li Haotian, you dare touch my son, I will have you dead. An hour after the Abyss dungeon was cleared, the pillar of light from the Abyss would disappear. At that point, if anyone hadn't come out, they would be forcibly ejected from the dungeon. However, the red pillar of light outside the city of four symbols had completely vanished, and Yuan Ting and Zhang San and his group were still nowhere to be seen. This meant that they had died inside the dungeon. People didn't know where Yuan Ting and his group had gone afterward, but Yuan Tiangang could guess. He had sent Zhang San, who had awakened his profession as an earthwalker, to protect Yuan Ting. While others were still searching for the teleportation formation to the other side, Yuan Ting and his group must have already used Zhang San's ability to burrow to the other side. As for their purpose, naturally, it was to kill Li Haotian and seize the secret of devouring souls. But now Li Haotian had returned safely. How Yuan Ting and his group died, Yuan Tiangang didn't even need to think about it. It was undoubtedly related to Li Haotian. Perhaps that female student from Tsinghua Academy was also involved. Ever since his wife died, Yuan Tiangang had treasured Yuan Ting, spoiling him greatly. Now that Li Haotian and his group had caused his death, even if Jiang Wuyu's father was a teacher at Tsinghua Academy, Yuan Tiangang was determined to make them pay to avenge his son, Li Haotian. Jiang Wuyu Jiangjin. Even if you are from Tsinghua, I will have you buried with my son. Yuan Tiangong's voice seemed to come from the depths of hell. In a flash of light, the space twisted instantly and a strong sense of weightlessness swept over. In just a few breaths, the scenery before Li Haotian's eyes became clear again. This place was also a teleportation hall, but compared to the city of four symbols, this one was at least 10 times larger. Jiang Wuyu looked at the dozen or so freshmen and giggled. Welcome to the capital of the East Dragon Empire, Tianjing City. Seeing this familiar place, Jiangjin seemed already impatient and immediately led everyone outside. Let's go back to the academy first. Watching her eager father, Jiang Wuyu pouted her lips slightly. Dad, what's the hurry? Let's go, Haotian. Saying this, Jiang Wuyu naturally took Li Haotian's arm and chased after her father. Li Haotian didn't notice, on the other side of the exit, the beautiful yet grim-faced Dugu Yan was staring at them, a glint of resentment flashing in her eyes. Full, the person standing by Li Haotian's side should have been me. The one who joined Tsinghua should have been me. Consumed by jealousy, Dugu Yan screamed in her heart. Li Haotian should have been mine. You're all going to die. If I can't have it, no one else deserves to have it either. Destroy it all. I will destroy you all. Under Jiangjin's leadership, Li Haotian and his group left the teleportation hall and quickly walked towards the heart of Tianjing City. After a while, Li Haotian looked at Jiang Wu Yu with a puzzled expression. Yu, aren't all the major universities including Tsinghua Academy located in the suburbs of the city? Why are we heading towards the city center? And Jiang Wu Yu giggled and replied, the main campus is indeed in the suburbs, but our academy's guild has a branch in Tianjin City. Through the guild's internal teleportation array we can directly return to the academy. The Tsinghua Academy's guild, the other freshmen exchanged excited glances. In the Donglong Empire, each major academy has its own guild. The more powerful the academy, the more prestigious its guild. There are three major guilds in the Donglong Empire. The Qinglong Academy's guild known as Nuclear Elite, the Beta Academy's guild called Glory of the Dead, and the military guild of the Donglong Empire known as Dragon Group. It's worth mentioning that the Marshal of the Donglong Empire, who is also the honorary president of Tsinghua Academy, is not only the chairman of the Dragon Group but also the chairman of the Nuclear Elite. Originally, Beta Academy was founded by the major families of the empire, and the chairman of the guild has always been appointed by the Council of Clan Elders. 10 minutes later, the group arrived at Tianjin Avenue that runs through the city from north to south and headed towards a huge azure building. Even from a distance, Li Haotian could see the four gilded large characters on the building, Nuclear Elite. This was the branch of Tsinghua Academy in Tianjin City. As for the main guild, it was naturally located within Tsinghua Academy itself. Jiang Jin led the way into the branch. Hello Teacher Jiang. Teacher Jiang, you're back from recruiting. Greetings echoed incessantly. Jiang Jin replied with a smile to the people around him. Li Haotian looked on in surprise. He hadn't expected Jiang Jin to hold such a high status at Tsinghua Academy. Noticing Li Haotian's confusion, Jiang Wu Yu leaned in and whispered, my dad is a direct disciple of Marshal Li, so everyone respects him a lot. Li Haotian was momentarily stunned. A direct disciple of Marshal Li. He hadn't expected Jiang Jin to have such a status. No wonder he was so adamant about introducing him to Marshal Li. Marshal Li was his teacher. Stepping onto the guild's teleportation array, the light around them shifted and changed. When Li Haotian could see clearly again, he found himself in the exclusive teleportation hall of Tsinghua Academy. Back at their home base, Jiang Jin finally relaxed. Li Haotian looked around curiously. He found that the teleportation hall was astonishingly large, no smaller than the one in Xizang City. Besides their current teleportation array, there were dozens more in the hall, leading to unknown destinations. He turned to the more than 10 new students and said, turn right when you exit, that's where the new students register. Your information has already been sent over. Just go there, give your name and follow the procedure to complete the admission process. You take them over and introduce them to our academy along the way. Li Haotian, come with me. With that, Jiang Jin immediately grabbed Li Haotian and headed outside. Jiang Wuyu had already guessed where her dad was taking Li Haotian. She made a funny face secretly before turning to the other freshmen and saying, follow me, everyone, I'll take you to complete the enrollment procedures. After leaving the teleportation hall, Li Haotian discovered that Tsinghua Academy, one of the top institutions in the Eastern Dragon Empire, was actually built on a hill. As far as the eye could see, numerous buildings were densely scattered among lush green trees, creating a sense of deep seclusion within the forest. The teleportation hall they had come out of was located halfway up the hill, nearly reaching the top. After coming out, Jiang Jin turned and walked towards a small path behind the teleportation hall leading upward. Li Haotian hurried to keep up and asked, Teacher Jiang, where are we going? Shouldn't I go through the enrollment procedures first? Jiang Jin smiled and said, You will handle your enrollment procedures for you. For now, we're going to meet someone. Meet someone? Li Haotian's heart stirred, suddenly feeling excited. He had guessed who he was about to meet. Along the path, they reached a pavilion where Jiang Jin led the way inside, took out a milky white crystal, and said to Li Haotian, come and stand on the teleportation array. Li Haotian did as instructed. Then Jiang Jin channeled his spiritual power into the crystal, and the teleportation array lit up. Li Haotian only felt a blur before his eyes. In the pavilion they were in vanished, replaced by a small courtyard with a rustic farmhouse atmosphere. Jiang Jin stood respectfully in front of the courtyard and said, Teacher, I have brought Li Haotian. A gentle and elderly voice immediately responded, as if the owner of the voice had been expecting them. Come in. Yes, teacher. Jiang Jin responded, leading Li Haotian into the courtyard. Entering the front hall, Li Haotian immediately saw an elderly man with silver at his temples but a vigorous demeanor sitting at the head of the reception room. The old man's gaze swept over Jiang Jin and quickly settled on Li Haotian. Jiang Jin whispered to Li Haotian, pay your respects to Marshal Li. Li Haotian's body trembled and his eyes showed excitement. It was indeed him. he stepped forward and respectfully said, "Li Haotian, I pay my respects to Marshal Li." Marshal Li's eyes were penetrating as he scrutinized Li Haotian carefully and said in a deep voice, "Li Haotian, I've heard from Ajin that your mechanic class has the talents of unlimited ammunition and a god's eye view?" Marshal Li did not beat around the bush and asked directly. Li Haotian did not hesitate and quickly displayed his attribute panel, opening the talents section. Seeing the panel attributes he had never seen before, Marshal Li's pupils slightly narrowed. A mechanic-specific talent, there are still such unique things in the world. Marshal Li murmured. Suddenly his eyes sharpened and he looked excitedly at Li Haotian. "Li Haotian, use your super weapon and attack me with all your strength." Li Haotian was stunned for a moment, then confirmed, "With all my strength." Marshal Li confidently nodded. "Don't worry, with your current level you can't hurt me." Li Haotian glanced at the room and shook his head gently. "It's not that I am afraid of hurting you," he said, "I am worried that this room cannot accommodate my super weapons." Marshal Li was momentarily stunned. "Can't fit?" He looked around his large reception hall subconsciously. With more than 200 square meters, it wasn't particularly large, but surely it was enough. How many super weapons could this young man summon? His eyes filled with intense curiosity, Marshal Li led the way outside. "Let's go out. I want to see just how extraordinary you, the mechanic, are," he said as he strode out. Li Haotian followed calmly with a faint smile, and Jiangjin, full of curiosity, trailed behind them. Although Jiangjin had seen Li Haotian's unique talents and heard his daughter describe Li Haotian's battles in the Abyssal Dungeon, he had never witnessed his combat effectiveness in person and was naturally very eager to see it. Once outside in the courtyard, Marshal Li stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze burning into Li Haotian. "Young man, come on, show me how powerful your attack can really be." Li Haotian nodded slightly, and after a brief moment of thought he began to summon his super weapons. With a swoosh, a dense array of Gatling rotary machine guns appeared around him as if by magic. 20, 50, 100, 200, 400, 600, the sky was filled with Gatlings. In the blink of an eye, 600 Gatling guns appeared before them, causing both Jiangjin and Marshal Li's pupils to shrink. Although Li Haotian's current level was far from comparable to theirs, the sheer number of super weapons filling their view still had an incredibly formidable and intimidating effect. Since coming out of the Abyss Dungeon, Li Haotian had reached level 25, and with a few new pieces of equipment his total spiritual power had broken through 1200, 600 Gatling guns existing for 1 minute would consume a total of 1,200 spiritual power points. With his current power it was just enough. Since he was to demonstrate his abilities, Li Haotian naturally chose the most visually stunning method. Looking at the dense Gatling guns before him, Jiangjin's eyes widened and his mind was greatly shocked. "Marshal, I am starting," said Li Haotian in a deep voice. Marshal Li subconsciously nodded. The next moment 600 Gatlings roared into action, simultaneously sending a blanket of firepower towards Marshal Li. The intense light from the gun barrels was so dense that it seemed as if a bright spotlight had appeared above Li Haotian, the glare stinging the eyes. Each Gatling gun had a firing rate of 1,000 bullets per minute, and with 600 Gatlings, that was a total of 600,000 bullets. What is a barrage of bullets? This was truly a barrage. Jiangjin, startled, instinctively stepped back and couldn't help but curse. Marshal Li's face twitched, his wrinkles convulsing. Fortunately, as the world's top-ranked superpower, he had long been prepared. He waved his hand in the air and immediately the air around him rippled, emitting a deep thud and forming a huge ripple-like light shield around him. In the next instant, the enormous light shield was immediately engulfed by Li Haotian's overwhelming firepower. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of intense air collisions echoed continuously as all the ammunition poured onto Marshal Li Yuan by Li Haotian was completely blocked. Witnessing this scene, Li Haotian's pupils slightly contracted, equally shocked. So powerful, is this the strength of a top-tier phantom god profession, the creator? He couldn't help but mutter to himself. Eastern Dragon Empire's Marshal Li Fuzi, known as the world's strongest professional, his awakened super phantom god profession, the creator, is a unique profession in the whole world. It was because of his emergence that the Eastern Dragon Empire rose from a second-tier nation to become a major world power that everyone had to treat with caution, even the strongest superpower today. The Freedom Federation must be wary and pay attention. The creator profession awakened by Marshal Li Yuan is even heralded as the strongest profession in the world. A creator has the power to control everything. Moreover, they can also use this power to control and change the form and density of all things, such as air, water, fire, metal, earth. Everything in the world except for living beings can be manipulated by a creator. Of course, there are limitations, that is. They cannot convert one type of thing into another, such as turning water into fire or air into soil. But even so, Marshal Li Yuan's abilities are already overwhelmingly powerful, naturally restraining all professions. It can even be said that unless his spiritual energy is exhausted, it is impossible to kill him. For instance, now Marshal Li Yuan casually waved his hand and turned the surrounding air into an incredibly dense, highly defensive air shield, completely protecting himself. No matter how wildly the external ammunition bombarded, it could not harm him in the slightest, as half a minute passed, the 600 Gatling rotary machine guns floating above Li Haotian continued to pour out ammunition generously, and Marshal Li Yuan's eyes were filled with awe. Good gracious, it really is unlimited ammunition. Meanwhile, the ground within a 10-meter radius around Marshal Li Yuan, except for the area he occupied, was completely riddled with holes by Li Haotian's sweeping fire, looking as if it had been plowed through. After confirming the reality of Li Haotian's abilities, Marshal Li Yuan then solemnly said, "That's enough, stop now." Li Haotian nodded slightly, and with a thought, the sky full of Gatling rotary machine guns instantly disappeared. Marshal Li Yuan waved his hand to dispel the air shield around him, his eyes firmly fixed on Li Haotian, his gaze as brilliant as a myriad of stars. Excitedly he said, "Well done, what a mechanic with full spiritual power." Then he looked at Li Haotian with great expectation. "Li Haotian, would you like to take me as your master and become my direct disciple?" Upon hearing these words, Jiangjin displayed a look of astonishment, and Li Haotian was also slightly stunned. Marshal Li Yuan earnestly said, "Li Haotian, your abilities are too important for our Eastern Dragon Empire. Only when you elevate your level in the future will you truly be the strongest profession in the whole world, even stronger than me. If you are willing to take me as your master, we will spare no effort in training you. With your leadership, our Eastern Dragon Empire will surely replace the Freedom Federation and dominate the world." He was now completely certain that Li Haotian would definitely become a turning point for the Eastern Dragon Empire. You see, Li Haotian is only at level 25 right now, and having unlocked just 2 mechanic-specific talents, he's already performing miraculously. Imagine when Li Haotian levels up further, unlocking more skills and talents, even he wouldn't be able to withstand Li Haotian's attacks. Despite his ability to control everything, his control range is a shortcoming. If Li Haotian were a mechanic of a similar level, he could easily maintain the distance and deliver powerful long-range firepower. With Li Haotian's talent for unlimited ammunition, once his spiritual energy is depleted, Li Haotian's super weapons could shred into pieces. Such attack power is unbearable for anyone. Moreover, a mechanic is essentially a terrifying weapon of mass destruction. For a nation, its importance is countless times greater than that of a creator like him. Coming back to his senses, Li Haotian said excitedly, "Marshal Li, I grew up listening to your legends. You are the pride of all people in the Eastern Dragon Empire, and I would of course love to be your disciple." Marshal Li burst into hearty laughter, his jovial voice echoing far and wide. "Good, from today you are my 4th direct disciple and also my last." Marshal Li pointed to Jiangjin, who was equally shocked, and said with a smile to Li Haotian, "Haotian, this is your 3rd senior brother, Jiangjin, a level 68 element controller. You must already be quite familiar with him." Li Haotian, surprised, quickly bowed to Jiangjin. "I have seen senior brother Jiang." Jiangjin, finally coming to his senses, looked at Li Haotian with a sigh. "I never thought you would become my junior brother." Marshal Li looked seriously at Jiangjin. "Ajin, you must also understand the importance of Haotian to our Eastern Dragon Empire. From now on you must protect him at all costs. His life is more important than everything, including mine." Jiangjin trembled, his expression solemn. "Yes, teacher." Marshal Li smiled slightly, then continued, "Ajin, I remember there's a villa near Qingfeng that's unoccupied. From now on let Haotian live there." Marshal Li nodded slightly, then said, "Also go find Qingfeng and Han Suan and have them come to me immediately." "Yes, teacher," Jiangjin replied, not daring to delay, and quickly headed outside. Watching Jiangjin's departing figure, Marshal Li turned to Li Haotian, his expression gentle. "Haotian, rest here for a while. I need to step out for a bit, and later I'll introduce you to your eldest senior brother and 2nd senior sister." Li Haotian's eyes showed an incredulous look. Qingfeng, Han Suan, could it be the current head and vice head of Tsinghua Academy, who are also the deputy heads of the Dragon Group Guild and the Nuclear Leveling Elite Guild? Wang Qingfeng and Ling Han Suan, these two were actually Marshal Li's direct disciples. Wang Qingfeng, a powerful illusion god profession, a level 78, Sword Saint, vice head of the Dragon Group. Ling Xuehan, also a powerful illusion god profession, a level 76 Voidwalker, vice head of the Nuclear Leveling Elite Guild. Although they are called vice heads, in reality they are the true leaders of these two major guilds, since Marshal Li Fuzi, the nominal president of the two major guilds, had not directly intervened in the affairs of the guilds for several years. That is to say, the actual managers of the two major guilds now were his eldest senior brother and his second senior sister. It's absolutely incredible, Li Haotian excitedly agreed. Yes, teacher. Then Li Haotian went inside the house, sat cross-legged, and took the opportunity to recover his spiritual power. Marshal Li thought for a moment, flipped his hand, and a huge brush as thick as a baby's arm appeared. Then he gently tossed the brush. The brush floated up by itself, landed on the roof, and scattered a layer of light shield downwards, protecting Li Haotian within. Due to the assassination attempt that had taken place before, even though Li Haotian was now in his own residence, Marshal Li could not afford to be careless. After doing all this, he nodded, slightly reassured, and quickly left. More than 10 minutes later, Jiang Jin arranged everything and returned. By his side there was a man and a woman. The man was wearing a sword robe styled after ancient times, with a perfect inverted triangle physique, and although his muscles were not particularly strong, his lines were very powerful, full of explosive power. He had a handsome face with high arched eyebrows, giving him a sharp aura. This person was none other than the vice president of the Dragon Group and also the dean of Tsinghua Academy, Wang Qingfeng. The woman was tall, with delicate features and a noble temperament resembling an icy snow lotus. At first glance one would hardly imagine that such a gentle woman was the vice dean of Tsinghua Academy and also the vice president of the Nuclear Level Elite Guild. With such statuses in the East Dragon Empire, they were definitely top figures. Wang Qingfeng followed Jiang Jin to the teacher's residence, curiously asking, "Junior brother, what exactly did the teacher suddenly call us here for today?" Ling Xuehan also looked curiously at Jiang Jin. Over the years, Marshal Li had been retreating behind the scenes, and unless there was something particularly important, he rarely appeared in public. Both Tsinghua Academy and the Dragon Group and Nuclear Level Elite were handled by Wang Qingfeng and Ling Xuehan, thus receiving a sudden summons from the teacher was a bit of a surprise for them. Faced with the questions from his senior brother and sister, Jiang Jin smiled mysteriously. "Senior brother, from today onwards you should start calling me third junior brother, not junior brother." Wang Qingfeng was momentarily stunned, exchanging a surprised look with Ling Xuehan, and joyfully said, "Do you mean that the teacher has taken another direct disciple?" Jiang Jin laughed and nodded. Ling Xuehan's beautiful face was full of curiosity. "Third junior brother, the teacher took you as a disciple more than 10 years ago, right? How come he suddenly took another direct disciple?" Thinking of Li Haotian's explosive performance earlier, Jiang Jin said with emotion, "Wait until you meet the junior brother, then you'll know." Wang Qingfeng's brows twitched slightly. "Oh, so the teacher's new direct disciple is now in the teacher's courtyard?" Jiang Jin nodded. "That's right." Ling Xuehan asked, "What profession does our junior brother have that even the teacher couldn't resist taking another disciple?" Wang Qingfeng speculated, "It must be some powerful and rare illusionary god profession. Could it be an apostle of light, or a night demon?" Jiang Jin shook his head with a strange expression. "Junior brother is a mechanic." "What, a mechanic?" Wang Qingfeng and Ling Xuehan exchanged a shocked glance. After hesitating for a while, Wang Qingfeng ventured, "Could it be that the teacher wants to restart the mechanical war god project?" Ling Xuehan frowned slightly. "A fully developed mechanic is indeed strong. We exhausted countless resources to cultivate that level 76 mechanic, who even dominated several countries including the Free Federation in the international war instance, but..." Wang Qingfeng also looked slightly grim. "But to build such a trump card, the resources required are just too great. If an accident like last time occurs, it would be a loss that Tsinghua Academy and the Eastern Dragon Empire can hardly afford." Jiang Jin smiled meaningfully. "Big brother's second sister, don't worry. Our junior brother's mechanic is not quite like ordinary mechanics. His talent is so strong that even our teacher feels inferior." "Even the teacher feels inferior?" Wang Qingfeng and Ling Xuehan were both startled, their faces filled with confusion. The teacher's profession is recognized worldwide. As the #1 creator, how could a mere mechanic possibly make the teacher feel inferior? As they spoke, the three had already arrived at Marshal Li's residence. However, upon entering the courtyard, they all paused in surprise. Ling Xuehan murmured, "The landscape pen. The teacher values this junior brother so highly that he even left the landscape pen to protect him before leaving?" The landscape pen, ranked first among weapons and Marshal Li's exclusive weapon, was renowned far and wide. Wang Qingfeng's expression became solemn. Third junior brother, what is the background of this junior brother of ours? Jiangjin shifted his gaze away from the landscape pen and exclaimed, he is a freshman who just changed his profession this year. I discovered him during the selection assessment in Four Symbols City, a freshman, so he has only changed his profession a few days ago. Wang Qingfeng was astounded, a freshman, and the teacher took him so seriously. Ling Xuehan was about to ask something else when suddenly Marshal Li's voice, filled with hidden excitement, came from behind Qingfeng. Xuehan, you are here, come in, let's talk inside. The three hurriedly bowed to Marshal Li. Ling Xuehan asked curiously, teacher, you were just going to? Marshal Li waved his hand and said solemnly, I was issuing a notice. In half an hour, the Centennial Council will convene. The Centennial Council? Wang Qingfeng and Ling Xuehan trembled, their eyes revealing an incredulous look. Even Jiangjin, who was somewhat prepared, was taken aback. The Centennial Council was the highest meeting that all guilds of the Eastern Dragon Empire must attend. Normally, it is only convened for major national concerns. The last session was 10 years ago when the Free Federation targeted the Eastern Dragon Empire in various major instances, prompting Marshal Li to propose a declaration of war against the Free Federation. And after that council, the super-large international war instance known informally as the Second World War took place. The Eastern Dragon Empire's secretly trained mechanic showcased his mighty power in the instance, almost annihilating the participants from the Free Federation and its allies, shocking the entire world. Meanwhile, the Eastern Dragon Empire had risen to become a leading superpower among the world's first-tier nations, a position so formidable that other countries no longer dared to provoke it lightly. Unfortunately, not long after this rise, the Empire's secretly trained mechanic was mysteriously assassinated, causing the countless resources Marshal Li had invested in him to be squandered in an instant. This led to a resurgence of the Freedom Federation in international affairs in recent years, putting various pressures on the Eastern Dragon Empire and undermining Marshal Li's prestige. However, 10 years later, with the emergence of Li Haotian, it seemed the master was ready to make a move again. Wang Qingfeng and Ling Xuehan were stunned, instinctively turning their gazes to Li Haotian inside the room. Clearly, the meeting of the 100 officials was convened because of their junior brother, the newly transitioned mechanic. Marshal Li extended his hand, and the floating mountain and river brush returned to his grasp and disappeared. Haotian, come here, meet your senior brother and second senior sister, Marshal Li said warmly. Li Haotian opened his eyes and immediately stood up to walk over. He glanced at Wang Qingfeng and Ling Xuehan and hurriedly greeted Li Haotian, meeting senior brother and second senior sister. They nodded subconsciously, still somewhat dazed by the recent news. Marshal Li smiled faintly and directly said to Li Haotian, Haotian, use your skills, let your senior brother and second senior sister see. Oh right, your display just now must have consumed quite a bit of your spirit power. You couldn't have recovered much in such a short time. Summon as much as you can. Okay, teacher, Li Haotian replied. Then, after a moment's thought and a flicker of his mind, he used his skilled Glotrot pistol. Bang! A matte silver pistol appeared immediately in front of Li Haotian. Glotrot pistol? What's special about this pistol? I can't see anything. Wang Qingfeng observed for a moment, his brow furrowing as he spoke, but before he could finish, bang 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 bang, a series of silver lights flashed in front of Li Haotian as Glotrot pistols crazily appeared, continuously emerging from the void. In the blink of an eye, the area in front of Li Haotian was filled with hundreds of Glotrot pistols. From that moment until now, Li Haotian had only recovered over 100 spirit power points, since the spirit power consumption of the Glotrot pistol was the lowest. At just 1 point, he simply summoned all the Glotrot pistols he could. After all, as a mechanic, the sheer number of superweapons made a more impressive display. The once spacious courtyard suddenly seemed crowded. Although Marshal Li had already witnessed the spectacular sight of Li Haotian summoning 600 Gatling rotary machine guns, seeing hundreds of Glotrot pistols appear all at once still made his eyes shine with excitement. Then, he said in a deep voice, Haotian, fire at the sky. Yes, teacher. Li Haotian immediately commanded the hundreds of Glotrot pistols to aim at the sky and open fire wildly. Bang 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 bang. The dense gunfire resounded in an instant. 5 seconds passed. And the gunfire continued. 10 seconds passed and the sound did not stop. A full 30 seconds passed and the firepower showed no signs of weakening. Wang Qingfeng and Ling Xuehan were initially surprised. This junior brother had only changed his profession a few days ago, yet he had accumulated hundreds of grotto pistols. could he be a scion of some major family? But after 10 seconds they were both completely dumbfounded. A standard grotto pistol comes with 15 bullets, but in that half-minute surely more than 50 bullets had been fired. How was it that the barrage hadn't ceased? Could it be his gun had unlimited bullets? But how could that be possible? What on earth was going on? Wang Qingfeng and Ling Xuehan finally began to understand why their teacher had taken Li Haotian as his last direct disciple. However, they could not fathom how Li Haotian managed to do all this. Marshal Li watched the changing expressions of his two disciples, knowing they had felt Li Haotian's capabilities, and with a smile, he said to Li Haotian, "Haotian, that's enough, put them away." Li Haotian nodded slightly, and with a thought, all the grotto pistols vanished instantly. Marshal Li waved his hand and a wall of air instantly rose around them, enveloping the entire courtyard. Then, with a gentle squeeze of his hand, the once transparent air wall twisted, cutting off any outside view. He then said to Li Haotian, "Haotian, share your attribute panel with your eldest brother and second sister." Li Haotian did as instructed. Wang Qingfeng and Ling Xuehan immediately focused their gaze. Level 25. He had just changed professions a few days ago. How could he be level 25 already? Wang Qingfeng was shocked. But when Li Haotian opened his talent panel, Wang Qingfeng and Ling Xuehan's eyes widened as if they had seen a ghost. They saw clearly Li Haotian's skills were not the usual mechanics blueprints but direct superweapons. No wonder Li Haotian had produced so many grotto pistols at once. His skills only accounted for consumption with no cooldown. If Li Haotian's spiritual power was sufficient, not just 100, even 1,000 wouldn't be a problem. And then, the mechanic-specific talents on the right side, what on earth were those? Unlimited ammunition. God's view, a mechanic has such things? With these two talents, not to mention the phantom god profession, even a true god would have to kneel. And even more outrageous, every 10 levels he could unlock more talents, and the first two were already so abnormal, the next ones would probably not be any less impressive. This isn't a mechanic, this is clearly a battlefield Terminator. Wang Qingfeng and Ling Xuehan exchanged glances, both seeing the excitement and gravity in each other's eyes. No wonder the teacher had taken him as a close disciple and valued him so highly. It was for this reason Xinghua Academy had found a treasure. Marshal Li forcefully controlled his emotions and said solemnly, "Qingfeng, Xuehan, do you have any questions now?" Wang Qingfeng and Ling Xuehan, with very serious expressions, shook their heads earnestly. Marshal Li nodded and said, "Haotian is only level 25 now, and the power of the super weapons he can summon is limited. But even so, just by changing his equipment and stacking up his spiritual power with the number of super weapons he can summon, no professionals below level 50 could withstand it. Once he levels up beyond level 50, he can collect epic gear through slaughter instances and large-scale raids. The attack power he can unleash would even allow him to instantly kill any illusionist class below level 80. If paired with high-level spirit rejuvenation potions, Wang Qingfeng's eyes suddenly blazed with excitement. If that's the case, he alone could crush an entire legion from other countries. Marshal Li emphatically said, "Yes, and this time we don't even need to invest any resources in creating super weapons. All we need to do is protect him and let him grow as quickly as possible." Marshal Li stared intently at Li Haotian. "Once Li Haotian reaches level 80 or above, that will be the moment our East Dragon Empire dominates the world." Ling Xuehan hesitated and glanced at her teacher. "Teacher, about the international instance a month from now, should we?" Marshal Li decisively shook his head. "No, compared with Haotian's safety, the international instance a month later is no longer important. Although Haotian's attack power is strong, he is still not strong enough in defense. If he is exposed too early, the Free Federation and Sakura country will definitely send assassins for Li Haotian. I will not allow such a thing to happen again." Hearing this, Wang Qingfeng and Ling Xuehan instinctively nodded. Indeed, compared to Li Haotian's safety, temporary benefits are not important. As long as Li Haotian can reach level 80 and become a senior professional, with the strong equipment bonus, he would have enough power to protect himself. Coupled with his countless super weapons, by then even if assassins really wanted to target him, it wouldn't be that easy. Moreover, Li Haotian's special talent unlocks an additional one every 10 levels. With more talents to enhance him, Li Haotian will become even stronger. Speaking of this, Li Haotian himself felt somewhat helpless. If it's a head-on confrontation, he is not afraid of anyone at the moment, but if he encounters those illusionist classes who intend to sneak attack, he needs to be wary. Alas, he wondered if the later talents would provide him with defense or increase his survival rate. Li Haotian couldn't help but mutter in his heart. Ling Xuehan's beautiful eyes also filled with fiery light. Once Haotian levels up, he could summon transformers, aircraft carriers, war fortresses, intercontinental missiles, and cities in the sky. By then, if he enters large-scale raids, slaughter instances, or international war instances, he only needs to command the super army by himself and control the overall situation through a god's eye view. Even without other special talents, we could remain invincible. Wang Qingfeng nodded vigorously, excited beyond measure. Right, Haotian's god's eye view can expand by continuously killing monsters. By the time he reaches level 80, the number of monsters he would have killed could reach hundreds of thousands, if not millions. At that time, his god's eye view could even cover hundreds to thousands of kilometers. My goodness, at that distance, he could even monitor the entire territory of Sakura country from our East Dragon Empire, more exaggerated than satellites. Jiang Jin also looked thrilled. As a mechanic, he's naturally a long-range attack class. With this, Haotian could completely control the enemy's every move and achieve long-range precise strikes. Hey, just thinking about it is thrilling. A glint of cold light flashed in Ling Xuehan's eyes, her face brimming with murderous intent. When the time comes, if those people from Sakura country dare to pull any tricks, we'll have Haotian summon thousands of intercontinental missiles to flatten Fushan Mountain and sink their little broken island directly. Imagining the dense intercontinental missiles streaking across the sky descending towards the islands of Sakura country, Jiang Jin couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. He gave Ling Xuehan a thumbs up admiringly, saying, "Second sister truly deserves to be the spokesperson of our nuclear leveling elite, so ruthlessly effective." Wang Qingfeng turned his head to look at Li Haotian, his expression extremely bizarre. They say that mechanical prowess can fight hundreds, even thousands. But this guy is taking on a whole country. What an audacious pace this is. Marshal Li's eyes were deep and intense. He waved his hand to interrupt his disciples' flights of fancy and said in a deep voice, "Alright, since you all understand the principle, then next we need to start making our moves in the shadows. I hereby announce the reactivation of the Mechanical War God plan. All subsequent strategic planning will revolve around Haotian's arrangements and coordination, but until Haotian has sufficient self-protection, this must be carried out in secrecy, absolutely no leaks. Anyone who dares to harm Haotian will be killed without mercy." Wang Qingfeng and the others straightened up and responded loudly, "Yes, Marshal." Marshal Li nodded slightly, then turned and said, "Xuehan, you are a voidwalker capable of traversing space. Starting today you will take Haotian to grind in the wilderness, let him level up to 31st. After reaching level 30, Haotian can enter the Endless Altar, and with his special talents combined with the mechanic's offensive power, his solo grinding speed will be even faster. I believe it won't be long before Haotian reaches level 50. After level 50, inch with large-scale group dungeons and world bosses. Once Haotian is equipped with a full set of epic gear, this mechanical war god will essentially be in shape." "Understood, teacher," Ling Xuehan excitedly replied. Marshal Li smiled coldly, then turned to Jiang Jin and said, "Ushin, you stay here and look after Haotian. Xingfo, Xuehan, let's go convene the Centennial Conference." "Yes, teacher," Wang Qingfeng and Ling Xuehan responded excitedly. Soon, the three of them arrived at the Nuclear Leveling Elite Conference Room. Wang Qingfeng turned on the projector and sat down in his seat. As the twisted light began to change, the scene in front of them rippled like water waves. Marshal Li's expression was calm as he watched the scene change. When the ripples settled, the three were no longer in the Nuclear Leveling Elite Conference Room, but had arrived at an even larger conference room. In the middle of the room was a huge long table, lined on both sides with people. Wang Qingfeng and Ling Xuehan sat at the forefront on Marshal Li's right side. On his left at the head was a stern-faced, elegantly dressed elderly man. He was the president of the Guild of the Honored Dead, Zhou Tianshou, who also served as the chairman of the East Dragon Empire's Clan Elders Council. Below Zhou Tianshou were the Guild of the Honored Dead's vice president, Jun Zhenhai, and below him, the heads of the major guilds of the East Dragon Empire. "Hey, do you know why today's Centennial Conference is being convened?" "I'm not sure either, I just got the notice myself. I heard it was initiated by Marshal Li. Oddly, there hasn't been any major incident recently, has there? Could it be because of the international warfare instance that's happening in a month? That seems unlikely. In recent years, Marshal Li has kept a low profile, and even for international warfare instances it's Wang Qingfeng and Ling Xuehan who take the lead." The heads of the major guilds were still discussing among themselves when suddenly Marshal Li appeared in the conference room. Everyone's expression turned solemn and they quickly fell silent, sitting up straight. Marshal Li scanned the room, pausing slightly when his gaze landed on Zhou Tianshou and Yun Zhenhai to the left. He then stood up, turned respectfully, and looked towards the large screen. The previously dark screen flickered slightly and displayed a middle-aged man dressed in an opulent black and gold robe. Marshal Lee bowed slightly to the man, saying, "Greetings to your majesty." "Greetings to your majesty," everyone echoed, bowing to the man on the screen. The middle-aged man, wearing a purple gold crown and a faint smile, spoke. "Guild leaders, there's no need for such formalities. Since everyone is here, Marshal Lee, please proceed with chairing the meeting." "Yes, your majesty," Marshal Lee nodded. Since the appearance of various monsters and professionals, the military forces of all nations have been significantly weakened, and professionals have gradually become the sole measure of a nation's strength. Although the imperial system of the Eastern Dragon Empire has continued, the emperor's authority has been greatly diminished, mainly handling administrative governance and representing a position of prestige. As for military force, it is entirely in the hands of the major guilds, naturally led by the three great guilds of the Eastern Dragon Empire. Marshal Lee stood up, looked around the room, his gaze slightly intense and his voice became solemn. "I've heard from Qing Feng that in the recent slaughter instances, our Eastern Dragon Empire has been continuously ambushed by nations like Sakura Country and the Free Federation, suffering considerable losses." Hearing this, Zhou Tianqiu, president of the Guild of the Honored Dead, to Marshal Lee's left, furrowed his brows. Yun Xinhai, the vice president, also flashed a look of concern. The expressions of other guild leaders also became strange, quietly exchanging glances below, their eyes filled with puzzlement. "Just this?" Marshal Lee, who hasn't interfered in the guild's affairs for many years, suddenly calls for 100 guilds meeting just over this minor issue. Ever since Marshal Lee led the rise of the Eastern Dragon Empire, it has been covertly targeted by nations led by the Free Federation. Isn't it normal for these countries to jointly ambush us, not just in slaughter instances, but also in abyss, factional combat, and large group instances? Whenever those countries' people gather together, isn't the Eastern Dragon Empire always ambushed or targeted? Is this really worth convening 100 guilds meeting? But after all, Marshal Lee is the foremost figure of the Eastern Dragon Empire. Even if his prestige was damaged by that assassination incident, with his contributions to the Eastern Dragon Empire, as long as he remains Marshal Lee and the president of the elite and dragon groups, his position will never waver. Faced with Marshal Lee's inquiry, although the guild leaders were puzzled, they could only respond respectfully. Indeed, particularly with the Liberty Federation and the Sakura Nation, one might even say it's blatant, and even Kinchi Nation has not shown us the respect it used to in recent years. During the last Abyss dungeon, several of our guild's young professionals encountered Ichiro Kobe from Sakura Nation and were mercilessly slain by him. Listening to the responses below, Marshal Lee's expression remained unchanged as he nodded slightly. According to the report from Qing Feng, the reason our professionals from the Eastern Dragon Empire are frequently ambushed in various dungeons is very likely because spies from the other side have obtained our action plans before the dungeons even opened. How is the spy investigation going now? The presidents of the major guilds looked at each other, shaking their heads somewhat cluelessly. Spies are prevalent in every country. The Eastern Dragon Empire is vast and resource-rich, adopting an open national policy with a complex populace, making it not so easy to root out these spies. Zhou Tianqiu, the president of the Guild of the Honored Dead, furrowed his brows slightly and slowly said, "President Lee, spy investigations have always been long-term and complex operations. All the presidents are already working on it, but it's difficult to achieve any significant results in a short time. Something you should also be aware of. Zhou Tianqiu is not only the president of the Guild of the Honored Dead but also the president of the Clan Elders Council. In the Eastern Dragon Empire, his status is equivalent to that of a prime minister, making him equal to Marshal Lee in rank. Thus, he is the only one who can address Marshal Lee simply as president." Marshal Lee glanced at him briefly and looked around at everyone, his gaze suddenly becoming sharp. In recent years, our younger professionals in the Eastern Dragon Empire have already been at a disadvantage. If they keep getting killed by the Liberty Federation, won't we run out of successors? Since you can't find the spies they've infiltrated, then don't bother looking anymore. As the Marshal of the Eastern Dragon Empire, I propose that, starting today, the Eastern Dragon Empire enacts a ban on all foreign professionals entering our territory and closes all international teleportation arrays. As for foreign professionals currently residing within the borders of the Eastern Dragon Empire, you have 1 day to expel them all." This statement caused the meeting room to fall silent at first, followed by a buzz of voices, except for Qing Feng and Ling Xuehan, who were prepared and remained composed. All other guild presidents showed a look of astonishment, even the emperor who was attending the meeting as a listener looked at Marshal Li in surprise. A ban on foreigners, this was a big move. Once this order was issued, the Eastern Dragon Empire would essentially be closing its borders, which, given the nation's current international standing, was bound to stir up a wave of significant reactions, sparking discussions and speculations among countries. Worldwide, Zhou Tianqiu and Yun Jinhai, the president and vice president of the Guild of the Honored Dead, exchanged shocked glances only to see confusion and bewilderment in each other's eyes. As one of the top 3 guilds in the Eastern Dragon Empire, this news was too sudden for them. Before this, neither the Dragon Group nor the Nuclear Leveling Elite Guild had let slip any hints, not even a slight premonition. Why suddenly implement a ban on foreigners? Could it really be just because they had been targeted a few times in the dungeons? It's impossible, there must be some hidden secrets they don't know about. Zhou Tianqiu pondered briefly and said in a deep voice, President Li, the national ban is no trivial matter. If it is suddenly implemented, it will greatly affect our information exchange with the international community. Moreover, if we close our nation to the world just because we were targeted a few times by the Free Federation and other countries in the simulation, it would make our Eastern Dragon Empire seem too timid. Marshal Li spoke calmly. In 1 month the international war simulation will commence, since we cannot identify and eliminate the enemies who have infiltrated. Let's kick them all out. The ninjas from Sakura Nation, even the mechanical war gods I personally trained, know when they go to the toilet and can easily assassinate them. Who knows how many of their people are still hidden within us? If they manage to scout our strategic layout for the international war simulation in a month, who among you can bear this responsibility? Zhou Tianqiu seemed to want to say something more, but Marshal Li did not give him the chance and waved his hand. Wang Qingfeng, you will lead the Dragon Group, primarily responsible for national security, with elite leveling and Glory of the Dead assisting from the side. Yes, sir, Wang Qingfeng and Ling Xuehan immediately responded. Marshal Li then turned to look at Zhou Tianqiu and Yun Jinhai. The vice president of Glory of the Dead, Yun Jinhai, and Zhou Tianqiu exchanged glances only to speak in a solemn tone. Yes, sir. Like Wang Qingfeng, Yun Jinhai, although only a vice president, was mostly responsible for managing the affairs of the Glory of the Dead Guild. Zhou Tianqiu, as the chairman of the Clan Elders Council, usually only participated in major affairs such as today's Centennial Council. Marshal Li nodded slightly, then looked down at the various guild presidents. As for the other guilds, cooperate with the 3 major guilds to cleanse the insiders and expel all foreign professionals from the country. He paused slightly, his eyes emitting a murderous intent, and said in a deep voice, 1 day later, if anyone is found harboring foreign professionals, they will be charged with treason and executed without mercy. Hearing this declaration filled with lethal intent, everyone shuddered, their gaze turning stern. It was clear that Marshal Li was serious this time. Yes, sir, received. We will follow your order. Marshal Li nodded in satisfaction, his voice solemn. This meeting is adjourned. Dismissed. After saying that, he was the first to turn and bow slightly to His Majesty the Emperor, his figure slowly fading as he exited the online meeting. Seeing Marshal Li leave, everyone also left one after another. In the conference room of the North D Academy, Zhou Tianqiu, dressed neatly and with a serious expression, exited the projection, his eyes showing a contemplative emotion. Beside him, Vice President Yun Jinhai looked puzzled, similarly contemplating everything that had just happened. Suddenly, Zhou Tianqiu turned to Yun Jinhai and asked in a deep voice, recently, has anything unusual happened within the empire? Yun Jinhai thought for a moment, shaking his head in confusion. No. Everything is normal inside the empire, nothing special has happened. Zhou Tianqiu's eyes twinkled. What about Tsinghua Academy? Yun Jinhai frowned. Recently, other than the new students enrolling, there doesn't seem to be anything else, right? Strange, I also haven't noticed anything special, but if there wasn't anything special, why would Master Li suddenly make such a big move? Zhou Tianqiu's tone was grave. Master Li wouldn't make such a move without reason. A mere few losses in the dungeons are not enough for him to enforce a national lockdown. Something off must have happened recently that I'm unaware of. Jinhai, send someone to investigate immediately. Whether it's domestic or international, we must uncover the real reason behind Master Li's decision. Yes, President, Yun Jinhai responded and promptly walked out. Moments later, after he had dispatched the president's orders through the guild's internal communication system, he finally took a breath of relief. Just then the door to Yun Jinhai's office was pushed open again and a stern-faced middle-aged woman entered. It was Yun Niaohu. had been responsible for the high school selection in Xizang City. Yun Miao looked puzzled at Yun Jinhai. Brother, I heard that Marshal Li suddenly convened the 100 Public Council. What happened? Yun Jinhai glanced at his sister and shook his head. At the meeting just now, Marshal Li enforced a national lockdown decree. Yun Miao's body trembled slightly, her eyes revealing shock. A lockdown decree? Has something significant happened domestically? Why would he issue such a decree? Yun Jinhai shook his head helplessly and repeated what Marshal Li had said at the meeting. Yun Miao frowned. Targeted in the dungeons, just for such losses he issued a lockdown decree. Something doesn't feel right. Yun Jinhai nodded. We are also puzzled. In recent years, Marshal Li hasn't even bothered much about international war dungeons, so how could he suddenly come out with a lockdown decree over just a few losses? Something particularly important must have happened recently for Marshal Li to convene the 100 Public Council and make such a decision, Yun Miao pondered. Murmuring, Marshal Li suddenly expelling all the foreign professionals might mean there is something he needs to keep secret, not wanting it to be known internationally, but recently there doesn't seem to be any major domestic events, right? Yun Jinhai found it strange. The Dragon Group mainly handles imperial security and I just had someone inquire, they also don't seem to have anything special going on. Yun Miao, you interact a lot with Tsinghua Academy, has anything big happened there? Recently, major events? Not really. Tsinghua is just following normal procedures. Other than the recent new student admissions, there doesn't seem to be anything special. As she spoke, a gleam suddenly flashed in Yun Miao's eyes, and the image of a young man surfaced in her mind. Could it be him? But then she shook her head, chuckling to herself and thinking, I'm being too sensitive. He's just a mechanic who levels up quickly. How could he be worth Master Li enforcing a lockdown decree? Back when Tsinghua Academy went all out to produce a level 76 mechanic, he still ended up dying easily. Unless Master Li has gone senile, how could he possibly make the same mistake again for a newly transitioned mechanic? Dismissing that absurd thought from her mind, Yun Miao said firmly, I understand, brother. I'll keep a closer eye on the movements at Tsinghua Academy. Yun Jinhai nodded slightly. That's the only way then. Alright, you go ahead and get busy. Okay, brother. After speaking, Yun Miao turned and left. In Marshal Li's courtyard, 5 disciples gathered. Marshal Li said to Wang Qingfeng regarding the edict to ban foreigners, you need to monitor the situation closely. It is imperative that by this time tomorrow all foreign professionals are expelled. No one is allowed to remain within the borders of our Eastern Dragon territory, especially at the various borders. We must guard strictly. If any smuggler tries to sneak in, kill them directly. No need for courtesy. Yes, teacher, Wang Qingfeng replied seriously. Hanling Shuang, with a serious expression on her cold face, nodded and said, all right, teacher. Marshal Li then looked at Jiangjin. Asian, the less people know about Haotian the better. Starting today you will be the one to teach Haotian alone. Haotian's profession is a mech engineer, which is a special profession among the divine professions. He doesn't need to learn and practice combat skills, you only need to teach him the theoretical knowledge about professionals. I understand, teacher. Jiangjin also agreed. Since the emergence of professionals, the teaching methods for professionals have also undergone significant changes. Due to the large differences between different professions, the old style of large class teaching is no longer applicable. Therefore, all top universities now adopt an old-fashioned master-disciple mode for teaching new professionals. Like Tsinghua and Beta, the 2 top universities in the country, all teachers are at least level 50 or above and have completed Advanced Awakening. After each year's enrollment of new professionals is completed, the academy assigns different teachers according to the new students' professions who are responsible for their education and training. Just like Wang Qingfeng, Hanling Shuang and Jiangjin, their teacher is Marshal Li. For Li Haotian, this mode of education suits him well to hide his own identity. After all, compared to the old large-class teaching mode, the master-disciple mode offers much more privacy. Li Haotian also doesn't need to expose himself by interacting with other professionals daily, thus minimizing the risk of exposure. Marshal Li nodded slightly, speaking sternly. Regarding Haotian's skills and talents, the less people know the better. You are all my disciples and I cannot fully trust anyone else besides you. This matter concerns the future of the Eastern Dragon Empire and must be handled with utmost caution. The moment we have nurtured him, our Donglong Empire will soar once again. Yes, Wang Qingfeng and the others responded enthusiastically. Having witnessed Li Haotian's capabilities, there was no need for Marshal Li to emphasize just how crucial Li Haotian was. His presence alone was equivalent to a national-level strategic weapon. Marshal Li smiled at Jiangjin and said, Jin, you take Haotian back to rest first. Hanfrost needs to work with Qingfeng to enforce the national ban. After expelling all foreign professionals tomorrow, we can start leveling him up, yes. Teacher, they replied. Marshal Li's 4 disciples then went off in different directions to get busy. Under Jiang Zhen's lead, Li Haotian headed towards the back mountain. Soon, they arrived at a secluded spot with clear mountains and beautiful waters. Jiang Zhen stopped in front of a 3-story building and smiled. Haotian, from today this will be your home. While speaking, Jiang Zhen gestured to the side. That building over there is where I live, and those two are where the eldest and second senior sisters live. If you need any help, you can just come and find us. The area is protected by a defensive array set up by the second senior sister, so there should be no safety issues. Additionally, the teleportation array over there can take us directly to the teleportation hall of Tsinghua Academy, making it convenient for us to come and go. Li Haotian looked around in surprise as Jiang Zhen introduced everything. Each of these small buildings was a separate villa with a front yard of at least 200 square meters. The yard was exquisitely arranged with rockeries, flowing water pavilions and arbors, creating a marvelous environment. Compared to his previous residence, just this yard alone was 3 times larger. Li Haotian was slightly stunned. This is Tsinghua Academy, the accommodation conditions are too good. Jiang Zhen chuckled. It's because your accommodation is good. Even I only moved here after breaking through to level 60. As Li Haotian was about to say something else, a crisp voice called out from nearby. Haotian, you're back. Before the voice had even finished, a tall figure ran out excitedly. Yuan, Li Haotian turned his head in surprise. Weren't you helping the other freshmen with their registration? Jiang Wu. Yuan giggled. The registration went quickly, I finished with them and came back. Someone was cleaning the house just now and I guessed you would be moving in, and it turned out to be true. Li Haotian also smiled. That's great, we're going to be neighbors now. Jiang Wu. Yuan blinked her bright eyes, smiling sweetly. Yes, we're neighbors now, my new neighbor. Don't you plan to invite me to visit your new home? Li Haotian laughed. Let's go then, I also want to see what my new home looks like. Saying this, Jiang Wu. Yuan naturally took Li Haotian's hand and ran excitedly into the house. Watching the lively young man and woman, Jiang Zhen's face showed a meaningful smile, yet he did not stop them. Last year his wife had died in an international war instance, and although Jiang Wu. Yuan seemed unaffected on the surface, still smiling every day. As a father, Jiang Zhen was well aware that his daughter's optimism was largely feigned, aimed at preventing him from worrying. However, just moments ago he could distinctly feel the genuine joy and cheerfulness radiating from her. His junior fellow disciple, like a sudden beam of light, not only shone upon the Eastern Dragon Empire but also quietly illuminated the heart of Jiang Wu Yu. With this thought, Jiang Zhen paused slightly, his expression turning somewhat peculiar. Li Haotian was his junior disciple. Wasn't that making him a generation apart from Jiang Wu Yu? But then he shook his head, dismissing this odd thought, and continued walking inside. Why bother with such thoughts? It's not like it's the ancient feudal society, let each be as they are. The following day, the Eastern Dragon Empire, like a lion awakening from slumber, came to life abruptly. The Empire's Dragon Guard mobilized in full, setting up camps at the most accessible border regions to strictly forbid anyone's entry or exit. Meanwhile, other major guilds, under the leadership of the elite guilds Nuclear Level and Glory of the Dead, began a comprehensive purge within the Empire, expelling all foreign professionals from the country. Concurrently, the royal family of the Eastern Dragon Empire issued a declaration to the world. Effective immediately, the entire territory of the Eastern Dragon Empire was under lockdown. Anyone who trespassed would be seen as provoking the Empire with consequences on their own heads. This declaration immediately stirred a major international uproar. Nations around the world began speculating about the deeper intentions behind the Empire's actions, with an international war event scheduled a month later. Everyone harbored suspicions. Was the Eastern Dragon Empire concealing some major move? In the Free Federation, inside the National Conference Room, unlike the 3 major guilds of the Eastern Dragon Empire, the Free Federation had integrated all guilds, big and small, into a single most powerful entity, Yuanshin. The Yuanshin Guild was not only the highest martial entity of the Free Federation but also managed the nation's administration, functioning akin to a national Congress. Each branch of the guild spread across the country, managing a state each. In the face of significant events, all branch heads were required to respond to the call of the headquarters to contribute to the nation. Like now, for instance, the head of the Yuanshin Guild, Parker Williams, looked solemnly around the room, his gaze authoritative as it swept over everyone present. As you all are aware, the Eastern Dragon Empire has enacted a ban on entry. as of now, apart from their own professionals, all foreigners have been forcefully expelled. Let's hear it. Has anyone gathered any intelligence on this matter? The heads of various branches exchanged looks, murmuring quietly among themselves in the conference room. However, the confusion apparent on their faces soon made it clear that they were unaware of the reasons behind the Empire's sudden prohibition. The head of the Gotham branch, James Gordon, hesitated before speaking. President, could it be related to the international warfare event next month? Perhaps the Eastern Dragon Empire has some secret plans? Hearing James' speculation, other branch heads nodded slightly, evidently sharing the same suspicion. As it stands currently, apart from the international warfare events scheduled for next month, there seems to be no other reason for the Eastern Dragon Empire to enforce a national lockdown. Moreover, according to those expelled from the Eastern Dragon Empire, there have been no unusual incidents within its borders recently. Everything appears normal. Parker Williams's face was somber, his eyes flickering with light. After a moment, he slowly shook his head and said in a deep voice, "No, it doesn't seem to be about the international warfare event. Masterly is no fool. If they really had some secret strategy concerning the warfare event, they wouldn't make such a public display of it. Enforcing a lockdown at this time would simply alert everyone that we are preparing a secret weapon for the warfare event in a month. That doesn't make sense." Bruno Collins, the president of the Huadu branch, frowned and said, "But if it's not about the international warfare event, what else could justify the Eastern Dragon Empire's implementation of a lockdown? Could it be that a powerful world boss has appeared and they don't want other countries to participate? Or have they acquired some exceptionally powerful, game-changing legendary epic that they wish to keep secret? Could it be that Masterly has suddenly died? Are they afraid that if we find out, we might declare war? It's hilarious, can't you think a bit more logically? Masterly is an 88th level creator, the top-ranked powerhouse, stronger even than the general president. Why would he just die out of the blue? It's more likely you would die than him." Amidst the noisy discussions that erupted in the meeting room, a variety of wild speculations were thrown about. Parker Williams, looking helplessly at the suddenly chaotic conference room, roared with a headache, "Everyone quiet down. What is this behavior?" Seeing the president enraged, the various arguments and discussions finally began to subside. Parker Williams, with a stern face, scanned the room, thought for a moment, and then his gaze settled on James Gordon. "James, notify Sakura country and ask them to find a way to infiltrate the Eastern Dragon Empire. We must find out the real reason behind their lockdown. I always feel that old Wolf Masterly is up to something bad. Why should we let those from Sakura country, those dwarfs, go? Why not send our own people directly?" one of the presidents immediately questioned. Parker Williams glanced at him. "Fool, the people from our Freedom Federation look so different from those of the Eastern Dragon. How are they supposed to infiltrate?" The president in question was momentarily stumped. James nodded. "I understand, President." Parker nodded slightly and waved his hand. "All right, that's it for now, until we have solid information. Keep a close watch on all activities of the Eastern Dragon Empire." "Yes, President," everyone responded loudly. Sakura country, the headquarters of the Amaterasu Guild. The revered president of the Amaterasu Guild, Kenji Kobe, was bowing respectfully as he looked at the large screen. "Kenji Kobe, you are already aware of the lockdown enacted by the Eastern Dragon Empire. In recent years, although the Eastern Dragon Empire has been suppressed by us, their overall strength should not be underestimated. You, the Sakura nation, share a border with the Eastern Dragon Empire. If they are indeed preparing some major stratagem, given the historical grievances between you and them, you will be the first to suffer. President Parker has instructed me to notify you to dispatch someone to infiltrate the Eastern Dragon Empire as soon as possible to ascertain the real reasons behind their imposition of the national ban." Kobe Kenjin showed a troubled expression, but he dared not show any disrespect in front of James. After all, with Sakura Nation being such a tiny place, if it weren't for the support of the Free Federation, they would have long been swallowed up by the Eastern Dragon Empire just across the sea. Whenever the financial backers made demands, they could only comply. "Yes." Kobe Kenjin bowed in response. "All right, proceed as quickly as possible," James said, nodding with satisfaction as he ended the video call. As the large screen turned black, Kobe Kenjin, who had just been bowing and scraping, straightened up and adopted a proud and noble stance. He pondered for a moment and then called out authoritatively, "Someone come here." "Yes, President," a subordinate ran in respectfully. "Notify Ichiro to come here, I need to speak with him." "Yes." The subordinate bowed and backed out of the room. Moments later, a young haughty voice called from outside the door, "Father, you called for me." Kobe Kenjin's face broke into a proud smile as he commanded Ichiro, "Come in." The wooden door pushed open and a young man in his 20s with shoulder-length hair entered. The young man's features were strikingly delicate, displaying a gentle kind of handsomeness. However, the defiant look in his eyes added a touch of ruthlessness to his soft appearance. Undoubtedly, he was the idol of all the youth in Sakura Nation and the pride of the Kobe family, known as the strongest of the younger generation in Sakura Nation. Ichiro Kobe, watching his son Kobe Kenjin, slowly began, "You must be aware of the Eastern Dragon Empire's national ban, right?" Ichiro Kobe nonchalantly nodded. "I know, let them ban if they want. What's so great about that?" In recent years, the Eastern Dragon hasn't produced any decent young professionals. They're really becoming incompetent. Once I reach level 50 and complete my advanced awakening, I'll crush them easily. Kobe Kenjin reprimanded him in a steady-toned Bakayaro. "How have I taught you? Never underestimate your enemy or else you will suffer greatly one day." Ichiro Kobe paused slightly, then his defiant expression softened somewhat as he stood at attention. Yes, Kobe Kenjin's expression softened slightly, and he continued seriously, "The sudden imposition of the national ban by the Eastern Dragon Empire must hide some unspeakable secrets. In a month, the International War Dungeon will begin, and I suspect that their recent national ban might be in preparation for this event. There's an old saying in the Eastern Dragon, know thyself, know thy enemy, and you shall win 100 battles without loss. To be on the safe side, we need to ascertain the real reason behind the Eastern Dragon's national ban as soon as possible and prepare accordingly." Ichiro Kobe asked doubtfully, "But father, now that the Eastern Dragon has already imposed the national ban, even our people can't get in. How can we find out anything?" Although people from the Sakura Nation and those from the Eastern Dragon Empire might look similar, the distinctive accent of the Sakura people gives them away as soon as they speak. Moreover, the professions that individuals from Sakura Nation awaken to are vastly different from those of the Eastern Dragon people. Even if they were able to infiltrate, they could only pretend to be ordinary citizens, otherwise using their professional abilities would immediately expose them. Kobe Kenjin smiled proudly. "Breaking through their border control is indeed tough, but if we can't get in, we can lure them out, then we can capture their people and interrogate them. We might just get something valuable." Kobe Ichiro's eyes lit up. "Father, are you suggesting?" Kobe Kenjin, knowing that his son had guessed his plan, nodded emphatically. "Exactly, let's go with that." The following afternoon, the Eastern Dragon Empire had completed a total lockdown and shut down all international teleportation arrays. The ban was fully enforced. At Li Haotian's residence, in the spacious hall, Jiangzhen had just finished giving a lesson to Li Haotian. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared and a dark rift tore open out of nowhere, revealing a tall and aloof figure. It was Ling Xuehan, who had just finished her tasks. Second senior sister Li Haotian hurriedly greeted Ling Xuehan. A gentle smile appeared on Ling Xuehan's cool face as she said, "Little junior brother, the national ban has started. From now on, there will be no foreign professionals in the entire Eastern Dragon Empire. Additionally, all major cities are under temporary control and professionals are not allowed to leave the city at will. We can safely go to the wilderness to level up." Hearing this, Li Haotian was shocked. "Even the cities are under control, isn't that a bit much? Won't other professionals have complaints?" Ling Xuehan smiled faintly. "Complaints? With the three major guilds stepping forward, who dares to complain? Compared to your safety, their opinions are not important. Moreover, this temporary control won't last too long. Once you reach level 30, you can enter the Endless Altar to farm experience. By then, with the combination of Endless Altar and Wilderness farming, your leveling speed will further increase. Once you reach level 50, you can start participating in large-scale raids and the temporary control can be lifted." Jiangzhen also smiled slightly. "That's right, Haotian, you must understand that your significance now is not the same as that of ordinary professionals. Even we are far inferior to you. As long as it helps you level up quickly, all else is unimportant." Li Haotian earnestly thanked them. "Then thank you so much, third senior brother and second senior sister." Ling Xuehan shook her head with a smile. "Let's go. The wilderness is now empty, we can boldly farm and level up." Saying that, Ling Xuehan waved her hand and a dark spatial rift appeared again. She pulled Li Haotian and Jiangzhen close, enveloping them in a shield of silvery space energy, and then stepped into the spatial rift. As a phantom god professional, a voidwalker, Ling Xuehan's mastery and manipulation of spatial power had reached a profound level. The main reason Marshal Li Yuan chose her to lead Li Haotian's leveling was precisely because of Ling Xuehan's ability to freely traverse space and go anywhere to farm and level up. 200 miles away from Tianjing City, at the edge of the Valley of the Dead, a flash of silver light streaked across the sky as Li Haotian and Ling Xuehan quietly appeared. Li Haotian looked down intently, his gaze suddenly fixed. Below he saw the vast valley teeming with dense clusters of undead creatures, thousands in number at a glance. Level 32 skeleton warriors, level 33 zombies, level 35 headless knights. What a treasure trove of experience! Ling Xuehan, with a trace of excitement in her eyes, took out a blue pill from her pocket and handed it to Li Haotian, saying, "Little junior brother, take this and we can start working." Looking at the blue pill, Li Haotian exclaimed in surprise, "Is this the heavenly spirit pill?" Ling Xuehan smiled and replied, "Yes, our master said that before you reach level 50 you need to take heavenly spirit pills whenever you grind for experience to maximize your leveling speed." The heavenly spirit pill, also known as the double experience pill, is a type of medicine that can only be concocted by alchemist professionals. It is also the dream of all players leveling up, as it doubles the experience gain for half an hour after consumption. It is applicable to all dungeons and wild monsters below level 50. Despite its small size, this pill fetches a price of 200,000 gold coins at auctions. Not just ordinary people, but even medium-sized family clans are reluctant to use it on their young ones. Only the true major clans or top guilds would use it occasionally during special periods, such as when tackling high-difficulty, high-experience dungeons like the Abyss. Li Haotian, indulging in such luxury just for experience grinding, sighed as he took the pill and swallowed it. As the pill went down, a 30-minute countdown timer appeared in front of his eyes, signaling the start of the Heavenly Spirit Pill's double experience time. Seeing Li Haotian take the double experience pill, Ling Xuehan hesitated no more. She reached into the void and pulled out a dazzling golden staff, sculpted like a diamond. Simultaneously, a flash of light burst from her, and her epic silver-colored moon goddess suit appeared, replacing her casual clothes. As the light dimmed, the epic suit's original bright silver color was revealed. Li Haotian's eyes gleamed as he watched. The moon goddess suit ranked among the top 5 pieces of equipment in the Eastern Dragon Empire. "Oh, how I long to reach level 50 and wear such epic gear," he thought wistfully. Without wasting any more time, Ling Xuehan, fully equipped, turned to Jiangjin. "Third junior brother, take good care of our little junior brother. I'll handle clearing the monsters." Jiangjin nodded. "Okay, second senior. Sister Haotian is safe with me. You go on and focus on the monsters." Ling Xuehan smiled, nodded, and with a flash she disappeared from the spot. That was Jiangjin's duty. The reason he was brought along was to protect Li Haotian while Ling Xuehan cleared the monsters, guarding against any unexpected incidents. The space tore apart and Ling Xuehan appeared above the canyon, wielding her staff and sweeping it downward. "Dimensional storm!" Ling Xuehan shouted sharply, zing, with a series of dense spatial tearing sounds. Countless silvery white blades of dimension swept over the Valley of the Dead. These blades, formed by the power of space, fell like a torrential downpour, instantly sweeping over the undead creatures in the valley. Every undead touched by the dimensional blades was crisply sliced into pieces. The team successfully killed skeleton warriors, gaining 400 experience points. They killed zombies, gaining 440 experience points. They killed headless horsemen, gaining 480 experience points. In the next instant, the screen filled with kill notifications almost overwhelmed Li Haotian's entire field of view, eliciting his admiration. When there are enough wild monsters and a high-level professional leads the team, the speed is much faster than Li Haotian soloing dungeons. Moreover, Ling Xuehan's skills were inherently capable of wide-range AoE group damage. With one strike, she cleared a swath through the valley, instantly vanishing hundreds of monsters. Furthermore, this monster hotspot was clearly selected by Ling Xuehan. None of the monsters exceeded level 35, which was precisely the maximum level for Li Haotian to gain experience officially. According to the rules, when professionals hunt wild monsters, if the highest level of the monsters exceeds the professional's own level by more than 10 levels, they receive an experience penalty, significantly reducing the gained experience. However, within a 10-level difference, the closer the monster's level is to 10 levels higher, the greater the experience benefits. Paired with a double experience pill, Li Haotian's efficiency in gaining experience could reach its peak, skyrocketing on the spot. As the undead were annihilated, countless materials and green equipment burst onto the ground. But Li Haotian didn't even bother to pick them up, lazily ignoring the loot. Jokingly, he had already consumed a heavenly spirit pill worth 200,000 gold coins. Why waste time picking up trash? He'd rather spend that time hunting more monsters. In just a few minutes, thousands of undead in the entire valley were swept away by Ling Xuehan. Li Haotian watched his experience jump from 1% to 12% in an instant, fast as flying. Keep in mind, with the increase in level, the span of necessary experience also becomes significantly larger. If a regular professional were leveling up normally, it would probably take dozens of times longer than Li Haotian. Seeing how quickly Ling Xuehan cleared a monster hotspot, Li Haotian also appreciated the benefits of the temporary city control policy. If all professionals were unable to leave the city to hunt monsters, it would mean that Li Haotian and Ling Xuehan monopolized all the monster hotspots in the Eastern Dragon Empire. With Ling Xuehan's ability to freely traverse space, she could rapidly clear monsters at various level hotspots with Li Haotian. In this way, not only could they keep it secret, fearing no one's prying eyes, but also with no competition for monsters, the efficiency of their hunting could be maximized. It must be said, Marshal Li really went to great lengths to ensure Li Haotian could level up quickly. After Ling Xuehan had cleared the entire canyon of undead creatures, she reappeared in a flash, dressed in a silver-white outfit resembling a deity of time and space. She smiled gently at Li Haotian and said, "All done. Let's go, we're off to the next gathering spot for wild monsters." With that, Ling Xuehan waved her hand again, vanishing with Jiangjin and Li Haotian through a spatial rift, transporting directly to the next planned monster grinding zone. Meanwhile, at Tsinghua Academy, where Wang Qingfeng was in his office, the door suddenly received a knock. Thump thump thump. Wang Qingfeng calmly said, "Come in." A subordinate from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs pushed open the door, respectfully saying, "Vice President Kobu Kenjin from Sakura Country has requested a video communication wishing to discuss with you." Wang Qingfeng raised an eyebrow. "Kenjin of Amaterasu, what does he want?" The subordinate explained. "Sakura Country's Waseda Academy had previously applied for an international exchange with our academy scheduled for the near future. However, since we've enacted the national ban, Kobu Kenjin wishes to discuss the matter of international exchange with you." International exchange? Wang Qingfeng, slightly startled, pondered for a moment and nonchalantly waved his hand. "I seem to recall something like that, almost forgot. Tell him, during the ban period all activities are cancelled. We'll talk another time." The subordinate bowed and replied, "Yes, Vice President, at the headquarters of Amaterasu in Sakura Country, we'll talk another time." Although we anticipated that Donglong Empire would not engage in international exchanges at this time, Wang Qingfeng's casual dismissal was quite blunt. Kobu Ichiro remarked grimly. Kobu Kenjin's expression also darkened. As the president of Sakura Country's most powerful guild, Amaterasu, the lack of basic respect from the other party, who had a subordinate relay the message, clearly showed he was not taken seriously. Kobu Kenjin snorted angrily, a sinister light flickering in his eyes. "Baka, Donglong Empire is getting more and more arrogant." He suddenly turned to Kobu Ichiro, fiercely saying, "Ichiro, proceed as planned. Initiate the faction confrontation instance. For instances below level 50, the maximum number of participants is limited to 50 people. With such small team instances, we have the advantage. Select 10 close combat experts from the Samurai Division and 10 Vanguard Scouts from the Ninja Division, along with 30 Onmyoji from the Inyan Division. Given the low skill level of professionals in Donglong Empire in recent years, with you leading, their defeat is certain. Since Donglong Empire likes to hide like turtles, let's force them out." Hearing his father's words, Kobu Ichiro's eyes gleamed with excitement and bloodthirst. "Perfect, I wasn't satisfied with the last Abyss instance. This time I will thoroughly enjoy myself." Half an hour later, an announcement suddenly appeared in the instance hall, drawing the attention of countries worldwide. Sakura Country has proactively initiated a faction confrontation challenge against Donglong Empire. In the Free Federation, the head of the Yuanshan Guild, Parker Williams, heard the news from his subordinates and a sly smile curled on his lips. "Interesting, seems like those Japanese from Sakura Country can't make it in either. Are they trying to force information out in the instance?" In the instance hall of Tianjing City, Donglong Empire, all the professionals glared angrily at the challenge prompt for the camp instance, with angry curses echoing around. Atop the prompt there was a declaration from the Amaterasu Guild of Sakura Country challenging other camps to the instance. Under level 50, in Sakura, invincible, fate of life and death be by the heavens. Is Sakura Country so arrogant, daring to provoke us like this? I can't stand it anymore. Those short dwarves from Sakura Country daring to claim invincibility. Are there any brothers under level 50? Join me in turning them over. Damn, count me in, I can't stand those show-offs. A wave of curses erupted in the instance halls of various cities in the Dragon Empire, with many professionals around level 40 signing up to participate in the camp confrontation, ready to teach the Sakura country a harsh lesson. The camp instance can only be initiated by guilds, with the battleground fixed at the King's Canyon, divided into red and blue sides. Each side enters the instance with 50 people for the confrontation. Within the set conditions, each camp can select people to enter at their discretion. This is essentially a simplified version of the International War instance, mainly used by major guilds to hone teamwork and train newcomers. But usually the camp instance takes place within the country. Even in international exchanges, it's all pre-arranged between major guilds, otherwise it's no different from blatant provocation. But this camp instance from Sakura country wasn't targeted at a specific guild but was open to all guilds of the Dragon Empire. Moreover, they dared to make such a declaration. This isn't about training or sparring at all, it's outright provocation. At Xinhua Academy, in the dean's office, an assistant rushed in frantically, saying loudly, "Dean, Sakura country has opened a camp challenge instance against all our guilds. Many of our students have been angered and have joined in." Wang Qingfeng frowned. "A camp instance? What level? Under 50, under 50. Could it be because we refused their exchange visit they are using this to pick a fight?" Wang Qingfeng sneered. "Childish, those under level 50 are all low-level professionals. Sakura countries on Myojus do have some advantages at this lower stage, but what's the point? The strength of a country is mainly seen in its mid to high-level combat power. This kind of child's play, even if they win, will other countries really think any higher of them? Let them play their petty games by themselves then." The assistant's face was filled with worry. "But President, Sakura country's declaration was fate of life and death. Be by the heavens, I'm worried they might actually kill in the camp instance." Wang Qingfeng suddenly looked up, staring intently at him. "What did you say? Fate of life and death? Does Sakura country intend to kill in the camp instance?" Meanwhile, in the instance halls of various cities in the Dragon Empire, more and more people gathered. All of them looked excitedly at the ongoing reports of the camp instance battle. "Hey, we've already taken down the first defense tower on the bottom lane so quickly. Sakura country isn't that great after all, just all talk. Ha, we've taken down the top lane tower first. Awesome." In the faction confrontation instance, there are 3 lanes leading to the opponent's crystal, and each lane has 3 defense towers, making a total of 9 towers, usually to break through the opponent's crystal and win. You first need to destroy their defense towers to weaken their defenses. This not only requires the players to be strong but also demands wisdom and planning. Most of the time, the earlier you break the opponent's defense towers, the more advantageous your position will be in the later stage of the faction confrontation. Although we can't see the specific scenes of the confrontation from outside, we can generally judge the advantage from the state of the defense towers. These Japanese melons from Sakura country just talk big, and look, it hasn't been long and we've already taken down 2 of their towers first. They're not up to par. Northern Reach and Xinhua are truly formidable. Just look at the scores of Shangguanjie and Wang Rui, they are way ahead of the others. Those 2 towers, it must have been them leading the push." Seeing our side gaining the upper hand, excited discussions erupted in every instance hall. However, just then suddenly our middle lane's first tower was also taken down by the opponent. The chatter in the hall paused for a moment, then resumed. "No worries, no worries. We've already taken down 2 of their towers, giving 1 to them doesn't matter." Exactly. What's this? Why is Shangguanjie's name turned gray? Did Shangguanjie die? Did those Japanese actually go for the kill? Following that, not just Shangguanjie but Wang Rui's name also turned black soon after, and in the red faction, the names of more than 10 people turned gray in an instant. In faction confrontation instances, a gray name means death. Our middle lane's second tower was also taken down. What's happening? Those Japanese must have taken some crazy pills. How could they be so fierce? It's over. The middle lane's third tower is gone too. They're attacking the high ground. Then, a few minutes later, although the red faction's crystal was still standing, the members of the red faction were dying off at a faster rate, their names turning gray one after another. What's going on? With the opponent's advantage, they should have destroyed the crystal by now. Could it be that our people are still holding on, defending the high ground? Damn it, defend what exactly? These damned Japanese from Sakura country, they weren't even planning on pushing the crystal. These idiots want to wipe us out completely. The Sakura country has gone mad. How dare they provoke us, the Eastern Dragon, so blatantly? these Japanese must think they're like their white masters, damn it. 10 minutes later, all members of the red faction had turned gray, the red faction all dead. In an instant, there was silence in all instance halls of the Eastern Dragon Empire, which then exploded in uproar. How dare the mere Sakura country be so arrogant? At the headquarters of Amaterasu in the instance hall, a proud Kobe Ichiro laughed heartily. Ha, that was truly thrilling. Kobe Kenjin asked solemnly, Ichiro, have you interrogated any useful information? Kobe Ichiro's smile faded, and he shook his head. Nothing. I don't know if these guys really don't know or are just tight-lipped, but they don't know anything about the matters of the Eastern Dragon. Kobe Kenjin slightly frowned and said perhaps their ranks are too low to be privy to such high-level secrets. Beside him, a smug Onmyoji suggested, President, since their ranks are low, why don't we raise the level requirement for the faction confrontation instance to level 50 or even higher than 60? Those at such levels are more likely to have access to secrets, right? Kobe Kenjin gave him a disdainful look and scolded, idiot. The Eastern Dragon Empire has numerous strong players above level 50, we can bully their lower level players, but raising it to 50 is asking for death. The Onmyoji quickly shrank his neck, not daring to make another sound. Kobe Ichiro frowned and added, raising it to 50 is definitely not an option. I was lucky to assemble a full set of legendary orange gear exclusive to Onmyoji at level 40, which can increase the power of all my Shikigami by 50%. With such a boost, along with 5 high-level Shikigami, I can almost sweep through all classes at this level. But at level 50, the professionals in the Eastern Dragon Empire gain significant advancement and awakening bonuses, making them much tougher to handle. However, if we only target those below level 50, it's also hard for us to obtain useful intelligence. Kobe Kenjin's eyes twinkled as he spoke. There's another way. We could draw on their professionals above level 50 by setting level and equipment balance. Without the level 50 advanced awakening and epic gear bonuses, with your strength you can still crush them. Kobe Ichiro excitedly exclaimed, great idea, haha, this time I'm going to grind the face of the Eastern Dragon Empire into the ground. Just when all the people of the Eastern Dragon Empire were seething with anger, the faction confrontation instance in the instance hall underwent another change. The Sakura Nation activated the level and equipment balance feature in the faction confrontation instance and continued to taunt. The low-level professionals of the Eastern Dragon are trash, send your mid-level professionals, damn so arrogant. Send some big shots to finish them off, even with level and equipment balance. The base attributes of mid-level professionals are much stronger than those dead Japanese. Isn't there anyone from the Eastern Dragon? Where are the people from the 3 major guilds? Don't be cowards at a time like this. The instance hall was immediately filled with curses, provoked by the Sakura Nation. About 10 level 50 professionals, accompanied by a group of level 40 plus professionals, re-entered the faction confrontation instance. However, 10 minutes later their names turned gray again. The red faction once again was annihilated by the Sakura Nation. What the hell? When did the Sakura Nation become so strong? A level 50 leader couldn't even handle them. Impossible. Even if their Onmyoji have an advantage at lower levels, the gap shouldn't be this big. As everyone was filled with doubt, the leader of the Sakura Nation faction suddenly revealed his name: Sakura Nation Amaterasu Guild, Kobe Ichiro. At the same time, the challenge declaration in the faction confrontation instance was also changed. Number 1 under level 50, the sick man of the Eastern Dragon, come and fight if you dare. Upon hearing that name, everyone's faces displayed a mix of sudden realization and gritted teeth. Damn, it turned out to be Kobe Nyolong, that sissy. Damn it, this guy is lucky, having gathered the legendary set exclusive to Onmyoji, which gives a 50% bonus to Shikigami. That's almost comparable to the regular epic sets. Last time in the Abyss Dungeon I almost died at his hands. Now we're in trouble. With his 5 powerful Shikigami, Kobe Nyolong is unbeatable among those under level 50. We can't fight this at all. Our Eastern Dragon Empire is full of talents. I refuse to believe no one can match Kobe Nyolong. Where are those top students from Tsinghua and Beta? Come on, step up. While the main hall of the dungeon was in chaos, Li Haotian was led by Ling Xuehan, moving from one monster gathering spot to another, frantically killing monsters for experience. For the entire day, Ling Xuehan and Jiangjin took turns attacking. At every location, they would unleash their ultimate moves for a full firepower coverage, rampaging through the enemies. When the sun set, Li Haotian finally reached level 30. Upon hearing this news, both Ling Xuehan and Jiangjin were thrilled and crowded around him. Finally level 30, Haotian, quickly check your skills and new talents. Even the usually reserved Ling Xuehan looked fervently excited. Li Haotian was also excited and nervous, immediately opening his attribute panel. His 10 points of free potential were still directly added to his spiritual power. Then Li Haotian quickly scrolled to the bottom of the panel to open the talents section. Sure enough, after reaching level 30, a new skill had been unlocked. Skill: Heavy Tank. Skill description: Summon a heavy tank. The tank consumes 16 points of spiritual power per minute it exists. The heavy tank has the following capabilities: movement, radar detection, scanning, and assault. The main cannon caliber is 125 mm with a flat trajectory range of 3,000 meters and a maximum elevation range of 16,000 meters at 45 degrees. It can be equipped with other super weapons. Note: once spiritual power reaches 0 the heavy tank will automatically withdraw. Seeing the effects of this skill, all three gasped in shock. Jiang marveled, my god, a maximum range of 16,000 meters. If you combine this with your god's eye for aiming, the enemy won't even know where you are before they're bombarded. Isn't that just too overpowered? Ling Xuehan was equally shocked. What's more critical is that, with the defensive power of the heavy tank, no one below level 50 can break through its defense in one hit. Even those with the most twisted attack power among the phantom gods would need to continuously attack for over a minute. If this tank is equipped with other super weapons in a closed field, wouldn't it be invincible under level 50, just steamrolling through everything? From level 30 onwards, as a mechanic, you already possess powerful heavy super weapons. At this point, if a mechanic has accumulated enough, they actually have the strength to take on hundreds at the same level. For instance, this tank, if a mechanic hides inside and operates it unless the ammo runs out or the enemy breaks through the tank's armor, they virtually have no way to deal with the mechanic, and if the mechanic in question is Li Haotian, well, that just makes it even more unsolvable. You see, Li Haotian's tanks have no ammunition limits. After farming monsters for so long, Li Haotian's God's view has already expanded to nearly 30,000 meters, that's a whopping 30 kilometers. With the maximum range of this heavy tank at 16,000 meters, Li Haotian can easily use his God's view to perform long-range precision strikes with the main cannon non-stop while also monitoring everything within a 30-kilometer radius. With his current spiritual power, he can casually summon dozens of tanks. If these tanks were equipped with Gatling guns, rocket launchers, and Barrett rifles to increase firepower coverage, the dozens of tanks rolling out could crush anyone regardless of whether they are a phantom god class or not. All would kneel before this display of equality. Unless someone could instantly move beyond 16,000 meters before the shells hit, they would be exposed to Li Haotian's strike range and invisibility. Wouldn't help. Don't forget, these heavy tanks are equipped with radar monitoring systems. Just thinking about it is terrifying. Moreover, this kind of attack distance is something only a mechanic, a profession capable of ultra-long range attacks, could manage. Other professions would just passively take hits. Dealing with lower-level professionals would simply be like a high-tech civilization bombarding knife-wielding natives. Jiang Jun and Ling Xuehan exchanged glances, both shocked and eager to look at the talent column next to them. At that moment, besides the original infinite ammunition in God's view, a new string of text lit up. Mechanic's exclusive talent, 3rd stage, Mechanical Substitute. Note 1, when the original body is attacked, it can choose to swap places with one of the summoned super weapons, letting the super weapon take all the damage. Note 2, the 4th stage exclusive talent unlocks at level 40. Seeing this talent, the three were stunned. Jiang Jun looked up at Li Haotian hesitantly. Junior brother, according to this talent's description, does it mean that as long as you have spiritual power and can summon super weapons, you are essentially immortal? Li Haotian instinctively replied, it doesn't seem to say there's a cooldown time, right? If that's the case, then this talent should always be effective, which seems pretty much the same as being immortal. A simultaneous sharp intake of breath was heard, nearly devouring all the air around them. Ling Xuehan exclaimed in amazement, isn't this too overpowered? Even the Buddha's invincible golden body can only be used once a day, and you can use this whenever you want. Li Haotian's eyes sparkled with excitement. Shall we give it a try? Ling Xuehan and Jiang Jun looked at each other and nodded firmly. Then Li Haotian stepped back, thought for a moment, and summoned 10 Gloth handguns in one go. According to the explanation of Mechanical Substitute, there's no stipulation that the super weapon that takes damage for the original must be of any particular type. This means that the judgment for Mechanical Substitute is based on quantity, not quality. If that's the case, the Glock pistol is naturally the best choice. Seeing the Glock pistol floating beside Li Haotian, Ling Xuehan cautiously asked, "Little junior brother, are you ready?" Li Haotian nodded excitedly and expectantly. "I'm ready, go ahead, second senior sister." Ling Xuehan's gaze sharpened, and with a casual flick towards Li Haotian, a bright silver cross shot out, heading straight for him. Spatial cross slash. The sharp cross slash arrived in an instant, striking Li Haotian. Then in the next moment Li Haotian's body flashed with light and suddenly disappeared, replaced by a matte silver Glock pistol. Click, the Glock pistol was instantly split into 4 pieces by the spatial cross slash and fell to the ground. Ling Xuehan and Jiang Zhen's gazes instinctively turned to the side. Li Haotian's body suddenly rose up next to it, replacing one of the Glock pistols. Li Haotian quickly checked his body all around and felt himself over, indeed unharmed. Although expected, Ling Xuehan and Jiang Zhen were still visibly shocked. As a machinist, a profession known for its explosive attack power but often looked down upon, there are 3 main reasons. First, poor endurance. Second, slow to develop and consumes vast resources. Third, after a burst of power, they quickly become a drag on the team and are easily targeted by assassin-type enemies. But now Li Haotian had compensated for all these weaknesses. As long as he had spirit power, he could maintain unlimited ammunition and bombard continuously. His skill was to directly give superweapons and could summon indefinitely without any extra resource consumption for crafting and accumulating assets. Furthermore, with his newly unlocked talent, Mechanical Avatar, just with his current spirit power, he was like having thousands of lives. Unless the opponent could kill him 1,000 times, Li Haotian would not die. More importantly, Li Haotian was only level 30 now. As his level increased later with the spirit power of a mage-type profession, it would easily reach tens of thousands. Who could kill him then? Suddenly Ling Xuehan's eyes sparkled, as if she thought of something, and looked at Li Haotian with intense eyes. "Little junior brother, I remember you said that once you summon these super weapons, they won't disappear unless you actively dismiss them, but will continue to consume spirit power to maintain their state, right?" Li Haotian nodded. "That's right, second senior sister. Why do you suddenly ask this?" Ling Xuehan said excitedly. "So if you summon a Glock pistol and leave it at home, would it also continue to exist?" Li Haotian's eyes lit up. "Second senior sister, are you saying?" Ling Xuehan nodded heavily. "This is basically a life-saving talisman. For professions above level 30, the natural recovery rate of spirit power has already increased significantly, and the Glock pistol only consumes 1 point of spirit power per minute. This rate of consumption can be completely offset by the natural recovery rate of a mage-type profession, even leaving a large surplus. As long as you always keep a Glock pistol at home, no one can kill you. Not only that, it also acts as a safety teleportation point. While it helps you fend off damage, it can also conveniently teleport you to a safe area, killing 2 birds with 1 stone." Jiang Zhen's mouth hung open. Can it really be used like that? Inspired by Ling Xuehan, Li Haotian's mind quickly expanded, excitedly saying, "With my current natural spiritual power recovery rate, not to mention one, even several grotto pistols could exist at the same time and I could supply them. Hey, in that case there are so many ways to play with this." Hearing Li Haotian's words, Ling Xuehan immediately became curious. "Oh, have you thought of other uses?" Li Haotian chuckled. "Second sister, if we only leave a grotto pistol at home, what if there's an accident and we can only teleport back home? That's too inconvenient. I could carry a grotto pistol with me, and if I'm attacked I can use the pistol on me to bear the damage so I don't have to teleport back home. Besides, I could leave a grotto pistol at home in the Tianjing City Guild or other places I frequent. Wouldn't that be like having multiple burrows? Even if enemies want to ambush me, they couldn't possibly succeed." Jiang Zhen suddenly realized, right, if you leave them in several places, even if enemies target you, they won't be able to find every teleportation point, making it much safer. Li Haotian nodded. "Exactly, that's the idea," he excitedly continued. "Not only that, I can also use these grotto pistols as movable teleportation formations. Wherever I want to go, as long as I leave a grotto pistol there in advance, wouldn't I be able to teleport there instantly using a mechanical substitute later?" Ling Xuehan expressed doubt. "But your mechanical substitute can't actively teleport, right? It only activates upon receiving fatal damage." Li Haotian grinned. "That's easy, I'll just summon a super weapon to shoot myself in the head, right? The talent description didn't say the fatal damage had to come from an external source, right?" Ling Xuehan and Jiang Zhen's eyes widened. "SSS teleportation by shooting yourself in the head?" You're really a genius, so ruthless even to yourself, Li Haotian continued. Once I arrive at the area I want to go to, I'll summon another grotto pistol to replace it, and then I can continue teleporting. This is way more convenient than city teleportation formations, and more importantly, this method can also be used for dungeon explorations and fixed point teleportation in the wilderness. It's practically unlimited blinking. Li Haotian's eyes shone brighter as he spoke. Besides, I can also let others carry grotto pistols, using them as a summoning location for me. My summon super weapon and I share a mental connection. If it's too far away, I might not be able to control it for attacks, but I can still sense it. If we agree on a signal in advance, like tapping the gun body 3 times, I can immediately sense it. If someone needs my help, just tap 3 times and I'll immediately shoot myself in the head and teleport next to that person. With my attack power, I'm sure to be of great help. As soon as these words were spoken, Ling Xuehan and Jiangjin exchanged glances, their minds involuntarily imagining such a scenario. At present Li Haotian's level is low, and for professionals at their level his help might not be considered particularly significant. But what about when Li Haotian reaches level 50 and 60 or 70? It's no exaggeration to say that he alone would be worth 1,000 troops. Just imagine if they were battling enemies outdoors or were ambushed. When the enemies think they have the upper hand, they suddenly pull out a Glock and snap it 3 times. Then Li Haotian, accompanied by hundreds of super weapons, descends from the sky. What would the enemies' faces look like? The mere thought is thrilling. This is truly a strategic presence. Ling Xuehan sighed, looking at Li Haotian. The teacher's decision is indeed correct. As long as you can grow, our East Dragon Empire will surely soar again. Jiangjin also shook his head in admiration. Little junior brother, your mechanical engineer's unique talent is becoming more and more monstrous. Now, I'm even more curious about those talents of yours that haven't been unlocked yet. Li Haotian chuckled. Third senior brother, not just you, I'm curious too. Ling Xuehan smiled helplessly. Don't worry, with our speed of leveling up, reaching level 40 won't take much time. She looked up at the setting sun and said to Li Haotian, little junior brother, it's getting late. Let's stop here for today and head back for some food and rest, and switch out some of your equipment for pink gear. Once you hit level 30 you can go to the endless altar. After sunset the danger in the wilds increases exponentially, so to be safe we only venture into the wilds during the day and rest at night, allowing the wild monsters some time to recover. If you have time at night you can solo the endless altar, Ling Xuehan added with a smile. As a solo dungeon, the endless altar has an astonishing number of monsters, posing a challenge to any class. But for a mechanic like you, who isn't limited by ammunition, the endless altar seems tailor-made for you. Li Haotian nodded excitedly. Okay, second senior sister, let's head back then. Ling Xuehan casually tore open a spatial rift, stepping through with Li Haotian and Jiangjin disappearing from sight. At Tsinghua Academy, in the dean's office, Wang Qingfeng's eyebrows were deeply furrowed, his eyes ablaze as if a volcano ready to erupt. Suddenly a spatial rift quietly appeared and then expanded, and 3 figures stepped out. It was Ling Xuehan and her companions returning from leveling. Ling Xuehan immediately noticed the furious Wang Qingfeng and asked in surprise, big senior brother, what's happened? Who has made you so angry? Upon seeing his junior brothers and sisters, Wang Qingfeng said gravely, today those from the Sakura nation have been overly arrogant. They. In just a few words, Wang Qingfeng relayed the day's events. Kobu Ichiro, relying on his top-tier legendary set exclusive to Onmyoji, had dominated our East Dragon Empire in the faction against faction dungeon all afternoon. Up until now, our Eastern Dragon Empire has lost several hundred professionals under level 50, many of whom were elite students from Tsinghua and Beta. What's more infuriating is that to attract professionals above level 50 through level and equipment balance, that guy even initiated a faction energy storage using the aura produced by the factional confrontation instances as a reward, luring over 100 mid-level professionals above level 50 to their doom. With a loud bang, Wang Qingfeng slammed his fist down on the table in anger. And he keeps saying fortune favors the bold, the finest aura for those who are capable. I really want to kill that brat. On hearing this, the expressions of Ling Xuehan and the other two darkened instantly. Ling Xuehan's face was filled with murderous intent. Is Sakura country looking for death? How dare they provoke us so brazenly? Wang Qingfeng said in a deep voice. Those dwarfs from Sakura country wouldn't dare to oppose us so blatantly. If I'm not mistaken, this must be instigated by the Free Federation again, aiming to test the reasons behind our embargo order. If we strike against Sakura country, the Free Federation will surely take the opportunity to intervene. They have used Sakura Country as their pawn more than once. Is the Free Federation behind this again? Jiang Jin frowned. Ling Xuehan's face was frosty. Even if the Free Federation is manipulating from behind, those killed by Sakura Country are real and deserve to die. Wang Qingfeng felt somewhat helpless. Indeed, they deserve to die, but those below level 50 like Ichiro Kobe are really troublesome. Moreover, I suspect that the Amaterasu Guild must have pulled quite a few elites to work with Ichiro Kobe, and in such small-scale factional confrontation instances with Onmyogus coordinating with Shikigami's and ninjas sneaking attacks, our professionals under level 50 would be at a disadvantage. Hearing Wang Qingfeng's words, Li Haotian's eyes flashed and he suddenly spoke. Big brother, why don't I give it a try? Wang Qingfeng was startled, looking at Li Haotian in surprise. No way, what if something happens to you in the instance? Moreover, if you participate in the factional confrontation instance, your abilities will be exposed to the team members, and if it accidentally leaks out, that would be troublesome. Li Haotian thought for a moment and asked, Big brother, I remember that there's no rule saying that the number of people in both factions has to be the same in factional confrontation instances, right? Wang Qingfeng nodded unconsciously. As long as it's within the specified number, any number of people is fine. Li Haotian smiled slightly. Then it's simple. I remember that you can hide your name in factional confrontation instances. If I just hide my name and participate alone, wouldn't that keep it a secret? Wang Qingfeng's eyes widened. You going alone to participate in factional confrontation? He shook his head rapidly. No, those Shikigamis are one thing, but Sakura Country's ninjas are best at various escape techniques and stealth, skilled in assassination. If they sneak up on you, even if you have infinite firepower, you can't withstand a single blow from them. Hearing Li Haotian's words, Ling Xuehan's expression shifted slightly, showing an excited look. That might not necessarily be the case if we equip the junior brother with a full set of pink gear and stack up his spiritual power. Those dwarfs from Sakura Country might really not be a match for our junior brother. Wang Qingfeng looked at Ling Xuehan discontentedly. Junior brother's attacks are indeed powerful, but the key issue is that he lacks survival skills. If he is ambushed by an opponent, that could be troublesome. We can't take that kind of risk. Ling Xuehan chuckled. Big brother, our junior brother has now leveled up to 30. Wang Qingfeng instinctively replied, even if he's leveled up to 30, he can't withstand a single strike from the enemy. Before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly shuddered and quickly realized something. Although other classes might see some improvement at level 30, it wouldn't be anything too drastic, but Li Haotian was different. Reaching level 30 meant he could unlock a new talent. Could it be? Wang Qingfeng eagerly looked at Li Haotian. Junior brother, have you unlocked a new talent? What does it do? Li Haotian just grinned, not bothering to explain, and directly displayed his attribute panel. Mechanical Engineer Exclusive Talent, 3rd Stage, Mechanical Substitute. Note 1, when the original body is attacked, he can choose to swap places with one of his summoned super weapons, allowing the super weapon to take all the damage. Note 2, the 4th Stage Exclusive Talent unlocks at level 40. Seeing the description of this talent, Wang Qingfeng's eyes widened. Does this talent have no cooldown time or usage limits? He stared blankly at Li Haotian. Li Haotian nodded with a smile. We've already tested it, there really aren't any, so unless all your super weapons are exhausted, you're basically immortal. Yeah, that's about right. You're on the path to being invincible. It's like you're cheating. Wang Qingfeng couldn't help but curse. Ling Xuehan added, Big brother, take a look at the new skill junior brother has unlocked too. Alright, at level 30 junior brother's skills have also unlocked 1. Wang Qingfeng hurriedly looked at the skill column. Heavy tank, maximum range 16,000 meters. Wang Qingfeng gasped. He said in shock, I remember the map of the faction confrontation instance is only about 10 kilometers in diameter, right? Does this mean that Haotian's skill can bombard across the entire map, directly bombarding the enemy's crystal from our crystal? Ling Xuehan nodded emphatically, his eyes gleaming. Exactly. And after grinding monsters for so long today, junior brother's God's Eye has already expanded to a 30-kilometer range, fully capable of monitoring the entire map of the faction confrontation instance, overseeing everything, plus the heavy tank comes with a radar detection scanning device. Even if the ninjas from Sakura Country can turn invisible, as soon as they approach junior brother they will be immediately detected. Then junior brother just needs to focus fire and annihilate them. And even if they really manage to ambush junior brother, he still has the mechanical substitute. just by throwing out dozens of grotto pistols as a precaution, there's no way junior brother could lose. Wait, let me gather my thoughts, Wang Qingfeng said excitedly as he paced quickly around the room, planning strategies involving tank fire attacks, bombing the entire map, and preparing dozens of grotto pistols for potential assassin ambushes. With the addition of dozens of Gatling guns and rocket launchers for mid-close range firepower coverage, it's simply invincible. Wang Qingfeng swung his fist heavily and laughed out loud. Wow, this is like being on unbeatable ground right from the start. Li Haotian smiled and said, "Big brother, can you relax now?" Wang Qingfeng's eyes twinkled. Relaxed. Haha, this time we must make those cherry blossom country bumpkins unable to retaliate. Little brother, let's go now. Those bumpkins dared to provoke our East Dragon, now it's our turn to strike back. Saying this, Wang Qingfeng excitedly led Li Haotian and others towards the dungeon hall. At this moment, the dungeon hall was still filled with a large number of Tsinghua students angrily cursing at the Cherry Blossom Country's camp. If I ever get the chance, I'll definitely kill them. Damn, the On My OG exclusive legendary set from Kobe Niulang is too buggy, it's unbeatable below level 50. I can't swallow this insult, it's disgusting. Doesn't our East Dragon Empire have any talented big shot to take care of him? Say he has several powerful Shikigami, combined with his equipment it's crushing, no one under level 50 can handle him. As Li Haotian listened to the noisy discussions around him, he looked up and saw the provocative declaration on the dungeon. Are all under level 50 from East Dragon? Sick man, is there no one left? Li Haotian's eyes flashed coldly, murmuring, "Sick man, watch me blast you to death." Ling Xuehan glanced at the declaration on the bulletin board, her eyes flashing coldly, advising Li Haotian, "Little brother, you've changed all your blue gear to pink gear, plus the legendary equipment you got from the Abyss dungeon. Your total spiritual power has already broken through 2000, which should be enough in terms of firepower. Once you go and complete the first wave of summoning, then focus fire and snatch the opponent's red and blue elite monsters, which can provide you with a 30% attack power boost and 30% spirit recovery speed respectively. With these two buffs you can go all out." Li Haotian nodded seriously. "Okay, second sister, I understand." After speaking, Li Haotian entered the faction against dungeon teleportation array through the secret channel specially opened for him by Wang Qingfeng, Cherry Blossom Country Amaterasu Guild. Kobe Kenjin looked smugly at the information on the faction against dungeon billboard. Since an hour ago, the preparation room for the East Dragon Empire's faction against dungeon has been empty. Obviously, the low-level professionals of the East Dragon Empire were scared off by Ichiro Kobe. Even though they were extremely angry, they dared not enter rashly. Meanwhile, representing the Cherry Blossom Country's blue side, Ichiro Kobe even arrogantly enabled global chat permissions. While chatting with onlookers from around the world, he mocked the low-level professionals of the East Dragon Empire as sick young men, none capable of fighting. They say East Dragon is a first-class world power and the number of professionals is admired worldwide, but it turns out they are all useless goods. What a disappointment. Young master's might is unmatched. Those little pups from the East Dragon Empire can only wait to be slaughtered when they see the young master. Absolutely, just think about it, if the young master breaks through to level 50 and becomes an intermediate professional, not even those from the Eastern Dragon Empire who have completed their advanced awakenings would stand a chance against him. Abroad, the low-level professionals of the Freedom Federation mocked while watching the chat window. Tisk TSK, the Eastern Dragon's face has really been lost this time, completely rubbed into the ground by those little dwarves from Sakura country. Hey, don't say it. That effeminate Kobe Ichiro is quite skilled, actually managing to suppress the Eastern Dragon like that. He just got lucky with a set of top-tier legendary gear. But he can only have his fun under level 50. If he encounters those from the Eastern Dragon Empire who have completed their advanced awakening and aren't restricted by level and equipment, he'd be done for in minutes. Indeed, when it comes to the combat power of intermediate and high-level professionals, Sakura country is still far behind Eastern Dragon. Just then, a professional nearby suddenly exclaimed in surprise, "Hut, Eastern Dragon has more people coming in." Oh, with such a beating, there are still people from Eastern Dragon so stubborn. Interesting, as long as someone starts, there might be a chance to drive others to join. Let me know when the people from Eastern Dragon are all here, I want to see how long they can last this time. This guy actually locked his faction. Does he really think he can take on 50 people from Sakura country alone? What, locked the faction alone? As soon as these words came out, they immediately caught everyone's attention and the crowd swarmed over. Truly audacious, he really locked the faction and even initiated a battle request? who is this guy so bold, he's hidden his name, wow. An unknown hero, interesting, in the Eastern Dragon Empire they. Changes in the faction confrontation dungeon also sparked a heated discussion among everyone. Our Eastern Dragon truly has hot-blooded men everywhere, this guy really has guts, how do you know it's a man, it could be a heroine, hey except for the Void War godling Shuehan from years ago, I've never seen any woman so bold, well that's true too. In the Blue Faction's preparation room, the 50 professionals from Sakura country looked at each other incredulously. One of the Onmyoji hesitated, who is this person really? Does he actually think he can take us 50 on his own? Could he be carrying some kind of secret weapon, the kind that requires a sacrificial act? Damn it, have you ever seen a secret weapon that lets one person fight 50? Who says there isn't? A mechanic could take on 100, super damn it, a mechanic under level 50 playing 1 against 50 in a faction confrontation dungeon, are you out of your mind? Exactly, without other professionals' protection I could just go invisible and finish him with one strike, how could he take on 50 of us? Kobe Ichiro was also uncertain, frowning as he looked at the Eastern Dragon Empire professional whose name was all question marks. Knowing I'm leading the team, where did he get the confidence to fight 50? Strange, I haven't heard of any particularly strong individuals among the low-level professionals of the Eastern Dragon Empire. Maybe it's just a suicidal fool blinded by anger. Kobayashi Ichiro pondered long and hard but couldn't make sense of it. Finally he shook his head lightly and clicked to start. In the preparation room for the red faction, Li Haotian's eyes sparkled with a cold light, his face bore excitement and a murderous intent as he stared at the most conspicuous name among the opposing faction. Kobayashi Ichiro, daring to challenge my Eastern Dragon Empire, is seeking death. Suddenly, the room was flooded with a strong white light that engulfed Li Haotian. As the familiar sensation of teleportation quickly faded, Li Haotian's focus sharpened, and he found himself in a square-like clearing. In the center of the clearing a red crystal floated in mid-air. Li Haotian glanced around and muttered, so this is the battlefield for the faction confrontation, the Valley of Kings. In the next instant, without hesitation, Li Haotian summoned dozens of grot pistols, scattering them around his faction's crystal. Then he activated the God's Eye view and his vision rapidly expanded outward. In a blink, the entire map of the Valley of Kings was laid out before him. The valley was shaped like a rectangle with his red faction's base and the cherry blossom country's blue faction base at opposite corners. The valley itself had 3 paths leading to the opposing faction's base, divided by a river running through the middle. Each side's path was guarded by 9 defense towers. In Li Haotian's vision, 50 individuals appeared on the opposite base. Among them, 10 were dressed in black ninja outfits, faces covered with black cloth, holding kunai, who upon teleportation quickly vanished from sight, scattering in all directions. Li Haotian knew these must be the infamous ninjas of Cherry Blossom Country, specialists in stealth ambushes and assassination, and a natural enemy to magic-based professions. Additionally, 10 muscular men dressed in samurai attire wielding katanas also split into 3 groups and advanced toward him. These were the samurais of Cherry Blossom Country, typical warrior professions skilled in direct combat. As for the remaining 30 individuals, men and women clad in mage robes, they immediately began casting spells, summoning a plethora of bizarre-looking creatures that swarmed towards him. Undoubtedly, these were Cherry Blossom Country's prized magic users, the Onmyoji. Among them, the most conspicuous was naturally Kobayashi Ichiro, reputed to be the foremost among the young generation of Cherry Blossom Country. Onmyoji, depending on their individual talents, could summon Shikigami of varying qualities and numbers. Most Onmyoji could only summon 1 or 2 Shikigami, but those with high talent could summon 3 or more. And Li Haotian could clearly see that Kobayashi Ichiro had summoned 5 Shikigami, Yama Ebozo Honana Ibaraki Doji and Tamamonome. No wonder he could kill so many of our Eastern Dragon professionals with so many high-level Shikigami, both offensive and defensive, coupled with a 50% enhanced Onmyoji exclusive orange gear, indeed powerful. But then a slight smile curled up at the corner of Li Haotian's mouth. Pity, in front of me, these are still not enough. With a thought, boom 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 boom, massive heavy tanks began continuously emerging. In the blink of an eye, 50 medium tanks had positioned themselves in front of Li Haotian. Over there, Kobu Ichiro had released 5 Shikigami and immediately headed towards the location of the blue elite monster in his own camp. As a mage, a 30% increase in spirit recovery speed could significantly enhance his combat effectiveness. Once I get the blue buff, I'll have a good meeting with that oblivious guy, Kobuichiro muttered to himself, excitedly looking towards the blue elite monster that was now visible in the distance. In the red camp, Li Haotian watched the opponent's movements with a playful look. Click 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 click, the main cannons of 20 of those tanks swiftly adjusted their angles, pointing at the enemy's blue elite monster camp, then in the next instant, bang! 20 tanks fired at once, boom! The blue elite monster in the blue camp was instantly shattered into pieces by the main cannons of the 20 tanks. A blue halo emerged beneath Li Haotian, and at that moment he felt his spiritual power recovery speed greatly increase as his spiritual power began to swiftly replenish. Blue buff acquired. Kobuichiro's face was originally excited, but the next moment the loud boom and explosion immediately shocked him into stopping in his tracks as he watched the blue elite monster disappear in an instant. His pupils shrank in shock, exclaiming, "What's going on? Has that guy already moved over here? Does he have teleportation?" Meanwhile, almost simultaneously on another side of the blue camp, a muffled sound was heard. Kobuichiro incredulously looked towards that direction, astonished. That direction seems to be the location of the red elite monster. Could it be another Onmyoji? With Kobuichiro quickly controlled his 1,000-mile vision Shikigami to rise high into the sky, looking towards the other side. Moments later, he exclaimed in shock, "Young master, the red elite monster on the other side has also been killed." Kobuichiro was stunned. "Impossible, the red elite monster is 2 to 3,000 meters away from here. At such a distance, even a mage couldn't possibly cover both sides at the same time. Could it be? Is the opponent a mechanist?" Thinking of the cannon fire that had destroyed the blue elite monster, Kobuichiro suddenly had a realization, thinking of the profession in the East Dragon game with the longest attack range. Back in the red camp, another red halo appeared beneath Li Haotian's feet. 30% damage increase, red buff acquired. Li Haotian grinned and muttered, "Hey, with all buffs collected, it's time to push the tower." Click 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 click, the main cannons of the 50 tanks adjusted their direction again, targeting the first defense tower in the middle lane. Boom! A chorus of cannons hit the defense tower in the middle lane. The durability of the defense tower dropped by more than half, starting to wobble precariously. Then, in the next instant, boom, another round of synchronized firing, and the first defense tower in the middle lane collapsed thunderously. The Onmyoji controlling the 1,000-mile vision Shikigami, seeing the defense tower instantly destroyed by the opponent, opened his mouth in shock. He exclaimed in horror, "Young master, our first defense tower in the middle lane has been destroyed by the opponent." Ichiro Kobe's pupils quaked with disbelief as he exclaimed, "What? How could it be so fast?" His eyes crazily flickered, and with a ferocious face he roared, "Such intense firepower, the opponent must be a mechanic. Damn it, find his location and surround him immediately. With so many superweapons accumulated below level 50, his identity must be extraordinary. Capture him for me. I have a premonition that he definitely knows the real reason behind Donglong's national prohibition order. Even more, it's highly likely that Donglong's prohibition is somehow related to him. Could it be that old Master Li has restarted the mechanical war god project?" Thunderously, 9 heavy tanks under Li Haotian's control rolled out from the highlands to the defensive towers on the upper, middle, and lower lanes, ready for battle. Equipped with a radar surveillance system, the tanks could cover an area of 5,000 meters in radius, perfectly encompassing the area around their base. Just as these tanks were positioned, Li Haotian, through the radar scanning system, spotted several ninja from the Cherry Blossom country stealthily crossing the river, sneaking towards the area where the elite red and blue monsters were located. Sitting boldly in a tank on the high ground of his camp, Li Haotian raised an eyebrow and muttered, "Trying to steal my red and blue buffs, courting death." Click 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 click, the rest of the 40 tanks neatly aligned in front of the high ground sprang into action. From a god's eye view, they aimed at the ninjas stealthily approaching. The next instant, with a loud bang, they fired simultaneously. Boom! The Onmyoji controlling the 1,000-mile god spirit's eyes widened in shock. From afar, he saw multiple bursts of fire erupting simultaneously across the red camp, each blast mingling with exploded limbs and flesh. The ninjas from Cherry Blossom country were instantly annihilated. Meanwhile, he also got a clear view of the opposing high ground. Seeing the densely arrayed heavy tanks at the edge, and behind these tanks a solitary tank, he could guess without doubt that the mechanic must be hiding in that lone tank. Seeing the rows of dark cannon muzzles, the Onmyoji felt his scalp tingle and instinctively said, "Young master, the opponent is indeed a mechanic, and I've found his location." Ichiro Kobe's body shook as he hurriedly said, "Where is he? Send a signal for everyone to surround him. The mechanic's attack is terrifying and he excels in long-range combat. We must break through to him quickly." However, the Onmyoji controlling the thousand-mile god couldn't stop trembling all over, chattering his teeth in shock, and it took him a long moment to regain his composure, incredulously saying he is on the high ground of the red camp. The mechanic has never even come out. The expression on Ichiro Kobe's face stiffened as he shrieked, "What did you say? All the attacks were conducted from the high ground? Impossible, our high ground is 7 or 8,000 meters away from there. What kind of super weapon is he using that can attack us from such a distance and with such power?" The Onmyoji with the ability to see great distances exclaimed in disbelief, "It's a heavy tank, and there are so many of them." Ichiro Kobe was taken aback and puzzled. Heavy tanks? Their firepower is indeed terrifying and their maximum range can definitely reach us, but from such a distance even radar can't detect them. How does he manage to strike with such precision? Suddenly Ichiro Kobe recalled the Onmyoji mentioning the vast number of tanks and asked with a grim face, "How many heavy tanks does he have? Judging from the firepower just now, there must be at least 10, right?" The Onmyoji instinctively started counting and stammered in shock, 1, 2, 3, 4. "Oh my great sun goddess, he has 50 heavy tanks." Ichiro Kobe's eyes widened instantly and his voice changed as he exclaimed, "What did you say? 50 tanks, he's aiming the guns at us, run!" In a state of terror, the Onmyoji screamed and bolted backward. Ichiro Kobe's pupils shrank in an instant and he quickly performed a hand seal shouting Shikigami's substitute technique. In the next moment, the firepower from dozens of tanks poured down on the area, blasting a huge crater into the ground. The Onmyoji who were following close behind Ichiro Kobe didn't manage to escape the attack range in time and were instantly blown to pieces. Even the Onmyoji who had spotted the tanks was not spared. Only Ichiro Kobe with his quick reaction didn't run, instead he used the Shikigami substitute technique to narrowly escape disaster. How Tianli watched Ichiro Kobe, who had just managed to escape the tank bombardment, and looked terrified, and with a raise of his eyebrows muttered, "Quick reaction, interesting, let's play this slowly then." Meanwhile Ichiro Kobe, terrified to his core, quickly retreated towards the high ground of the blue faction. He also yelled loudly, "Everyone spread out and charge over there, kill that mechanic." Hi! The other Cherry Blossom Country professionals who had already scattered were also surprised by the enemy's firepower but did not realize how strong it actually was. From the recent barrages they sensed that the opposing mechanic was somewhat extraordinary, but at Ichiro Kobe's command they still instinctively charged towards the enemy's camp. Seated confidently in his tank, How Tianli, through a godlike perspective, watched all the Cherry Blossom Country professionals scurrying around and precisely controlled the battlefield's dynamics. Soon, the dozens of tanks on the high ground began to fire wildly, bombing a large area. It's important to note that the mechanic's artillery was not targeting individuals but inflicting area damage. Even if the shells didn't hit directly, they were enough to inflict casualties within several meters of the impact zone. The Cherry Blossom Country samurai ninjas and Onmyoji, none of whom were particularly defensive, were instantly overturned by How Tianli's barrage of artillery fire, killing over 20 people in just one round. The remaining survivors, terrified and pale-faced, no longer dared to continue charging into the Red Faction's camp and started running back. "Damn it, is there really only one mechanic over there? Why does he have so many super weapons? We're doomed. He must be a secret weapon trained by the Eastern Dragon. Retreat to the defense towers, use them for cover. Wait for that jerk to run out of ammo, then we'll rush over and take him down. Yes, we still have the defense towers." Amid the chaotic shouting, over a dozen professionals from Sakura Nation quickly took shelter under their own defense towers. Li Haotian smirked coldly, playing coy under the tower. "I'll dismantle them all." As he spoke, all the guns rotated simultaneously, aiming at the first tower on the upper lane. Boom! With a neat roar, 50 main guns fired at the same time. The defense tower was blasted into the air, its durability nearly shattered. With a 30% attack power increase from the red buff, Li Haotian's artillery was terrifying. Under the tower, two professionals were horrified. "Run, this defense tower is going down." Before his words even finished, boom! Another volley was fired. The defense tower was directly blasted into collapse. The tanks then turned their guns, aiming at the second defense tower on the upper lane, and fired again. The heavy, dull sound of the guns echoed through the entire valley, and one by one the Blue Camp's defense towers were quickly destroyed. When all the towers were flattened by Li Haotian, the remaining professionals from Sakura Nation could only tremble in fear on the high ground, their eyes filled with terror and confusion. A disheveled Yin-Yang master muttered blankly, "How is this possible? How could he lock onto us from such a distance? Could it be, this is the legendary blind sniping?" Ichiro Kobe, terrified, cowered at the back, hysterically screaming at the sky, "Who are you? Who are you really? I am the son of Amaterasu. If you kill me, my father will never let you go," Li Haotian, expressionless, murmured, typical of Sakura Nation's melons, always screaming to break the defense. "Unfortunately, I only understand the lip language of Eastern Dragon, not the bird language of Sakura Nation." He glanced at his nearly depleted spiritual energy and gently uttered two words, "Bye-bye." A tank consumes 16 points of spiritual energy per minute, and 50 tanks would consume 800 points. It had been just over 3 minutes since the start of the faction confrontation instance. Fortunately, Li Haotian had harvested the red and blue buffs from his own camp en route, granting him 30% mana regeneration and attack power enhancement, which allowed him to hold on till now. In the next instant, boom! With the final volley, the terrifying firepower instantly crossed the entire battlefield, landing on the blue camp's high ground. Including Ichiro Kobe, the professionals from Sakura Nation exploded into a shower of flesh. Victory! The blue camp was entirely annihilated. The red side won. Outside, in the instance hall, from the moment Li Haotian locked onto the camp and demanded to start the battle, all the instance halls in the cities of the Eastern Dragon Empire immediately became noisy. Who is this guy so brave, actually going to war with Sakura Nation? He wasn't dumped by his girlfriend thinking of seeking death in despair, was he? Tisk, I've seen jumping off buildings and hanging, but this kind of 1 against 50 seeking death method, it's my first time seeing heroic. Huh, that's odd. You say he was bold enough to seek an end, so why hide in anonymity, afraid even to reveal his name? Maybe he was worried that his ex-girlfriend, the one who dumped him, would be heartbroken? Isn't that just too considerate? He really... I'm in tears. You guys are geniuses. The faction war has started. Can you please shut up and watch? Sakura Nation Amaterasu Guild. Kobe Kenjin also said disdainfully, 1 against 50. Every year brings its oddities, but it seems especially true for the Eastern Dragon. However, just a few seconds later, everyone saw the first defensive tower of the blue camp turn to ashes. The Eastern Dragon Empire's instance hall erupted in excitement. Short-sighted bro is amazing. 1 against 50-inch, and he even managed to destroy the enemy's middle tower first? Is this turning grief into power, a burst of cosmic energy? Kobe Kenjin, seeing his own defense tower destroyed, frowned slightly, feeling something was off. What profession is the opponent? How is the damage so high and the tower pushing so fast? Another few seconds passed and suddenly 6 names in the blue camp turned gray. The instance hall first went quiet, then everyone's eyes widened, unable to help but exclaim in shock. He took down 6 of Sakura Nation's fighters at once. How did he do it? My god, could he be some hidden master cultivator? That's fierce. Kobe Kenjin's body shook slightly, his gaze becoming more serious. 10 seconds later, several more professionals from Sakura Nation turned gray. After a while, a large number of Sakura Nation professionals instantly grayed out. Then one by one the defensive towers of the blue camp turned gray at an astonishing speed. And the professionals from Sakura Nation were also dying continuously. In the Eastern Dragon Empire's instance hall, everyone watched the scene, their mouths agape in shock non-stop. Not just them, but spectators from all over the world were dumbfounded. Some from the Free Federation, who were just there for the show, even wondered if Sakura Nation had suddenly turned traitor, putting on a play with the Eastern Dragon Empire. Are my eyes deceiving me? Does the Eastern Dragon still hide such powerful figures? Am I hallucinating? Bro hit me with a slap to check. Smack. Ouch, you motherfucker. That was a heavy hit. 3 minutes later, the few remaining names in the blue camp also instantly turned gray. Among them was the one claimed to be the top young person of Sakura Nation, Kobe Ichiro. Hiss, the sound of sharp intakes of breath echoed through the instance halls of various countries, and the peak oxygen consumption on the entire planet surged instantly. Oh my mama, he actually won. 1 against 50, he wiped them all out. Ah, who is this master? He's too fierce. Introduce me. I want to offer myself. What if this is a female master? Then from today onwards I'm no longer into men. Even the wildest guns can't compare to a single finger of a lady master. You're awesome. Sakura Nation Amaterasu Guild. Kobe Kenjin's eyes suddenly widened, his body shaking violently, his lips trembling uncontrollably. Ichiro, In the next instant, Kobe Kenjin's eyes were filled with blood vessels and veins bulged on his forehead. He roared uncontrollably, "Who is it? Who dared to kill my precious son?" In the lobby of the instance, the declaration for the faction confrontation instance suddenly changed. The number one under level 50, eat crap. As soon as this line appeared, a roar erupted, and almost all the instance halls of the Eastern Dragon Empire boiled over at the same time. Whoa, Eastern Dragon is powerful. The boss is mighty. Ha ha, I bet the boss is definitely from your city. Fellow townsmen are awesome, hilarious. I wonder if those illiterates from Sakura country can understand our profound Eastern Dragon language and literature. Hehe. The moment these words were uttered, the same scene occurred in every country across the globe, searching for someone who had been in the Eastern Dragon to translate those last few words. Kobe Kenjin glared at his subordinate with a grim face. "Speak, what does that last sentence mean?" The subordinate trembling hesitated. "President, do you really want to know?" Kobe Kenjin slapped him across the face with a loud smack, leaving a handprint on the subordinate's left cheek. "Damn it, just say it." The subordinate struggled for a while and with a face full of grievance whispered, "Eat crap." Smack, another slap. Kobe Kenjin shouted louder, "I can't hear you clearly." The subordinate stiffened his neck and shouted back. Kobe Kenjin's face showed an incredulous expression which then twisted in rage, his anger off the charts. "Damn it, even you dare to curse me? Die!" Kobe Kenjin kicked, and with a bang the subordinate was sent flying, crashing heavily against the wall, foaming at the mouth. Trembling, he raised his hand pointing at Kobe Kenjin, struggling to say, "You asked me to say it." The next moment his head tilted and he fell into a baby-like sleep. Outside the hidden channel of the instance hall at Tsinghua Academy, the leaders of the nuclear leveling elite and the Dragon Group watched the public board with satisfaction. "Ha, awesome, truly damn satisfying. That old geezer Kobe Kenjin must be furious now," Wang Qingfeng said with delight. Ling Xuehan let out a heavy breath excitedly, saying, "Little junior brother is indeed powerful, worthy of being the mechanic with unlimited ammo." Even Ichiro Kobe, who had collected the full set of legendary gear, couldn't last a few minutes. Jiang Jin swung his fist, invigorated. This time Sakura country took a huge loss, getting their successor of Amaterasu slaughtered in front of the whole world, and it was 1 against 50. Ha! At that moment the content on the public board changed again. "Little brats of Sakura, cheer up for mama, can't kill you all." The moment this sentence came out, the instance hall exploded again. "Truly a female boss, oh my god, our Eastern Dragon actually has such a heroic woman, that's too domineering. Sister, please take care of me. I don't want to try hard anymore." The trio of Wang Qingfeng were momentarily stunned. Then Wang Qingfeng was the first to recover, unable to help but admire. "Still, little junior brother knows how to play using mystification so cleverly." Ling Xuehan chuckled. "Now those guys abroad will be led by the nose by little junior brother." Indeed, as soon as Li Haotian's words were released, everyone's thoughts were immediately misled. The Free Federation. At this moment, several key leaders of the Origin Gods Guild were gathered in the office of the president, Parker Williams, intently watching the live broadcast from the instance hall. Parker Williams frowned slightly, his face showing confusion. Since when did such a formidable woman emerge from Donglong? Why have I never heard of her before? James Gordon, the president of the Gotham branch, also looked incredulous. Below level 50, Ichiro Kobe from Sakura country was indeed considered a top-tier professional, and even our own Bruce Wayne was only about on par with him. But this mysterious powerhouse from the Donglong Empire was able to eliminate 50 Sakura country professionals, including Ichiro Kobe, in such a short time, which is just too exaggerated. Bruno Collins, president of the Huadu branch, also looked very solemn. Her combat power is indeed too outrageous. Are there really professionals below level 50 that are this powerful? Parker Williams said gravely. The Donglong Empire has a variety of professional types, including many powerful illusion god professions, and among them, there are quite a few that can take on multiple opponents, such as summoners, mechanics, beast tamers, and night wanderers. As he spoke, Parker Williams couldn't help but shake his head. Just the known powerful professions alone are at least more than 10, and from time to time, they also come up with some particularly strong new professions, which is really hard to say. James Gordon analyzed with a frown. According to the information we have, there is actually a significant relationship between the awakening of professionals in the Donglong Empire and gender. For instance, mechanics and beast tamers are usually males. Females make up less than 10%. On the other hand, summoners tend to have a much higher proportion of females, and night wanderers are about half and half. If this mysterious professional from Donglong is a woman, we could somewhat narrow down the range among the known professions. Bruno Collins shook his head. There's too much uncertainty in this, and don't forget another possibility: this formidable woman might not even be a professional below level 50. Parker Williams's eyes flashed coldly. Bruno is right. If the opponent is a professional over 50, it might be even more likely by balancing the level and equipment. After all, compared to professionals in their 40s, those above level 50 have significantly stronger base attributes, especially the monstrous ones. Around level 50, Parker glanced at the 2 inches, voice grave. Send down the order. Ask those who have been in the Donglong Empire as professionals if they know anything about this female professional. Someone as strong as her, even if she deliberately hides, shouldn't be completely unknown. Yes, President. Yes, President. Both replied in unison. In the Donglong Empire, within the faction confrontation instance, as the victory prompt appeared before Li Haotian, another line of text also floated up. Ding dong, the enemy's spiritual energy has been completely absorbed by our crystal. Do you want to transfer the energy of the enemy's crystal to our crystal as well? Li Haotian was momentarily stunned before he quickly recalled what Wang Qingfeng had mentioned earlier. Ichiro Kobe and his team had opened up faction energy storage to attract professionals over level 50 from the Eastern Dragon Empire, using the aura generated by the faction confrontation dungeon as bait. Previously, the victors had always been Ichiro's team, the Blue faction, so the energy was stored in the Blue faction's crystal. Now, with his own victory, Li Haotian could naturally transfer the accumulated energy to his faction's crystal. Transfer. Without hesitation, Li Haotian chose to transfer the energy. At the same time, information about the special equipment and aura produced in the faction confrontation dungeon quickly surfaced in his mind. An aura was a relatively rare piece of equipment. Its only source was the faction confrontation dungeon, and it came with certain conditions. To condense an aura in the dungeon, at least 100 professionals needed to be sacrificed to gather enough energy through the faction's storage. The more professionals sacrificed, the more spiritual power the faction crystal absorbed, and the better the attributes of the condensed aura. However, the attributes and effects of the aura were random. Moreover, only those who participated in the faction confrontation dungeon could wear it. Once they left the dungeon, the aura would bind to the professional and no one else could use it. In such cases, unless it was a guild war, no guild would be willing to sacrifice so many people just to condense an aura with random attributes. If hundreds of professionals were sacrificed and the resulting aura was unusable, it would indeed be a huge loss. After wrapping up these tasks, Li Haotian exited the King's Canyon and returned to the dungeon's prep room. At this time, the global chat feature in the prep room was still active, with a flurry of messages flying across the screen. However, the tone had shifted from mocking the Eastern Dragon Empire to targeting the Cherry Blossom Country. Cherry Blossom Country really messed up this time. They even blew up a deep-sea mother dragon. How does Lord Tensho feel about sending off his son so early? Please share. Oh man, the Eastern Dragon is truly a hidden dragon, not to be trifled with. Just any woman from there can take on 50, truly terrifying. Brother above, you don't know, women from Eastern Dragon are even fiercer than the men. Many a man from Shu Mountain can't even climb their peaks. Watching the chaotic chat, Li Haotian grinned and then decided to turn off the speaking rights for all other countries, leaving only Cherry Blossom Country. Where are your samurais from Cherry Blossom Country? I let you guys off with 49 people, not convinced? Come fight. Suddenly, a username filled with question marks posted a comment, as people from other countries were cursing due to being muted. Seeing this mysterious username sent a shock through them. In all the dungeon lobbies of the Eastern Dragon Empire, this comment first caused a slight shock, then immediately set off an uproar. What goes around comes around. Now it's our turn. In the land of Sakura, tensions were boiling over. I won't stand for this, damn it. A call for torment by the female boss online. Amaterasu Guild. Kobe Kenjin's forehead veins throbbed as his eyes, bloodshot with rage, bore the full brunt of his fury. He roared, I want that wretched woman dead. Where's the ninja department? Send me 50 of the finest from the village hidden in the mist. Employ the mist hiding technique and assassinate the damned witch. Yes. The head of the ninja department, equally incensed by Li Haotian's statements, loudly agreed. Minutes later, fighters from Sakura Country began to re-enter the fray. Wang Qingfeng and his companions raised an eyebrow at the continuous appearance of Sakura Country names within the blue camp. Hozuki Mogetsu, Hozuki Maigetsu, Karashur Hikawa, Karashur Gangban. Hozuki and Karashur clans, all from the village hidden in the mist. Kobe Kenjin thinks assassination tactics will work. Ling Xuehan scoffed coldly. Haotian's tanks are equipped with radar scanning devices and are plentiful in number. Does Sakura country really think they can succeed with assassination? They're sending themselves to their deaths. In the pre-battle preparation room, Li Haotian saw the combat initiation prompt from the blue side and sneered, clicking confirm. The room was once again bathed in a strong white light engulfing Li Haotian. As the familiar sensation of teleportation quickly faded, Li Haotian found himself back on the familiar high ground not far from the massive red crystal. This time Li Haotian, now experienced, wasted no time and began deploying tanks outside. In the blink of an eye, 50 tanks reappeared lined up in front of the high ground. Following the previous tactics, Li Haotian dispatched 9 tanks to the 9 defense towers to complete radar installation. Meanwhile, on the high ground, 20 tanks adjusted their cannons, ready to seize the enemy's red and blue buffs first. On the other side, 50 Amaterasu Ninja Department professionals from the village hidden in the mist appeared on the high ground. The two young leaders exchanged glances and simultaneously ordered. Hozuki clan use the mist hiding technique. Karashir clan used the mist hiding technique. Hi, the others responded in unison. Then, like a rope trick, these 50 ninjas swiftly began forming hand seals across their chests. In Sakura country, over 90% of the professionals are yin-yang masters, samurai and ninjas. Although the types are homogeneous, their abilities and specializations vary. For instance, the ninja class, which has a centuries-old history in Sakura country, live in villages based on skill levels, excelling in various unique ninjutsu and taijutsu. Their ninjutsu, similar to the magic spells of the Eastern Dragon Empire, requires fixed hand seals during casting. Kobe Kenjin's chosen were all elite genin under level 50 from the village hidden in the mist, with the leaders being mid-level chunin over level 50, balanced by level and equipment. For this confrontation, chosen for their elite capabilities, these ninjas quickly completed their hand seals. Cheeks puffed out like toads, they exhaled forcefully, but strangely, what they expelled was a thick, dense fog. Moreover, the fog spread at an astonishing speed, quickly enveloping the blue camp and swiftly creeping towards Li Haotian's red camp. After releasing the thick fog, the two leading youths, Hozuki Mogetsu and Kenkitsu Hikawa, exchanged glances and immediately commanded in a deep voice, "Everyone disperse and stealthily encircle them. Signal immediately upon sighting the enemy and encircle them for the kill." Hi! Then all the ninjas leapt up and dived into the thick fog, vanishing from sight, their forms and presence completely hidden. After summoning tanks to form a line of defense, Li Haotian also immediately activated a godlike perspective to observe the enemy's movements. However, it must be said that the actions of these ninjas from the Cherry Blossom country were indeed swift. By the time Li Haotian managed to get a visual on them, he just caught sight of the ninjas from the mist-hidden village, dressed in tight gray and white outfits, disappearing into the fog like dumplings, concealing all forms. Li Haotian raised an eyebrow, intrigued, as he softly exclaimed, "It seemed as though these ninjas truly vanished once they entered the fog." No matter how much he zoomed into any part of the dense fog, he could not spot the enemy. From a bird's eye view, the blue camp in the canyon was completely obscured by the fog, not a single figure visible. Even the fluctuations of air currents were utterly undetected by Li Haotian. It was as if those 50 ninjas had completely disappeared. Interesting, these ninjas from Cherry Blossom country aren't all useless after all. They're quite good at playing hide and seek, Li Haotian muttered. Unfortunately for the mist-hidden village ninjas, while they could vanish entirely within the mist, they couldn't make the blue and red elite creatures also invisible in the fog. Li Haotian only needed to zoom in his view to still clearly see the positions of the blue and red elite creatures. Click, 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 the tank's main cannon quickly adjusted its angle, and with a loud boom, a violent explosion thundered over where the elite creatures were. The two elite creatures didn't even grunt before offering Li Haotian a buff. Hozuki clan's leader, Hozuki Mogetsu, was swiftly moving towards the position of the blue elite creature using the mist hiding technique, his gaze intense. However, just as he was about to reach the blue elite creature, a sudden intense sense of danger overwhelmed him. Boom! To his shocked gaze, the blue elite creature was instantly blown into pieces. The blast's pressure instantly dispersed the fog, revealing Hozuki Mogetsu's figure. Startled, he shouted while swiftly exhaling more fog to hide himself again. Long-range attack. It's a super weapon. The enemy is a mechanic. Everyone be alert, the opponent is a mechanic. Li Haotian grinned, a murderous intent flashing in his eyes, muttering, "So what if you know I'm a mechanic?" my cannon has infinite ammo. In the next instant, 50 more tanks appeared in front of Li Haotian. All tanks under Li Haotian's control adjusted their angles autonomously to form multiple tiers, then fired fiercely. Boom, boom, boom. A dense barrage of shells crazily poured down on the blue camp within a 20-meter radius. Boom, boom, boom. The continuous explosions resonated from the river, separating the two camps, quickly sweeping towards the side of the blue camp. After confirming that all the opponents were ninjas from the hidden mist village, Li Haotian didn't hesitate for a second, opting for a dense, covering bombardment. You like to hide, you like to ambush. Thinking you can stealthily approach under the cover of thick fog, Li Haotian had no intention of playing hide and seek. With 100 tanks and unlimited ammunition, Li Haotian could cover every inch of the blue camp's territory with firepower. He was plowing the land with artillery fire. Given the fragile defense of those ninjas, Li Haotian was sure they couldn't withstand this level of firepower coverage. A touch was either death or injury. The wild explosions continued non-stop on the side of Sakura country, interspersed with the agonizing screams and shocked cries of the hidden mist village ninjas. The enemy was indeed a mechanic. Such density of firepower, the enemy's superweapon had already taken shape. Damn it, she must be a secret weapon cultivated by a super major clan from the Eastern Dragon Empire. Save me. Ah, the barrage from the tank array continued relentlessly for a whole minute. In this minute, each heavy tank fired dozens of shells. 100 tanks, that's thousands of shells. The blue camp was instantly turned into ruins by Li Haotian. And those ninjas from Sakura country, not a single intact bone could be found. Less than 2 minutes into the game, the Sakura country camp was wiped out. Outside, in the main hall of the instance, as the faction confrontation instance began again, everyone stared unblinkingly at the display board showing the progress of the battle. Kobe Kenjin's eyes were bloodshot, his gaze shifting back and forth between the faction map and the names of those ninjas from Sakura country. The enemy was just one person, 50 elite ninjas from the hidden mist village using the hidden mist technique to cover the entire map and launch assassinations. Should be able to kill him, right? He muttered through clenched teeth. However, 10 seconds later, the name of a ninja from the Hozuki clan of Sakura country suddenly turned gray. Kobe Kenjin's pupils shrank. The assassination has begun so soon. The opponent is that strong to instantly counter-kill a ninja from the Hozuki clan. But then Kobe Kenjin screamed incredulously, impossible, how could he be so strong? One by one, participants from the blue camp began to die at an astonishing speed. The names on the board, like spreading plague, quickly turned gray one after another. This battle is too intense. The boss has gone mad. What exactly is the profession of this female boss? It's too fierce. I remember the Hozuki and Shikazai clans from Sakura country, both seem to be from the hidden mist village. This is like a collective ambush being counter-killed. My guess, the female boss is a summoner. This kind of killing speed, it doesn't seem like something a single professional could achieve. I don't say it's really possible. Sister, I don't want to strive anymore, let me be your summoned beast. A minute later, the Sakura country camp was wiped out again. The declaration of the faction confrontation instance changed again. So much for the hide-and-seek warrior, truly not durable. In the Liberty Federation, Parker Williams's expression was grave, with James and Bruno also engulfed in silence. She killed them too quickly. Even if the ninjas from Sakura country are known for their weak defenses and are considered fragile warriors, shouldn't they be a bit stronger than this? It had only been a minute, yet she had slaughtered 50 enemies. It was simply outrageous. James and Bruno murmured in disbelief. Parker Williams spoke in a deep voice. Have you found any clues? Who is this woman and why have we never heard of her before? James and Bruno exchanged a glance and shook their heads helplessly. We haven't found out anything yet. Parker's face darkened with anger. What is the intelligence department even doing? With this woman's combat abilities, she should already be classified as a B-level threat, and yet they knew nothing about her. In Sakura country, at the Amaterasu Guild, Kobe Kenjin demolished his entire office like a wild beast and raged, roaring madly. Damn it, useless, all useless. 50 assassins using the art of hidden mist for a stealth attack, and they couldn't even kill one person. What has the village hidden in the mist been doing all these years? Haven't they been training rigorously? In a corner of the office, the head of the Hozuki family, Hozuki Uji, and the head of the Kankitsu family, Kankitsu Kikaku, stood upright, deeply bowing their heads. President, we never neglect our training. This incident might be because her combat strength is simply too overwhelming. Hozuki Uji said with eyes filled with pain. Kankitsu Kikaku also looked heartbroken. Yes, chief, she must be like our young lord, not only possessing a powerful phantom class but also equipped with some extraordinarily strong gear, otherwise she couldn't have killed so many of our men in such a short time. For Hozuki Uji and Kankitsu Kikaku, the ones who died were 25 elite descendants from each of their families. Given more time, these individuals could have developed to level 50 and above. Yet, these outstanding descendants were wiped out in a minute or two, and to be called useless by Kobe Kenjin. If it weren't for Kobe Kenjin's status, they would have retorted right there, if our boys are useless, what about your son? Ichiro Kobe even gathered the legendary set exclusive to the Onmyoji, yet he was killed cleanly within minutes by her too. And he dares to claim to be the number one of Sakura Country's younger generation. He's just as useless. Finally, after venting Kobe Kenjin breathing heavily glared at the two clan leaders. After a long moment he darkly said, "Alright, you two can leave, call Fujino Kijimaru to me." Hearing Kobe Kenjin's words, Hozuki Uji and Kankitsu Kikaku sighed in relief, exchanged a glance and bowed deeply. Yes, President. Fujino Kijimaru, the head of the martial department of the Amaterasu Guild, was being called in. It seemed that Kobe Kenjin, seeing that the ninja's assassination attempt on that person was futile, was now preparing to engage in direct combat through the martial department. In the lobby of the Eastern Dragon Empire, everyone was still engrossed in the exploits of the female boss who had impressively taken down 50 ninjas in minutes, and the discussions were heated. Suddenly an excited voice shouted, Look, those Japanese melons are coming to give us free kills again, huh? Let me see, did they bring new ninjas? Is it from the village hidden in the leaves or the village hidden in the stones? Oh, the Fujino clan, haha, the ninja department is chickening out. Looks like it's the martial department's turn now. These Japanese melons are pretty bold, daring to face our female boss head on. It's starting so thrilling, hee. As the battle commenced again, Li Haotian, with a godlike view, observed everything on the opponent's side. Li Haotian looked in surprise as a group of brawny men with exposed chests and bulging muscles suddenly appeared on the high ground opposite. They've all switched to samurais now. In the next moment, these brawny men gathered together, shouting loudly in a way that carried a massive momentum, charging from the middle lane towards them, ready for a massive brawl. Li Haotian couldn't help but chuckle. You want to face me head on? I love it. My tanks are already starving for action. In an instant, a dense army of tanks appeared in front of Li Haotian, their terrifying barrels lifting simultaneously, aiming at the neatly charging group of brawny men. A sinister light flashed in Li Haotian's eyes. He chuckled, This is nice. Sakura Country is too polite, even saving us the trouble of rounding them up. A barrage of fire erupted from the red side's high ground, blasting towards the enemy. Kobe Kenjin stared intensely at the confrontation information displayed on the public board, his eyes bloodshot, muttering through clenched teeth, If that damn woman really is a summoner, even if she's above level 50, she shouldn't have more than 20 summoning beasts. With the bravery and strength of our Sakura Country samurais, we can definitely take on her 20 beasts. This time we surely can. Kobe Kenjin's words cut off abruptly as if someone had choked him, his mouth agape, his pupils trembling violently, unable to speak. Because he saw to his horror the names of those 50 samurais from Sakura Country turning gray at a rapid pace. How is this possible? Kobe Kenjin's voice changed tone. What terrified him even more was that the speed of death this time was even faster than before. It was like slicing through weeds, and in the lobby of the Eastern Dragon Empire various deafening screams and exclamations erupted simultaneously. My God! The female boss is on a rampage. Awesome, die. Japanese melons, daring to provoke us in the Eastern Dragon, they deserve to be slaughtered. Wipe them out completely, even the fleas on their bodies. This combat power, it's just too terrifying. Could this female boss be a new profession emerging in our Eastern Dragon? Even the known phantom god professions don't seem to be this strong. Could this be another bud profession like the one created by Marshall Lee? So terrifying. In less than a minute, because the enemy had actively grouped up, Li Haotian had managed to blast all 50 brawny men into pulp with just a few volleys. After ensuring that his faction's crystal had absorbed all the spiritual energy of the enemy faction, Li Haotian finally left the King's Canyon satisfied and returned to the preparation room. Are all men in the Sakura Country weak? They are just good-looking but useless. A name represented by a string of question marks continued to speak arrogantly. Baga. Kobe Kenjin was almost pissed off. Next to him, Fujino Anamaru, the head of the Amaterasu Guild's martial division, also had a dark face, furious and also filled with immense heartache. He couldn't understand it. These were 50 elites. How could they die so quickly? What profession was their opponent and why were they able to slaughter them like dogs? Abe Hideo, the head of the Yin Yang division, also watched Fujino Anamaru's pained expression, a gleam of schadenfreude flashing in his eyes. The three major divisions of the Amaterasu Guild often competed secretly, especially between the Yin Yang division and the martial division. The Yin Yang division liked to mock the martial division as brutes with developed limbs and simple minds, while the martial division ridiculed the Yin Yang division as effeminate, only good at keeping pets and secretly engaging in bestiality, spoiling the customs of the Sakura country. For instance, there was once a Yin Yang master and a half-human, half-snake Kyoheim who accidentally made a scandalous film that caused a stir. Because of these reasons, the Yin Yang division and the martial division never got along. Moreover, it was said that the current head of the Yin Yang division, Abe Hideo, liked to climb the back mountain and privately kept many strong male pets, which deeply disgusted Fujino Anamaru, the current head of the martial division. Thus, seeing such great losses in the martial and ninja divisions, Abe Hideo naturally enjoyed their misfortune. However, the head of the ninja division, Senju Higen, immediately noticed Abe Hideo's ill intentions. His face darkened and he suddenly spoke. "Minister, I've just had an idea." Abe Hideo's heart skipped a beat. Kobe Kenjin, with a gloomy face, said, "Speak." "Report to the president. I think that the enemy's combat power is extraordinarily strong, obviously not ordinary. Moreover, the fact that they killed even faster than last time indicates that they do not fear group fights and might even excel in them. If the opponent is indeed a summoner, then the number of creatures she can summon might far exceed 20, possibly like our young master having gathered some kind of powerful exclusive job set. And even if she is not a summoner but a beast tamer or a mechanic, the beasts and superweapons she controls cannot be used indefinitely. After defeating our elite ninjas and warriors, even if the faction confrontation instance can reset her spiritual energy, her mental and physical exhaustion must be considerable. In that case, if we send 50 elite Yin Yang masters and using their numbers to suppress her ability to excel in group fights, we might just be able to defeat that mysterious woman." Abe Hideo's eyes suddenly widened, glaring fiercely at Senju Higen, cursing in his heart. "Baga, Senju, you old sixth ruthless." Senju Higen glanced sideways at Abe Hideo as if to say, "If we're going to lose, let's lose together. Don't think you can stay out of this." The light in Kobe Kenjin's eyes sparkled as if he was pondering the words of Senmu Neon. After a moment, he finally made his decision, his voice dark and determined. "Fine, Shuya, immediately gather 50 Onmyojas who have contracted with at least 3 Shikigami and go kill him. A group fight. Who have our Sakura nation's Onmyojas ever feared?" Abe Shuya's vision darkened, nearly causing him to fall to the ground. "Damn that Senmu. Onmyojas who have contracted with more than 3 Shikigami are truly the elite of the elite." Even Kobe Ichiro, hailed as the strongest of the younger generation in Sakura Nation, has only 5 contracted Shikigami. "Are you trying to expose all the secrets of our Onmyo department, you accursed thief?" But as he looked into the ghostly fire burning in Kobe Kenjin's eyes, Abe Shuya's mouth opened and closed several times, yet he dared not utter a word of refusal. The chairman is still grieving over the loss of his son. If he dared to refuse, there would be hell to pay. Grinding his teeth, he glared at Senmo Neon and Fujino Anamaru, who wore a cold smirk before accepting the command. "Yes, chairman." Meanwhile, Li Haotian, having finished his taunts, was idly sitting in the waiting room, lost in thought. Suddenly, the teleportation array of the blue team lit up again. New players were arriving. Li Haotian blinked in surprise, then curiously got up to check the names of the newcomers. Mayakami Uesora Aoirola Takizawa Maria Ozawa. "Wow, it seems they are all on my Ojas. They want to challenge me to a group fight," Li Haotian muttered. These warriors from Sakura country are quite fierce." A fierce light flashed in Li Haotian's eyes. "Interesting, they think having more people is impressive. Too bad I have more cannons, and with ample firepower I can knock them down in minutes." Outside, in the Eastern Dragon Empire's instance lobby, laughter filled the air. Look, Sakura country is sending more troops." "Oh? Sakura country is quite tough. Let's see who have they sent this time. Isn't that the famous teacher Sora from Sakura country?" "Ah, indeed. I heard she's a renowned teacher at a high school there. I met her once in the slaughter instance. Let me tell you, don't be fooled by teacher Sora's delicate looks. Her combat experience is extremely rich. In Sakura country, many professionals have been defeated by her, unable to last even 3 minutes before surrendering. It seems Sakura country is really driven this time, even sending somewhat famous Onmyoges. Indeed, I've also heard of this Maria Ozawa, apparently a mixed race with strong fighting skills. Back at the Amaterasu Guild, Kobe Kenjin's eyes were fiercely fixed on the announcement board, his voice venomous. This time I refuse to believe she can withstand it. 50 Onmyoges, each with more than 3 Shikigami, plus the Onmyoges themselves, the total number even exceeds 200. With such a force advancing on all fronts, even if she excels in group fights, she is bound to die. Seeing the battle request sent from the blue side, Li Haotian sneered, clicking to accept. As his vision rippled, he reappeared in the Valley of Kings. The moment he appeared, Li Haotian quickly deployed the God's Eye View, placing wards all over the Valley of Kings. Across the battlefield, the blue faction, comprised of a group of Onmyoji clad in mage robes, made their appearance. Immediately following a preconceived strategy, they unleashed their Shikigami. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of bizarre-looking Shikigami manifested before Li Haotian's eyes. Controlled by the Onmyoji, these Shikigami dispersed in a swarm, descending upon the red faction like a plague of locusts. Li Haotian, after a brief moment of contemplation, swiftly summoned 50 tanks and over 100 Gatling guns, which he arrayed densely on the high ground. This time, the enemy numbers greatly exceeded those in the previous 2 encounters. With over 200 adversaries, even summoning 100 tanks would hardly cover the entire King's Canyon without leaving any blind spots. Moreover, many of the enemy's Shikigami possessed special abilities that couldn't be quickly neutralized. The battle was likely to be prolonged should he summon too many superweapons and thus deplete his spiritual energy. He risked being exploited by the enemy Onmyoji, potentially leading to a disastrous overturn. For his own safety, Li Haotian decided that a combination of tanks and Gatling guns was preferable. Tanks could launch long-range attacks covering the entire map. If the enemy indeed reached his high ground, then the 100 Gatling guns would fill the gap in mid to close-range firepower. Although the Gatling guns were less powerful than rocket launchers, their high rate of fire and dense coverage made them more practical when facing large numbers of enemies. Not stopping there, Li Haotian also summoned exoskeletal armor for himself. Even with a mechanical double for protection, he maintained a keen sense of combat readiness. After summoning enough super weapons, Li Haotian stuck to his old tactics, directing 10 tanks to bombard the enemy's elite monsters in both red and blue zones to seize the buffs swiftly. Then the 50 tanks commenced a full bombardment. On the opposing side, led by well-known Onmyoji such as Sora Aoi, the professionals from Sakura country advanced rapidly under the protection of their Shikigami towards the red faction. However, before they could cover much distance, 2 intense flashes of light followed by explosions erupted within the red camp. Sora Aoi paused, her voice slightly tremulous but intense. Such powerful artillery, they can hit us from such a distance. The enemy is a mechanic. Maria Ozawa, with a tone full of combativeness, expressed her confusion. Strange, aren't most of the mechanics from the Eastern Dragon Empire men? How did such a powerful female mechanic suddenly appear? Sora Aoi shook her head slightly. Not sure, perhaps she was secretly cultivated by a major family. Yua Mikami, guessing from the side, added, that means the reason she could quickly eliminate so many of us, including Ichiro Kobe, is because she has amassed a quantity of super weapons far exceeding that of an ordinary level 50 professional. Lola Takizawa nodded slightly, her mood somewhat relaxed. That must be it. However, having fought 2 confrontations already, even if her arsenal is impressive, the ammunition she carries must be nearly depleted by now. With so many of us, we should be able to exhaust her firepower and then finish her off. Learning that the opponent was a mechanic, the leading Onmyoji felt significantly less pressure. The more unknown, the more frightening it becomes. Before they came in, their biggest worry was whether the mysterious strongman from the Eastern Dragon would awaken a profession as unprecedented and powerful as Li Fuzi once did. But if it's a known profession, they already had various contingencies in place upon their arrival. For instance, the mechanic, although powerful in attack, a mechanic below level 50 wouldn't have access to endlessly expansive spatial equipment. The fact that he could carry so many super weapons had already greatly surprised the Cherry Blossom country. Plus, considering the ammunition supplied for these super weapons after 2 battles, there shouldn't be much left now. That female mechanic on the other side would never expect Cherry Blossom country to summon so many Onmyoji to overwhelm her with numbers. And all of them are the elite of the elite, at least the kind that have contracted with 3 Shikigami. In the eyes of Sora Aoi and the others, as long as they execute the tactics they had planned in advance, defeating the opponent shouldn't be a problem. After all, these 50 individuals are the strongest on Myoji in Cherry Blossom Country. After receiving the red and blue buffs, Li Haotian with the help of a god's eye view began a barrage with 50 tanks. The dense main cannons of the tanks exploded throughout the entire King's Canyon. Faced with Li Haotian's unreasonable bombardment, the Onmyoji of Cherry Blossom Country could only curse frantically while trying to find gaps in the artillery coverage to quickly penetrate towards the red side. Outside, everyone was wide-eyed watching the faction confrontation dungeon, especially noting the names of the Cherry Blossom Country Onmyoji. Indeed, not long after the female powerhouse started, the people of Cherry Blossom Country began to die rapidly, their names turning gray one by one. However, unlike before, the rate of death in Cherry Blossom Country was noticeably slower this time. Kenji Kobe was also staring intently at the big screen, seeing the Onmyoji begin to die as well. His heart sank. Abe Hideyoshi, the head of the Onmyoji department, had a grim face, pained immensely. These were the elite of their elite Onmyoji, but then Kenji Kobe noticed that the death rate of the Cherry Blossom Country faction was significantly slower than before. At least for now, more than 20 were still alive. Although still a heavy loss, it was much better than being wiped out instantly in the previous battle. For them, this represented a chance, the warriors of Cherry Blossom Country never fearing death for victory. In the dungeon, Maria Ozawa and others clenched their teeth. Finally advancing under the cover of their Shikigami to an area close to the opponent's high ground, Sora Aoi looked somewhat disheveled at this time, her pale skin stained with patches of char, seemingly heavily bombarded by Li Haotian's artillery. Mika Mikami, filled with fear, said in a shaken voice, "Such terrifying firepower coverage, how much ammunition did that guy bring? It seems endless." Longzhe Luoluo was also feeling a bit frightened. Yes, no wonder she was able to kill so many of us so quickly in the previous confrontation. That firepower is terrifying. Even with our Shikigami that have strong defenses, a small mistake could be the end of us. In Sakura Country, the stronger the talent of an Onmyoji, the more Shikigami they can summon. The Onmyoji selected by Kobe Kenjin this time are all elites who have contracted at least 3 Shikigami. And because Onmyoji themselves are fragile, those who can contract multiple Shikigami always choose at least one defensive type to better protect themselves in battle. It was for this reason that Li Haotian's barrage didn't annihilate the opponent completely, allowing these Onmyoji to advance to the high ground. Sora Aoi said with a grim face, "The enemy is indeed powerful, but our mechanic excels in mid to long range cover fire. Once we get up close, with our current numbers, we can kill him." The other Onmyoji also showed a fierce look in their eyes, saying firmly, "Hold on a little longer, we're about to reach the high ground." Li Haotian, with a bird's eye view, watched everyone's movements and saw the opponent pushing through the gunfire. Yet he showed no sign of worry. He sneered, controlling the 100 Gatling rotary guns hidden behind the tanks, continuing to bombard methodically. Suddenly, a Shikigami resembling a praying mantis burst out of the bushes towards the high ground. Then various bizarre Shikigami followed one after another, with the Onmyoji closely behind also charging out. They broke through Li Haotian's fire blockade and finally reached the high ground. Sora Aoi and a few other leaders also charged out. Maria Ozawa quickly surveyed the surroundings, noting that there were about 20 Onmyoji left with 40 to 50 Shikigami remaining. Aoi looked at the densely packed tank array on the enemy's high ground, her pupils slightly constricting. So they are heavy tanks. With this number, probably around 40 to 50, no wonder the firepower was so dense, Sora Aoi said solemnly. Tanks can't move flexibly or shoot quickly at close range. Take down the towers first, then attack the high ground. And kill the mechanic. Let's go. Seeing the enemy's main base was within reach, the fear in the other Onmyoji's heart slightly receded, replaced by endless ruthlessness and murderous intent. Bang, 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 bang. The several dozen Onmyoji immediately began furiously attacking the defense towers while jumping up and down to dodge the 50 tanks positioned in front of the position. A minute later, the 3 defense towers on the high ground collapsed simultaneously, the last defenses finally destroyed under the desperate attacks of the Onmyoji. However, the number of Onmyoji had again halved, with only about 10 people left. Sora Aoi was right, the tanks really couldn't move quickly or adjust their barrels to shoot at close range. But the sheer number of Li Haotian's tanks, 50 tanks, even if just sitting in place and conducting crossfire, was enough to pose a significant threat to those Onmyoji attacking the defense towers. As the 3 defense towers finally fell, a spark flashed in Song Jinkom's eyes. She shouted loudly, "Everyone charge to the high ground and kill that mechanic, jump over the tank. The tank's cannon can't cover the top, kill." The Onmyoji, having spotted the person in the mechanical armor on the higher ground behind them, charged forward with red eyes. Watching these screaming mechanics rush towards him, Li Haotian's lips curled up slightly, with a thought. 100 Gatling rotary machine guns hidden behind the tank suddenly lifted into the air, their dark muzzles pointing towards the sky. As Li Haotian opened fire, Sung Jingkong watched in horror. The dense barrage of bullets covered all the charging Onmyoji. Ryoko Dragons was terrified and screamed in despair, "Ah, she has a superweapon too! Save me!" However, no one could save her. Caught off guard by Li Haotian's cunning attack, the other Onmyoji screamed and scrambled to save themselves. This turn of events was completely unexpected. In their understanding, such superweapons like heavy tanks already took up a lot of space, and with the ammunition included, it was incredible that Li Haotian could have so many. Under these circumstances, even if Li Haotian had other superweapons, it was absolutely impossible for him to have a numerical advantage. But unexpectedly, Li Haotian was also hiding hundreds of Gatling rotary machine guns. In the dense and furious barrage, the remaining Onmyoji began to die again. Maria Ozawa, screaming in anger, ducked into the belly of her defensive Shiki iron barrel ghost, trying to withstand Li Haotian's surprise attack. She roared angrily, "Hold on, use the defensive Shiki to hold on. The Gatling's ammo was only 150 rounds, just withstand this wave and she won't have time to reload, then we can counter-kill her." However, half a minute later, the intense firepower showed no signs of weakening and continued to rage wildly. Maria Ozawa's eyes were about to split as she screamed both absurdly and incredulously, "Impossible! With the firing rate of the Gatling rotary machine gun, the bullets should have run out long ago. Why are you still shooting?" Li Haotian, hiding behind the high ground, cackled strangely. "Because I last long, unlike those quick guys from your Sakura country who can't even hold out for 30 seconds without trembling." Hearing Li Haotian's mocking voice, the still desperately resisting Maria Ozawa and other well-known Onmyoji like Sang Jingkong were stunned and exclaimed, "You're not a woman, you're a man." Then Sung Jingkong immediately connected this to the previous ban by the Eastern Dragon Empire, exclaiming in horror, "The previous ban by the Eastern Dragon Empire was because of you. Your superweapon has no ammo limit, you pretended to be a woman to confuse everyone else." Li Haotian looked at her surprisingly with some admiration and said, "Not bad, teacher Sang from the Sakura country, you do have some brains. It's just a pity this is a faction combat instance. Even if you know this secret, you won't have a chance to spread it." Then the 50 tanks at the front began to turn their cannons, aiming at the few remaining Onmyoji. "No, please spare my life, I swear allegiance to you, I will never expose your secret," Sora Aoi screamed. Li Haotian looked at her coldly, shaking his head slightly. "I don't trust a single person from the land of cherry blossoms. Your time is up." Boom! The cannons roared, engulfing several people. As he looked over the scattered limbs and flesh, Li Haotian confirmed that all the enemies were dead before he mentally deactivated his superweapon. Back in the outside world, in the Eastern Dragons Guild Hall, a wave of jubilation swept through once again. "The female boss is incredible. What exactly is her class? She's too strong." Those were 50 Onmyoji along with their Shikigami, making up a total of over 100, and she wiped them all out. More than 100. Sara Aoi, Miho Kamaya and other Onmyoji are somewhat famous elites in their country. I may not know all the other Onmyoji, but I've heard of most of them. If I'm not mistaken, these Onmyoji must all be elites from their Onmyo department, each possessing over 3 Shikigami. Each had over 3 Shikigami. If that's the case, then those 50 Onmyoji would amount to over 200 in number. With such numbers, not just summoners but even mechanics wouldn't stand a chance. Indeed, the female boss had fought several battles before. Below level 50, with level and equipment balanced, it's impossible to carry so much ammunition. What exactly is her class? In the Federal Union, the president of the Source God Guild, Parker Williams, looked solemn, his eyes even showing a hint of fear. He spoke gravely to James and Bruno. "Notify everyone, classify this mysterious woman from the Eastern Dragon Empire as an A-level threat and offer a hefty reward for detailed information about her." James and Bruno exchanged looks and nodded solemnly. "Yes, President." Parker spoke darkly. 50 Onmyoji with a total of over 200. She managed to kill them all in such a short time. Her combat power is terrifying, not just invincible at her level but even surpassing higher levels. Even the legendary Li Fuzi, compared to her in terms of attack power, might fall short. if she's now over level 50 having joined the faction war replica after balancing through level and equipment, then her full combat power might well be capable of handling professionals at level 60, and if she continues to grow she will definitely be a major concern for us. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Amaterasu Guild, Kenji Kobe and the heads of the Onmyo martial and ninja departments also looked grave. Even Kenji Kobe had to temporarily push aside the death of his beloved son, focusing all his thoughts on this mysterious woman. 50 elite Onmyoji along with over 150 various Shikigami were still completely annihilated by her. What does this tell us? It indicates that this woman's potential can match or even surpass Lee Fuzi. Back in the day, Lee Fuzi from the Eastern Dragon Empire had hidden his strength, only revealing himself at level 70. By then he had become so powerful that almost no one could kill him. Even if the countries of the world saw Lee Fuzi as a thorn in their side, it was already too late, and yet this mysterious woman was different. Her potential was equally astonishing, but it surfaced much earlier than Master Lee's. If they didn't find a way to eliminate her now, by the time she truly grew into her powers, she might become another terrifying professional capable of crushing phantom gods. For Sakura Country, which borders the Eastern Dragon, the emergence of two super professionals like Master Lee and Eastern Dragon would be nothing short of a disaster. Various thoughts flashed through Kobe Kenjin's mind, and at last he seemed to make a certain decision, his voice grave. We cannot let her continue to grow. This kind of threatening figure must be nipped in the bud early, otherwise the consequences are unimaginable. Realizing the terrifying potential of the woman, this matter had even escalated to a national crisis. At such a time, even the three usually discordant ministers dared not engage in internal strife but had to unite outwardly. Minister of the Yin-Yang Department Abe Hidetoyo said gravely, the problem is now that Eastern Dragon is a forbidden nation, our people can't even get in. Moreover, even if we manage to send high-level ninjas to infiltrate and assassinate her in Eastern Dragon, her identity remains unknown to us. Sunmei Nichiken also looked solemn. Indeed, we tried to assassinate that mechanic from Eastern Dragon before, and this time the Eastern Dragon will definitely take extremely strict precautions against us. Even if we send ninjas again, it would be very difficult to succeed in an assassination. Fujino Anamaru was silent for a moment, his eyes flashing with a murderous intent. So what do we do? Just let her grow stronger? She has been hiding in Eastern Dragon for such a long time, and had it not been for this camp confrontation dungeon that provoked us, we wouldn't even have known about her existence. This means that even if she enters other dungeons in the future, she will definitely conceal herself, making it very difficult for the outside world to detect her. If we miss this opportunity in the camp confrontation dungeon, it will be even harder to find her later. Abe Hidetoyo's face darkened, but the problem is, even if we want to deal with her in the camp confrontation dungeon with the combat power she has shown, no one below level 50 can defeat her. Just then Kobe Kenjin suddenly spoke up. No, there is still a chance. If level 50 professionals won't do, what about level 70? Level 70? The three ministers were all taken aback. Then it was Sunmei Nichiken who first recovered, a glint of excitement flashing in his eyes. He exclaimed, Chairman, are you suggesting using that? Kobe Kenjin nodded firmly. Exactly. The Golden Battle Order. Abe Hidetoyo and Fujino Anamaru were shaken, suddenly remembering that their Amaterasu Guild still treasured 3 Golden Battle Orders. With these items, they could send 3 professionals above level 70 into the camp confrontation dungeon. Though there would still be a suppression of level and equipment, the Golden Battle Order would allow these 3 professionals a chance to strike with all their might. It should be noted, these are level 70 professionals with a full force strike under the original enhancement of equipment and level, while the camp confrontation dungeon suppresses the opponent's level and equipment to below 50. If the user of the Golden Battle Order is a level 79 professional, the gap between the two sides would almost be equivalent to spanning a full 30 levels. This level disparity, combined with the amplification provided by their equipment, is essentially a dimensional reduction attack, capable of achieving a one-hit kill. Moreover, the Amaterasu Guild doesn't just have 1 Golden Battle Order but 3. The existence of these 3 Golden Battle Orders is a secret known only to Kobe Kenjin and the top 3 ministers. Not even the other high-ranking members of the Amaterasu Guild are aware. This means that the Eastern Dragon Empire is also in the dark. If they use the 3 Golden Battle Orders to send 3 professionals over level 70 to ambush that woman, the Eastern Dragon Empire would never anticipate it. When these 3 unleash their full power in a sudden strike, they'll definitely kill that woman instantly. With this in mind, Kyome Hikaru hurriedly asked President, "Who shall we send in?" Kobe Kenjin didn't speak but looked intently at the three ministers. Abe Hidemasa stiffened and hesitated. Us? Kobe Kenjin nodded as if it were obvious, his eyes gleaming. "Since we've already deployed the golden battle orders, we must ensure a 100% success rate. Among all our level 70 professionals in the Amaterasu Guild, you three ministers are the top in both level and equipment. It's most prudent for you to take this mission personally." But. Abe Hidemasa hesitated. Kobe Kenjin's face darkened as he stared at him. "What? You mean to say the three of you personally leading the team along with the golden battle orders can't handle a woman whose level has been suppressed?" Abe Hidemasa muttered under his breath. "It's easy for you to say you're not the one going." But he knew well that not only was Kobe Kenjin a level 81 professional unable to use the golden battle orders, even if he could, his cautious nature would never allow him to take the field personally. Struggling for a while, Abe Hidemasa could only grit his teeth and say, "All right, we will certainly kill that woman and eliminate this future threat to our cherry blossom country." Seeing Abe Hidemasa's hesitation, Kobe Kenjin's expression softened, patting him on the shoulder. "Don't worry, you are level 74 with 7 Shikigami to protect you. Fujino and Kyome are level 75 professionals, and you all are fully equipped with epic gear. With you leading the mission, that woman is bound to die. Moreover, her combat strength is strong, but not truly invincible. She was noticeably slower when dealing with those 50 Onmyoji. I suspect she's been continuously fighting our cherry blossom country's warriors and her condition might be declining. With you personally undertaking this mission, you're guaranteed to kill that woman." Kobe Kenjin paused slightly, then tempted. "Moreover, this mission won't be without its rewards. Don't forget the faction's energy storage has been accumulating for so long. Professionals from both the Eastern Dragon and our country contributed several hundred elite lives. I estimate that after you kill that woman, the aura produced by this factional confrontation instance will be very strong. If it happens to be an aura that suits you, that would be a significant gain too." Upon hearing this, Abe Hidea's eyes lit up. Yes, he had almost forgotten about the aura. The camp's energy storage had been going on for so long, the aura attributes produced were likely to be top-notch. Fujino Onamaru and Sunmei Nikan exchanged a glance, their eyes also filled with fervor. Auras, being special equipment due to their unique production conditions, were something most professionals didn't possess. Even the three ministers, including them, didn't have one. Although Kobe Kenjin had managed to get one, its attributes were mediocre. If they could take down that woman this time, the aura produced by this camp confrontation instance would definitely not disappoint. "Yes, we guarantee to complete the mission, yes. Long live the cherry blossoms!" Fujino Onamaru and Sunmei Nikan exclaimed loudly. Kobe Kenjin nodded slightly, his eyes revealing a hint of hatred, and said, "Since even the golden battle order has been used, we must ensure that nothing goes wrong this time. Go to the three major departments and select another 47 level 59 elite professionals to balance the levels and equipment and enter with you. This time we must kill that woman from the Eastern Dragon." The three ministers, their hearts ablaze, turned and left. Meanwhile, countries around the world were watching this camp confrontation instance between Cherry Blossom Country and Eastern Dragon Empire. When they saw that 50 Onmyoji from Cherry Blossom Country were annihilated by that mysterious woman from Eastern Dragon Empire, they were amazed, yet some couldn't help but feel schadenfreude. Cherry Blossom Country really took a big fall this time. Even the young vice-chairman of Amaterasu was slaughtered by the Eastern Dragon. How embarrassing. Had they asked for it by provoking the Eastern Dragon, they're just asking for trouble. Exactly, although the Eastern Dragon Empire's younger professionals have been mediocre and suffered in various instances over the years, the profound heritage of the Eastern Dragon Empire is undeniable. Even the Free Federation is wary of them. Cherry Blossom Country, a mere speck of land, really thought they could compete? That's like a blind man searching for poop in a bathroom. The instance hall of the Eastern Dragon Empire was also buzzing with discussion. "Hey, do you think Cherry Blossom Country has chickened out? Why is there no movement for so long? They must have been scared off by the boss lady, huh? TSK, that was 50 elite Onmyoji wiped out in minutes. Right, with Cherry Blossom Country's tiny territory, those 50 Onmyoji must represent their strongest force in sub-level 50 camp confrontations. If they can't handle the boss lady, I don't believe they have any other tricks up their sleeve." Exactly. Look, Cherry Blossom Country is sending in more people. What? Are they that stubborn, still daring to come? Let's see who it is this time. What's going on? They've also hidden their names. Could it be that Cherry Blossom Country also has a hidden expert like the boss lady and they're afraid we'll target them if we knew? Hee, are you out of your mind? Cherry Blossom Country hiding the names of 50 people as if they have so many top-tier experts in their tiny corner of the world. I think they're just bluffing, trying to scare the boss lady. Exactly, it's definitely Cherry Blossom Country bluffing. Look, the confrontation is starting. Just then everyone noticed another new change. Why has Sakura Nation started displaying participant names again? Strange, what is Sakura Nation up to? Let me see who's all here. Abe Hidia, Fujino Onamaro, Senmei Nikken. These names, why do they sound so familiar? Aren't these the chiefs of the three major divisions of the Amaterasu Guild? How did they get in there? Looks like they did. But that's not right. For a sub-level 50 campaign confrontation instance, even with level and gear balance, only professionals around level 50 can participate. Level 60s shouldn't be possible. If I remember correctly, the chiefs of the Amaterasu divisions are all over level 70 professionals. How did they manage to get in? At the secret passage of the Tsinghua Academy instance hall, Jiangjin Ling Shuihan and Wang Qingfeng are also shocked. Wang Qingfeng said gravely, I didn't expect that Sakura Nation still secretly held 3 golden war orders. Jiangjin is also slightly startled, feeling a bit worried. Abe Hidia is a level 74 on Myoji. His Shikigami group of 7 is well balanced in offense and defense with special abilities and not low in level, really tough to deal with. Fujino Onamaro's three-sword style is extremely sharp and Senmei Nikken is known as a master of ninjutsu, proficient in various advanced ninjutsu. These 3 guys are tough nuts to crack. Our junior brother Ling Shuihan frowned slightly, saying solemnly, the chiefs of the 3 divisions of Amaterasu are top-notch among level 70 professionals. Facing them alone I could at most handle 2. They are indeed difficult to deal with. However, even if they can enter the campaign confrontation instance through the Golden War Orders under the suppression of level and gear balance, their biggest advantage would only be their base attributes and skill quantity, plus that one chance to go all out. But our junior brother has those perverse exclusive talents with his completely unreasonable firepower coverage. Their base attributes and skills don't actually have much advantage. The biggest threat to our junior brother is still that one chance to go all out. Ling Shuihan paused slightly, a cold light flashing in his eyes, but unfortunately our junior brother's newly awakened mechanical stand has no limits on usage. Together, those 3 only have 3 chances to go all out, but even if they could kill our junior brother 3 times in front of so many of his super weapons, it's meaningless. Ling Shuihan's eyes suddenly flashed with excitement, sneering, hey, 3 chiefs sacrificing together. Sakura Nation this time is destined to lose a lot more than just chickens. In the campaign confrontation instance, as soon as Li Haotian was teleported in, he immediately unfolded the God's Eye view, encompassing the entire valley. This time, those guys from Sakura Nation had suddenly hidden all names, which also made Li Haotian wary, but then he was stunned for a moment, because he suddenly saw those guys on the other side actually displayed the names again: Abe Hidia, Fujino Onamaro, Senmei Nikken. Li Haotian's eyes immediately showed a grave expression, even feeling a bit incredulous. Chiefs of the 3 major divisions of Sakura Nation's Amaterasu Guild, he was speechless. Was that really necessary? After slaughtering 200 of you, how come you can't take it anymore and have to step into the arena yourself? The Golden Battle Order, I didn't expect that the Cherry Blossom Nation still had such treasures hidden away. Lucky for me, I was a top student back in the day, otherwise an ordinary person wouldn't even know about this stuff. Li Haotian observed his surroundings while his eyebrows raised slightly in intrigue. Wow, the Cherry Blossom Nation really holds me in high regard. Even the remaining individuals here seem to have a higher basic quality than the previous professionals. Is that Haruno Iai? And Uzumaki Myojin, Uchiha Yosuke, TSK, all renowned experts at level 50 in Cherry Blossom Nation. Good lord, could it be that this time they've gathered all the intermediate elites above level 50? On my level of enmity has really dragged their ancestors into this. Having confirmed the identities of his opponents, Li Haotian marveled, his mind racing with thoughts. Then he proceeded as per his previous tactics, summoning 50 heavy tanks arrayed on the high ground. Next he summoned 100 rocket launchers encircling the high ground. But unlike the tanks, Li Haotian aimed all these rocket launchers inward. With these preparations complete, Li Haotian smirked sinisterly. The game begins. On the blue team, the 3 ministers instructed their subordinates to spread out in teams of 3. samurai in the front, ninjas hidden in the shadows, and Onmyoji as the magic output positioned at the back. Then they spread out towards the red team's camp. As for the additional Onmyoji, he followed Senju Myojin to the location of the red elite monster. Fujino Onamaru, serving as a warrior, temporarily acted as a meat shield for Abe Shuyo, accompanying him to the location of the blue elite monster. This was their discussed tactic. The red elite monster could increase attack power by 30%, ideal for the assassin-type Senju Myojin, enhancing his attack power during ambushes. The blue elite monster increased the recovery speed by 30%, naturally suited for Abe Shuyo, although Fujino Onamaru usually disdained Abe Shuyo at times. Like this, he clearly knew the priorities and wouldn't trip up Abe Shuyo. However, as they split up and were about to approach the locations of the elite monsters, boom, Li Haotian opened fire. He directed 25 tanks each to bombard Abe Shuyo and Senju Myojin's positions. Senju Myojin, a master of ninjutsu and always cautious, had been vigilant of his surroundings throughout the journey. Suddenly a terrifying sensation descended from the sky. Before the shells even hit the ground, his hair stood on end. Without even looking up, he instantly used the substitution technique. With a bang, Senju Myojin's figure vanished, replaced by a round log, but the Onmyoji accompanying him wasn't quick enough to react. Boom! With a loud explosion, the Onmyoji and the red elite monster were blown to pieces. Meanwhile, on Abe Shuyo's side, they too sensed Li Haotian's sudden attack. Horrified, Abe Shuyo instinctively summoned the Shishinen, placing it in front to shield him. Yet this move did not bring him any sense of security. As an experienced professional, Abe Hideaki could feel that after his own Shikigami were also suppressed to below level 50, the opponent's strike had exceeded the defensive limits of the Shikigami. As he made these responses, Abe Hideaki's eyes widened in horror, exclaiming, "The opponent is a mechanic." Then, clenching his teeth, he prepared to use that one opportunity to strike with all his might. There was no choice. His Shikigami did not possess abilities like Senmoku Hijiri, which could substitute or teleport. He could only withstand this wave of attacks head-on. But just then Fujino Onamaru suddenly said in a deep voice, "I'll handle it, you keep that chance for the mechanic." Fujino Onamaru had no other option. As a samurai, his offensive power was unquestionable, but defensively he was at best a slightly more durable warrior. Although he was capable of withstanding hits under the suppression of level and equipment, he could not possibly endure the concentrated bombardment of Li Haotian's 25 tank cannons, unless he exploded with the power of a level 70 professional. But there was only one chance to go all out, and if both he and Abe Hideaki used up this opportunity, they would have no trump card left to face Li Haotian. Thus, when faced with Li Haotian's sudden attack, Fujino Onamaru could only choose to use that one chance himself to resolve the crisis and let Abe Hideaki conserve strength. Because when Abe Hideaki's 7 Shikigami burst forth at full power, not only was their attack more varied, but their power was also stronger and more suitable as a trump card. Saying this, Fujino Onamaru instantly drew 3 shimmering samurai swords, holding 2 in his hands and biting the third one in his mouth. His gaze became as sharp as a hawk's, and with a hoarse and muffled voice he shouted, "Secret technique, 108 annoyances wind." With a boom, a terrifying blast of air erupted from Fujino Onamaru, transforming into a sharp tornado that soared into the sky, meeting those rapidly descending shells head-on. The sound of metal slicing through the air came from high above, followed by a series of explosions. Li Haotian's volley, incredibly, was intercepted and shredded in mid-air by Fujino Onamaru. After launching this attack, Fujino Onamaru's momentum quickly declined, once again suppressed to below level 50. His face turned dark and he roared, "Everyone pay attention, the opponent is a mechanic, don't waste time, charge at full speed, close the distance." Yes, all the action teams quickly responded, and their speed of assault instantly increased, turning into streaks of afterimages rushing towards the enemy's red camp. Abe Hideaki and Fujino Onamaru did the same, not daring to delay, darting forward like lightning. At the same time, they moved in a serpentine trajectory, trying their best to avoid being targeted by the enemy. Li Haotian, regrettably shaking his head, muttered, "Although I didn't manage to kill one of these 3 guys, at least I've wasted Fujino Onamaru's chance to go all out. But this is also good. The other 2 guys, if they don't have a trump card, they probably wouldn't dare to rush to the high ground to kill me, then my trap setup would not be effective." As he muttered to himself, the 50 tanks continued to fire fiercely, inflicting significant losses on the enemy's advancing combat team. Although these professionals were intermediate-level practitioners balanced by ranks and equipment without the boost of the Golden Battle Order, they only had a slight advantage in basic attributes and the number of skills. Facing Li Haotian's bombardment with unlimited ammunition, they had little chance to resist and could only try their best to dodge. All they could pray for was that the shells wouldn't land on them. Even so, when they charged to the Red faction's high ground, they also suffered losses of 20 to 30 people. The three ministers were already gathered among the crowd. When they saw the dozens of tanks lined up on the high ground from a distance, the eyes of Sen Mujian suddenly darkened. They were heavy tanks and in great numbers. Fujino Anamaru's eyes showed a hint of surprise. Something's not right. Although he had a good number of tanks, the Dan pills equipped in those tanks should have been used up by now. However, as we've been charging, the frequency of the tank bombings hasn't changed at all. Could it be that he doesn't need to change the ammo chambers? Abe Hideo's eyes showed a thoughtful look and then he exclaimed in shock, I know why he can kill so many of our professionals so quickly. What do you mean? What have you thought of? Fujino Anamaru and Sen Mujian immediately turned their heads to look at Abe Hideo. Abe Hideo stared at the row of tanks above, incredulously saying, I guess his tanks really might not need to change ammo chambers. This mechanic is different from ordinary mechanics. His tanks have unlimited ammunition. The reason why the Eastern Dragon Empire issued the Prohibition Order is likely because of him. Master Li, that old man, must have restarted the Mechanical War God project. He is the new Mechanical War God. Fujino Anamaru and Sen Mujian were completely shocked, their faces filled with astonishment. Unlimited ammunition, the new Mechanical War God. SSS, the Eastern Dragon Empire is really preparing a major move. Watching other professionals already starting to assault the high ground defense towers, yet struggling under the crossfire of those dozens of tanks hopping up and down. Sen Mujian said gravely, with no ammunition limits, the enemy's crossfire is too dense. This isn't going to work. If more of our people die, even if the two of us still have a chance to strike with full force, it might not be stable. Abe Hideo glanced at the battlefield, hesitated for a moment, then clenched his teeth and said, the opponent is a mechanic, and with unlimited ammunition, it's not worth it to wear him down with lives. We must crush the three defense towers on the high ground as quickly as possible and then close in to beat him up. As long as we can break through to his side with the mechanic's weak defenses, a full force hit from Sen Mujian could kill him in a minute. Sen Mujian's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Your group of 7 is good at group attacks. You push the tower, and when others attack him, I'll strike from the shadows with a sure kill. Abe Hideo nodded heavily. That's exactly what I was thinking. Fujino Anamaru said urgently, stop talking, let's get moving. In just a short moment, he saw 2 or 3 warriors fall under the crossfire of the defense towers and tanks. Abe Hideo wasted no time, quickly forming a peculiar hand gesture. A powerful aura, as if breaking free from shackles, surged from him. Abe Hideo shouted loudly, 7 kills, full moon. Immediately 7 Shikigami rose from around him, merging into a blood-red full moon in the air. As Abe Hideo pointed forward, the blood moon split into 3-inch, plummeting towards the 3 defense towers on the high ground. Abe Hideo's eyes were fixed on the figure behind the high ground. He wanted to use this move to directly obliterate the mechanic, but as long as the 3 defense towers stood, the high ground would be protected by the defensive shield. Even with his full force, it was difficult to break the shield and kill the enemy at the same time. The 3 smaller blood moons fell like comets, fiercely striking the defense towers. With a thunderous crash, the towers collapsed instantly. Seeing their defense towers destroyed, the other professionals roared excitedly, Minister Abe is mighty, kill, kill. With the high ground defense towers demolished, the remaining dozen professionals yelled and swarmed towards the mechanic in the exoskeleton armor. Senmoku Naijin had also vanished, ready to strike at any moment. Fujino Anamaru and Abe Hideo also joined the siege, but curiously, they both ended up at the back, not rushing to the front line. Li Haotian curled his lips into a cold smirk, thinking to himself, true to being leaders, always so cautious, but alas, even with caution you've already entered my trap. In the next instant, hundreds of rocket launchers rose from the edge of the high ground, their dark muzzles uniformly pointing towards the center. Abe Hideo noticed this change immediately, his face drastically changing. An ambush. He's planning a mutual destruction. Naijin, kill him now. Fujino Anamaru also screamed in horror. They didn't know about Li Haotian's mechanical double and thought he was cornered and ready to perish together. Though Senmoku Naijin was not visible, he was also on the high ground not far from Li Haotian. If these hundreds of rocket launchers fired at once, it would be a trap hard to escape even for Senmoku Naijin, with no wooden stakes available for him to use his substitution technique. As for Fujino Onamaru and Abe Hideo, their chance to strike with full force was already spent. Facing such a barrage of rocket fire, their demise was certain. Suddenly a fierce aura burst forth from Senmoku Naijin. With lightning surging wildly, he roared, "Lightning release, Millennium kill!" With a crackle, Senmoku Naijin turned into a bolt of blue lightning, instantly rushing in front of Li Haotian. With intense murderous intent in his eyes, he shouted, "Die!" In the next moment, Senmoku Naijin's right hand, like a spear of lightning, viciously pierced through Li Haotian's chest. Seeing this scene, Abe Hideo and Fujino Onamaru breathed a sigh of relief, their eyes also revealing excitement. They had finally killed that damned mechanic. However, in the next moment, Li Haotian's face suddenly revealed a sinister smile and his figure vanished in a flash, replaced by a gleaming blaster pistol. The murderous intent on Kianmori's face instantly froze and the pupils of Abe Hideo and Fujino Onamaru contracted sharply. Impossible! What is this sorcery? Since when could a mechanic perform substitution techniques? Shocked cries immediately erupted from the three of them. Li Haotian's figure quietly emerged atop one of the tanks. On the high ground, with a faint smile on his face, he gently uttered one word, "Boom." Before his word even finished, 100 rocket launchers roared to life, engulfing the center from all directions with a thunderous bombardment. Along with the violent explosion, the three ministers and the remaining professionals from Sakura country were instantly torn apart by the artillery fire. Before his death, Kianmori's eyes were fixed on Li Haotian, standing proudly atop the tank filled with shock. He muttered bitterly, "Infinite ammunition and using super weapons as substitutes. Sakura country is in big trouble this time. This mechanic is simply invincible." Outside, in the main hall of the instance, ever since the names of the three division ministers of Sakura country appeared, the professionals inside quickly ceased their cheering. A portion of them had already educated everyone on the effects of the golden battle orders. It goes without saying how exceptional the equipment of Fujino Onamaru and the other two ministers from the Amaterasu Guild was. Moreover, they were all powerful professionals at level 78 or 79 each, with a chance for a full power burst. In such a situation, even if that female powerhouse was strong, she was surely doomed. Not to mention, the minister of the ninja division Kianmori was the most formidable assassin in Sakura country. If he were to launch a full-power sneak attack, it wouldn't matter if his opponent was suppressed to below level 50, even a professional of the same level would hardly survive. In other words, that female powerhouse was as good as dead. This was it, no wonder. They all entered under hidden names. They were afraid the female powerhouse would discover their plot and refuse to fight. Truly shameless, a level 50 factional instance, and the three ministers personally stepped in, not to mention playing such dirty tricks. When Sakura country and the Freedom Federation saw the names that reappeared after the match started, the atmosphere was completely different from that in the East Dragon Empire. Truly worthy of the three ministers, such is the power of wisdom. Ha, that woman from East Dragon is definitely doomed now. Hee, those guys from East Dragon must be furious. Now, Hump serves that woman right for provoking our Sakura Empire. She was asking for it. In the Freedom Federation, Parker and others also finally breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing the names of the three ministers. General President Parker Williams smiled faintly. Kenji is somewhat intelligent, at least he knows to nip this woman in the bud. The president of the Gotham branch, James Gordon, also smiled. With the three ministers from Sakura country taking action, there should be no surprises this time. The president of the Capital branch, Bruno Collins, nodded reservedly. "It's a pity, to be honest. I really wanted to see what this mysterious woman looks like, but it looks like there won't be a chance now." In a secluded area of the Tsinghua Academy's replica hall, Wang Qingfeng watched as the names of those ninjas from the Sakura nation gradually turned gray, his face filled with admiration. Junior brother really handles things as steady as an old dog. Judging by the speed of their demise, he must have only summoned a few dozen tanks for fire support, right? Is he trying to numb those three old guys? Ling Xuehan's eyes revealed a look of appreciation. It must be so. The tactics he used against those 50 Onmyoji were similar, weren't they? The remaining super weapons are probably ambushed on the high ground. Jiangjin chuckled. I wonder what those three old guys will think the moment they believe they have successfully ambushed junior brother, only to see him suddenly transform into a Glock pistol. as the death toll began in the Sakura Nation. The outcome of the faction confrontation replica surprised many professionals from the Eastern Dragon Empire, initially cursing and resentful, became increasingly excited, as if igniting their small cosmos. The professionals from the Eastern Dragon Empire stared in slight shock as the names from the Sakura Nation started turning gray again. That female boss must have seen the names of Abe Hideo and the others by now, right? She's still fighting, seemingly with no intention of giving up. With 3 ministers leading, and yet so many of her opponents have fallen, it's over, they've reached the female boss's high ground. Only 11 of those Japanese remain, and those 3 old guys must still be holding onto their trump cards. The female boss is done for. Alas, it's not easy for us from the Eastern Dragon to have such a formidable figure, and now she's about to be sneakily taken out by the Sakura Nation. What a pity. Women are easily carried away. If she had backed off earlier while she was ahead, we could have considered it not a loss, but now it's all gone. After a while, suddenly the remaining 11 names from the Sakura Nation turned gray, including Abe Hideo and the other 3 ministers. When everyone saw this information on the display board, all replica halls worldwide fell silent abruptly, and the chatter stopped. Everyone's eyes widened, a dead silence prevailing. Wang Qingfeng swung his hand fiercely, excitedly exclaiming, "Ha, junior brother is awesome. He even slaughtered the 3 ministers of the Sakura Nation together." Ling Xuehan and Jiang Zhen were also incredibly exhilarated. In every replica hall of the Eastern Dragon there erupted a deafening cheer. The 3 ministers of the Sakura Nation were counter-killed by the female boss. This isn't just any female boss, this is clearly the Empress of our time. Empress sister, I don't want to strive anymore. Please take me in. Ha, the Sakura Nation has truly suffered a huge loss this time. All 3 ministers were slaughtered together, truly thrilling. At the Amaterasu Guild, Kobe Kenjin sat down on the ground as if he had seen a ghost. In the Free Federation, Parker Williams and his companions were so shocked that they instantly stood up. Parker's face was extremely solemn as he slowly said, "This woman, she must not be left alone." He took a deep breath, both absurd and shocked. Even if she really is a level 50+ professional, but under the suppression of level and equipment, she still managed to withstand the full force of those 3 guys from the Sakura Nation and even counter-killed all of them. This level of combat prowess is such that even Master Li, when he was over level 50, could hardly compare. If she reaches level 60, 70, or even 80 in the future, wouldn't she be even more powerful then? Master Li, one Master Li in the East Dragon Empire is troublesome enough. Adding this woman to the mix would surely dominate the global scene. Parker suddenly turned, his gaze fixed intensely on James Gordon, his eyes filled with deep wariness and dread. "James, upgrade this woman's threat level to S-class. Spare no expense in finding and eliminating her. If she lives, the future will see the East Dragon Empire trampling over us." "Yes, Chairman." James Gordon, still not recovering from his shock, nodded emphatically. The announcement board for the faction confrontation instance changed once again. Is Sakura Country even trying? Can't produce anything big, just pulled out 3 little ones. As soon as this was said, the entire instance hall of the East Dragon Empire burst into laughter. Hilarious. This female boss must have a liberal arts background. Her command of language is outstanding. Haha, I suspect those illiterates in Sakura Country can't even understand her. What are they to do? I strongly suggest that Sakura Country should start offering Chinese language courses, not just to keep up internationally, but at least to ensure basic reading comprehension. Is Sakura Country still in the game? If you're playing, send someone quickly. I'm getting hungry from all this waiting. I'm giving you 15 minutes. If no one shows up, I'm off to have my midnight snack. Kobe Kenjin, looking at the information on the board, was so angry he nearly had a heart attack. He breathed heavily, his eyes completely filled with blood vessels, staring deathly at the series of question marks on the board. Kobe Kenjin's lips trembled uncontrollably, not knowing if it was from anger or heartache. His voice sounded almost crazed as he muttered, "Who are you? Who are you really?" Suddenly, Kobe Kenjin leapt up, screaming madly, "Someone, get me someone, gather all guild members level 50 and below. I refuse to believe this wretched woman can keep killing like this. We'll use attrition warfare, grind her down." A subordinate outside, hearing this, trembled all over. He hesitated, biting his lip, but finally gathered the courage to enter, his face full of sorrow. "Chairman, you need to calm down, you need to pull yourself together. 3 of our ministers have already bravely sacrificed themselves. If we continue to send more people in, our younger generation of professionals might face a steep decline. we can't match the vast numbers of the East Dragon Empire. Looking at his tearful subordinate, Kobe Kenjin shuddered, the madness in his eyes seeming to dissipate slightly. He stared blankly at the question marks on the announcement board, his heart bleeding, his face twisted as he murmured, "Just let her go like this? My beloved son, so many of Tencho's elites, even 3 ministers." His subordinate, heartbroken, implored Chairman, "Please stop. This person must be a monstrous talent secretly cultivated by the East Dragon Empire, and perhaps their national lockdown orders are also related to her. In the factional confrontation instance, we were no longer gaining any advantage. There must be other ways to handle this." Hearing the word seal order, Kobe Takeshi's body jolted and he finally regained some of the rationality befitting the president of the Amaterasu Guild. A gleam flickered in his eyes, and after a moment he roared out in a venting rage, finally deciding to abandon the foolish act of continuing to serve as fodder for the enemy, and headed for the door. With the 3 major ministers simultaneously wiped out, there were many issues within the Amaterasu Guild that required his personal attention. Li Haotian, utterly bored in the preparation room, waited to see if the Sakura country would continue their lackluster performance. To be honest, after so many confrontations, he was getting quite hungry. Since clearing the monsters and due to the mess caused by Sakura country, he hadn't even had the chance to eat dinner. A quarter of an hour later, there was still no response from Sakura country. Li Haotian breathed a sigh of relief. Finally he could eat. The trash of Sakura country is chickened out. Mommy's going to have a midnight snack then. If you're not satisfied, come at me next time. With these last words, Li Haotian prepared to disband the faction. Just then a prompt suddenly floated before his eyes. After disbanding the faction's energy storage will end automatically. Do you want to collect the aura? Li Haotian's eyes lit up. He had almost forgotten about this. There was still a piece of loot to claim. Excitement flickered in Li Haotian's eyes. This factional confrontation instance had seen hundreds of deaths, including a significant number of professionals above level 50. In the end, even the 3 major ministers of level 70 and above had contributed their modest efforts. After storing energy for so long, the properties of the produced aura couldn't be poor, right? Li Haotian promptly responded, "Collect the aura." Ding, aura generation in progress. As the prompt floated up, strands of red light began to converge from all directions, forming a large red halo in front of Li Haotian resembling a solar corona. Ding, aura generation complete. Please collect the aura. Curiously, Li Haotian looked at the red corona before him and instinctively reached out to touch it gently. The moment he touched the red corona, the properties of the aura automatically appeared in Li Haotian's mind. Aura, psychic bloom base properties. Increase psychic power by 1000 points. Aura effects, double happiness, effective upon wearing. Note, wearing this aura will grant double happiness. Happiness 1, psychic power consumption halved when using skills. Happiness 2, skill count doubles when releasing skills. Seeing the effects of this aura, Li Haotian's eyes slowly widened. His double happiness, this skill effect is too incredible. As an extremely rare special equipment, it's not surprising that the aura increases base psychic power significantly. After all, this is something produced by sacrificing the lives of at least 100 professionals, so the base properties are naturally outstanding. To truly judge an aura's excellence, the most important aspect is the aura effects, and this aura's effects are definitely among the cream of the crop, universally applicable to all professions, especially for magical professions. The impact of this effect is simply godlike. When using abilities, the consumption of spiritual power is halved, which means that the endurance of magic-based classes immediately doubles, and doubling the number of abilities is equally extraordinary. If combined with the first effect, the increase and decrease between them is not just double the happiness, but 4 times the happiness. And this is just for ordinary magic-based classes. For Li Haotian, the effect of this aura even surpasses that of epic gear. What is the strongest aspect of a mechanic? Of course, it's the exponential level of super weapons, and Li Haotian's super weapons are different from those of ordinary mechanics. He doesn't need to manufacture them. As long as he has spiritual power, he can summon them directly. With this aura, it's no exaggeration to say that Li Haotian's combat power has effectively quadrupled. Even his ability to preserve his life has quadrupled. Suppose Li Haotian has 2000 points of spiritual power and summoning a Gatling rotary machine gun originally costs 2 points of spiritual power. Normally Li Haotian could summon 1000 Gatling guns and then output wildly for a minute, without ammunition limits. but with this aura, the cost to summon one Gatling gun is halved to 1 point of spiritual power. This means that with the same amount of spiritual power, the number of super weapons Li Haotian can summon doubles to 2,000 Gatlings, and even more outrageously, this aura has another effect. When releasing skills, the number of skills doubles. This means that the 2,000 Gatlings double again, turning into 4,000 Gatlings with unlimited ammunition. Oh my goodness, just thinking about this scene is terrifying. Moreover, the effect of this aura applies to the professional himself. Later, as Li Haotian levels up, his spiritual power will significantly increase, and the power of his super weapons will also greatly increase. That will be when this aura truly shows its power. Li Haotian is even excited to the point of trembling slightly. This is the rhythm of becoming invincible. With a thought, he immediately stores the aura. The red corona instantly enters Li Haotian's body, and a faintly visible translucent red halo emerges behind him. Then Li Haotian turns off the display feature of the aura, and the halo behind him quietly disappears, everything returning to normal. He chuckles. Such special equipment like the aura, of course, must be well hidden, sneakily developing, striking fatally. After finishing all this, Li Haotian contentedly exits the preparation room and disengages from the faction confrontation instance. At this time, the instance hall of Tsinghua Academy is already bustling with excitement. Everyone is eagerly guessing the profession and real level of that female powerhouse. In a secluded area behind the instance hall, with a flash of white light, Li Haotian's figure slowly emerges. Seeing their junior brother come out, Wang Qingfeng and his two companions immediately go up to greet him. Wang Qingfeng pats Li Haotian heavily on the shoulder and laughs heartily. Junior brother, well done. This time, the Sakura nation has really taken a huge loss. Ling Xuehan was also brimming with satisfaction. Yes. Not only did Kobu Kenjin's son die, but even the 3 major ministers of Amaterasu perished at the hands of our junior brother. Kobu Kenjin must be going mad with rage by now. Jiang Jin's eyes sparkled with admiration as he said, "It's not just that. The professionals from Sakura country that our junior brother killed in the camp confrontation were mostly mid to low tier elites of Amaterasu. The losses for the Amaterasu guild this time are indeed substantial." Li Haotian gave a cold laugh. Sakura country has been getting increasingly arrogant over the years. If we don't show them some real power, they'll start thinking the fierce tiger is a sick cat. Ling Xuehan nodded in agreement, a flash of murderous intent briefly visible in his eyes. Well said. Those Japanese, they deserve a harsh killing. At this moment, Wang Qingfeng seemed to suddenly remember something and curiously asked, "By the way, junior brother, didn't Kobuichiro activate the camp energy storage before?" With so many people dying in this camp confrontation instance, even including 3 powerful professionals over level 70, the aura attributes and effects produced must be quite good, right? Hearing Wang Qingfeng say this, Ling Xuehan and Jiang Jin also remembered about the aura and looked curiously at Li Haotian. Li Haotian mysteriously smiled. "It's more than good. The effect of this aura is so strong, it's even more epic than epic." Saying this, Li Haotian didn't bother to explain further. He directly displayed the aura and made its effects public for the 3 to inspect directly. Spiritual burst directly adds 1,000 points to spiritual power? Wow, no wonder it's an aura produced by sacrificing so many lives. The base increase is substantial. However, when the 3 of them saw the final effect of the aura, they were so shocked they almost jumped on the spot. The sound of 3 sharp intakes of breath nearly depleted the air in the area. Double the joy. This isn't just double the joy, it's quadruple the joy, spiraling to heaven. Wang Qingfeng's eyes nearly popped out. My god, this is practically divine equipment for magic-based professions. Ling Xuehan's mouth was slightly agape, his eyes filled with envy. It should be noted that both he and Jiangjin, as vice presidents of one of the 3 major guilds of the Eastern Dragon, also possessed auras, but compared to Li Haotian's aura, theirs were like the difference between rare and epic equipment, not even close to being comparable. Jiangjin trembled uncontrollably all over, even his voice shook a bit. To ordinary magic-based professions, this is divine equipment, but for our junior brother, this is more than that, it's practically a bug. Having the consumption of spiritual power doubling the quantity, just this one piece of equipment directly quadrupled the number of our junior brother's super weapons. Wang Qingfeng's gaze burned as he looked at Li Haotian. "Junior brother, this aura adds 1,000 points to your spiritual power, so your total spiritual power must have broken 3,000 by now, right?" Li Haotian nodded. "Yes, my spiritual power is now over 3,300. Ling Xuehan began calculating rapidly. 3,300 points of spiritual power. If calculated according to the spiritual power consumption of a tank, the normal summoning cost of a tank is 16 points of spiritual power, so in total you can summon more than 200 tanks. Building on this foundation and coupled with the double happiness effect of the ring, the number of tanks would quadruple directly to over 800. The pupils of the three of them trembled at the same time. My goodness, a total of 800 tanks, and with unlimited ammunition. With such a numbers, let alone the unlimited ammunition, just one volley would be the end for any professional under level 60 unless they have some special abilities. Even for those professionals at level 60 or 70, a minute-long barrage from Li Haotian with unlimited ammo would definitely be a death sentence. Doesn't this mean that Li Haotian, who is only at level 30 now, is already capable of crushing 90% of the professionals below level 80 in a head-on fight? This truly makes him a mechanical war god. Even Wang Qingfeng and his two companions, despite their status and cunning, were finding it hard to control themselves at this moment. Suddenly a strange noise came from Li Haotian. Li Haotian stiffened and a look of embarrassment appeared on his face. Wang Qingfeng and his companions were stunned, and Jiang Jin burst into laughter, saying, "Hey, I almost forgot, with all the excitement from the mess caused by Sakura Country, our junior brother hasn't even had dinner yet." Wang Qingfeng also laughed and shook his head. My bad, I was so happy I even forgot about eating. I'll treat everyone to celebrate our junior brother taking down the three ministers of Sakura Country. Let's go to Drunken Immortal Pavilion. Oh, and sister, could you please go back and bring Yu along? She said she wanted to wait for our junior brother to come back and have dinner together, but it got delayed until now and she probably hasn't eaten yet. Jiang Wu Yu is Jiangjin's daughter, and she is quite close to Wang Qingfeng and Ling Xuehan, often hanging out together. Moreover, the young girl is sweet-looking and has a pleasant personality, so Wang Qingfeng and Ling Xuehan treat her like their own daughter. Speaking of this young girl, Ling Xuehan smiled coldly. Right, I almost forgot about that girl. You guys go ahead, I'll pick up Yu. Jiangjin bowed with a smile. Thank you, second sister. Ling Xuehan casually waved her hand, tore open a spatial rift and stepped into it, disappearing from sight. Drunken Immortal Pavilion is the most upscale and luxurious hotel in Tianjin City. It is rumored that the hidden owner behind the pavilion is the royal family, and the chefs here are all former royal chefs who have cooked for the royal family. Moreover, the ingredients used at Drunken Immortal Pavilion are all extremely rare delicacies obtained from hunting monsters, which are not only satisfying for the palate but also beneficial for professionals, serving as a form of food supplement. In the Emperor's Suite at the top floor of Drunken Immortal Pavilion, which was now occupied by 3 adults and 2 children, Jiang Wu Yu had just sat down. Her bright eyes first landed on Li Haotian and she pouted. Haotian, you've really enjoyed leveling up this time. I was saying we'd eat when you all got back, but look, it's already dark and dinner has turned into supper. Li Haotian looked at Ling Xuehan in surprise. Second sister, didn't you tell her? Ling Xuehan spread her hands. I just brought her over, hadn't had the chance to tell her yet. Jiangjin shook his head helplessly while Wang Qingfeng watched Jiang Wu Yu's playful scolding with an amused expression, teasing Yu. Don't blame Haotian, he was just risking his life to find a place for our Eastern Dragon Empire and he didn't even have time to eat. Looking for a venue for the Eastern Dragon Empire? Jiang Wu Yu was momentarily stunned. Puzzled, she asked, Uncle Wang, what do you mean by that? Ling Xuehan chuckled and gestured to Li Haotian with his lips. Little junior brother, show Yu your new equipment. Jiang Wu Yu had long known the details about Li Haotian, and with her status she would never reveal Li Haotian's secrets. Thus Wang Qingfeng and the others didn't plan to keep it from her either. Seeing the amused expressions on the faces of her senior brothers and sisters, Li Haotian shook his head with a smile, muttering to himself, all at such an age yet still so playful. After getting your own shock, now wanting to see others shocked. Jiang Wu Yu looked puzzled. New equipment? A low-level professional shouldn't have any equipment that would catch Aunt Ling's eye, right? Jiang Wu Yu turned to Li Haotian, curious. Did you encounter an abyss dungeon again? In her understanding, below level 50, it seemed only the top-grade legendary orange equipment from abyss dungeons would catch the eye of people like Ling Xuehan. Li Haotian didn't explain but simply deactivated his hiding, revealing the aura behind him. As a translucent red halo appeared behind Li Haotian, Jiang Wu Yu's eyes gradually widened, her rosy lips parted slightly in surprise and aura. Where did you get this special equipment? This kind of item is only produced in faction versus faction dungeons. Jiang Wu Yu began to speak subconsciously but stopped abruptly, then, under the interested gazes of Ling Xuehan and others, her eyes widened instantly.
Her gaze at Li Haotian turned increasingly shocked, even subconsciously covering her mouth with her hand. With fascination in her eyes, Jiang Wuyu stared intensely at Li Haotian, exclaiming, You are. Jiang Jin, smiling, quickly intervened to prevent his daughter from completing her sentence. Facing the astonished gaze of Jiang Wuyu, Li Haotian nodded gently with a smile. Jiang Wuyu still wore an incredulous expression, subconsciously looking towards Wang Qingfeng and the others as if needing their confirmation. Wang Qingfeng and Ling Xuehan also nodded interestingly. With the answer confirmed in her heart, Jiang Wuyu still wore a face of disbelief. Today, the conflict initiated by Sakura Nation against the Eastern Dragon Empire had caused a huge stir, and although Jiang Wuyu did not go to the dungeon hall, she had been following the event at home through live streaming. But because that mysterious powerhouse was a female boss, she had never linked that woman with Li Haotian. Moreover, facing the three ministers from Sakura Nation and even a level 70 professional who had reserved their full strength attack, even if Li Haotian's unlimited ammo was strong, he couldn't possibly match them. Furthermore, given her father and the others' regard for Li Haotian, they shouldn't have let him participate in such a dangerous faction versus faction dungeon. If Li Haotian had an accident, that would truly be a great loss. So, she had never imagined that the mysterious powerhouse who had caused such a sensation in the entire Eastern Dragon Empire today was actually Li Haotian. With a puzzled look on her face, Jiang Wuyu stared at Li Haotian, utterly shocked. How on earth did you? Li Haotian chuckled and decided to simply reveal his attribute panel. Jiang Wuyu glanced at it instinctively, and just a quick look caused her pupils to shrink slightly. You've reached level 30 already. Her shock deepened when she saw Li Haotian's skills and talents, especially noticing the heavy tank and mechanical avatar abilities. My goodness, this is? Marvel lit up in Jiang Wuyu's eyes, and she covered her mouth even more tightly. Combining Li Haotian's previous talents and skills, she quickly understood why Wang Qingfeng and the others dared to let Li Haotian participate in the Cherry Blossom Country vs East Dragon faction confrontation raid. With Li Haotian's current spiritual power coupled with the terrifying number of supernatural weapons, his frontal attack power was invincible under level 50. Moreover, the mechanical avatar solved Li Haotian's weak defense issue. Even if the three ministers from Cherry Blossom Country each had a chance to strike at full force, even 10 times wouldn't be enough to trouble Li Haotian. Then Jiang Wuyu's gaze shifted to something behind Li Haotian, her eyes filled with anticipation. The aura produced by sacrificing so many professionals, and from what it seemed even Ling Xuehan and others highly revered it, the effects must be extraordinarily powerful. As Li Haotian opened the aura attributes, Jiang Wuyu's eyes widened instantly. Spiritual power increased by 1,000 points, and this aura effect. Double happiness, she gasped, her eyes wide and round, her face even more astonished than before. This aura effect seems tailor-made for Li Haotian. Unconsciously, Jiang Wuyu's mind was filled with images of rockets firing wildly, causing her delicate body to shudder. Haotian, this mechanic is truly monstrous. Seeing Jiang Wuyu's adorable expression, Wang Qingfeng and the others burst into laughter. Exactly. That's the reaction we were looking for. It's truly satisfying to see someone so shocked. In the merry atmosphere, various exquisite and valuable dishes were served, each one a feast for the senses. Li Haotian's eyes sparkled as he alternated between the explosive dragon sashimi and braised saiduck, enjoying himself immensely. He was also pleasantly surprised to find that the ingredients at the Drunken Fairy Tower were indeed extraordinary as the legends suggested. With a few bites, Li Haotian even felt his strength, speed, and spiritual power slightly increase. Although the increment was small, only 1 or 2 points, these were permanent increases. No wonder the Drunken Fairy Tower was renowned as the most luxurious restaurant in the East Dragon Empire. Truly extraordinary. Wang Qingfeng and the others only ate a few bites and then stopped with a smile, watching Li Haotian devour his meal. While the food at the Drunken Fairy Tower was beneficial for professionals, there was also a limit to its effects. After a certain point, it would no longer yield permanent attribute increases. Given the status of Wang Qingfeng and his companions, they had naturally reached this limit long ago. Not just them, even Jiang Wuyu, being the daughter of Jiang Jin and considered like a daughter by Wang Qingfeng and Ling Xuehan, had already reached her limit too. So after satisfying her hunger, Jiang Wuyu put down her chopsticks and watched with a smile as Li Haotian devoured his meal like a whirlwind. Having battled in faction conflicts all morning, Li Haotian was genuinely famished. After a while, feeling an urgent need, Jiang Wuyo excused herself and headed towards the restroom. Unexpectedly, upon finishing, she bumped into an old nemesis and her pretty face immediately darkened. Jiang Wuyo? What are you doing here? A cold voice tinged with hostility sounded in surprise. Equally icy, Jiang Wuyo replied, "What does the drunken fairy tower belong to your family? If you can be here, why can't I?" Yun Lan's expression changed, ready to retort, but Yun Miao standing beside her spoke first. With a detached tone, Yun Miao asked, "Since you're here, then Jiangjin and the others must be here too, right? Is sunrise in the east reserved by you guys?"
Although Jiang Wuyo didn't have a good impression of Yun Miao, she had to restrain herself due to Yun Miao's status and replied yes. "Sunrise in the east is the emperor's suite they are in." A gleam flickered in Yun Miao's eyes, her gaze narrowing slightly. What Jiang Wuyo didn't realize was that her question was actually probing. Yun Miao was well aware of Jiangjin's identity. As the youngest disciple directly taught by Master Li, Jiangjin might not hold a prominent position at Tsinghua Academy, but his status was undeniably high. The reasons he didn't hold a position of real power were partly because his cultivation was not yet sufficient, and partly because he prioritized spending time with his daughter Jiang Wuyo. In fact, Jiangjin was highly regarded by Wang Qingfeng and Ling Xuehan, and their relationship was strong. Normally, given Jiangjin's status, he seldom visited the Drunken Fairy Tower's Emperor's Suite unless there was a special occasion. And today, that special occasion had arisen, a faction conflict instigated by the Cherry Blossom Kingdom. Yun Miao, holding a significant position at Beida Academy, was clueless that the Eastern Dragon Empire hid such a powerful female figure. Due to a sudden national ban proposed by Marshal Li, Beida Academy was highly sensitive to any unusual activities from the Eastern Dragon Empire. And today, since this powerful woman had suddenly appeared in the faction conflict, Beida Academy had immediately begun gathering intelligence. In the lower ranks of the Eastern Dragon Empire, there were only a few notable professionals, and the formidable ones were generally members of powerful guilds. Since this woman was not a member of the Return of the Dead, she might likely belong to the Dragon Group or the Nuclear Elite. But why had Yun Miao and her companions never heard of such a monstrous genius before? Was there something special about this woman's identity, or some particular reason that Marshal Li kept her hidden? Moreover, what puzzled Yun Miao even more was how this mysterious woman managed to kill so many, including Ichiro Kobe, in the faction conflict. After all, even mid-level professionals who entered the faction conflict balanced by level and equipment shouldn't be able to kill so many opponents alone. Moreover, the three ministers of the Sakura Nation personally took action. However, it was precisely because the three ministers of the Sakura Nation entered the instance that Yun Miao and others began to speculate differently. Could this mysterious woman, like the three ministers, have used the Golden Battle Command to enter? And the reason she could kill so many people from the Sakura Nation, aside from her own mystery and strength, might be because her level was much higher and her basic attributes and number of skills far surpassed others. It was also because she possessed the ability to strike with full force that she could catch the three ministers of the Sakura Nation off guard and kill them in a burst of power. After killing them, she immediately chose to withdraw, using the excuse of going to have a midnight snack because her trump card was exhausted. If that was the case, the real level of this mysterious female boss must be at least above level 70. Moreover, she is a monstrous talent hidden by Master Li for many years. So when Yun Miao saw Jiang Wuyu just now, she immediately thought of the mysterious lady's excuse for having a midnight snack. If this woman really was someone Marshal Li had been hiding and is also a monstrous talent above level 70, then her identity and status are definitely not simple. At such a time, such a person, if she really wanted to have a midnight snack, choosing the Emperor's private room at the Drunken Immortal Tower would seem quite appropriate, right? Following this line of thought, if Jiangjin were to dine with this lady, or even if Wang Qingfeng and Ling Xuehan personally appeared, it wouldn't be odd, right? Thinking of this, a glint flashed in Yun Miao's eyes and she made her decision. A smile suddenly appeared on her face and she said to Jiang Wuyu, "It so happens that I have some matters regarding the screening of foreign professionals to discuss with your father. Since your father is here, I will go and greet him." Without waiting for Jiang Wuyu to respond, Yun Miao immediately turned around and quickly walked towards the dawn of the east. As a regular here, Yun Miao naturally knew where the Emperor's suite was. Seeing Yun Miao quickly walking away, Jiang Wuyu was initially stunned, then her expression changed slightly. As Jiangjin's daughter, Jiang Wuyu was quite alert and sensitive to certain matters.
Beyond Wang Qingfeng and Ling Xuehan, Li Haotian was also in the private room, using her father's connections to dine with Wang Qingfeng was justifiable, but what about Li Haotian? On the surface, Li Haotian was just a freshman who had recently entered Tsinghua Academy. Even if he had performed outstandingly during the college selection, it would not be normal for him to dine with figures like Wang Qingfeng and Ling Xuehan just upon entering the academy. Unless for some reason Li Haotian had caught the attention of Wang Qingfeng and Ling Xuehan, she hurriedly followed, calling out loudly, "Wait, Senior Yun Yu." However, Yun Miao did not give Jiang Wu Yu a chance to stop her. She quickly reached the entrance of Dawn of the East, grabbed the handle, and with a swift twist stepped inside. Entering the suite, Yun Miao's gaze quickly darted towards the dining table, her pupils slightly contracting in surprise. Li Haotian. At the table sat 4 people. 3 of them were very familiar to her, one of whom was naturally Jiang Wu Yu's father, Jiang Jin. The other 2 were the key figures of the Dragon Group and the nuclear equilibrium elites, Wang Qingfeng and Ling Xuehan, the 3 major disciples of Marshal Li, all gathered here, and apart from them, there was the exceedingly arrogant newcomer she had met before in Xixiang City, Li Haotian. Seeing Li Haotian, a flash of astonishment crossed Yun Miao's eyes and an incredible thought popped into her mind. Could it be him? Could he be the mysterious powerhouse in the faction confrontation instance? But immediately Yun Miao dismissed the thought. No, that's not right, there was supposed to be another person in the room. Her gaze quickly shifted from Li Haotian to the empty seat beside him. There was an empty seat on each side of Li Haotian. On the left, a pink jacket hung over the chair back, clearly a style favored by young girls. Needless to say, that was Jiang Wu Yu's seat. On Li Haotian's right, there was also an empty seat. In front of it on the table was a small bowl with a half-eaten shrimp inside, surrounded by some food remnants. It looked as though a diner had eaten half of their meal and then suddenly left. Yun Miao stared intently at the empty seat, her gaze sweeping past the open window beside it, a glint of speculation in her eyes. At this moment, Li Haotian was looking at Yun Miao with a surprised expression, seemingly not expecting Yun Miao to suddenly burst in. Wang Qingfeng, with a faint smile on his face, slowly spoke up, "Isn't this teacher Yun Miao? What a coincidence to run into you here." Yun Miao's gaze slightly hardened as she looked at the 3, suddenly smiling. "I didn't expect to see Vice Presidents Wang and Ling here as well. It's rare for such busy officials to have time to dine at Drunken Fairy Tower. Oh, whose is that empty seat? Why is it unoccupied?" Her probing gaze turned towards the empty seat next to Li Haotian as she teasingly asked. Li Haotian quickly responded, as if somewhat urgently, "It's nobody's, that was my previous seat. I accidentally spilled water on it while drinking, so I moved over here." As he spoke, Li Haotian, as if fearing Yun Miao wouldn't believe him, took the half shrimp from the bowl and stuffed it into his mouth. Yun Miao's gaze swept over the bowl in front of Li Haotian, clearly unconvinced. "A mere boy, and he's trying to deceive me with such a clumsy excuse," Yun Miao sneered internally. Meanwhile, behind Yun Miao, Jiang Wu Yu looked at the empty seat next to Li Haotian, a flash of astonishment crossing her pretty face. Then she quickly realized and admiringly glanced at Li Haotian, her panic subtly subsiding as she returned to her own seat. Jiang Wu Yu smiled and spoke, "Senior Yun, weren't you looking for my dad to discuss something? He's right there." Jiang Jin raised an eyebrow, his expression a mix of amusement and intrigue. "Oh, did Teacher Yun need me for something?" Yun Miao looked deeply at Wang Qingfeng and Ling Xuehan before turning to Jiang Jin, smiling slightly as he spoke. "It's nothing, Major, I just wanted to ask Teacher Jiang if you already knew about today's camp confrontation instance. Do you happen to know who that mysterious strong woman is? I didn't expect our Eastern Dragon Empire to have such a formidable lady. I'm truly curious to meet her." Jiang Jin responded with a light smile. "Oh, that matter? Well, I must admit that I am also quite curious about this heroine. Unfortunately, it seems she might be a reclusive ascetic hidden among the common folk, unknown and elusive." "Is that so? That's a pity," Yun Miao remarked with a half-smile, glancing at the empty seat next to Li Haotian. "Oh, by the way, Vice Presidents Wang and Ling, both of you are usually so busy. How do you find the time today to dine with the younger generation?" Yun Miao shifted the topic towards Li Haotian. Wang Qingfeng smiled faintly at Jiang Wuyo and said teasingly, "Wuyo has grown up under our watch. As she looks for a boyfriend, we as her elders naturally have to help screen the candidates." Huh? Yun Miao was momentarily stunned by this response. Jiang Wuyo stiffened slightly, her cheeks flushing as she glared at Wang Qingfeng and retorted coyly, "Uncle Wang, what are you saying?" Meanwhile, she also sneaked a glance at Li Haotian, who looked unfazed. Yun Miao's gaze swept over Jiang Wuyo's face, revealing a mix of understanding and confusion. Beside her, Yun Lan also looked at Li Haotian with surprise. She hadn't expected that Li Haotian, who had only been at Tsinghua Academy for a short time, had already won Jiang Wuyo's affections. Yun Miao looked meaningfully at Wang Qingfeng. So it's like that, he. I didn't expect Vice President Wang to be so concerned about the younger generation taking time out of his busy schedule to attend to the romantic affairs of the youngsters. After a final glance at the open window, Yunlan's smile faded, and she spoke softly, "In that case, I won't disturb your meal any longer. Farewell." With that, she decisively turned and left. "Take care, no need to see us out," Jiang Jin said with a light smile. After closing the door, Yun Miao quickly left with Yunlan. "Teacher, about that empty seat next to Li Haotian?" Yunlan asked quietly. Yun Miao's eyes flashed with certainty. Just now there was definitely another person in the booth, but they must have been startled and left through the window ahead of us. Li Haotian thinks he can use such a clumsy excuse to cover up. It's laughable. I've eaten more salt than he has rice. Yun Miao snorted coldly, then added, "When we entered, I was observing Li Haotian's every move. The moment he picked up the shrimp, his eyes involuntarily darted towards the window. He clearly has something to hide. The person sitting next to him must have left quietly through the window before we came in." Yun Miao paused, her tone laced with excitement. "If I'm not mistaken, the person worthy of having Wang Qingfeng and Ling Xuehan come over to accompany must be that mysterious female boss from today's camp confrontation instance." Yun Lan had anticipated this, but she was still surprised when her teacher confirmed it. "Teacher, are you saying that the mysterious female boss could be from Dragon Group or a nuclear elite?" Yun Miao nodded emphatically. "Very likely. Moreover, that woman might be a top expert secretly trained by Marshal Li. The ban on entering the country could even have been instigated by her presence. If I'm not mistaken, she is probably a secret weapon Marshal Li has prepared for the upcoming international war scenario." Yun Lan was puzzled. "But teacher, if this mysterious woman is indeed a secret weapon cultivated by Marshal Li, why would she reveal herself before the international war scenario? Wouldn't that draw attention from other countries prematurely?" Yun Miao shook her head. "No, it was just an accident. She seems to have seen through everything," her eyes twinkling with contemplation. "To be effective in the international war scenario, her true level must be at least over 70. Moreover, her profession must be very special, possibly a unique super god profession like Marshal Li's, far stronger than ordinary deities. If it were a known deity profession, even if she used the golden war order, she couldn't have massacred so many professionals from Sakura country, including geniuses like Kobe Ichiro and the three major ministers of Sakura country, single-handedly. I guess, according to Marshal Li's original plan, the ban was issued to protect her, as all countries are already secretly preparing for the nearing international war scenario. Especially for a major frontline country like our Eastern Dragon Empire, we naturally attract attention internationally. Marshal Li's move was to thwart spies from other countries and keep her secret, but probably even Marshal Li didn't expect such a fierce reaction from Sakura country, causing all this chaos and killing so many of our people." Yun Miao continued. "If it weren't for Sakura country initiating the faction conflict scenario, that mysterious woman would never have revealed herself prematurely and would have remained hidden until the start of the international war scenario, surprising everyone." After listening to Yun Miao's analysis, Yun Lan was full of admiration. Teacher truly possesses great wisdom to think through the causes and consequences from just a chance encounter tonight. Yun Miao smirked, slightly proud. "It's all experience. Once you see more, you'll also be able to think clearly." Yunlan nodded earnestly. "Yes, teacher." Yun Miao nodded slightly. "Well, speaking of which, tonight was also a coincidence. Just happened to run into Wang Qingfeng and the others at Zui Xianlu. Now that we know that woman is Marshal Li's person, next we can try to find out more specific information about her. Honestly, I'm quite curious about what her profession could be." Yun Miao murmured softly, a glint of intrigue in his eyes. Hearing Yun Miao's whisper, Yunlan's thoughts drifted in another direction. She wondered, teacher, if that mysterious strong woman really is a powerful professional over level 70 and a secret weapon Marshal Li has cultivated for the international war scenario, then it does make sense for her to appear here. What's the deal with Li Haotian? Even though he leveled up quickly at first and somehow managed to defeat the illusions of me and Jiang Wuyo using some unknown method, he's still just a low-level professional in his 20s. How can he sit and dine with the likes of Wang Qingfeng and Ling Xuehan? Upon hearing his disciple's query, Yun Miao pondered briefly before speaking with a face that seemed to see through all truths. "If I'm not mistaken, that mysterious and powerful woman must have some connection with Li Haotian. As he spoke, Yun Miao nodded emphatically as if to affirm his own guess. It's very likely that Li Haotian is a disciple of that powerful woman.
His rapid leveling and even his ability to quickly defeat your and Jiang Wuyo's illusions are probably inseparable from her.
A flash of excitement appeared in Yun Miao's eyes as he continued. I suspect that the woman's abilities might be related to beast taming or summoning, but her strength far exceeds that of a typical beast tamer or summoner. Moreover, her summoned creatures could be lent to others temporarily, just like a beast tamer. Therefore, Li Haotian's rapid progression might not be due to exploiting a game bug but rather due to the support of a force far beyond his current level. Yun Miao turned to his disciple, a knowing smile on his face. Loner, did you not notice, at the dining table just now, the empty seat next to Li Haotian was where that powerful woman should have sat, and on the other side was Jiang Wuyo. What does this tell us? It shows that the person who was supposed to sit in that empty spot has a very close relationship with Li Haotian, akin to that of a senior relative.
It is because of her that as soon as Li Haotian entered Tsinghua Academy he could get so close to Jiang Wuyo and even become her boyfriend.
Yun Miao scoffed. Jiang Wuyo may seem cheerful and open, but her pride is no less than yours. If Li Haotian were just an ordinary orphan, I wouldn't believe that Jiang Wuyo would so readily agree to be his girlfriend. Humph. So even though this kid is just a lousy mechanic, his uniqueness lies not in his profession or any special abilities but rather because he has a powerful professional of over level 70 backing him.
I suspect that woman took interest in Li Haotian because of his unprecedented full spirit power. Alas, it's just a pity that despite his full spirit power, the profession he awakened to is the most useless illusion god, a mechanic. He concluded thoughtfully that woman indeed has not been ungenerous to Li Haotian. Even after he awakened such a trash profession, she still chose to protect him and managed to get him into Tsinghua. Now I understand. Yun Miao pondered for a moment, then added, however, this makes Li Haotian a clue.
We can use him to investigate that woman's true identity. I refuse to believe that now that she has shown her hand she can keep hiding forever. Huh. As the two figures walked further away, the voice of Yun Miao gradually faded in the corridor. In the Sunrise East suite, just as Jiang Wu leisurely was about to speak, he was silenced by a look from Ling Xuehan. He immediately shut his mouth and the room fell into silence.
After a moment, Ling Xuehan sensitively sensed the surroundings,
confirming that Yun Miao and the others had walked far enough away, and then waved her hand. A silvery light spread out and a faint spatial fluctuation enveloped the room before Ling Xuehan gently nodded to everyone. All right, we can talk now. With Ling Xuehan signaled, Jiang Wu controlled his voice and glanced excitedly at the empty seat next to Li Haotian, asking Aunt Ling, was that empty seat intentionally left for them to see?
Ling Xuehan, admiringly looking at Li Haotian, replied that was thanks to Haotian's quick thinking.
After hearing your loud shout outside the door, we immediately guessed that Yun Miao might barge in to check on us. I initially wanted to avoid them directly with Haotian, but Haotian said that even if we could avoid them this time, the more he interacted with us, the more likely it was for others to see him. Rather than that, it's better to divert the attention elsewhere.
Wang Qingfeng nodded in approval. I must say our junior brother has indeed considered everything thoroughly. From Yun
Miao's perspective, her encounter with us tonight was completely accidental. Only such an accidental meeting would convince Yun Miao without a doubt that the female boss indeed exists. Jiang Jin couldn't help but laugh. Exactly, and just now Haotian perfectly demonstrated the art of luring by retreating, fully highlighting the panic of a young person who lacks social experience yet tries desperately to hide it. Ling Xuehan chuckled sarcastically. For someone like Yun Miao, who prides herself as an old hand, she only believes what she sees with her own eyes. Haotian's performance was enough to make her believe in the existence of the female boss. Wang Qingfeng smiled and nodded. Not only that, I suspect that Yun Miao has probably already filled in many details and speculations about that female boss in her mind. From now on, her attention on Haotian will significantly decrease. Even if she sees us with Haotian frequently, she won't focus on Haotian himself but will use him to probe and think about that fictitious female boss. Listening to everyone's discussion, Jiang Wu giggled and looked at Li Haotian. Haotian, do you think Yun Miao and the others might believe that the female boss is some distant relative of yours? Li Haotian chuckled and teased, why must it be a distant relative? Couldn't she be my close confidant? Jiang Wu rolled her eyes and scoffed at him. Dream on, you a mere low-level professional dare to hope for such a powerful confidant?
Li Haotian sighed and nodded. True, for a level 30 nobody like me. Even if I were to find a confidant, I'd probably only find someone like you, a low-level professional.
Jiang Wu's eyebrows raised as she stuffed a chicken leg into Li Haotian's mouth, chiding him with a pout. "Oh really, you dare to mock me? Go eat your chicken leg." Wang Qingfeng and the others burst into laughter. After dinner it was almost midnight. Li Haotian, having spent half the day in a factional raid dungeon, felt mentally drained and decided not to grind at the endless altar. Instead he went back to his new home with Jiangjin and others to rest.
The next day Li Haotian was woken
up early by Ling Shuihan and Jiangjin to continue their monster-slaying endeavors. Meanwhile, in the Sakura Nation at the headquarters of Amaterasu in a conference room, Kobe Kenjin stared grimly at the large screen where a stern-faced middle-aged man with neatly combed blonde hair appeared. "Kobe Kenjin, you've initiated an encrypted call to me. What is the matter?" Parker Williams asked in a deep voice.
Kobe Kenjin, respectful yet somber, replied, "President Parker, I've received some information about that woman from the Eastern Dragon Empire."
"Oh," Parker Williams straightened up slightly, his expression turning serious. "Let's hear it." Although Kobe Kenjin did not specify who the woman was at this moment other than the woman who had wiped out the three major ministers of Sakura Nation in the factional raid dungeon, it was clear there would be no other person worthy of such solemnity from Kobe Kenjin.
Kobe Kenjin said gravely, "According to the information I've gathered, that woman is likely a secret weapon cultivated by Master Li.
Prepared for the upcoming international war dungeon, the reason she could kill so many of our Sakura Nation warriors is highly likely because her class is similar to that of a transcendent godlike class like Master Li, far surpassing the usual phantom gods. Also, we speculate that her actual level might be over 70, also participating in the factional raid dungeons through the Gold War Order. Her ability to counter-kill Shinzo Abe and others was probably due to her using her full-strength strike." A transcendent godlike class? Level 70, Parker Williams's gaze sharpened. He did not question the reliability of Kobe Kenjin's information or where it came from, seeming to have no doubts about it. The light in Parker Williams's eyes flickered, seemingly pondering the possibilities mentioned by Kobe Kenjin. After a moment he slowly spoke. "Your speculation makes sense, given the combat abilities displayed by that woman in the factional raid dungeons, indeed far surpassing the existing Phantom God classes. If it were just a regular Phantom God class, even if she could kill those three guys from Amaterasu, it wouldn't be so fast, so she is likely a transcendent godlike class player." Parker Williams paused slightly, his voice deepening. "However, I think her actual level might not necessarily be 70, it could also be the peak of level 60.
Kobe Kenjin expressed doubt. "Why?"
Parker Williams calmly explained back then. "Master Li only appeared after reaching level 70, and by that time he was already
invincible among his peers. Master Li's awakened creator, although not particularly outstanding in offensive power, was very strong in self-protection and flexibility.
Unless someone could deplete his spiritual power, no one could handle him. But what I am sure of is that if we replaced the Master Li of those days with that mysterious woman, even he might not have been able to achieve such a one-sided slaughter. At the very least, in terms of the speed of killing, Master Li is definitely no match for this woman." Speaking of which, Parker Williams's gaze grew intense.
"This woman's awakened profession, in terms of attack power, is absolutely far superior to
Master Li, and her abilities are seemingly well suited for group battles. Therefore, in every fight she is able to kill all of the opponents within minutes." Kobe Kenjin thought back to the duration of the previous factional confrontation instances and was startled. He exclaimed in horror, "In that case, isn't this woman even more terrifying than Master Li?" Parker Williams shook his head gently.
"No, on the contrary, as long as we know who she is, her threat level is much lower compared to Master Li."
Kobe Kenjin asked in confusion. "Why?" Parker Williams smiled faintly. "Every professional has their strengths and weaknesses, even the god-tier ones. Master Li's creator has the best self-preservation ability in the world, but his attack power is much more mediocre. This woman's attack power is so strong, then her self-preservation ability among her peers must not be as outstanding. Otherwise, why would she immediately flee after killing your three ministers?" Parker Williams sneered somewhat. "Relax, Lee. So, I think this woman might be a high attack, low defense, good at group battles god-tier professional, similar to the machinist from the Eastern Dragon Empire. With such a level of attack power, even if she is a professional in her 60s, she could still have killed your three ministers." Kobe Kenjin suddenly understood and exclaimed, "Incredible." Parker Williams's eyes flashed coldly.
"If that's the case, although this woman still deserves attention, she is actually easier to deal
with compared to Master Li." Kobe Kenjin gritted his teeth and said, "Hey, President Parker, this woman killed my child. If your side has a plan against her, please let me be involved. Parker Williams's eyes flashed coldly and he nodded slightly. I understand. Now that we know some of her details, we will naturally find a way to deal with her before the international war instance begins. With this woman's abilities, if she participates in the international war instance, she will also be a significant threat to us. Humph. After finishing, Parker Williams hung up the encrypted video call. As night fell, Li Haotian, guided by Ling Xuehan, had been grinding for experience throughout the day and finally returned. His level had also risen from 30 to 34 just a step away from unlocking the next skill. Today there was no provocation from Sakura country and Li Haotian finally managed to have dinner on time. After dinner, under the guidance of Ling Xuehan, Li Haotian once again came to the hidden area in the replica hall of Tsinghua Academy. Today he was ready to start soloing in the Endless Altar. Wang Qingfeng was busy and did not come over. Zhang Jin and Zhang Yu, the two idlers, were curiously following along. Ling Xuehan glanced at the world ranking above the Endless Altar and introduced to Li Haotian. The Endless Altar can be considered a special solo instance. All professionals can grind here, enter anytime, and it produces a large amount of experience. In reality, for most people, this dungeon doesn't offer much help. Why? Li Haotian asked curiously. Ling Xuehan's face showed a hint of helplessness. Because the level of the monsters in this dungeon corresponds with the floor levels, and as you go higher, the number of monsters increases geometrically. Ling Xuehan paused, then continued. The Endless Altar has a total of 100 floors and each floor can only be cleared once, but so far no one in the world has managed to clear it. Even our teacher has only reached the 93rd floor. Li Haotian was shocked. Is it that difficult? Jiangjin nodded seriously. Yes, it's indeed very challenging. In the Endless Altar, the monsters' levels correspond to the floors. For instance, monsters on the first floor are level 1, those on the 10th are level 10, and those on the 95th are level 95. But if it were just about levels, professionals of the same level handling monsters of the same level wouldn't be too hard, even if the monsters are a bit stronger, especially after level 50. Mid to high level professionals who have undergone their advanced awakening can significantly increase their strength. Those powerful professionals can handle hundreds or even thousands of monsters alone. After all, the monsters' abilities are relatively simplistic, their skills are not as varied as those of the professionals, and they are even more lacking in intelligence. Ling Xuehan sighed helplessly. However, the number of monsters in the Endless Altar is just too overwhelming. With each level, the total number of monsters is the square of that floor number. For example, there is one level 1 monster on the first floor. The 10th floor has 10 squared, which is 100 level 10 monsters. The 50th floor has 50 squared, which is 2,500 level 50 monsters, and it gets even more exaggerated by the 93rd floor with 93 squared, 8,649 level 95 monsters. Li Haotian exclaimed. So the higher the floor, not only does the level of the monsters increase, but their number also grows geometrically. But then he frowned. Something seems off. With such difficulty, if hundreds or even thousands of monsters appear at once, probably 99% of professionals wouldn't be able to clear many floors, right? Especially after reaching levels over 30 where the number of monsters already exceeds 1,000, such a massive amount of monsters would overwhelm most professionals not skilled in group combat in minutes. Jiangjin shook his head gently. The second senior sister was talking about the total number of monsters on each floor, but they don't all come out at once when the battle starts. There's a gradual process and the difficulty increases progressively. For instance, on the 50th floor, there are a total of 2,500 monsters. The first wave might have 10 monsters, the second 30, the third 100, and so on, increasing in number until all 2,500 are out. Between each batch, there is a certain interval, providing professionals some buffer time to adapt. If you kill all the monsters from the previous batch, the next batch will appear immediately, but even so, after the 50th floor, the total number of monsters is still terrifying. Even if you have sufficient attack power, your spiritual energy might not sustain the consumption. Hearing Jiangjin's explanation, Li Haotian nodded. So that's how it is. Ling Xuehan continued. That's why, although the Endless Altar offers a lot of experience points, it's actually somewhat underwhelming for most practitioners, because soloing takes too slow and the risk is too high. After entering the Endless Altar, there are only two ways to exit. One is to clear that level, where you can choose to either proceed to the next level or to exit. The other is, if you can't defeat the enemies after the battle on that level starts, you must endure for half an hour before you can choose to exit midway.
What if you can't last half an hour? Li Haotian asked. Ling Xuehan spread her hands. Then you can only die under the siege of the monsters. If it weren't for the fact that the monsters in the endless altar appear in batches from few to many, gradually increasing, giving practitioners a chance to stall for time, I doubt many would dare to enter and challenge it. Jiangjin laughed. Now most practitioners use the endless altar more as a place to hone their skills or combat techniques. After they achieve a new breakthrough, they will enter the altar to test themselves to see if they can surpass the number of monsters they previously defeated and last longer. It's a good standard to measure one's growth and strength. Ling Xuehan's eyes suddenly shone with excitement, staring at Li Haotian. Junior brother, the endless altar might be highly dangerous for others, but for you, it's an excellent place to farm experience, because there's no level or experience penalty for the monsters in the endless altar. That means even though you're only level 30-something now, as long as your attack power is sufficient, you can fight as many levels as you want. This is akin to killing higher-level monsters to accumulate experience, which can significantly speed up leveling for lower-level practitioners. Hearing Ling Xuehan's words, Li Haotian's eyes suddenly sparkled. No level or experience penalty, that's insanely cool. With the number of super weapons Li Haotian can summon now, he's not afraid of the quantity of monsters. In fact, the more monsters there are, the more excited he gets. A mechanic with unlimited ammo is indeed full of confidence. Thinking this, Li Haotian immediately rubbed his hands together, ready to start his monster-slaying journey. At this moment, Ling Xuehan handed Li Haotian 2 small porcelain bottles, advising, Junior brother, these are Tianling pills and Xinling pills, eat one of each after you enter. Hearing this, Jiangwu, who was beside them, exclaimed in surprise, Xinling pills? That's too extravagant. Li Haotian was also surprised, opening the orange-red bottle and pouring out an orange-red pill. Is this the legendary Xinling pill? Ling Xuehan nodded with a smile. Yes, these pills are quite tricky to make. Only alchemists above level 70 can craft them, and the success rate is extremely low. These 10 pills are all that's left in the stockpile of the Dragon Group and the Nuclear Peace Elites. Eating a Xinling pill together with a Tianling pill can quadruple the experience points you gain, lasting for half an hour, most suitable for your current use. Li Haotian was moved. Thank you, second sister. Ling Xuehan gave a cool smile. We're all family here, no need for formalities with your second sister. Go on, be careful. Li Haotian nodded firmly and walked towards the teleportation area. With a flash of light, as the world in front of him regained clarity, he was astonished to find himself standing on the edge of a massive altar. The altar was circular, covering an exaggerated area which he estimated to be over 10 kilometers in diameter. At a glance, the ground was filled with mysterious patterns. At the very center of the altar, there was a large character indicating that this was the first level of the endless altar. At that moment, Li Haotian was standing at the edge of the altar within a separate small circle. He knew this was the safe zone of the endless altar. Once a practitioner was ready and stepped out of this safe zone, the challenge would officially begin. Just then, a line of text floated in front of Li Haotian. First challenge of the endless altar, registering basic information. Ding dong, registration complete. Name, Li Haotian. Country, Donglong Empire. Affiliation, Nuclear Elite Guild. Profession, mechanic. Level, 34. Li Haotian was momentarily stunned. What was this? The data registration for the endless altar. Wouldn't this expose his identity? But immediately, the next prompt that floated up dispelled Li Haotian's concerns. Do you want to make your data public? Phew! Li Haotian breathed a sigh of relief and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, so he could hide his data. That gave him a scare. Hide all, Li Haotian quickly responded. After hiding the data and seeing the familiar string of question marks, Li Haotian chuckled. Now he could really get down to business. He immediately took out 2 bottles given to him by Ling Xuehan and poured out a pill from each, popping them into his mouth. Watching the quadruple experience countdown appear in front of him, Li Haotian nodded slightly. Then, after a brief moment of thought, he sprang into action. With a single thought, a dense array of heavy tanks appeared in front of him, lined up before him. Summoning a tank consumed 16 spirit points, and Li Haotian, with his total spirit points over 3,300 coupled with the aura's double joy effect, managed to summon 800 heavy tanks. Looking at the super army in front of him, Li Haotian felt a surge of heroism. He stepped out of the safe zone, and with a hum, the entire altar seemed to suddenly come to life. The mysterious patterns on the ground instantly lit up, and a giant white gate quietly rose from the center of the altar. Subsequently, a blob of red peculiar creature wriggled out from the gate.
it was the monster of the first level of the endless altar, the red slime. Li Haotian grinned, issuing a command in his mind. With a thunderous boom, 800 tanks fired simultaneously. Under such terrifying concentrated firepower, the blob of red peculiar creature immediately exploded, killing the red slime. You gained 400 experience points. Li Haotian watched the prompt floating up, his eyes brightening. Boy, that was some high experience. Remember, this was just the first level's monster, and excluding the quadruple experience pills bonus, it was still a good 100 points of experience, equivalent to twice the experience of a level 10 dungeon, the Dark Forest boss. If you reach a high level, won't the experience points just skyrocket? Congratulations on passing the first level of the Endless Altar. Would you like to continue the challenge? Continue. Li Haotian didn't hesitate and made his choice immediately. A layer of white light swiftly rose from beneath his feet, engulfing him completely. When the white light faded, Li Haotian found himself on the second level, and the number in the center of the altar changed from 1 to 2. Instinctively he looked around and was immediately shocked, his eyes widening and his mouth involuntarily opening. Because right in front of him, there were 800 tanks, neatly arranged, not a single one missing. Li Haotian was a bit confused. What was going on? His senior sister had said that when a professional clears a level and chooses to continue, all panel attributes should reset. Could it be that the skills already used wouldn't reset? Li Haotian immediately opened his attribute panel to check. Spiritual power, 2345. It did reset. He then checked the remaining duration of these heavy tanks, 53-inch 5251. A spark of excitement flashed in Li Haotian's eyes. He hadn't expected that what people had been calling a bug was actually something he could exploit today. The super weapons he had summoned wouldn't disappear when he continued to the next level, only their duration would continue to decrease. What did this mean? It meant that if Li Haotian could kill monsters fast enough, his super weapons could accumulate to a number far exceeding the limit of what his current spiritual power could summon. It was like rolling a snowball. With each level he ascended, his super weapons would double. And then, it would become more and more terrifying, the firepower increasingly strong. Even if the super weapons he initially summoned disappeared after 1 minute due to time expiration, the subsequent super weapons could still accumulate to an extremely exaggerated number. This was at least dozens of times more than what his current spiritual power could summon. This was indeed an unstoppable rhythm. Li Haotian didn't know that this wasn't actually considered a dungeon bug, because like him, summoning super weapons and being able to continuously summon as long as there was spiritual power, he was the only one in the entire world. Even for other similar professions like beast tamers and summoners, their beasts and summons were fixed. There was no possibility of repeated summoning. And once their beasts or summons were injured or even killed while grinding monsters, they could only wait for them to naturally recover before summoning them again. Thus, even if their summons came to the next level with the summoner, at most it would save some spiritual power used in casting skills without providing any additional boost to the summoner's combat strength. Therefore, such rules weren't meant for professionals to exploit loopholes, except Li Haotian was an exception, because his super weapons existed by continuously consuming spiritual power without any limit to their number. Realizing this, Li Haotian didn't dare waste any more time. As he stepped forward, immediately 800 tanks were dispatched with a swishing sound. A huge white portal appeared again in the center of the altar, from which 4 green bizarre creatures slowly crawled out. On the second level, the number of monsters was the square of 2 totaling. For green slimes, boom, all 1600 tanks roared simultaneously, instantly blasting the 4 slimes to pieces. Killing green slimes, 1600 experience points gained. Killing green slimes, 1600 experience points gained. For consecutive notifications popped up excitingly. Haotian, well, this endless altar is quite fair, he thought. As the levels increased, the number of monsters geometrically multiplied, and so did the experience points. Following this pattern, the base experience for the third level would be the square of 3 times 100 inch, which is 900 points per monster. With a quadruple experience pill, that's a total of 3,600 points per monster. According to what Ling Xuehan had said earlier, although the experience growth from monsters would decelerate in higher levels for a low-level professional like him in his 30s, it was still extremely rewarding. He couldn't wait to continue. Congratulations on passing the second level of the Endless Altar. Would you like to continue the challenge? Continue. With a flash of white light, Li Haotian appeared on the third level.
This time he moved even faster, not even fully observing the scenery as he stepped out of the safe zone and once again deployed 800 tanks. Just as Li Haotian stepped out of the safe area, a massive white light portal reappeared in the center of the altar and 9 giant dark purple spiders crawled out, their eyes flickering with ferocity. These were the monsters of the 3rd level, the furious spiders. Boom! 2,400 tanks fired together, and the 9 furious spiders had barely taken a few steps before they were instantly turned into a mist of blood. Killing furious spiders, 3,600 experience points gained. Killing furious spiders, 3,600 experience points gained. Just as expected, seeing the kill notifications float by, a smile of joy appeared on Li Haotian's face. Watching the large amount of experience points roll, and Li Haotian was eager to push forward to the higher levels. Outside, Ling Xuehan, Zhang Jin and others occasionally glanced at the global leaderboard of the Endless Altar, chatting casually. Jiang Wu, full of anticipation, said, "I wonder how many levels Haotian can clear." Zhang Jin laughed, with that aura. Haotian's superweapon is essentially quadrupled. If he summons all the tanks, that's 800 tanks going all out for a minute, and there's no limit on ammunition. This firepower density, I feel reaching level 50 shouldn't be too much of a problem. Ling Xuehan calculated silently in her mind, then spoke. The mechanic's attack mode is quite special. With ample ammunition, it's all about area coverage. The heavy tank's main cannon is indeed powerful, but in the later stages, when the number of monsters increases, the tank's coverage becomes less efficient than rocket launchers. Jiangjin looked thoughtful. Second sister is right, the single-shot power of a tank's main cannon indeed surpasses that of a rocket launcher, and the range is also further, but the coverage density is indeed much smaller. If Haotian summoned rocket launchers, the energy consumption would only be a quarter of that required for tanks. In terms of quantity, he could even summon more than 3,300 rocket launchers. The firepower coverage of such a number of rocket launchers would be even stronger than that of 800 tanks. After all, when measuring a mechanic's attack power, the quantity of superweapons is of utmost importance. Ling Xuehan nodded and said, "Indeed, even if they are lower-level superweapons, once the quantity reaches a certain level, the terrifying attack power can even far surpass that of higher-level superweapons." If Haotian realizes this, after reaching the 50th level, instead of summoning tanks, he might as well summon all rocket launchers, more than 3,300 rocket launchers firing for 1 minute should give him a great chance of reaching the 60th level. Jiang Wuyo expressed some concerns, but the attack range of rocket launchers is much shorter than that of tanks. If the monsters get too close, wouldn't the danger increase significantly? Upon hearing this, Jiangjin couldn't help but laugh and said, "Wuyo, have you forgotten Haotian's new talent? With a mechanical avatar, it's hard for him to die. What danger should he fear?" Jiang Wuyo then remembered and embarrassedly stuck out her tongue. Ling Xuehan gave her a teasing look and joked, "No worries, no worries. Concern leads to chaos, and Ling understands." Jiang Wuyo's face turned red and she pouted coquettishly. "And Ling." Just then Jiangjin, who had been focusing on the Endless Altar's global leaderboard, suddenly focused his eyes and exclaimed with joy, "Haotian has entered the leaderboard." "What? Where? Show me." Jiang Wuyo quickly looked up. Ling Xuehan also expressed surprise. Focusing on the leaderboard, the Endless Altar is accessible to professionals from all over the world, involving numerous participants. Therefore, the global leaderboard only records those who have passed the 30th floor challenge. Subsequently, each additional floor is ranked based on the time taken to clear it. As for those below level 30, they are still novices with limited combat power and can hardly clear many floors. Also, below level 30, leveling up through dungeons or being carried by others is relatively faster and safer. Naturally, no one would choose to endure the hardship of soloing the Endless Altar. After reaching level 30, the intensity of the dungeons increases significantly and the leveling speed slows down considerably. At this point, most professionals choose to equip themselves with better gear. Wealthy families often equip their members with god-tier gear at this level. If they're lucky enough to get legendary orange gear or level 40 epic gear along the way, they'll continue to upgrade. Otherwise, they'll use the same gear until level 50, as it's recognized as the most cost-effective strategy. Strong fantasy jobs and frontline jobs also create a significant gap from other ordinary jobs at this milestone. For instance, Kobe Ichiro from Sakura Country was incredibly lucky to assemble a complete set of level 40 legendary gear in several abyss dungeons, nearly maximizing his combat power below level 50. If it hadn't been for Li Haotian the freak, he would have been the ceiling for combat power under level 50. Jiang Wu Yu glanced at the string of question marks at the bottom of the leaderboard and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ha, it's that string of question marks again, all the information is hidden, it must be Hao Tian. Ling Xuehan was somewhat puzzled, murmuring to herself, strange, Hao Tian's monster killing speed feels much higher than I expected. How did he reach level 30 so quickly? Jiangjin smiled, it's not surprising, the monsters below level 30 are only a few hundred in number and their defense is even lower. Hao Tian could summon 800 tanks and still have enough to instantly kill that number of monsters. Ling Xuehan hesitantly nodded her head, even so she always felt that something was not quite right. At the Beta Academy in the dungeon hall, suddenly another name appeared in the area of the 33rd layer of the leaderboard, Yunlan. Yunmiao stood with his hands behind his back, also looking at the endless altar leaderboard, his usually stern face rarely showing a faint smile. With a flash of light, Yunlan, not particularly curvy and drenched in sweat, suddenly teleported out. She was gasping for breath heavily but had an excited smile on her face. Yunmiao nodded in approval, well done, although it was a bit of a struggle to clear the level. Being able to pass level 33 is already an outstanding performance, Lanner compared to before. Your combat skills have improved significantly. Pleased by her teacher's praise, Yunlan also showed a delighted face, nodding heavily. Yes, thanks to the teacher's excellent guidance, thank you for helping me level up to 30. In Xizang City, seeing Jiang Wu Yu leveling up to 30 ahead of time, Yunlan immediately felt a sense of urgency. Therefore, upon returning, she asked Yunmiao to help her level up by killing monsters, hoping to catch up with Jiang Wu Yu's progress. Fortunately, her experience points were not far from level 30, and Yunmiao valued her highly, so he simply took 2 days to level her up and even fed her several heavenly spirit pills. Finally today Yunlan reached level 30 and changed into a full set of pink gear. Thus equipped, Yunlan thought of testing her combat power at the endless altar. Unexpectedly, she managed to rush to the 33rd floor. Generally, as a combat mage, a profession usually can challenge 3 to 4 levels above its own in the endless altar. The frontline professions can only challenge 1 or 2 levels higher. Only super divine professions like martially can reach 5 levels above their own, and that too across major levels. Additionally, there are differences in professional orientation. As a combat mage, Yunlan's profession is not suited for group battles and tends more towards warriors and assassins. Thus, Yunlan was at a disadvantage when challenging the endless altar. Managing to reach the 33rd floor was already quite commendable. Yunlan herself was quite satisfied with this. She expressed her relief. The attack from the Hell Goblin archers on the 33rd floor was really too intense. Thankfully, the altar area was large enough, and only by constantly moving was I able to avoid being targeted by those archers. Fortunately, I'm not slow or I might have been doomed. Yunmiao nodded slightly. Combat mages are not good at group battles, nor are they good at ranged combat, and the Hell Goblin archers indeed counter you quite effectively. Yunlan looked up at the leaderboard. As she was nearing the limit of her current level, her ranking was essentially at the bottom of the 33rd floor. However, just as she was about to look away, a peculiar name caught her eye, a string of question marks. At that moment, this mysterious name was right behind her, ranking first on the 32nd floor. Yunlan's pupils shrank instantly, and she pointed at the leaderboard, exclaiming, "Teacher, look quickly." Yunmiao turned his head in surprise and his gaze immediately sharpened. Since that day of the faction confrontation dungeon, a name made up of question marks could only represent one identity. That mysterious strong woman from the Eastern Dragon Empire. Seeing this string of question marks, Yunmiao immediately thought of her. Teacher, could this be that mysterious strong woman? Yunlan asked in astonishment. Yunmiao's eyes narrowed slightly, not immediately answering his disciple's question but instead staring intently at the mysterious name. Soon after, in just a few seconds, the question mark name disappeared from the 32nd floor. Yunmiao's body shook and he quickly looked up at the 33rd floor's leaderboard. The question mark name had already reached the top of the 33rd floor. Yunmiao's face revealed a look of as expected, and he nodded slowly. It's her. This speed of clearing levels is impossible for a professional of just over level 30. The only possibility is that her attack strength far exceeds the level of monsters at this tier, almost as if the monsters had just appeared and were instantly wiped out. And in just a few breaths, the question mark name disappeared again from the 33rd floor, appearing at the top of the 34th floor. Yunmiao said with a burning gaze, "This woman has been hidden by Marshal Li Yuan for who knows how many years. Given her current level, she's likely to be a strong fighter over level 70.
Previously, she had to hide her existence, so she never came to fight in the Endless Altar. Now, although her true identity still needs to be kept secret, her presence has already been revealed. That's why she's now starting to clear the Endless Altar. Yun Miao chuckled lightly. Interesting, I want to see just how far this woman can go. In the Qinghua Academy dungeon hall, Ling Xuehan and two others were also staring at the Endless Altar's leaderboard, watching the string of question marks: 45th floor, 46th floor, 47th floor. Watching the name climb crazily every few seconds, even Jiang Jin began to feel something was off. With a puzzled and surprised expression, he muttered, "She's nearly reaching the 50th floor. Why is Haotian's speed still so fast? This is too incredible. Is the firepower of 800 tanks that fierce? It doesn't make sense." Jiang Wu, filled with excitement and jubilation, shouted in encouragement for Li Haotian. "Haotian is so amazing, it's like slicing through melons and vegetables. I wonder what level he's reached now." Hearing his daughter's words, Jiang Jin did a quick mental calculation. Given Li Haotian's monster-killing speed without experience penalties and with a 4 times experience pill, his level might already be close to 40. Suddenly, Ling Xuehan's gaze darkened slightly as he spoke in a low voice. "We are about to break through the 50th level. Inside the Endless Altar, the once empty space was now densely packed with super weapons. Looking around, there was hardly any place left to step. Heavy tanks almost covered the entire altar, their dark barrels all pointing towards the center of the altar. Not just the ground, even the sky was completely filled with various super weapons. At the very top of the center of the altar was a dense array of Barrett sniper rifles surrounded by a ring of Gatling rotary machine guns. This area was specifically planned by Li Haotian for finishing moves. Due to the dense coverage of the Gatlings and Barretts, they could quickly eliminate any stragglers, saving time. Outside the Gatling guns, there were rocket launchers everywhere. The number and density of these rocket launchers were so immense that they could even induce claustrophobia, with at least tens of thousands of units. And the mastermind behind all this, Li Haotian, was squeezed into the outermost area of the altar, sitting boredly on a tank, yawning. Now he was too lazy to even look at what monsters emerged from the portal. Whatever they were meaningless in the face of this overwhelming number of super weapons. What he needed to do now was simply to fill the spots vacated by the summoned super weapons once their time expired. Other than that, he just needed to blindly bombard the center of the altar, requiring no additional maneuvers. Not like other professionals who had to jump around and dodge left and right while clearing the altar. Tactics. Opportunities, who needs them? As long as there is enough firepower, all monsters or illusions dead the moment they show up. Li Haotian looked at his attribute panel and muttered, "After finishing the 50th level, I should have enough experience to level up to 40. This Endless Altar is indeed a great place for grinding experience. The experience from a single monster already far exceeds that of a regular boss at the same level. If combined with a quadruple experience pill, the experience points are visibly growing faster than hormone-injected leaks, never ending." Boom! Another round of artillery fire wiped out a thousand Hell Knights in an instant. 50th level cleared. Ding dong, congratulations on reaching level 40. Seeing the leveling up notification appear before his eyes, Li Haotian's eyes lit up. He decided to continue pushing through the levels while quickly opening his attribute panel to check his new skills and talents. After reaching level 40, the attribute points gained per level had increased from 5 to 10, and the free potential points also became 10. Without a second thought, Li Haotian allocated all these free potential points to his spirit value, then quickly opened the talent tab. At this moment, the talent section on the left side of the skill column had already added 2 skills. One was unlocked at level 35, but Li Haotian had been too lazy to check it, planning to look at it when he unlocked new talents at level 40. Level 35 skill, Wolverine's skill description: Summon Wolverine. Wolverine consumes 32 points of spirit value per minute. Note: Wolverine has 2 forms, one humanoid with a more diverse combat style capable of equipping various long-range super weapons. In the wolf form, although combat flexibility is somewhat reduced, the speed and strength are 3 times that of the human form. Note: when the spiritual power value returns to 0, the Wolverine will automatically retract. Upon reading this, Li Haotian raised his eyebrows satisfied and remarked, "Wow, not only does it have autonomous combat capabilities, but it also has dual forms. This is just like having a super infantry." Not bad at all. Level 40 skill, laser cannon. Skill description: summons a laser cannon. For every minute the laser cannon exists, it consumes 50 points of spiritual power. Note: Laser cannon is a long-range light energy weapon with tremendous power capable of armor penetration and piercing effects with a maximum range of 35 kilometers. Note, when the spiritual power value returns to zero, the laser cannon will automatically retract.
Li Haotian's eyes shone as he sharply inhaled in astonishment. It's a super weapon with special effects. The mechanic truly deserves to be a phantom
God profession. Starting from level 40, the attack effects of super weapons have significantly increased. If these numbers are stacked up, the laser cannon, inherently possessing piercing and armor-breaking effects, naturally becomes the nemesis of mages and heavy armored warriors. Moreover, Li Haotian noticed another issue: the spiritual power consumption for the laser cannon skill is actually 50 points. Knowing that all his previous super weapons generally doubled the spiritual power consumption with every 5-level increase, the level 35 Wolverine required 32 points of spiritual power, and he originally thought that the level 40 skill would consume 64 points. Unexpectedly, it was only 50 points, much less than he anticipated. For Li Haotian, this meant that his endurance could be further improved. Definitely great news. After reviewing the skills, Li Haotian couldn't wait to look at the right side where the mechanic's exclusive talents were listed. Compared to the unlocked skills after leveling up, talents were the key. Mechanic exclusive talents 67, 68, 69, 70, the string of conspicuous question marks breaking through the 70th layer made all professionals in the East Dragon Empire's instance hall boil with excitement. 70 layers, and still the first. Incredible, simply incredible, definitely confirmed. This female powerhouse is at least a level 70 peak Phantom God professional. This speed even those Phantom God professionals proficient in group attacks can't match. No, you all are oversimplifying things.
I think the female powerhouse might be more than level 70. This kind of attack power, even for a Phantom God professional, doesn't seem achievable by a level 70 professional. I reckon she might be a level 80 or higher professional. Hey, don't dismiss it, it's indeed a possibility. We in East Dragon have hidden her for so long. Now that she's revealed, it indicates she has grown strong enough. Level 80 might sound exaggerated, but it's plausible. Don't you find it strange? If this mysterious female powerhouse is a level 70 peak or even a level 80 high-level professional, why isn't her name on the global level leaderboard? As soon as this was mentioned, everyone paused for a moment. Right, the global level leaderboard is automatically displayed. Even if this mysterious female powerhouse hides her name, if she truly is a level 70 or even above level 80 strong professional, at least the string of question marks should show up on the leaderboard. Up until now, all the names above level 70 on the leaderboard were familiar faces to everyone. Not only were there no new names appearing, but even that string of familiar question marks was missing. Could it be that the true level of that female powerhouse wasn't actually that high? Or did she use some special method to hide her name from the leaderboard? This female powerhouse is becoming more and more formidable. In the Freedom Federation, Parker Williams stared intently at the question mark name that topped the 70th floor, his eyes filled with increasing dread and unease. The expressions of other chapter presidents also grew solemn. James Gordon, the president of the Gotham chapter, said, "If I remember correctly, the monster on the 70th floor is the Dark Terror Clawbear, with astonishing defensive capabilities and the innate skill Dark Terror Claw, making its attack power extremely fearsome. Apart from being slightly slower, this monster virtually has no weaknesses. Moreover, the total number of monsters on the 70th floor has reached 4,900, yet even so her speed when tackling this level was only slightly slower than before, still remarkably fast." Bruno Collins added gravely, "Such attack power, it definitely belongs to a professional." Above level 80, James Gordon expressed his confusion, "But she isn't on the leaderboard, and the high-level professionals from the Eastern Dragon Empire are still the same old names. What exactly is going on?" And finally, Parker Williams spoke in a low voice, "Though it's hard to believe, the Eastern Dragon Empire must have used some special method to conceal her level. Such strength can't possibly belong to a professional below level 70. That old fox, Mr. Lee, has hidden it so deeply." Everyone exchanged looks, furrowing their brows in thought, yet no one challenged Parker Williams's view. Soloing the Endless Altar relies solely on one's own strength and equipment. It's purely a matter of hard power and leaves no room for deception. Moreover, that woman has been fighting from a lower level to the current floor without any pause in between. This means she never left the Endless Altar midway. What does this imply? It shows that not only does this woman from the Eastern Dragon have profound resources, but she is also extremely confident in her own strength. Everyone is now convinced that this mysterious woman is definitely a secret weapon cultivated by the Eastern Dragon Empire in preparation for the upcoming international war raid.
And her continued concealment of her data is likely just a precaution against other countries' dirty tricks, because she is probably a high-attack fragile defense mage type skilled in group battles. Her attack power is extremely strong, but her defense is much weaker. She can go on a rampage in the Endless Altar because the environment there is simple and the enemy's appearance pattern is fixed. But in the real world, if a strong assassin were to take advantage of complex environments for an assassination, then she wouldn't be so easy to deal with. A slight mishap could lead to a disastrous defeat. A cold glint flashed in Parker Williams's eyes, his thoughts unknown. As they were all talking at once, Li Haotian's journey through the levels continued steadily and swiftly. After reaching the 70th floor, the overall strength of the monsters indeed showed a significant increase compared to the 60th floor. However, thanks to his innate talent of converting life force into spiritual energy, Li Haotian had accumulated a terrifying number of super weapons. Looking around, he had filled the entire Endless Altar. Everywhere, both in the sky and on the ground, were armies of Li Haotian's super weapons. A rough count showed at least several 100,000. Moreover, because of his talent, Li Haotian's mana was in a state of surplus. He simply didn't have to worry about running out. Taking the monsters on the 70th floor as an example, the Dark Fear Clawbear had a health pool of 130,000, with a conversion ratio of 1,000 each kill. Allowed Li Haotian to recover 130 spirit points. With a total of 4,900 monsters on this floor, he would recover 63,700 spirit points in total. It was more than he could use. Fortunately, Li Haotian could channel the excess spirit points into his summoned super weapons to recharge them and extend their duration. Otherwise, with so many spirit points, if all were used to summon super weapons, the Endless Altar, covering only 10 square kilometers, would not be enough space. 75-70. 6-inch 77. Li Haotian's ranking continued to climb at a steady pace, surpassing one level after another. In the Endless Altar, a terrifying magic dragon covered in fierce scales and emitting dark flames had just emerged from the portal, only to be met with dense artillery fire. The terrifying barrage fell upon these oppressive bodies, instantly blasting these sky dominators to the ground, their wings shattered and bones exposed. Surprisingly, these resilient creatures were not yet dead. Li Haotian raised an eyebrow, a hint of interest in his eyes. Wow, reaching level 80, the monsters are much tougher. The individual strength compared to before was not on the same level, at least 10 times stronger. From level 50 to 70, they were intermediate professionals, but level 80 belonged to the true high-level professionals. Compared to intermediate professionals, the difference was like heaven and earth. And the level 80 terror dragons, in terms of individual strength, were also far superior to the monsters of the 70s. They could withstand such an exaggerated barrage of fire without being instantly killed. But that was it, another series of booms. Under the endless bombardment, those terror dragons could only let out a helpless roar as their health bars hit zero. 80th floor cleared. Outside, the mysterious question mark name once again topped the leaderboard for the 80th floor. In the instance hall of the Eastern Dragon Empire, a tsunami-like scream suddenly erupted. 80th floor, 80th floor. Such a speed in monster clearing. The female boss is indeed a high-level professional above level 80, so strong, really too strong. Hey, do you think this female boss might be even higher level than Marshal Li Yuan? I feel that even Marshal Li might not be able to match her speed in defeating monsters. Could it be? Really, once a professional reaches level 70-inch, the experience required for each level up becomes astronomically high, and without some unique adventure, the speed of leveling up drastically decreases. Right, Marshal Li is the highest on the global level leaderboard. If this lady's level is higher than Marshal Li's, wouldn't that mean she's almost at level 90? Yun Miao listened to the discussions. Around her, her eyes filled with undeniable astonishment. Level 80, how is that possible? This woman is even stronger than I imagined. By her side, Yun Lan also wore a look of shock and awe. Teacher, is this mysterious lady really as strong as Marshal Li? Why do I feel like her strength might even surpass his? Yun Miao snapped back to reality and said in a deep voice, it's different. This mysterious woman, although likely to be a super god-level professional like Marshal Li, excels in a different area. From the previous faction confrontation dungeon, it was clear that even though her level and equipment were suppressed below 50-inch, the players from Cherry Blossom Country hardly stood a chance against her, and she wiped them out in minutes. This shows that her group combat ability and attack power are far superior to those of her peers, but Marshall Lee is different. His advantage lies in controlling everything. His combat flexibility and self-preservation are considered the best in the world. Although he has a variety of attack methods, his attack power is not as outstanding. Therefore, although this woman's level is likely above 80, it might not be as high as Marshall Lee's. However, her attack power is just outrageously strong. Free Federation Genesis Guild online meeting. Parker Williams looked more upset than ever. Other branch presidents also exchanged glances, all wearing expressions of disbelief. The Eastern Dragon Empire suddenly has a high-level professional above level 80 with such incredible attack power, but they had received no information about her before. It's unbelievable. After level 70, if one does not participate in large team dungeons, killing dungeons and international war dungeons and make significant contributions there, the leveling speed for professionals becomes excruciatingly slow. But this woman, who had been relatively unknown until now, how did she level up so fast? By defeating wild monsters and world bosses. Impossible. High-level world bosses, whenever they appear, attract worldwide attention, with so many people participating in subduing these world bosses. If she had dealt damage, it would be impossible for no one to notice her. And as for wild monsters, that's even more absurd. If high-level players rely on defeating wild monsters to level up, it's like commoners wanting to become billionaires by just working. It's impossible in a lifetime. Parker Williams furrowed his brow and pondered for a moment, then suddenly suggested a possibility. Perhaps she leveled up through special dungeons from other worlds. Hearing the president's suggestion, everyone suddenly realized, given that they couldn't think of any other way this woman could have leveled up so swiftly. Apart from this option, it becomes clear, otherworld instances, also known as secret realms, represent a special type of instance that exists independently from the various regular instances in the world. To enter these otherworld instances, one must possess an otherworld contract produced within the major instances. These otherworld instances are typically more challenging and time-consuming. However, the rewards for clearing these instances are considerably high. Not only do they offer a vast amount of experience points, but also various precious materials and even otherworld equipment that could potentially exceed epic levels in attributes. The president of Hua Capital's branch, Bruno Collins, lit up and exclaimed the president might actually be onto something. If she's been leveling up primarily through otherworld instances, she could naturally evade everyone's notice. Moreover, she might have even collected a complete set of exceptionally powerful otherworld equipment, perhaps even upgraded profession-specific elite otherworld equipment. Bruno Collins spoke faster. According to researchers on professions, the origins of all current professions are indeed various otherworlds, both large and small. Among them, the powerful phantom god professions are the pinnacle existences in those large otherworlds. As for the super god professions, they might even automatically receive corresponding otherworld adventure tasks. If Master Lee really intends to fully cultivate her, then with the resources of Eastern Dragon secretly gathering a large number of otherworld contracts for her to farm experience isn't really a big problem at all. Thus, this mysterious woman could raise her level so high without anyone noticing. Moreover, otherworlds also produce some powerful and unique auxiliary equipment, which might be why she could hide her level on the leaderboard, possibly due to some special effect of the auxiliary equipment. With the hints from the main president and this analysis by Bruno Collins, the faces of the other branch presidents all showed a realization. If this is indeed the case, then everything makes sense. Parker Williams nodded slightly, agreeing with what Bruno had guessed. Otherwise, he couldn't understand why such a powerful and mysterious woman would suddenly appear from Eastern Dragon. He glanced at everyone and said solemnly, although we can guess the reason behind this woman's strength, it doesn't change the fact that she has already grown powerful. Everyone, the international war instance will start soon, and I need not elaborate on the threat she poses with her abilities. A fierce look flashed in Parker Williams' eyes. Before the start of the international war instance, we must find a way to eliminate her. Inside the endless altar, Li Haotian looked at the hell-bone dragon that had been blasted into ashes before him, his eyes suddenly brightening. Ding dong, congratulations! On reaching level 45, after clearing the 83rd floor, Li Haotian's routine monster slaying finally brought him some new surprises. Reaching level 45 meant that he could unlock a new skill. As Li Haotian continued to push through the levels with his super army, he opened his attribute panel, added 10 points of free potential to his spiritual power, then clicked on the talent tab to check out the newly unlocked skill. Level 45 skill. Strategic Bomber. Skill description: Summon a strategic bomber. The bomber consumes 100 spiritual power points per minute it exists. Note: the strategic bomber has a speed of 2,000 kilometers per hour with a maximum range of 12,000 kilometers. It is equipped with various weapons including air-dropped bombs, cruise missiles, air-to-ground missiles, anti-ship missiles, and an aircraft cannon. Additionally, it can carry other supernatural weapons. Note: once spiritual power points drop to zero, the strategic bomber will automatically retract. Li Haotian's body shook and he excitedly swung his fist. Goodness! Finally, I have an air superiority weapon. However, he then looked regretfully at the nearly full array of supernatural weapons covering the entire endless altar. Such a pity this place isn't suitable for the strategic bomber to unleash its potential, there isn't even spare room. Reluctantly shaking his head, Li Haotian could only itch with eagerness as he closed the attribute panel. He muttered to the Storm Naga at the 84th level, only 16 more levels to go. Considering the current rate of experience gain, I wonder if I could reach level 50 if I clear 100 levels? I'm actually quite excited about that and curious about what new talents level 50 will unlock. Sigh, the endless altar is indeed a great place for grinding experience, but it's a pity that each level can only be cleared once. It would be much better if it could be looped. With the quadruple experience elixir, this is much more efficient than grinding monsters in the wild. Ling Xuehan, his second senior sister who usually manages elite tasks, must also have her hands full. If she keeps taking him to grind for experience, he always feels a bit embarrassed. Unfortunately, Ling Xuehan didn't know Li Haotian's thoughts at this moment, otherwise she would definitely have teased him. Little junior brother, I didn't expect you to be such a decent person. Meanwhile at Tsinghua Academy, the embarrassed Ling Xuehan was staring blankly at the leaderboard as that string of question marks casually moved up another level. Beside her, Jiang Jin couldn't help but rub his eyes. If it weren't for the fact that Ling Xuehan saw the same thing, he'd even suspect that he was under an illusion. 85 levels. A professional in his 30s or 40s clearing the endless altar all the way to level 85, and judging by the current situation, this still wasn't the limit for his little junior brother. Although the speed of clearing monsters had slowed down from before, it was still shockingly fast. Nearby, Jiang Wu finally sensed something was amiss and turned to ask her father, Dad, didn't you say that the monsters in the endless altar are tough to deal with, especially the high-level ones after the 80th level, which are 10 times stronger than those around the 70th level? Why does it seem like Haotian is having an easy time? Jiang Jin turned to look at his daughter, but he simply didn't know how to respond. You ask me, but who do I ask? Ling Xuehan stared blankly. Logically speaking, the monsters at the 80th level really are much tougher than those in the 70s. Even I can't beat the 80th level now. How did he manage to do it? Jiang Jin's eyes were also filled with bewilderment. Could it be that the talent Haotian unlocked at level 40 really has such a miraculous effect? Below the 80th floor, slaying monsters was as easy as slicing through melons and vegetables. Even reaching the 80th floor only upgraded the task to chopping bones instead of vegetables, and the bones were brittle at that. Could high-level monsters really be so fragile? In the Sakura state at the Amaterasu Guild, Kobe Kenjin stared incredulously at the leaderboard displayed on the screen. 85 floors, that was the highest he had managed to clear. But the monster-slaying speed of that mysterious woman from the Eastern Dragon was clearly beyond this limit. Could it be that her strength was even greater than his, the president of the Amaterasu Guild? At the residence of Li Yuan Marshal in Saika Academy, the foremost person of the Eastern Dragon Empire wasn't leisurely reclining in his chair anymore. Instead, he stood straight in front of the display screen, mumbling to himself as he scrutinized the leaderboard. It seemed impossible, whether it was the Storm Naga on the 84th floor or the Hell Rainbow Dragon on the 85th, both were high-level magical beasts, with their magic shield defenses. Even with the numerous super weapons of Haotian breaking through their defenses shouldn't have been so swift. Li Yuan Marshal tugged at his white beard, unconsciously doubting his life's knowledge. Furthermore, the number of monsters on the 85th floor had reached a staggering 7225. How had he managed to defeat them all in such a short time? It was utterly preposterous. In the various cities of the Eastern Dragon, the copy halls were now buzzing with noise. 85 floors, with such a monster-slaying speed. Could she possibly be a level 90 professional? Terrifying, truly terrifying. Folks, no joke, I feel like we in the Eastern Dragon are becoming invincible. I am truly looking forward to the upcoming International Warfare copies. With this female powerhouse, we'll definitely grind those pretentious noble monkeys of the Freedom Federation into the ground. At that moment Yun Miao's expression was completely blank, his gaze fixed. Who exactly was she?
We have such a formidable woman in Eastern Dragon. Stars of admiration were practically shooting from Yunlan's eyes. Meanwhile, in the infinite altar, Li Haotian looked at his continuously rising experience points, feeling an immense sense of satisfaction. My family, who understands the exhilarating feeling of madly grinding for experience levels, it's just too thrilling. 87, 88, 89. In the Freedom Federation, during an online meeting, everyone was silent, their eyes glued to the screen, fixated on that question mark name that was first on the 89th floor. Parker Williams clenched his fists tighter, his veins bulging, revealing his intense inner turmoil. As the world's second-ranked level 86 peak expert awakened as the super godly profession of Imperial Knight, even his best record in the Infinite Altar was just the 90th floor. Yet now, that unnamed woman from the Eastern Dragon was quickly catching up to him. Roar! The enraged man-faced lion emperor roared towards the sky, its beast king roar, bullets containing violent energy spewed in all directions, attempting to blast the dark cannon barrels, firing at it into smithereens. However, their numbers were far too few, just over 4,000. Facing an army of superweapons numbering in the hundreds of thousands, they could barely make a splash. With a piercing shriek, the incandescent laser cannons, like divine beams piercing heaven and earth, rained down densely, intercepting the beast king's roar in midair. Then, with the wild roaring of rocket launchers, Barretts and Gatling rotary machine guns, combined with the heavy tank's main guns, a barrage of gunfire and artillery instantly submerged the lion-faced sovereigns. The intense explosions echoed throughout the entire endless altar. 5 minutes later, the last lion-faced sovereign was purified by the artillery fire. Embarking on the path of reincarnation, 90 floors cleared, Li Haotian yawned boredly, muttering to himself, it actually took 5 minutes of continuous bombardment to deal with these guys. After the 90th floor, the overall strength of the monsters seems to have increased by more than tenfold compared to the 80th floor. Fortunately, the summoned superweapons don't disappear during the floor assault, otherwise even with my life-to-spirit talent I probably could only have made it to around the 70s. Hiss! At Tsinghua Academy, Marshal Li Yuan accidentally pulled out a tuft of his beard in shock as he saw the question mark jump to the 90th floor. Something's not right. Is this kid cheating? A total of 8,100 lion-faced sovereigns. Even if they were refreshed in several waves, the number in the last wave was still in the thousands. This was hardly less than the number of his superweapons, and given the individual strength of the lion-faced sovereigns, even with unlimited ammunition, Haotian shouldn't have been able to overcome them, right? Moreover, the kid only took 5 minutes, much faster than my initial attempt. Marshal Li Yuan was full of questions. At the Amaterasu Guild, even Kobe Kenjin's eyes showed fear. To clear the 90th floor with such attacking power, it was far beyond him now. At the Free Federation, Parker Williams' forehead bulged with veins. Although he had anticipated this scene, he was still filled with disbelief when he actually saw it. What the hell kind of awakened job does she have? This is unscientific, this is unscientific. In the various instance halls of the Eastern Dragon Empire, all the onlookers were already boiling with excitement. I think we all underestimated the lady boss. Clearing the 90th floor in 5 minutes, this strength, I think there's a chance to push to 100 floors. We must support her to 100 floors. Could it be that the first clear of the endless altar will be taken by our Eastern Dragon Empire? Unbeatably strong. I wonder what rewards the 100th floor will give. I'm so curious. Roar! Empress, please support me. Whatever you say, if you tell me to stay down, I definitely won't go up. Inside the endless altar, the lady boss classmate was slowly but steadily advancing towards the 100th floor. 93, 94, 95. Watching the slowly annihilating sinuous sea siren sovereign amidst the artillery fire, Li Haotian couldn't help but smack his lips. Tisk, the difficulty after the 90th floor really is something else, completely incomparable to before. We're only at the 95th floor, and it feels like the strength of the monsters has increased tenfold again. Could it be specifically targeting me? At this moment, the eyes of all countries around the world were fixed on Li Haotian, high-ranking professionals from various nations were all paying attention to the mysterious female boss from the Eastern Dragon Empire as she attempted to ascend the levels.
James Gordon, the president of the Gotham division of the Free Federation, glanced at his watch and said solemnly, "It's already been 8 minutes and she hasn't cleared it yet. The 95th floor must be her limit, right?" Bruno Collins, the president of the Hua Capital Division, nodded slightly and hesitated. "I think so too. Previously it took her at most 5 minutes per level, and now it's been over 8 minutes. She must be feeling the pressure and starting to drag out the time." Parker Williams twitched the corner of his mouth, glancing at the two men. What kind of talk was that? This was the 95th level. When he was fighting on the 90th level, it took him over 50 minutes just to get through. At Tsinghua Academy, Master Li wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and muttered, "It should be time, right? It's already 95. If this kid can make it through, he'll be 2 levels higher than me." As the former number 1 on the leaderboard and the only global expert to have cleared the 93rd level, Master Li had a profound memory of the endless altar monsters beyond the 90th level. When he fought on the 93rd level, he also had to slowly grind through, taking over an hour. Back then, if there had been one more monster on the 93rd level, he might have been worn down by the monsters. As for the 95th level, it was unimaginable. In a hidden area of Tsinghua Academy's instance hall, Ling Xuehan and Jiang Zhen were completely dumbfounded. Even Jiang Wuyo, who had previously been shouting excitedly, had already quieted down. Since Li Haotian had cleared the 90th level, her eyes had been wide open. Above the 90th level so far, only Marshal Li from the Eastern Dragon Empire and Parker Williams, the president of the Source God Guild of the Free Federation, had managed to clear it. The difficulty and prestige of these levels were evident even without experiencing them firsthand, but for Li Haotian, levels above the 90th seemed not to pose much of a challenge. It was only now, at the unprecedented 95th level, that his pace seemed to finally slow down. However, even so, Ling Xuehan and the others felt that Li Haotian still had a great chance of passing the 95th level. They had been watching Li Haotian clear the endless altar from the beginning, from clearing one map in a few seconds. At the start, to 1 or 2 minutes per map at levels 70 to 80 to 5 minutes per map after the 90th level. Now, although more than 8 minutes had passed since Li Haotian started on the 95th level, in their eyes this was probably just due to a significant increase in the difficulty of the monsters at this level, slowing down Li Haotian's monster clearing speed. As for whether he could pass, their answer was yes. As seconds ticked by, the spectators in the instance hall began to whisper among themselves, "What's going on? Could it be that the female boss has reached her limit?" Possibly. The female boss's level might not surpass Marshal Li's. Even if her attack power is formidable by the 95th level, it's probably about time. I was looking forward to seeing the female boss conquer 100 floors, but now there's no chance. Had dreaming of peaches. Did you really think reaching 100 floors was so easy, just spouting it out like that? If you can't achieve your own dreams, it's not bad to watch someone else do it right. Burp. 95 floors passed. My dream still is hope. Seeing that string of lonely question marks appear on the 95th floor, the professionals from the Eastern Dragon Empire breathed a sigh of relief, followed by frenzied cheers. 100 floors, 100 floors, the female boss is invincible. Clear the game, charge, reach the pinnacle. In the Free Federation, Parker Williams's pupils instantly constricted. It passed, it actually passed. Is he really just in the 80s? Why do I feel this woman could possibly be level 90, muttered a certain division head. With these words, everyone suddenly paused. 90 levels, Parker Williams murmured. Could the Eastern Dragon Empire have secretly nurtured a level 90 peak professional? That's not scientific. How could they cultivate such a superpower so quietly? Could it be that the past few years, when the Eastern Dragon Empire appeared increasingly weak in the international war raids, were just a facade to lull us? Seeing the string of question marks on the leaderboard, both Ling Xuehan and Jiang Zhen sighed in relief. Ling Xuehan muttered, 10 plus minutes. It seems that after level 90, every 5 floors, the strength of the monsters increases significantly. Jiang Zhen nodded subconsciously. That should be the case. When our junior brother fought on the 94th and 93rd floors, it took just over 5 minutes each time, the strength of the monsters increasing normally. But at 95 it was obviously much slower. Speaking of this, Jiang Zhen paused, somewhat speechlessly exchanging glances with Ling Xuehan. Even he found it absurd. Back then, Marshal Li spent over an hour on the 93rd floor and they all thought it was fast. How come it feels slow now that it's Li Haotian's turn, and even spending just 10 minutes on the 95th floor seems slow? With this reference time established, all the discussions gradually subsided. They were now preparing to witness a miracle. Li Haotian's speed of clearing the levels returned to stability. Now, the time he needed for each level was just over 10 minutes. In the endless altar, as the light in front of him flashed again, Li Haotian finally reached the last challenge, the 100th floor. Li Haotian frowned as he looked at his attribute panel and muttered, only 12% experience gained based on the previous increase. Even if I clear the 100th floor, it still seems like it's not enough for me to level up to 50. I thought after clearing the endless altar I could reach 50, but it seems I'm still a bit short. Li Haotian stretched, invigorating the somewhat weary spirit. But at last, it's about to be done. I wonder what the monster on the 100th floor is. As the light in the altar brightened, Li Haotian's eyes widened instantly. This is actually. Li Haotian's mouth fell open, feeling somewhat bemused because standing in front of him was another Li Haotian. This 100-layered monster turned out to be himself. Li Haotian waved his hand, and a vast number of rocket launchers materialized around him. In the blink of an eye, exactly 3,600 rocket launchers appeared around him. Seeing the other's action, the real Li Haotian suddenly understood. It seemed that the endless altar had copied all his current abilities. After reaching level 49, his total spiritual power had exceeded 3,600 points. If all were used to summon rocket launchers, combined with the aura effect, it would roughly make 3,600 rocket launchers. But the problem was, the endless altar could copy all his abilities but could not replicate the bugs of the endless altar itself, nor could it replicate the super weapons he had accumulated over so many layers. After so many layers of the endless altar, the super weapons that Li Haotian had accumulated and sustained through his life-to-spirit talent already numbered in the hundreds of thousands. In front of so many super weapons, what use was this clone the endless altar created? It would be crushed in minutes. Watching the pitiful 3,600 rocket launchers around the clone, Li Haotian almost laughed out loud. Honestly, there was nothing wrong with the logic of the endless altar itself, because the clone it created possessed all the abilities, equipment, skills, and character attributes of the original. That is to say, whoever reached the 100th layer had to face a complete version of themselves. Killing monsters was certainly difficult, but defeating oneself was the greatest challenge. But the problem was, it happened to meet Li Haotian. The strength of Li Haotian's original body compared with the combat power he had now accumulated through exploiting bugs was simply not on the same level. Boom, boom, boom. Fierce artillery fire had already erupted from around the clone, bombarding straight towards where Li Haotian was. Obviously, this clone also possessed Li Haotian's exclusive mechanist talent, the God's Eye, but unfortunately, its firepower was just too weak. Li Haotian shook his head lightly and softly uttered two words, goodbye. Boom, hundreds of thousands of super weapons burst forth simultaneously, and an even more ferocious firepower instantly shredded the 3,600 rocket launchers surrounding the clone. The clone stood there dumbfounded, mouth agape. It seemed a bit puzzled. Its abilities were clearly the same as the others, so why did that guy have so many more guns? This isn't fair. Bang! In the next instant, the clone Li Haotian exploded into pieces with a mind full of questions. 100 layers cleared, ding dong. Congratulations on clearing the endless altar, calculating your rewards. Followed by this series of notification sounds, a piercing white light shone from the entire altar. Subsequently, a golden text formed in the center of the altar, Endless Destroyer. This line of golden text seemed tangible, as if sealed in crystal glass, suspended in mid-air, shimmering brilliantly. Watching this, excitement and confusion appeared in Li Haotian's eyes. Endless Destroyer? What does this mean? It feels like some kind of title. He hesitated for a moment, then finally gritted his teeth and reached out his right hand towards the golden text. A bizarre scene unfolded as Li Haotian's right hand touched the line of brilliant golden text. Instantly, the text transformed into a beam of golden light which, like mercury, seeped into Li Haotian's body through his right hand. Soon after, Li Haotian felt a slight dizziness, and the golden text turned semi-transparent, floating above his head, gently drifting. As the information streamed into his mind, Li Haotian's eyes suddenly emitted a strange glow. This item was actually a special piece of equipment. Title: Endless Destroyer. General attributes: all basic panels of any profession are doubled. Title effect 1, summon a clone with 100% of one's own abilities. Title effect 2, attack efficiency doubled, effective upon wearing. Note 1, the clone can only be summoned once a day and lasts for 24 hours. If the clone is killed, it cannot be summoned again on the same day. Note 2, the clone has independent thought. Sensory information can be shared with the original, but it absolutely obeys the original. Seeing the attributes of this title, Li Haotian was momentarily stunned, then his eyes showed sheer ecstasy, the opportunity to summon his own clone once a day, possessing exactly the same attributes and abilities as himself. This effect for any professional was brutally simple and effectively doubled one's combat power.
Moreover, this clone was not some thoughtless object, it possessed all the intelligence of the original and could share sensory information, fully obeying the original. This meant that the clone could completely replace the original in undertaking certain dangerous tasks, and even if it died, it could be summoned again the next day. For other professionals, this effect was already incredibly powerful, but for Li Haotian, the practical use of the clone was even more monstrous. Why? Because Li Haotian possessed a unique talent exclusive to mechanics, where other professionals might easily die, but Li Haotian had mechanical substitutes. This meant that Li Haotian's clone essentially had no possibility of death. With a 24-hour existence and a 24-hour cooldown, as long as the clone didn't die, what difference was there from it being permanent? If there was a battle, especially a large-scale one, this clone also had the talent of life transference, functioning like a perpetual war machine. 1. Li Haotian was already monstrous, but 2. It was terrifying even to think about. Li Haotian's eyes twinkled with light. Seeing this effect, he had even already thought about how to use it. In any future battles, he would first throw out this clone Li Haotian to attract attention, then hide himself in the shadows like a cunning fox. Not to say that the enemies could actually kill this clone, but even if they did, they would find out that it was just a decoy. And once 24 hours passed, Li Haotian could summon a new clone, endlessly producing descendants. TSK, this was simply too cool. After a long while, Li Haotian finally managed to suppress the excitement in his heart and shifted his attention to the second effect, furrowing his brows slightly as he read the description of the second effect: doubling attack efficiency. What does that mean? He pondered for a moment and then decided to simply try it out. No sooner had he thought it than a Gatling rotary machine gun materialized in front of Li Haotian. It seems the speed of using skills has increased. Sensing the change when summoning the Gatling gun, Li Haotian's eyebrows raised slightly as he began to understand the effect. Excitedly, he controlled the machine gun, aiming it at the other side, and opened fire. The rapid gunfire erupted instantly. Carefully noticing the differences in the machine gun's attack compared to before, Li Haotian excitedly swung his arm. It really is so. The firing rate of the Gatling gun was originally 1,000 bullets per minute, but just now Li Haotian could clearly feel that the summoned Gatling gun's rate had doubled. From 1,000 bullets per minute to 2,000 bullets per minute, so this so-called doubling of attack efficiency refers to both the attack speed and the skill casting speed. For all professionals, be they physical or magical, melee or ranged, attack speed and casting speed are extremely crucial attributes. Attack speed allows the professional's attacks to reach the enemy faster, such as a mage's magic or a melee professional's chopping, slashing, stabbing and cutting. Casting speed, on the other hand, determines how fast a professional can use their skills, which simply put is akin to the loading time during an attack or spell casting. With these speeds doubled, the attack efficiency naturally experiences a massive boost, and if this effect is applied to Li Haotian, the impact becomes even more phenomenal. The casting speed increase is one thing, as Li Haotian's summoning of supernatural weapons is already a mere thought away. Doubling it wouldn't change much, however, doubling the attack speed is earth-shattering, because it increases the firing rate of the supernatural weapons. And this applies to every single supernatural weapon. This means that if Li Haotian now summons the same supernatural weapons, these weapons will unleash twice the ammunition per minute as before. This is no different from summoning twice the number of supernatural weapons, effectively doubling the overall attack power based on the current stage. And if you add clones to the equation. Thinking about this, Li Haotian himself couldn't help but gasp. It's like a cow flying an airplane with her daughter, doubly impressive. Just then Li Haotian suddenly thought of something and murmured to himself, if both attack speed and casting speed are considered parts of attack efficiency, then could the movement speed of supernatural weapons also be a part of attack efficiency? For instance, weapons like tanks and strategic bombers that inherently possess mobility, the faster they move, the higher the attack efficiency naturally becomes, which logically makes sense, right? Let's try it. With a spark of anticipation in his eyes, Li Haotian thought again, and with a boom, summoned a heavy tank. Subsequently, under the mental control of Li Haotian, the heavy tank roared to life, its powerful engine propelling the massive body forward like a wild horse breaking free from its reins.
Li Haotian's eyes sparkled with excitement. It actually worked, even the movement speed of this superweapon had doubled. Previously Li Haotian's heavy tank could reach speeds of about 80 km per hour, but now it had astonishingly reached speeds of around 160 km per hour. Consider this: a few dozen tons of heavy tank charging or pursuing enemies at 160 km per hour while also doubling its firing rate for covering bombardments. What a thrilling scene to imagine. Li Haotian's eyes shone brightly. If the speed of the tank could be doubled, what about the strategic bombers? With a swish of his thoughts, a sharp triangular-shaped massive bomber suddenly appeared mid-air. Then with a booming sound, a terrifying sonic boom exploded, sending fierce shockwaves spreading all around. Li Haotian barely had time to narrow his pupils before the gigantic triangular bomber flashed and vanished in the sky. So fast. The strategic bomber originally flew at 2,000 km per hour, but after doubling it now reached 4,000 km per hour. Had Li Haotian not reacted quickly to recall the strategic bomber, it would have smashed into the boundaries of the endless altar. Gazing at the white trail left in the sky, Li Haotian took a deep breath. 4,000 km per hour, what did that mean? It was more than 3 times the speed of sound, if calculated from the shortest distance from the coast of the Eastern Dragon Empire to the Cherry Blossom Country. Li Haotian's fleet of strategic bombers could reach and bomb the entire territory of the Cherry Blossom Country in just 10 minutes. If Kobe Kenjin knew about this, from now on he would never sleep peacefully again. Li Haotian trembled slightly with excitement. What a true destroyer of the endless! Worthy of a reward only available at the 100th layer, its attributes and effects were indeed heaven-defying. Right, the base attribute of this title was to double the base panel. That meant Li Haotian's total spiritual power had now reached over 7,200 points. Once Li Haotian fully equipped himself with epic gear, his base panel would increase significantly. By then the effect of doubling the base panel tisk was simply unimaginable. What's this? While marveling, Li Haotian suddenly noticed a small wooden box on the ground. He had been so focused on the title attributes that he hadn't even seen this thing before. Curiously, Li Haotian picked up the wooden box and opened it. Inside lay a yellow-orange pill. Li Haotian's eyes lit up. A pill? What effects might this have? He picked up the pill curiously, and immediately information about the pill flowed into his mind. A level-up pill. Upon consumption, it could immediately increase one's level. Note: the pill has a shelf life of 1 hour, can only be consumed by the one who clears the challenge, after which it will expire. A level-up pill. Can you believe such an outrageously powerful item exists? Li Haotian was overjoyed. He had been worried about not being able to reach level 50 with the experience from the last level, but to his surprise, not only did he receive the title of Endless Destroyer as a reward after clearing the level, but there was also a leveling pill. However, he immediately felt a bit regretful as he smacked his lips. There was a time limit on the pill. If it wasn't used within an hour, would it expire? What a pity. The pill seemed to have no level restrictions. If he could save it for later, perhaps when reaching level 69 or 79, wouldn't that be more cost-effective? Normally, anyone who could clear 100 levels would surely be at least in their 90s level-wise. This leveling pill would be most valuable to someone of such high level, because the higher the level, the slower the leveling process. Unfortunately, Li Haotian had exploited a bug to clear the infinite altar and was only at level 50. Using the pill now seemed a bit wasteful. With a resigned shake of his head and after a moment of thought, Li Haotian tossed the pill into his mouth. If it had only an hour of effectiveness, there was no need to save it. Better to use it early and enjoy the benefits. The pill dissolved as soon as he swallowed it, and his experience bar instantly filled up. Ding dong! Congratulations on reaching level 50. Seeing the level up notification pop up, Li Haotian was thrilled. At level 50, not only could he acquire an additional skill, but more importantly, he could unlock a mechanic exclusive talent. After reaching level 50, the attribute points awarded for leveling up also increased from 10 to 20. Similarly, his free potential points also doubled, becoming 20. Li Haotian allocated all these potential points to his spiritual power, then quickly opened his talent tab. 2 new skills had appeared. Li Haotian was somewhat surprised. He stared at the skills tab where 2 new skills had emerged. Level 50 skill. Transformer skill description: summon a transformer. Each transformer exists for a minute, consuming 200 points of spiritual power. Note 1: the transformer is a large-scale supermechanical being standing 10 meters tall, available in 3 models. For Navy: B for Army, C for Air Force. Note 2:
Each model has two forms, one humanoid for versatile combat methods and the other as a vehicle. A model as a submarine, B model as an armored vehicle, C model as an armed helicopter. Note 3. Transformers can be equipped with other super weapons. Note: when spiritual power is depleted, the transformer will automatically retract. Li Haotian's eyes gleamed with excitement. Goodness, over 10 meters tall with capabilities for sea, land and air, this was truly a versatile heavy-duty weapon of war. More importantly, this gadget also had a significant loading capacity, clearly far superior in practicality compared to previous super weapons. Now at level 50 and a mid-level professional, the effects of his skills had also improved significantly. Li Haotian forcefully suppressed the urge to summon a few transformers to play with and continued looking at the other skill. Achievement reward skill: Iron Man armor, exoskeleton armor stage 2, skill description: summon Iron Man armor, significantly increasing the wearer's strength, defense and speed based on the original and adding flying and diving capabilities. Iron Man armor consumes 200 points of spiritual power per minute. Note: when the spiritual power value drops to 0, the Iron Man armor will automatically retract. Li Haotian's eyes lit up. Another achievement reward. Moreover, the exoskeleton armor even has a second stage. Could there be a third stage later? What would the third stage upgrade to? Damn, suddenly looking forward to it. This time, not only did it amplify the basic attributes again, but it also added extra flying and diving functions. This significantly enhances its practicality. Looking at the two additional skills, Li Haotian nodded in satisfaction. Next up, the most crucial new talent. Li Haotian immediately looked to the right at the newly added talent column, Mechanics Exclusive Talent. 5th stage, airdrop support. Note 1. Within the range of a god's eye view, super weapons can be summoned at any location for airdrop support at any time. Note 2. The 6th stage exclusive talent is unlocked at level 60. Seeing the effect of this talent, Li Haotian couldn't help but shudder. Summoning super weapons at any location within a god's eye view, this is going to be outrageously powerful. Don't be fooled by the simple explanation. The actual combat effect of this talent is monstrously extreme. As a mechanic with passive skills like superpower control, Li Haotian could fully control super weapons anywhere within his field of vision. However, even so, in actual combat, the super weapons still can't be too far from him. Since human vision is limited, once too far, it's impossible to precisely master space and distance for perfect strikes. Even with the absurd talent of a god's eye view, there is a drawback. That is, when summoning super weapons, he can only summon them around himself and then control the super weapons to drift to where Li Haotian wants them to go. This means the process of first summoning and then moving to the destination is unavoidable, and movement will definitely take some time. But if there's the airdrop support talent, this whole process can be completely omitted. Moreover, after completing 100 layers of the endless altar, Li Haotian's god's eye view has expanded to nearly 360 kilometers. This means Li Haotian can now randomly throw super weapons within a 360-kilometer radius centered on himself, and hit precisely where he aims. Li Haotian's breathing became rapid. With this talent, his threat level to enemies can be said to increase 100-fold instantly. Just think, as long as the enemy enters the range covered by Li Haotian's god's eye view, Li Haotian can summon any super weapon at any place around the enemy, for example behind them, above their head, or even below their crotch, and then unexpectedly shoot. His unblockable, absolutely unblockable, thinking of a Gatling rotary machine gun suddenly appearing below one's crotch and crazily shooting. Even Li Haotian himself couldn't help but shudder. This, just thinking about it, is terrifying. Putting aside these sudden fierce tactics that sprang to mind, Li Haotian took a deep breath. During this run of the endless altar, his gains were so tremendous they were practically indescribable. In just 2 words, amazing. Voice cracks. As Li Haotian excitedly inventoried his spoils within the endless altar, the outside world was already in a frenzy. Ever since Li Haotian reached the 90th floor, the leaderboard at the endless altar in the dungeon hall had become the focal point of global attention. Particularly after he surpassed the 95th floor, even those who preached the benefits of early sleep were roused by friends and family to watch in awe. And when Li Haotian passed the 99th floor, everyone's heart involuntarily leapt to their throats. Ling Xuehan and Jiang Zhen, now numb with shock from their junior brother's performance, couldn't help but feel their hearts pounding as they stared at the bright 99 on the screen. It seemed that the first clear of the endless altar would be claimed by their junior brother. Ling Xuehan muttered to himself. Jiang Zhen nodded subconsciously. Even if the difficulty of the 100th level increased again, considering that they're junior. Brother cleared the 99th level in just over 10 minutes, completing the 100th level might take no more than half an hour, right? Jiang Wuyo felt somewhat dreamlike at this moment, staring blankly at the screen. She never imagined that, just coming to join in the excitement, she would actually have the chance to witness Li Haotian clearing the 100th level. Who could believe that just a few days ago, this person on the verge of clearing the 100th level had only just awakened his profession? Incredible, Haotian, this mechanic is practically like he's cheating. However, before Jiangxin could finish speaking, his eyes suddenly widened. Not just him, at this moment everyone intently staring at the big screen was simultaneously stunned, for they saw that the string of question marks that had just cleared the 99th floor vanished again, ascending to the pinnacle of the 100th level. That female powerhouse from the Eastern Dragon Empire actually cleared the 100th level in seconds. Astonished, at Tsinghua Academy, Marshal Li yanked on his beard in pain once again. Whoosh, in Cherry Blossom Country and the Free Federation, people like Kobe Kenjin and Parker Williams stood up abruptly, knocking their chairs to the ground. Even Kobe Kenjin rubbed his eyes as if seeing a ghost, seemingly unable to believe what he was witnessing. After a long moment, Parker Williams finally spoke in shock. She actually cleared the 100th level? The president of the Gotham branch, James Gordon, also finally snapped back to reality, fear filling his eyes. Could it be that this mysterious woman from the Eastern Dragon is truly a professional above level 90? And Bruno Collins, president of the Hua Capital branch, was equally dumbfounded. If she truly is a professional above level 90, then trying to oppose her would be like a fool's dream, a path to death. The room fell silent. Level 90, that was a level no one had yet reached. Even the current world leader in levels from the Eastern Dragon Empire, Master Li, was only level 88. Parker Williams's eyes quickly flickered with various lights. Clearly his brain was in overdrive, pondering the situation he just witnessed. After a long pause, he finally let out a slight breath and said heavily, she indeed has a very high chance of being a peak professional above level 90, but that doesn't mean we can't kill her. One of the branch presidents asked in confusion. Master Li at level 88 is already so powerful. If this woman is really above level 90, how could we possibly kill her? Parker Williams spoke solemnly. Indeed, anyone who can clear 100 levels has extraordinary offensive power, and claiming her to be the strongest in the world wouldn't be an exaggeration. But have you ever considered, if she truly was invincible, why would she hide her name? At this, everyone was momentarily stunned. Then they seemed to understand and looked thoughtful. Parker Williams continued, to reach the summit of the endless altar is a tremendous honor. For all professionals around the world, it is also a formidable deterrent. With all these benefits, yet she still chooses to hide her name. Why? His eyes twinkling with insight, he speculated, I guess, while her offensive power is unbelievably strong, her defensive capabilities and self-preservation might be unimaginably weak. The profession she has awakened to is likely an extremely specialized type of powerful area of effect mage. Unparalleled in offensive power, but her defense. He chuckled darkly. James Gordon's eyes lit up. So what you mean is, if we can find this woman, we might still have a chance to assassinate her? Parker Williams nodded emphatically. Exactly. Unbeknownst to Li Haotian, who was inside the endless altar, his decision to hide his name had led the outside world wildly astray in their assumptions. After tallying his spoils of battle and double-checking to ensure nothing was missed, he felt a satisfied smile spread across his face as he chose to exit the endless altar. In a hidden area of the replica hall of Tsinghua Academy, with a flash of light, Li Haotian reappeared. "You finally out," he sighed. "No wonder it's called the endless altar, it really takes up so much time." Fought the whole night through. Listening to Li Haotian's complaints, Ling Xuehan and Jiangxin were speechless. Time-consuming? Battled through the whole night? What an extravagant statement. For a professional over level 30 to clear 100 levels of the endless altar in one night and still complain about time.